152, Chapter 151 Undead Logging Team. Set off. Chapter 151 Undead Logging Team. Set off. We are all classmates. Let me quibble. Lu Zixuan is dead. She thought this before losing consciousness. During the fleeting stage, Lu Zixuan recalled many things in the past. Some of them have long been forgotten by her, and some of them were done not long ago, such as the recent murder of a college classmate who believed in her. Your Highness, it was our mistake. Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, and Yu Feng stood there, uneasy. His Highness Su Miao gave them the opportunity, but instead of seizing it, they were injured and even had someone rush in front of His Highness Su Miao. Ultimately, this is their fault. Well, drink it. Su Miao took out 3 paper cups from the magic space and threw 3 small heated water balloons into the paper cups. Thank you, Your Highness. Chu Zikai's eyes lit up, and he was the first to step forward to pick up a glass of water and drink it, almost getting burned. Sun Rong and Yu Feng immediately followed and each took a glass of water and drank it. Just a moment after drinking, they were surprised to find that the injuries they had sustained in the battle were recovering rapidly. However, speaking of the woman named Lu Zixuan just now, she looked thin and beautiful. But when she actually did it, she really did not do it in an ordinary way. In particular, the ability to reverse attacks was even more difficult to guard against, and almost caused them to kill each other. In the final analysis, they are too weak and have too little combat experience. This aspect should be improved in the future. Take me to them. After looking at the corpse on the ground, Su Miao made a decision. People have been killed and grudges have been made. She was going to see the rest. If they could understand, nothing would happen to anyone. If they are unreasonable, then they can only be killed. Su Miao didn't believe that others would not know what happened with these 3 people. Of course, she could continue to leave these matters to Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, Gui and his party. But it was clear from the battle just now that just Lu Zixuan caused them to suffer a big loss. If there is someone more powerful among those people, they can't solve it. The most important thing is that Su Miao decided to meet a stranger and try to change a little. Well, the goal this time is not high. If you can completely keep your cold expression in front of strangers, it will be considered a success. Sun Rong said. Yes, Your Highness. He looked at the corn, potatoes, and other things harvested in the vegetable field. Su Miao said, bring them all with you. So the 3 of them worked quickly, putting all the corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes they had just harvested into bags, loading them into the trailer, and took Su Miao to the villa where Dr. Fan Qing and his party were accommodated. Starling was flying in the air to patrol, and the remaining people did not do anything extra except cleaning the villa. A few minutes later, everyone arrived in front of the villa. Your Highness, please come out! Before Su Miao could say anything, Bago flew forward and shouted loudly. Shut up! Su Miao said. Asking Bago to shout is not normal communication, but directly taunting and causing trouble. The Mina immediately shut up and flew to the grain bag on the snow trailer. Sun Rong said, Your Highness, I will call them. Su Miao nodded. However, it seemed that the people inside came out without Sun Rong calling someone. Fan Qing came out with people. 12 of them. 1 or more. They noticed Su Miao standing in front of Sun Rong and others. The moment they saw Su Miao, they were amazed by Su Miao's appearance. So beautiful. At the same time, they were shocked that Su Miao was only wearing a very thin down jacket. Is this really okay? Before the apocalypse, there would have been no problem dressing up like this. But now the temperature is over -70 degrees Celsius. If any of them were dressed like this, they would definitely freeze to death. Even very high-end cold-proof clothing won't work. Well, from another perspective, this girl called Her Highness is very strong. In addition, there is another question. Why didn't Lu Zixuan and the others come back? Could something have happened? But if something goes wrong, why are they carrying grain bags containing corn and sweet potatoes? They noticed the grain on the trailer and became increasingly confused. Although there were many doubts, Fan Qing, the team leader, took the initiative to step forward and said, Hello, I am Fan Qing. I am a surgeon. I am barely their team leader. He looked at Su Miao and felt no pressure, but he did not dare to relax. But Lu Zixuan and the others didn't come back, which made Fan Qing very uneasy. Su Miao said, They were killed by me. No need to look at them. Fan Qing's expression tightened, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The people following Fan Qing all made fighting postures, but were stopped by Fan Qing in time. Don't be impulsive. Fan Qing said. It was our people who broke the rules. And I apologize to you. In this team, whether he is the sixth or not, whether he is hiding it or not, he knows everyone's strength very well. Especially Lu Zixuan, whose ability to reverse and divert attacks can almost kill Lu Zixuan instantly when encountering weak opponents, and become stronger when encountering strong ones. She is completely unafraid of group battles, and is a core figure in the team. But such a strong Lu Zixuan was killed by the opponent in such a short period of time, which shows the strength of the girl in front of her. In addition, the most important thing is that Fan Qingchuan can clearly see the abilities of the ability users present, including Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, and Guixing, and can estimate the opponent's combat power and how to target the attack. But what is Su Miao's ability, and how strong is it? Fan Qing's inside ability has failed. This is not someone they can mess with. Fan Qing said. I failed to restrain them. I don't know what we can do. I hope I can apologize to His Highness. At this time, the people standing behind Fan Qing could no longer stand. Dr. Fan, they killed Zixuan. Why do you still apologize to her? There were only 5 of them, and there were 12 of us. You must kill someone to pay for it with your life. Fan Qing shouted loudly. Shut up. He couldn't help but tremble. Your Highness, please give me your orders. Su Miao was very nervous. She tried hard to maintain her cold expression and said calmly, Let the 5 of them come out. The people who were called out were the ones who talked a lot of nonsense just now. Although there were 2 others who stood behind and said nothing. They usually had a crush on Lu Zixuan. They all had obvious hostility and malice towards Su Miao, while others were in a state of nervousness, more afraid of a sudden attack from Su Miao. Fan Qing immediately understood what Su Miao wanted to do and said quickly, Your Highness, please let us go. Can we leave immediately? Su Miao blinked and said, If they don't come out, then you will kill them yourself. These grains are all yours. Mina cooperated very well by opening the bag, exposing the corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes inside to these people. At this moment, the 5 people who were called became nervous. Don't listen to her. She just wants us to kill each other. Hey, we are all brothers. No, Brother Chiu. You? Sorry. If you don't die, we will all die. We haven't eaten for a long time. Dr. Fan Qing stood in front. As the team leader, the special ability he awakened was insight. He became the leader of this team more as a commander than by strength. Therefore, even if he wanted to stop it, he was unable to do so. Before he could speak, someone in the team had already attacked the named person. 3 people were killed by people around them before they had time to react. The one who did it was Qiu Dahong, the strongest person in the group. Fight! One person made a quick decision. He took out a spray gun that he had hidden for a long time and fired at Su Miao at close range. At the same time, the snow on the ground exploded, and hidden twisted energy attacked Su Miao. Boom! The ice and snow dissipated, and the ability user looked at the unharmed Su Miao in shock, then looked down at the 3 ice spikes inserted into his chest, and fell straight down. The moment he fell, he noticed that another person who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape had an ice spike stuck in his neck and fell down at the same time. Why? He doesn't understand. The battle was over in the blink of an eye. The remaining people looked at Su Miao again, trembling in their hearts, because during the whole process, Su Miao never moved. The 2 people killed by Su Miao were among the best in the team. Dr. Fan Qing looked at the corpse on the ground and wanted to ask, why? However, this question no longer needs an answer. Just think about what those people said. Dr. Fan Qing could also make a rough guess about the 2 people who didn't speak. They must have shown hostile looks. Otherwise, they would not have been named. Su Miao glanced at the remaining people, who looked at Su Miao with more fear in their eyes. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Dr. Fan Qing's hands were shaking, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. This food is for you. You can stay here for 1 night. Whether you want to go to Sihai base tomorrow or find a refuge farther away, you can, Su Miao said calmly. But don't tell anyone about the things here. Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng began to unload the food from the snow trailer and deliver it to Dr. Fan Qing. Dr. Fan Qing looked at the food delivered in confusion, and then at Su Miao. He bowed and said, Thank you, Your Highness. He didn't know what to do as he watched his teammates die in front of him, and even one of his own took action. Su Miao said, Move the body away. Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yufeng were shocked and immediately understood what His Highness Su Miao was going to do. They did not hesitate and immediately moved several bodies to the snow trailer. The freezing cold weather is perfect at this time. When a person dies, the blood will be frozen and solidified quickly, and the body will become hard, so that the snow trailer they worked hard to make will not become dirty. Dr. Fan Qing quickly asked, "Your Highness, what do you want these corpses for?" Su Miao glanced at him, said nothing, but waved her hand and led the people away, standing in front of strangers and saying so many words with a cold expression. She had worked very hard and was very successful. However, if you continue to talk, you may become unstoppable. Therefore, Su Miao left decisively. "Don't ask more questions than you should. They are already dead anyway." Chu Zikai walked at the back and said to Dr. Fan Qing. Dr. Fan Qing watched Su Miao leave with people. He felt like his heart was blocked, and he had a lot to say but nothing could come out. As a doctor, he felt very bad when he saw the people who had followed him die in front of him. But should Su Miao be blamed? Thinking about it rationally, Su Miao did nothing wrong at all. In the final analysis, it was Lu Zixuan who made her own decision and said she wanted to follow him to investigate, which ultimately led to the death of so many people in the team. Ha ha ha. Dr. Fan Qing felt very tired. But there are still so many people here, and his lost family members have not been found yet. So he must survive. These sweet potatoes! This corn! These potatoes! Are they too big? The corn looks like it's been picked fresh. And the sweet potatoes and potatoes seem to have just been dug out. Isn't this a bit outrageous? I haven't eaten enough for a long time. There is so much food. Let's eat more today. The people who survived were still very nervous and scared just now. However, when the Su Miao people left, they all became excited when they saw the food that Su Miao had sent. As for hatred, it doesn't exist. For these grains, let alone simply killing a few people, there is no problem in letting them stay and work hard. They moved the food into the villa as if celebrating the new year. Counting the time, it is indeed almost the new year. Doctor, go back to the house. Xiao Dahong came over and patted Dr. Fan Qing on the shoulder. This is not your fault. You stopped them. But they almost killed all of us. Dr. Fan Qing said, I am the captain, and I have the responsibility. Xiao Dahong shook his head. It's the end of the world now, and everyone must be responsible for their own actions. Doctor, you have such a kind heart. In the past, I might have advised you to be more ruthless when you should be ruthless. But this time, it was your kindness that probably saved the rest of us. Dr. Fan Qing was stunned for a moment, with more doubts in his eyes. Xiao Dahong said, Just now, I almost thought I was going to die. His Highness is so terrifying. She was ready to kill everyone just now, but her eyes finally rested on you. Doctor, it was for your sake that she let us go. Hearing that this was no comfort, Dr. Fan Qing's mood became more complicated. Dr. Fan Qing is a good man. When she saw Dr. Fan Qing, Su Miao couldn't help but think of the doctor she saw when she was taken to the emergency room by her grandparents when she was a child. How to describe it? Maybe it was because she got sick a lot when she was a child and had many contacts with doctors. She could tell at a glance whether he was a good doctor, especially his kindness, which was like a warm glow in this apocalyptic world. Put the body on the ground. You can go back. Back at his residence, Su Miao said to Sun Rong and others. Okay, Your Highness. Sun Rong and others moved all the bodies to the ground, including the 3 bodies that had been killed previously. They were all moved together. After doing this, they left immediately without saying a word. Su Miao looked at the 7 corpses on the ground, blinked, and her eyes stayed on Lu Zixuan's corpse. She stretched out her hand, and a small blue fireball fell, turning Lu Zixuan's body to ashes. Considering that they were once college classmates, this was the only thing she could do. Correct. Su Miao thought of something and threw another starlight bloom to purify the area. As for the remaining corpses, Su Miao raised his hand and threw an undead resurrection. The 7 undead stood up. Su Miao searched the magic space, distributed logging tools to them, and arranged a snowmobile for each undead. Just go cut down the wood and get enough wood to pile in place. If you have any questions, follow Mina's orders. Mina. The 7 undead took the logging tools and drove off on snowmobiles. Mina didn't dare to say anything, so he flapped his wings and followed. The world is quiet now. If she needed firewood, she would just collect all the firewood chopped by the undead into the magic space when the time came. Originally, Su Miao wanted to arrange for the undead in the Vulcan base to do this. But considering that it would not be easy for the remaining undead, and there may be highly toxic hallucinogenic drugs left on their bodies, there would be some drama left on the wood when felling. Poison hallucinogens. The fun would be great. Therefore, she needs fresh undead to cut down the trees. There are 7 of them, which is almost enough. Su Miao returned to the villa, added some wood to the fireplace, and began to study defensive magic. Seahai base. Pei Fu looked at Yu Yuangui, whose condition was getting worse and worse on the bed, and knew that this was the most critical moment for Yu Yuangui. After surviving it, Yu Yuangui evolved successfully. Unable to survive, Yu Yuangui became a mutated monster. He would kill Yu Yuangui with one blow without hesitation. For Seahai base, for himself, and for his daughter. The weird red lines appeared on Yu Yuangui's face again. Every time Pei Fu couldn't bear it and wanted to cut it off with a knife. The strange red lines disappeared inexplicably. Damn it! Are you still in the mood to tease me? Pei Fu held the knife in his hand tightly. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Not sure how much time had passed. Yu Yuangui suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for air. The weird red lines on his body began to fade until they completely disappeared. He looked at the knife on his neck and smiled awkwardly. Pei Fu, can you move the knife away a little? This is not the correct way to care for patients. Pei Fu withdrew the knife and said calmly. It's true that disasters are more likely to survive. Yu Yuangui has successfully evolved, so he has nothing to do here. In fact, whether it is evolution or mutation, the essence is mutation, which is nothing more than a modifier for success and failure. There are a lot of things in Seahai base that you need to deal with. When you recover, go find Meili. That child can't hold on anymore. Pei Fu walked out of the ward and slammed the door. For the past few days, he had been staying here almost sleeplessly, and his mental and physical strength had reached the limit. He wants to go back and sleep for a few days and nights. Even if the sky falls, it has nothing to do with him. Thanks, Pei Fu. Yu Yuangui was sitting on the hospital bed, feeling his evolved body and ability to control it. He felt that his physical condition was better than ever, and even the hidden dangers of serious injuries in his body had been resolved. Good luck. An hour later, Yu Yuangui walked to Meili's office after eating 3 large bowls of noodles in the cafeteria. Only halfway along the road, Yu Yuangui saw an acquaintance. The visitor was Zheng Ming. Yu Yuangui, long time no see. Yu Yuangui smiled slightly. Miss, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to become a priest of the Ice God cult. 153, Chapter 152 Magic Barrier. Unfold. Chapter 152 The Magic Barrier unfolds. Yu Yuangui brought Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin to the luxurious living room. This reception room requires the authority of the supervisor to open, and is specially used to entertain distinguished guests visiting the Seahai base. Meili came after hearing the news. She brought all the information related to the Ice God cult, especially the relevant documents about the Seahai base allowing the Ice God cult to preach. Yu Yuangui glanced at it calmly and understood the whole thing. Let's talk business first. Looking at Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin, Yu Yuangui said, You want to spread the belief of Ice God in Seahai base. Seahai base is very welcoming, but there are some details that need to be finalized. Zheng Ming said, We came here just for this matter. I believe Meili has told you the requirements of the Ice God sect. Yu Yuangui said, First, if you want to build the Ice Temple in Seahai base, there is no problem. But if you want to build it in the commercial area, it will not work. This involves the overall planning of Seahai base, and the land Meili gave you is very good. Second, Seahai base does not interfere with anyone's beliefs. Therefore, there is and can only be one faith in Seahai base, and we cannot agree to this. Third, we welcome anyone who belongs to Seahai base to participate in the affairs of the base. There is no problem with this. But participation does not mean management. This is the foundation of Seahai base, unless the management organization of Seahai base is overthrown one day. When mentioning this, Yu Yuangui had a smile on his face. Zheng Ming said in a timely manner, Please rest assured that the Ice God sect will only participate and will not interfere in the management of the Seahai base. Yu Yuangui said, Miss, I'm glad you can understand me. Fourth, the Ice God sect is preparing to station a group of armed personnel at Seahai base. This is no problem. But when necessary, these armed personnel need to accept the command of Seahai base. And we also need to contribute to the construction of the Seahai base on a daily basis. I believe the Ice God cult can understand that the Sea base has just gone through an extremely brutal war, and manpower is needed in various places. I think this will be a win-win cooperation. Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin looked at each other. No problem. They were somewhat frightened. Judging from Yu Yuangui's attitude, he seemed to know a lot about the Ice God cult. On the other hand, if Zheng Ming had not been rescued by Xiao Xixin, he would not have known that there would be an Ice God cult in the world. In addition, looking at the Sea base, it is basically certain that before the Ice God sect came here, most people here did not know the existence of the Ice God sect. Zheng Ming couldn't help but think of the time when his father, Zheng Kaicheng, and Yu Yuangui jointly established the Vulcan base. At that time, Yu Yuangui had many secrets. As for what Yu Yuangui planned to do with the Ice God sect's armed forces, who wanted to control the entire Sea base, Zheng Ming didn't care at all. She became more and more curious. Zheng Ming said, Yu Yuangui, aren't you worried that they are coming and want to seize the entire Sea base? Mi Li, who was taking meeting notes, paused. Did Miss Zheng Ming say it so straightforwardly? Xiao Xixin was drinking water and almost spit out a mouthful of water. Is it okay to just say it directly? Yu Yuangui said. I will be ready when I agree. Miss, you can let the Ice God sect give it a try. Zheng Ming said. Well, let's talk about other things. In the following time, Yu Yuangui mentioned many other details. Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin had no problems, and the negotiation between the two parties came to an end in a very pleasant atmosphere. The last point, and the most important point, I don't care about any of your plans. Even if you want to plan this Sea base, the plan is absolutely not allowed to involve the witch. There is no room for negotiation on this point. Yu Yuangui stood up, supported the table with both hands, stared into Zheng Ming's eyes and said, Zheng Ming, I think you have seen the terror of this witch. I don't want to witness the destruction of Sea base. At this moment, Zheng Ming felt unprecedented pressure. She said nothing. Xiao Xixin said, Don't worry. Our plan will never involve that witch. How dare you get involved? I just glanced at him from a distance and almost died. Unless, Zheng Ming said, No problem. If it is really involved, it will not be the Sea base, but the headquarters of the Ice God sect. Isn't this the whole thing still involved? And it also directly involves the headquarters of the Ice God cult. Josh is convinced. Yu Yuangui said, Okay, we've finished talking about business matters. Miss, let's talk about personal matters now. Zheng Ming said, The Vulcan base has been destroyed a long time ago. Yu Yuangui, if you treat me as a friend, just call me by my name. Yu Yuangui said, No, I think it's easier to call me Mississippi. Zheng Ming smiled. It's up to you. Yu Yuangui said, Miss, you and Xiao Xixin came to Sea base ostensibly to plan the Sea base. But actually they wanted to take refuge. Right, Zheng Ming said. Yes, Xiao Xixin saved me when I was about to freeze to death and made me a priest of the Ice God cult. Now, many people in the Ice God cult want to kill him, so I suggested that he come to the Sea base. Josh is a Muggle believer. Miss, just be a human being and don't say anything. Yu Yuangui said. Is it because he awakened both ice and fire abilities at the same time? Zheng Ming didn't care about Xiao Xixin's eyes and continued. More than that. But I can't say the specifics. Xiao Xixin said. No, you are discussing me like this and leaving me as the client aside. Isn't it good? Zheng Ming said. Do you have any objections? Xiao Xixin quickly shook his head. No objection. Zheng Ming said. That's okay. Yu Yuangui smiled. Armed personnel of the Ice God sect. You will provide me with a list when the time comes, and I will help you get rid of everyone on the list. Zheng Ming said. Okay. Xiao Xixin said. I'll interrupt this. Director Yu. The Ice God sect is planning to compete for the Vulcan God sect. Do you agree so simply? Yu Yuangui smiled. In 3 months' time, the high-temperature natural disaster will come and the Ice God will melt. Will you still believe in the Ice God? Xiao Xixin's eyes widened. High temperature in 3 months, Zheng Ming said. Will there be a big flood? Yu Yuangui said with a smile. The ice and snow melted in a very short period of time, and major floods are inevitable. Seeing the reactions of Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin, Yu Yuangui was very surprised. The Ice God sect with such great ambitions did not know about the high-temperature natural disaster. Or did it know, but deliberately concealed it? This Ice God sect is becoming more and more interesting, Xiao Xixin said thoughtfully. This may be an opportunity for us. In the disaster of blizzard and extreme cold, it is better to believe in the ice god than to praise the sun. Zheng Ming was speechless. She looked at Yu Yuangui. By the way, it's about the witch. Yu Yuangui's expression became very serious. I suggest you not try to know more. Well, I still have some things to deal with. I hope the support from the ice god sect will arrive as soon as possible, Zheng Ming said. No problem. A few days later, Sihai Base was decorated with lights and began to prepare for the spring festival. As for the ice god sect, a large amount of supplies were transported in from afar under the protection of more than 200 believers. Pei Fu looked at the ice god cult guards entering the city. Yu Yuangui, you'd better not lead the wolf into the house, Yu Yuangui said. Sihai Base is short of people. People who are given away for free should not be given away for free, Pei Fu said. The ice god sect thinks highly of us. There are 4 supervisor-level ability users hidden in their team. They don't trust Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin at all. Or Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin are lying. Yu Yuangui smiled. It's all trivial. The only thing I'm worried about is that they will provoke the witch. Pei Fu was shocked. Yu Yuangui said. In addition, there are some strong enemies near Sihai Base. I am worried that they will have other ideas after learning about the situation at Sihai Base. It's Chinese New Year. Looking at the newly posted Spring Festival couplets on the door, Su Miao smiled slightly. In the past, she watched her grandpa post it. Then her grandpa and grandma watched her post it. Then she posted it by herself. And now she still posted by herself. Mina looked at Su Miao at the door, looked at the Spring Festival couplets, and jumped up and down on the snow, looking very happy. Your Highness, what are you going to eat tonight? Ravioli, Su Miao said. Before the end of the world, she bought a lot of frozen wontons from the supermarket. The price was a bit high, but the taste was very good. On New Year's Eve, she likes to eat wontons. Back at the villa, Su Miao took out the wontons from the magic space and started cooking them. Take some green onions, mix with some suet oil residue, add some MSG, soy sauce, sesame oil, heat water, mix the soup, and put the cooked wontons into the soup. It will smell delicious when you look at it. Wow, it looks delicious. Your Highness, mine. Mina is full of expectations. Su Miao added a bowl of wontons to Bago. Began to eat. Familiar taste. Delicious. During mealtime, Su Miao opened her laptop, connected the generator, and found an anime to watch. Time seems to have returned to before the end of time. Huh? This girl looks like Xiaoxian. Su Miao looked at the screen and saw a girl wearing a JK uniform, who looked very similar to Xiaoxian in a JK uniform. I wonder how Xiao is doing at this time. Is there any wontons to eat? Your Highness, are there any more wontons? The plate of wontons in front of Bago has been finished. This appetite is huge. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and there are too many wontons cooked for her to eat by herself. Su Miao added a bowl of wontons to Bago. Hey, is it already so dark? Correct. We also have to set off fireworks. Su Miao remembered that on the way here, she collected some undisplayed fireworks and firecrackers. Considering that there might not be any in the future, Su Miao only took out one set of fireworks. There were 200 fireworks, so it was enough to have fun at once. Fireworks shot up into the sky, exploded, bloomed, and were brilliant. It's so beautiful! Su Miao looked at the fireworks in the sky with joy. This is the new year. Looking at the beautiful fireworks, an idea flashed in Su Miao's mind, and she raised her hand to release the magical starlight. In an instant, a bigger firework bloomed in the starry sky. Extremely gorgeous. Looking at the fireworks, Su Miao was thoughtful, as if she had understood something, but also as if she had not understood anything. Su Miao lost starlight bloom again, but this time it didn't have the same feeling as before. There is indeed something wrong with starlight blooming. It is not as simple as dedicated entertainment. She threw it several times in a row, but still felt nothing. However, watching this beautiful starlight bloom, Su Miao gained a new understanding of defensive magic. She subconsciously stretched out her hand, and a special magic barrier unfolded in front of her. I think I know it. Su Miao unfolded multiple magic barriers in succession. Very excited? This defensive magic is essentially an external extension of magic covering the whole body. A new magic covering the whole body is launched at a certain distance from the body, different from the already used magic covering the whole body. This external extension of magic covering the whole body requires the injection of more magic power needs to be condensed and compressed to form a magic barrier to ensure that the defense of this magic barrier is strong enough. Su Miao gracefully changed her gestures to allow the magic barrier to unfold anywhere on her body. But it was a bit inconvenient to unfold the magic barrier behind her. Use an umbrella sword? Su Miao tried it for a while. But even if she used the umbrella sword, the magic barrier behind her body would still be unsmooth. I seem to understand why wizards in the game need wands, staffs, and magic books. Magic wands and magic swords are very good for frontal combat. But it is somewhat difficult to turn around and defend in time. Spellcasting props such as magic books have very high requirements for users. And those who can use them must be very powerful people. There is no need to consider this for the time being. The staff is different. It can knock people in melee combat. And it can release magic in long-range attacks. In terms of defense, there is no problem in deploying a magic barrier behind the body without turning around. Su Miao thought for a while, and found a sycamore tree from the magic space. This sycamore tree is a mutated big tree. And she plans to make a staff from the mutated sycamore tree. After all, when refining potions, it is very easy to use the unmutated sword of the sycamore tree. There is no reason why the mutated sycamore tree cannot be used. Beige flew aside silently, and watched with curiosity His Highness Su Miao making the staff. When His Highness Su Miao is concentrating, it will remain absolutely quiet unless someone disturbs it. This sycamore tree branch is nice. Su Miao found a branch, cut it down with an umbrella sword, and trimmed off the unused details. Then, Su Miao took out some mithril, platinum, silver and other materials used to carve the magic circle from the magic space. Inject magic power into the sycamore tree branches. Sense the internal structure of the sycamore tree, and determine the basic magic circle suitable for carving on the sycamore tree branches. First is the basic magic circuit, then savings, restraint, compression, amplification, acceleration. This mithril should be enough. Su Miao returned to the villa, took out the paper in front of the fireplace, and began to design the required magic circuit. Because there are very few mithril, platinum and silver materials in the magic space, use a little bit less. You don't know when you want to find it next time. It's best to make the staff successfully the first time. After 3 hours of planning, Su Miao took out Potion Science and compared it several times. After confirming that there were no problems, she threw a small fireball to melt all materials such as mithril, platinum, and silver. Then, Su Miao used magic power to control these high-temperature solutions and began to carve magic circles on the branches of the sycamore tree. During the whole process, Su Miao also needs to always inject magic into the sycamore branches to ensure that the sycamore branches will not be damaged during the production process. Finally, after another 2 hours of hard work, Su Miao succeeded in drawing. Su Miao held a 166 centimeters long staff, injected magic power into the staff, and the magic barrier was fully deployed. Success! I went to the hospital during the day and just fell asleep sitting down again. The update is a bit late. I will update at 6 p.m. as scheduled tomorrow. 154, Chapter 153 Happy New Year. Chapter 153 Happy New Year. Su Miao held the staff in her hand and dissolved the magic barrier. Use the staff casually, and the compressed regional magic barrier unfolds and disappears. Is it possible to compress this magic barrier and then stack it? Su Miao thought carefully, and tried to compress the magic barrier and then superimpose it several times. However, the result of this was that the time for unfolding the magic barrier was extended a bit. When fighting, others will not wait for you to deploy your magic barrier before attacking. Any delay may be fatal. Additionally, doing so will cause the regional magic barrier to have a bit of a connection problem. This is a structural problem in magic. There is a little mention in potions, but not much. After all, this is a magic book that teaches you how to make potions, so it would be nice to mention that. Continued research is needed. Su Miao looked at the time. It's already past 1 a.m.? Is this a successful New Year's vigil? I didn't even wait for the New Year's Eve countdown. She yawned and looked at the sycamore wood staff in her hand with satisfaction. In any case, this sycamore wood staff has been successfully made, and it can be regarded as the best New Year's gift to myself in the new year. Happy New Year! Sleep! Su Miao waved to Beige and went back to the bedroom to sleep. Starling woke up from his nap. He glanced at the closed door suspiciously and noticed that the flames in the fireplace had become smaller. He immediately added a piece of wood to the fireplace and returned to his den to continue sleeping. Su Miao had a good dream. In the dream, she sat on the staff and flew happily in the sky. She didn't know how long she had been flying, but Su Miao always felt that something was wrong. Why didn't anyone set off fireworks to wake her up? This is not the first day of the Lunar New Year. There should be a lot of people setting off fireworks. Why hasn't anyone set off fireworks yet? Su Miao huddled in the bed, thinking vaguely. About half an hour later, Su Miao opened her eyes, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar ceiling, turned to look at the window covered with ice flowers, and calmed down. It's the end of the world already. Anyway, today is the Spring Festival, the first day of the Lunar New Year, and we must celebrate it. Su Miao got up and got dressed. First she went to the kitchen and found candles and incense from the magic space. She lit them and put them on the table like her grandparents did before. Then she took out 3 small bowls and put some candies, rice and tea in them. Grandma said it was the first day of the new year to send the Stove Lord back to heaven, which would bring good luck to the family. I wish you good luck in this new year. It's time to set off the fireworks. Su Miao came downstairs excitedly, opened the door, and took out a firework to light. Although it is already dawn, and the fireworks may not be as beautiful as when they are set off at night, listening to the sound of the explosion will make people feel at ease. On the first day of the new year, we still have to set off fireworks. Otherwise, it will always feel like something is missing. Although no one would come to pay New Year greetings, Su Miao still placed some melon seeds, peanuts, and candies on the table, pretending to be in a New Year atmosphere. In addition, such extremely cold weather is really not suitable to open the door and wait for someone to come to pay New Year's greetings. Just as I was thinking this, Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng arrived. Your Highness, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Su Miao looked at the 4 people who arrived. They seemed to have brought some gifts. Sun Rong said, Your Highness, this is the gift we prepared for Your Highness. The Luban table. They unfolded a piece of overlapping wood, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a sturdy-looking table. Thanks! Su Miao thought for a moment, took out 4 cups, put some brown sugar in each cup, and then threw in a small heated water balloon. Drink! Thank you! Your Highness! Chu Zikai was the first to stand up, and took the cup and drank happily. Sun Rong, Yu Feng, and Gui happily took the cups and drank. I haven't had candy for a long time. After living here for so long, a few people have some understanding of His Highness Su Miao's character. So they drank the water, and said goodbye and went back. Su Miao looked at the Luban table, and put the table into the magic space, so that it could be used when camping in the future. Although there are many tables in her magic space, if you meet a stranger and the stranger discovers that you are using a large table that is obviously from the furniture city in the wild, it will feel strange. But using this Luban table there will be no such problem. Have a meal! Su Miao picked a few fresh tomatoes and a Chinese cabbage from the vegetable field. Eat cabbage and beef hot pot today. Mina immediately took out its special bowl with a look of anticipation on its face. Your Highness, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! At Sihai Base, every household begins to celebrate the new year. Affected by the supplies, everyone's celebrations became much simpler, and many people started working after a simple celebration. They are all hardworking people. In the heated conference room, Ice God Cult Priest Zhuang Yuping took off his thick plush cloak and said with a smile, Everyone, Happy New Year! Everyone, please relax. Xiao Xixin was sitting upright, which was completely different from his usual lazy and honest appearance. Zheng Meng naturally sat next to Xiao Xixin, waiting for Zhuang Yupeng to speak. Zhuang Yupeng is the person next to Lu Wei, the high priest of the Ice God sect, and is also the person in charge of seizing control of the Sihai base. The 3 priests he brought were Shi Hongsheng, Fu Jiasen, and Tang Jing. Each of them had extraordinary strength. In fact, Zheng Meng was very curious that the Ice God cult had so many strong men. However, Xiao Xixin's position within the Ice God sect was too special, which led to many people wanting to kill him. This prevented Zheng Meng from staying at the Ice God sect headquarters for too long, and had no time to learn more. Zhuang Yupeng said, Zheng Meng, Xiao Xixin, you have done well during this period. The Ice God sect has successfully established a foothold in the Sihai base. But can you tell me why it is completely different from what you imagined? In the morning, Zhuang Yupeng went to the newly built Ice Temple to see how the believers were doing. Just when I saw him entering in the priest's robe, a 1.9 meter 9 silly-looking man came over and asked, Master Priest, you won't embezzle the basket of eggs that should be given to me, will you? A series of question marks popped up in Zhuang Yupeng's mind. What eggs? The silly man said. Master Priest, you won't forget. Right. You said that as long as you contribute to the construction of the temple, and become a devout believer in the ice god. You can get a basket of eggs during the Chinese New Year. Hold. Did Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin make such a promise? Do you know how expensive eggs are these days? Even for a priest like him. 6 eggs a month would be good. Zhuang Yupeng had no idea about this. But facing so many believers, he could only reply politely. God said, "Eat vegetarian food and don't kill." The silly man said, "The teacher taught us that those eggs cannot hatch chicks. Eating eggs does not count as killing." The corners of Zhuang Yupeng's mouth twitched, saying that the man in front of him was stupid. He could still be reasonable. Let's just say this guy isn't stupid. He's so stupid that he wants to beat someone up. Zhuang Yupeng said, "I will take you to take the Holy Communion first." The silly man immediately became happy. The teacher is indeed right. As long as you bring the eggs, you will definitely get the Holy Communion when you come to the temple on New Year's Day. Praise the ice god. Only the ice god is eternal. Zhuang Yupeng suppressed his murderous mood and took this silly man to the restaurant. He noticed the cultists nearby who were looking at him eagerly, so he had to take them all over. When he arrived at the restaurant and saw the believers eating in the restaurant, Zhuang Yupeng seriously suspected that these believers were not here to provide faith at all, but just to eat and drink without any basic rituals of taking the Holy Communion. Is this a manifestation of what Qiao Xixin said about the ice god sects? Establishing a firm foothold in the Sihai base? Compared with other places, it is not the same style at all. This Holy Communion mode is one of the cool operations performed by Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin. And there are many others. Therefore, Zhuang Yupeng felt that he needed to clarify everything they did here. Qiao Xixin said, "Sihai base is different from other bases. It is a large base that can accommodate at least 50,000 people, with an upper limit of 80,000 or even 100,000 people. After the Sihai base and the Cannibal War, the remaining population in the Sihai base is less than 8,000, and most of them are old, weak, sick, and disabled. This is when our ice god sect comes into play. At this time, the more reputation the ice god cult gains among ordinary people, the easier it will be for us to control the Sihai base in the future." The above is what Zheng Ming taught him to say. Zhuang Yupeng stared at Qiao Xixin and said, "You are doing a good job. However, the supplies of the ice god sect are not so luxuriant. Didn't you see a few idiots eating the Holy Communion?" Qiao Xixin said, "This is all for faith. Idiots are more likely to become fanatic believers." Zhuang Yupeng was choked. "It's best like this." He looked at Zheng Ming. "Zheng Ming, according to the plan, how are the various arrangements in the Sihai base prepared?" Zheng Ming said, "We are all ready. When the time is right, the entire Sihai base will be under our control." Zhuang Yupeng smiled. "Very good. I will definitely report your contribution to the ice god sect to Master Lu Wei." His expression became serious. "Then, it's time to talk about the witch." Qiao Xixin immediately stood up and objected. "Zhuang Yupeng, this point is non-negotiable. You should know that we came to Sihai base and spent a lot of effort to negotiate cooperation with the people at Sihai base. Not probing the witch or provoking the witch is the basis of cooperation." Zhuang Yupeng said calmly. "Sihai base is currently the most important base of our religious sect. The military once wanted to build it into a regular shelter, but it was a pity that it left after half of the construction. With Lan Xiaokong here before, we were not qualified to make plans. Now that Lan Xiaokong is dead, it is not in vain that we spent so much money to let the King of the West move here. As long as we control this place, the Sihai base will become a base no less powerful than the official shelter under the ice god's attention." Zheng Ming was shocked. She never thought that the ice god cult planned the migration of the cannibal King Dashi here. Looking at it this way, it's great that Zhuang Yupeng, who is full of confidence, can come here. Sihai base will become the new headquarters of the ice god sect. Zhuang Yupeng was full of confidence. Therefore, there must be no people around who can influence our ice god cult, unless they can join the ice god cult. The witch problem must be solved," Zheng Ming said. "We have not yet taken control of the Sihai base." Zhuang Yupeng smiled. "You just said that the most lacking thing in Sihai base is people. With those arrangements, when everyone in Sihai base becomes ours, will we still need to fight and kill? Sihai base is already ours. The only thing we have to do is to eliminate the hidden dangers of Sihai base and make Sihai base the most secure headquarters of our ice god sect," Zheng Ming said. "But," Zhuang Yupeng stood up and waved his hand. "Nothing. That's it. Let's tell you the information about the witch," Zheng Ming said. "Zhuang Yupeng, although you are the person in charge, I must say what I should say. This is my responsibility. The director of Sihai base, Yu Yuan is not an ordinary person. We must avoid him if we want to investigate the witch, Zhuang Yubeng said. Yu Yuan, you do have some ability. I will pay attention to it. Let's talk about the witch, Zheng Ming said. The witch is very powerful. King Nishi was killed by the witch after he tried his best to kill Lan Xiaokong. Her base is in the area east of the original Vulcan base. It's 2.5 days snowmobile ride from the Seahai base. The witch has raised a black starling, a golden eagle, and 8 gray eagles. They can be seen appearing above the Seahai base every once in a while. In addition, the witch has 4 ability users under her command, all of whom are very powerful. Zhuang Yubeng sneered. Witch? That's it. If it were any one of you here, it wouldn't be too easy to kill a seriously injured king of the West. How can you be said to be very strong if you pick up a leak? Those mutant mutts are indeed very powerful, and should not be underestimated. Find an opportunity, and arrange for someone to try out the witch's qualities. Where does this confidence come from? Great. I hope your confidence continues, Zheng Ming said. No matter what, the witch is the one who killed King Dashi. I don't recommend using this method. It's too dangerous. Zhuang Yubeng nodded. Well, what you said makes sense. It was my negligence, and I forgot that there are these mutated sand sculptures around the witch. Since we have to deal with the trouble, it will definitely be better and more efficient to solve it in one wave. In a few days, the chief priest Lu Wei will come to Seahai base in person. We must make some achievements, Xiao Xixin said. Is priest Lu Wei coming? Zhuang Yubeng said with a smile on his face. That's right. So, I hope to get the news of the witch's death before the chief priest Lu Wei arrives, Xiao Xixin said. I wish priest Zhuang Yubeng great success, Zheng Ming said. This is an additional plan. Priest Xiao Xixin and I will not participate. Zhuang Yubeng's face instantly turned ugly. Zheng Ming. Xiao Xixin. What do you mean? Xiao Xixin said. This plan was proposed by you, Zhuang Yubeng, and it is naturally up to you to implement it. According to the orders from the headquarters, we are only responsible for the Seahai base. Things outside the Seahai base have nothing to do with us, Zheng Ming said. It is priest Xiao Xixin and I who signed the agreement with Seahai base, regardless of whether you are willing to abide by it or not. In order to successfully seize Seahai base, we must abide by it. As for the witch, we will issue a letter to expel some people later. If the expelled people come to cause trouble for the witch, then the Seahai base will not be able to find any loopholes in us. Zhuang Yubeng's face was ashen. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to let Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin go find the witch. The death of Seahai base was completely due to him. Unexpectedly, these two people directly blocked his idea. Xiao Xixin stood up and walked out of the conference room. Neither Zheng Ming nor I know the witch's plan. You continue. Zheng Ming immediately followed. After going out, the two looked at each other and understood each other tacitly, which was a good performance. In the conference room, Zhuang Yubeng smiled. Zhe Hongsheng, Fu Jiasen, and Tang Jing. There is no need to pretend. Do Zheng Ming and Xiao Xi believe that they will be fooled? What should we do with the tasks assigned to us by the superiors? Zhe Hongsheng said. Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin avoided the important and concealed the horror of the witch. They had bad intentions. I suspect that they have begun to cooperate with the Seahai base, Fu Jiasen said. Priest Lu Wei made it clear that we need to get all the information about the witch. What should we do now? Tang Jing said. I just received news that there are several new people in Seahai base. They are from the witch station. The leader is a doctor named Fan Qing, Zhuang Yubeng said. Well, prepare the gifts. I will visit the doctor in person later, hoping to get good news about the witch. As for the Seahai base, you can make second-hand arrangements. Zhe Hongsheng, Fu Jiasen, and Tang Jing looked at each other and agreed. Here, Meili put down the monitor and said to Yu Yuan, who was standing next to her. Captain Yu, that's pretty much what happened. Yu Yuan smiled. This Zhuang Yubeng is very interesting. He told us on purpose. Pei Fu's expression changed. Damn! You guys are so scheming and dirty. 155. Chapter 154 You are the Witch. Chapter 154 You are the Witch. Magic Barrier. Unfold. Su Miao stood outside the villa practicing defensive magic. With the help of the sycamore wood staff, Su Miao felt very smooth in deploying the magic barrier. He could deploy the magic barrier wherever he pointed, even from behind. It doesn't matter if you reverse the staff or not. In addition, the movements are very elegant when casting spells. Elegance can make people feel better and cast spells more smoothly. Su Miao enjoys this feeling very much. Now, the biggest problem with magic barrier is defensive toughness and defensive strength. Because the magic barrier is an in-body defense magic derived from covering the whole body with magic power. It is very crude in all aspects. If it is to be deployed continuously, the magic power consumption will become very large to ensure the strength of the defense. This magic needs further optimization. Regarding the effect of optimization, Su Miao routinely refers to the games he has played before and the anime he has watched. It is best to achieve the following effects. First, it can be deployed quickly regionally. Second, it can be deployed in multiple overlays. Third, it can be deployed in a distributed manner. Fourth, it can apply the principles related to magic space arrays. Fifth, it can achieve the effect of unfolding one thought. Sixthly, it saves magic power when necessary, and does not consume too much magic power. At present, the first item has been barely achieved. However, the research on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 has a long way to go. On the whole, it is fundamentally necessary to optimize the magic barrier of this block. Su Miao unfolded a magic barrier and began targeted research. The magic circuit when casting spells can be optimized. The related magic circles can be optimized. Some magic runes can be adjusted. This, and this. Unconsciously, Su Miao was completely immersed in magic research. Mina, who was out on patrol, flew back once and happened to see His Highness Su Miao studying defensive magic. It was just about to get closer when suddenly, Starling felt that his life had encountered a great terror. I saw violent magic pouring out in front of Su Miao, triggering an extremely terrifying explosion. Suddenly, another sizable avalanche broke out on the hill where the villa was located. If the villa wasn't on a mountain, it might have been buried by an avalanche because of the explosion. Cough, cough, cough. Su Miao was so frightened by the sudden explosion that she fell into the snow. She just changed a few magic runes in the magic circle structure into magic runes involving space. She didn't expect that it would directly cause a big explosion. Where was the defensive magic that was promised? However, in the final analysis, it involves space magic runes. And she copies the magic space arrays used daily for defense. The magic space array is a purely copied magic space. Su Miao borrowed it directly, and didn't understand the principle at all. Therefore, it is not incomprehensible that adding special magic runes unique to the magic space array to other magic arrays would cause explosions. Looking at the explosion scene in front of him, Su Miao thought twice, and decided to stay away from the villa and continue experimenting with magic. The Mina flew far away. Frightened, just as it feared, His Highness Su Miao created several more terrifying explosions in succession. In the past, His Highness Su Miao still had to throw the blue fireball that destroyed everything to create an explosion. Now, does he not even need to throw the blue fireball? Although the explosion created now is a little weaker than the explosion created by the blue fireball, it is still terrifying. It seemed that even the space was being exploded inadvertently. It's getting dark. Su Miao glanced at the sky and turned to go home. Let's study and try the magic barrier or something tomorrow. Anyway, this is the end of the world, and she has plenty of time. Even if she uses the elimination method. Is it really useful to use the elimination method in magic research? Arriving at the door of the villa, Su Miao saw Bago shivering in the wind, and asked doubtfully, Bago, what's wrong with you? Beige came back to his senses and said, Ah, Your Highness, it's okay. It's just that the wind is too strong today. Su Miao nodded, opened the door, and returned to the second floor. Sure enough, sitting by the fireplace will feel very warm in this weather. Beige said, Your Highness, the golden-winged eagle said that many people have come to see High Base recently, called the Ice God Sect, and they seem to have some very dangerous plans. Su Miao blinked. Well, continue to observe, as long as it doesn't affect this place. Beige said, Okay, Your Highness. Su Miao took a sip of water and glanced at the darkened windows. In less than 3 months, there will be a high-temperature natural disaster. What will the world look like by then? No matter what, I believe the country will find a solution. Not long after the end of the world began, Lieutenant General Qin Shuizhen contacted her and said Qin Longzhang and others to find her, indicating that the country had believed and confirmed the prophecy she provided. And the major shelters built on this basis would definitely have countermeasures. Shelter 1. Su Miao took out the map from the magic space and looked at the location marked shelter number 1 on the map. She wondered if Shaolin had arrived at shelter number 1. Also, I don't know if my parents are in Vault 1. Su Miao shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Now, all she has to do is work hard to learn magic and improve her ability to adapt and survive in the Doomsday. In this way, you can survive no matter what crisis you encounter. And only by living can you have a future. See high base. Dr. Fan Qing finished the day's surgery and sat in the lounge to rest exhausted. Thinking back on what I have experienced these days, everything feels like a dream. Following the witch's guidance, they successfully arrived at Sihai Base with Qiu Dahong and his group of 7. I thought that joining Sihai Base required various reviews. But I didn't expect that just by explaining their occupation, they were given residence, positions, and various basic benefits. Even the one who received them was Meili, one of the main managers of Sihai Base. The moment he saw Meili, Dr. Fan Qing felt that he was seeing the same kind of person. Meili, like him, had some kind of direct observation ability. The slight difference is that Meili's ability is more focused on the observation of breath, which can determine whether the target has awakened ability and the strength of the ability. Having this ability means that anyone who wants to get close to Meili can be quickly detected no matter how strong their concealment ability is. Therefore, when asked by Meili if he was an Esper, Dr. Fan Qing truthfully stated that he was an Esper. Qiu Dahong and others also did not hide their identities as ability users after being prompted by Dr. Fan Qing. In this way, everyone has a good arrangement in Sihai Base. It is worth mentioning that the witch killed people very simply, but was very generous when giving them food. So much so that when they arrived at the Sihai Base while getting lost, they still had a lot of leftover corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Sihai Base expressed its intention to purchase their remaining potatoes and sweet potatoes to cultivate a new batch of grain. Dr. Fan Qing readily agreed. But when asked about these corns, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, Dr. Fan Qing said it was not convenient to disclose them, although such an answer might make their situation a little worse. Thinking of the witch's warning, Dr. Fan Qing decided to keep his promise, because if they really say it, they will be in trouble, and it may bring trouble to the Sihai Base. Unexpectedly, Sihai Base did not struggle with this aspect and just passed it. Qiu Dahong and others also visited Dr. Fan Qing and said that the Sihai Base has been very good to them, and they are now beginning to adapt to life here. In short, everything is like a dream. It's almost like an official shelter, Jiang Tingji said. He is one of the ability users in Dr. Fan Qing's team. After the apocalypse began, Jiang Tingji had the honor to visit a shelter under construction and learned about the administration and rules and regulations inside. However, at that time, Jiang Tingji disliked the poor environment in the shelter and believed that he had a company, money, and there are people, food, and the end of the world are all lies. So there is no way to enter the shelter. Jiang Tingji regretted it every time he mentioned this. Therefore, the team wanted to find a shelter, more or less after hearing the information provided by Jiang Tingji. But when they wanted to join the shelter, most shelters said they would not accept people. In this way, they have been wandering. During this period, they also joined some private bases. But these private bases were greedy and wanted to squeeze everyone who joined them to death, in order to allow more people to survive. Dr. Fan Qing led everyone to resist many times and escape from these private bases. Gradually there were fewer and fewer people in the team. To be honest, if they were not desperate and were not guided by the witch, they might rather wander than choose the 4C's base. However, everything in Sihai Base made Dr. Fan Qing change his perception of private bases. However, the only problem currently in Sihai Base is that there are too many sick and wounded. Even though he worked around the clock to help with the surgery, many people were still disabled for life or even lost their lives because they did not receive timely treatment. In the last days, the sick and wounded were a complete burden. But what surprised Dr. Fan Qing was that Sihai Base did not abandon these people, and had all they needed. If you can awaken your abilities, will missing arms and legs still be a problem? This is what Yuan Gui, the director of Sihai Base, said when he came to visit the sick and wounded. This sentence gave many people hope of survival. This Sihai Base is really good. Dr. Fan. Excuse me. Millie walked in with a document and a brand new ID card. Hello, Miss Millie. Dr. Fan Qing stood up. Millie said, Dr. Fan, please sit down. I am here to bring you the appointment letter. Dr. Fan Qing looked puzzled. Millie put the document on the table. From today on, you are the director of the medical department of Sihai Base, with level 3 authority. Dr. Fan Qing's eyes widened. I haven't done anything, and I've only been at Sihai Base for a few days. Mealy said. Everyone who has been rescued by you these days says that you are worthy of this position. This appointment was signed by 2 supervisors, Yu Yuan-Gui and Pei Fu. Dr. Fan Qing felt that his brain was experiencing some downtime. As far as he knows, Sihai Base currently has 2 directors, Yu Yuan-Gui and Pei Fu. Others, even if they have some designations of responsibility, will not be supervisors. What's even more outrageous is that Mealy, who also has 3rd-level authority, is not the director of Sihai Base. Mealy said, Dr. Fan may not know that the time you came to Sihai Base to become the supervisor is not recorded at all. Yu Yuan-Gui became the supervisor on the first day he came to Sihai Base, with 2nd-level authority. At that time, Lan Xiaokong, the top supervisor of Sihai Base, appointed personally. What's the joke on Sihai Base? Dr. Fan Qing really wanted to say this, but when he saw the stamp on the document, saw the autographs of the 2 supervisors Yu Yuan-Gui and Pei Fu, and then thought of the statue of Lan Xiaokong in the central square of Sihai Base, he said seriously, Don't worry. I will fulfill my duties as a doctor. Mealy said. I wish Dr. Fan's abilities can be promoted soon. Then you will be able to obtain the 2nd-level authority of the base. I have other things. Ability promotion. Dr. Fan Qing suddenly thought of something. He interrupted Mealy and said, Wait a minute. I have some research on the evolution of ability users. The essence of the evolution of ability users is mutation. This kind of mutation is not faster, the better. Nor is it more frequent, the better. The shorter the evolution time, the easier it is to fail to mutate and become a mutated monster. Mutation is essentially the result of human beings adapting to the mutated Doomsday environment. More mutations are overdrawing life. Only a few mutations that conform to the laws of nature can keep one's life unaffected and even longer. I once saw a person with abilities on the way to the Sihai Base. He mutated 7 times in a row and gained super strength. Even rocket explosions at close range could not hurt him. But his life was on the 7th day. The sky stopped. This was actually a member of Dr. Fan Qing's team. And it was with that person that they could escape from this Lish private base. A look of shock flashed in Mealy's eyes. She said, Dr. Fan, if possible, I hope you can write a research report. Dr. Fan Qing said, Okay, I will. Mealy left in a hurry. The mutation of ability users is essentially overdrafting their lives. This sentence was also said by a crazy researcher in the Vulcan base before. The life potion was developed on the basis of this theory. Mealy tried not to think about the nightmare that the life potion brought to Sihai Base. However, Dr. Fan Qing's reminder reminded her of a more important thing. This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. Dr. Fan Qing looked at the appointment letter on the table and felt that everything was even more dreamy. Within a few days of arriving at Sihai Base, he became the supervisor of Sihai Base in a daze. Isn't Sihai Base worried that he is an ambitious person? Thinking back to a few days ago, Qiu Dahong came over and said that he had been appointed captain of the defense department of Sihai Base. At that time, he still doubted whether Sihai Base had an ulterior motive. Looking at it now, Sihai Base really trusts them. Dr. Fan Qing no longer thought about it. He kept the appointment letter and brand new ID card safely. At this time, there was a knock on the door again. Come in, Dr. Fan Qing said. The door opened, and 2 people wearing Ice God priest robes walked in. Dr. Fan Qing was shocked. Dr. Fan, I'm really sorry for taking the liberty of calling. Zhuang Yuping took out the gifts he had prepared and put them on the table. This is potato pancakes. This is ice fruit. There is nothing good at all. I hope Dr. Fan won't be offended. Dr. Fan Qing stood up quickly and said, This is too polite. I can't accept it. Zhuang Yuping said, You're welcome. This is a gift for a normal visit. Especially this ice fruit, which is a specialty of our ice god cult. It comes from a special mutant tree. After eating it, people can improve their tolerance to extreme cold weather. Adaptability. Dr. Fan saves people every day, which we admire very much. If Dr. Fan's hands are affected by this extreme cold weather, both me and the entire Sihai Base will be sad. For the sake of these patients, please accept it. Dr. Fan. This. Dr. Fan looked at the white ice fruit in front of him, hesitated and said, Okay, I would like to thank you on behalf of the patients. Zhuang Yupeng looked gentle. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhuang Yupeng, and this is Tang Jing. We are all priests of the Ice God sect. To be honest with Dr. Fan, we are here to visit and want to get some information from Dr. Fan. Dr. Fan Qing said, I just arrived at Seahai Base not long ago. And I don't know many things clearly. I don't know if I can help you. Zhuang Yupeng smiled. Here's the thing. We want to know the information about the witch. She lives in this location. Tang Jing unfolded a map, which clearly marked the Seahai Base, the ruins of the Vulcan Base, the mutant forest belt, the suspected witch stronghold, etc. Dr. Fan Qing's pupil shrank, and he once again remembered the witch's warning. This made him wonder if the witch had predicted what would happen now. Sorry, I don't know about the witch. Dr. Fan Qing shook his head, with a smile on his face. Zhuang Yupeng stood up and said, It's such a shame. Anyway, Dr. Fan, thank you for your answer. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. The change in Dr. Fan Qing's eyes just now told him the answer. Therefore, it no longer matters whether Dr. Fan Qing says it or not. Seeing Zhuang Yupeng and Tang Jing were about to leave, Dr. Fan Qing immediately stood up and said, Your gift. Zhuang Yupeng turned around and said humbly and politely, Dr. Fan, the gift is our respect for you and has nothing to do with the news we want to get. Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. The door is closed. Dr. Fan Qing looked at the gifts on the table and fell into deep thought. His intuition told him that the idea of the Ice God cult was very dangerous. Especially the priest named Zhuang Yupeng. They are asking for information about the witch. And maybe the entire Seahai Base will be in crisis. In the wind and snow? Tang Jing asked. This old guy lied. Zhuang Yupeng smiled. When he mentioned the witch, there was fear deep in Dr. Fan's pupils. This is fear engraved in his soul. His verbal answer is not important to me at all. Respect this Dr. Fan from now on. No one can guarantee that he will not be injured or sick in such a doomsday. Maybe we have to count on him to save his life. Otherwise, why would I give him ice fruit? Tang Jing said quickly. I was the one who was abrupt. Zhuang Yupeng said. Let's go! The efficient Master Lu Wei will be here in a few days. This time Master Lu Wei has recruited many strong men from all over the country. When everyone arrives, this place will be completely under our control. How many days has passed since the Spring Festival? Su Miao looked at the calendar and had the illusion of forgetting time. February 26th, 2124. 9 a.m. So many days have passed? There are still more than 2 months left before the high-temperature natural disaster. There is a lot of snow stored in the magic space. It should be enough when the high-temperature natural disaster comes. During this period of time, Su Miao has been studying the magic barrier. At present, except for the application of the principles related to the magic space array, the magic barrier has been researched almost completely. As for more in-depth research, Su Miao is unable to do so for the time being. But anyway, she has succeeded. However, after studying more magic barriers, Su Miao encountered a brand new problem. Will she still need to hold the magic space array in front of her at all times in the future? Just in case? After thinking again and again, Su Miao decided to continue to resist. Unless there was a battle, then it would not be too late to use the magic barrier as the main force. Your Highness, the undead team arranged to go logging will not move. Mina flew over to report. Oh! Su Miao blinked. If it wasn't for Bago's reminder, she would have completely forgotten about this team of undead sent to cut down trees. Go over and have a look, Su Miao said. It just so happened that there was a lot less wood in the magic space, so it was time to add some. In addition, when the high temperature and natural disasters come in 2 months, it is unknown how many mutated and non-mutated trees can continue to survive. In this case, it is better to let them dedicate the last bit of their existence value and become the fire which she needs. Taking out the snowmobile, Su Miao rushed towards the place where the undead team was logging. The Mina was flying in the air, looking very excited. Nearly an hour later, Su Miao came to a hill with neatly stacked logs at regular intervals. Su Miao walked along the road and put all the wood into the magic space. These 7 undead almost cut down the trees on the 2 mountains during this time, which was very impressive. If it weren't for the starlings who marked these logs, Su Miao might not have known there were so many logs under the snow in this place. Su Miao spent nearly 3 hours just to collect these wood. Finally, Su Miao saw 7 undead in an igloo. 7 undead lay scattered in the igloo, with some damaged logging tools neatly placed aside. Your Highness, they are all broken, Mina said. Well, it's broken. Su Miao put away the logging tools and threw small blue fireballs, burning all the corpses into ashes. Considering that this small group of undead worked hard to cut trees 24 hours a day without rest, Su Miao decided to let them rest forever and give them a beautiful starlight bloom. Now a new logging team is needed. Su Miao was thinking this. And suddenly there was a voice outside the igloo. It's strange. When I came here a few days ago, I saw a lot of chopped wood piled here. Why are they all gone? Are you stupid? With so much wood piled here, someone must have cut it down. How could it not be transported back? But I remember there were a lot of them. Okay. Collect some wood. We will continue to set off to Seahai Base tomorrow. There is an igloo here, and there are new footprints. Be alert. A group of people appeared in front of the igloo, all holding weapons, including guns, knives, and sticks. In their eyes, Su Miao was the only one holding a sycamore with staff in the igloo. There was some confusion on their faces. How could there be such a beautiful girl in this wilderness? And he was holding a wooden stick in his hand. No, there is still a mina that has not been frozen to death. It is alive and kicking. It must be mutated. Girl, are you the only one here? A middle-aged man holding a gun looked at Su Miao and asked, Is there anyone else coming with you? Su Miao looked unusually nervous when she saw these strangers. She glanced at the middle-aged man and shook her head. The middle-aged man frowned. There is no one else. I suggest you leave as soon as possible. If you are late, you won't be able to leave. Su Miao was very nervous and prepared to leave. Mina glanced at these people curiously, but did not mock them. Judging from His Highness Su Miao's slightly trembling hands, this situation may not be good. Not surprisingly, this trembling was noticed by others. Originally, they were a little wary when they saw such a lonely, beautiful girl. But Su Miao was afraid. So they were no longer afraid. Wait. A man with a gun said. She looks so good and her body is so clean. She must have good food and food. Maybe she is the eldest lady from somewhere. We should wait until Priest Lu comes and see if we can let her go. Let's go! The middle-aged man hesitated to speak. Praise the ice god. Only the ice god is eternal. Just then, a woman's voice sounded. The people surrounding the igloo dispersed, only to see a woman wearing a white fluffy cloak approaching. The moment she saw Su Miao, her eyes straightened. Beauty, why are you alone outside? How dangerous it is. With this little girl and absorbing her vitality, I can become 18 years old again. Praise the ice god. Just after having such an idea, the expression of the priestess changed. She opened her hands and used the force to block the two cultists in front of her. With a pop, two ice spikes connected the two cultists together, and a shrill scream rang out. According to the original plan, for the sake of that kind uncle, Su Miao wanted to try to talk to the stranger normally. But it backfired, and the other party didn't give her the chance at all. Seeing the malice emerging from these people getting stronger and stronger, she couldn't help it anymore. However, Priest Lu's reaction was not unusually quick. Shoot! Priest Lu roared loudly. How could such a young and beautiful girl be so ruthless? Your Highness, they have 11 people who can cut wood. Mina reminded me at the right time. It just noticed that His Highness Su Miao still needs more undead logging souls. Bang bang bang. Someone has opened fire. At such a close distance, Su Miao did not dodge, but did not suffer any damage. This made the ice god cultists, who opened fire, extremely frightened. Su Miao held the staff. And just like that, the bullets absorbed by the magic space array poured out in reverse, beating all these people into sieves. As long as the bones of the undead are not broken, they can be used to cut wood. After just such a wave, there were only a few ice god cultists left standing. The middle-aged man who had previously reminded Su Miao to leave stood there, his legs shaking like chaff. Beauty, my sister and you have not known each other for a long time. Are you interested in joining our ice god sect? With your strength, you can definitely become the chief priest of our sect. I'm telling you, it won't be long before this area will be controlled by our ice god sect, and you will be able to gain the supreme status. Priest Lu stood in the distance with lingering fear, thinking of Su Miao's frightened look with trembling hands. She thought of a saying, a skilled hunter often appears as a prey. Su Miao waved her staff gently, and multiple magic arrays condensed. Ice arrow. At this moment, Priest Lu received the same treatment as when King Dashi was chased by Su Miao with ice arrows. But unlike King Dashi, Priest Lu was hit by the arrow just by rolling over. One of her feet was hit by an ice arrow. Fortunately, there was a huge rock nearby that allowed her to dodge the ice arrows behind her. Priest Lu looked horrified when he saw his legs and feet that were losing consciousness. Ah! Priest Lu screamed in pain. The next second, the ice arrows on her legs melted, and the wounds on her legs and feet healed quickly. But Priest Lu's black hair turned gray in a very short period of time, and her face was full of wrinkles. Su Miao ignored this, and threw out a small purple fireball. There was a loud explosion, blowing the rock that Priest Lu used to shield into pieces. Almost at the same time, Priest Lu rolled on the spot, pulled several fresh corpses over, and blocked her in front of her with a middle-aged man. Although I don't know what the situation is, seeing that Su Miao didn't kill the middle-aged man in the first wave of attacks, it must be no problem to use it as a temporary shield. You are young and so beautiful. Why are you so vicious? Priest Lu roared. Her hands dug into the flesh of the fresh carcass. As soon as they spoke, the two corpses lost activity at a speed visible to the naked eye and became gray and gray, as if they had been dead for a long time. On the contrary, Priest Lu's white hair was rapidly turning black, and the wrinkles on her face were quickly disappearing. Your Highness, this old woman knows how to attract stars. Mina screamed. This horrific scene reminded Bago of King Onishi, who could control blood, although Priest Lu's strength is far inferior to that of King Dashi. As long as he continues, he will become as terrifying as King Dashi sooner or later. Su Miao pointed the staff at Priest Lu. The face of the middle-aged man, who was used as a shield, instantly became extremely frightened. Is this person someone you know? Beauty, as long as you let me go, I will let her go. How about that? Don't worry. Our Ice God sect will never cause trouble for you later. Priest Lu swears by it. Su Miao tightened her cold expression and pointed her staff at the person in front of her. Priest Lu said quickly, Calm down. If you don't calm down, I may devour this man into a scumbag first. Any last words? Su Miao hesitated for a moment and said to this middle-aged man, who could still maintain a little kindness in the apocalypse. The middle-aged man was about to cry, but had no tears. Can you please don't kill me? Su Miao maintained her cold expression. I gave you a chance, but you didn't run away. Magic power was poured into the staff, and a blue flame ignited quickly in front of the staff, turning into an ordinary fireball with a hint of purple. You are the witch! Priest Lu suddenly thought of something and shouted in horror. She only had time to throw the middle-aged man out like a shield, but the purple fireball had already hit him. Boom! Priest Lu didn't even have time to wail before he was evaporated directly by the high-temperature explosion of the fireball. The violent high-temperature shock waves swept all around, melting all the snow within a diameter of 60 meters. Su Miao looked around and saw that there were only 7 corpses left. With a wave of the sycamore with staff, the undead were revived and thrown down, and the 7 undead stood up. Su Miao searched around in the magic space and took out several new sets of logging tools. Go logging. If you have any questions, follow Mina's orders. The undead logging team picked up their tools and set off in unison. Recommend a book to a friend. Introduction. In this era of impetuous people, keeping pets sometimes becomes a luxury. So some people have developed cloud-based pets. And Sui also raised a pet. However, compared to other people raising frogs, dogs, and cats, she raised herself. Sui. Damn it. Other people took off after they got the golden finger. Why did I start 007 after I got the golden finger? How could anyone in this world make a game that doesn't allow Krypton Gold to draw cards? Forget it. Let's go again after working overtime for a few days and gathering 10 companies. I will definitely be able to produce an SSR script this time. 156. Chapter 155. Have you ever seen birds of prey in groups? Chapter 155. Have you ever seen birds of prey in groups? The Ice God cult is here. Su Miao frowned slightly as she watched the undead logging team leave. She thought that after the war broke out between the cannibals and the Seahide base, she could safely spend the months before the high-temperature disaster came. But from now on, this wish was about to be shattered by the Ice God cult. Your Highness, I discovered the Ice God cult's camp. Mina flew back to report. Well, let's go take a look. Su Miao walked forward and came to the Ice God cult camp that Bago discovered. There were some grains left in the camp. Dried mutated mice, a powder mixed with the bark of unknown plants and trees, and a black jelly-like thing that resembled giling paste, but was definitely not giling paste. Your Highness, this is cockroach ointment. They use this to supplement protein. Bago stood on the side and said. Su Miao took a step back and looked at the cockroach ointment, feeling very disgusted. This kind of thing has only appeared in movies before, but I didn't expect it to appear in reality. Just its existence makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, Su Miao couldn't help but think of the large mutant cockroaches she had seen in tourist areas. Those cockroaches weighed at least 50 or 60 pounds. They and the mutant rats attacked each other every day. Isn't this the kind of cockroach that the ice god cult uses to make cockroach women? Before the apocalypse, Su Miao had the courage to step on a cockroach when she saw one. But after the apocalypse, when she saw such a big cockroach again, her hair stood up at the most. It is completely unacceptable to make this kind of cockroach into food. Huh? Su Miao shook her head repeatedly, unable to continue imagining. Judging from the layout in this igloo, these things belong to this woman named Priest Lu. And other ordinary ice god believers are not qualified to eat such things. Outrageous. Your Highness, there is a letter here. Mina found some letters on a simple wooden board. Letters were gradually eliminated by people due to the development of intelligence 100 years ago. Unless they are important documents, they are basically not used. If something happens, send a text message or make a phone call. But when the end came, water and electricity were cut off, and communications were interrupted. People once again returned to this ancient but effective method of communication. Even so, it is not easy to communicate by letter in this blizzard and extremely cold weather. Priest Lu Shaoi, we have completed the basic layout at the Seahai base. But there is news that the director of the Seahai base, Yu Yuangui, has successfully evolved and become stronger. Moreover, he and Zheng Ming once belonged to the Vulcan base, and there may be cooperation between the two parties. In order to ensure that we reduce losses when launching the plan and ensure that the Ice God sect can completely control the Seahai base, you are now ordered to bring people to the Seahai base to meet up immediately to assist Zhuang Yupeng in executing the plan. Remarks, there is a witch near Seahai base. Please take a deeder when coming. Wait until I arrive at Seahai base to deal with the witch's affairs. Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. Chief Priest, Lu Wei. Su Miao threw the letter away. I don't know why, but after seeing these contents, Su Miao always felt that this priest Lu Wei was hiding some information. Just because there is a dangerous witch near the Seahai base, the witch must be dealt with first. Even if the Ice God sect has not yet truly taken control of the Seahai base, this is logically untenable no matter how you look at it. Right? Su Miao blinked and looked at the second letter, which was an unsigned letter. The basis for the cooperation between Seahai base and Ice God cult is not to affect the witch in any matter. Otherwise, Seahai base will immediately take countermeasures. Judging from the attitudes of Yu Yuangui and others, they are extremely afraid of the existence of the witch and worry about provoking going to the witch will lead to disaster. But the future Seahai base belongs to our Ice God sect, and such dangerous hidden dangers are absolutely not allowed to appear near the Seahai base. In the end, there is only one witch. No matter how strong the person is, there is only one person. If she doesn't die, who will die? Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. Su Miao was not in a good mood after throwing away the letter. She just wanted to live here quietly for a few months. In order to live quietly, she even killed King Dashi. How could she still be targeted? Was it that the explosion created last time was not big enough? Or that the cannibals were not killed thoroughly enough? Judging from this letter, the people who escaped from Seahai base made it clear not to provoke her. Why did the Ice God sect still want to kill her? Could it be that it was discovered that she was actually not strong? Just like what is written in this letter. She is only one person. No matter how strong one person is, she cannot protect herself from many people? Su Miao thought about it carefully, and was a little scared. Indeed, she only knows a little magic. And the only ultimate move she has is the small blue fireball that is stored in the magic space every day. Facing an enemy like King Onishi, it would be very dangerous if the blue fireball thrown could not kill the target in one go. Although the small blue fireball has turned into a small purple fireball with a higher temperature, the principle is the same. In daily battles, all her strength is related to possessing magic power. If you get into a hard fight or continue to consume magic power, you will fall into a passive state. During the battle, she can use the undead resurrection magic to control the undead. But that requires enough corpses. If the opponent does not use the human sea tactic, the undead resurrection magic will become useless. In addition, it will be another situation if you encounter someone like Shi Wanting who can prohibit the use of magic and abilities. Thinking about it this way, Su Miao found that her attack methods and life-saving methods were too few. As expected, I am too weak and need to become stronger. Su Miao felt a chill and picked up the last letter. We have enough intelligence to suspect that the witch has mastered the technology of growing extreme cold-resistant food in ice and snow. This technology involves research on mutant plants. You must cooperate with Lu Wei, the chief priest of the Ice God cult. to take down the witch and seize this technology. As long as we have this technology, we have a chance to seize the official shelter. The Ice God cult, which only focuses on its private base, really has no future. When she saw this letter, Su Miao blinked. This Ice God cult priest named Lu Xiaoyi is not from the Ice God cult. Is he an undercover agent? But regardless of whether she was an undercover agent or not, the forces behind Lu Xiaoyi were also eyeing her like the Ice God sect. Their real purpose was actually to get her growth potion. By analogy, Su Miao seemed to understand the hidden purpose of priest Lu Wei. The Ice God cult also wants a growth potion. In fact, the Ice God sect could have told her so that she could give the poisonous growth potion to the Ice God sect. It is guaranteed that the vegetables and fruits they grow are edible, and will not become poisonous within a month or two if eaten every day. Su Miao integrated the information obtained, and it was basically certain that the people of the Ice God cult were constantly gathering towards the Sihai base. They were preparing to seize the Sihai base, and were planning to find a way to kill her before seizing the Sihai base. Beige said, "Your Highness, do you want to let those idiots kill those people from the Ice God cult?" Su Miao said, "Well, yes. Just attack the Ice God cultists who appear near Sihai base. Don't attack directly inside Sihai base. If people like Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi appear, the golden-winged eagle will not be able to withstand them." Mina flapped his wings and flew up. "Okay, Your Highness. I'll go and notify them right away." Su Miao glanced at the igloo again and found nothing useful. So she turned and walked out of the igloo. Looking at the vast white snow outside the igloo and feeling the bone-deep cold, Su Miao felt that human beings are really adaptable to the environment. "Go home and continue studying magic." Su Miao put the sycamore with staff into the magic space, took out the snowmobile, started it, and went home. To be honest, if she didn't have magic power covering her whole body, she really didn't know how to drive a snowmobile in such extremely cold weather. Those people would be frozen if they had even the slightest speed. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, Su Miao thought of a good way to deal with the Ice God cult. Sihai base. Dr. Fan Qing sat in this unique conference room, feeling a little uncomfortable. Just now, after an operation, Mealy came over to tell him that the Sihai base supervisor meeting was about to begin and asked him to participate. He came, and he was the first one to come. Looking at this empty conference room, it felt strange. Think about it carefully. It's like you joined a very large company before the end of the world, with no power or connections. After working in this company for less than a week, the superior issued a letter of appointment to you, telling you are the vice president of this big company. The key is that this is not an honorary vice president with a blank check, but one that actually gives you actual rights. Arabian Nights is not written like this. However, Dr. Fan Qing has been the chief physician in the hospital for decades, and he quickly adapted to this unfamiliar conference room. Speaking of which, this was his first official meeting with Yu Yuan Gui and Pei Fu. The first few times, at most, we met face to face. The two supervisors looked very busy, and he also had a lot of patients on his hands, so he couldn't leave it all. As of today, he has just completed the surgery for patients who need him. It would be better for other patients to have help from other doctors. Looking at it this way, they should have calculated the time he would have free time. A few minutes later, Yu Yuan Gui and Pei Fu walked into the conference hall. Dr. Fan Qing glanced at Yu Yuan Gui and Pei Fu out of habit, and he immediately saw clearly the abilities these two had. Yu Yuan Gui is the owner of dual abilities. One is a very powerful self-recovery ability. With this ability, as long as Yu Yuan Gui is not killed at once, he can recover quickly. Of course, if you choose to recover quickly, this may consume Yu Yuan Gui's origin and overdraw his life. But judging from Yu Yuan Gui's condition, he probably hasn't had much overdraft. Then this self-recovery ability is very outrageous. This ability continues to improve, and theoretically it can reach an abnormal level of instant serious injury and instant recovery. Dr. Fan Qing took a breath of air. In addition, Yu Yuan Gui's second ability is even more outrageous. This is a special ability that can absorb the power of the opponent's attack, transform it within the body, and then integrate it with its own power to turn it into a more powerful attack energy to fight back. Previously in his team, Lu Zixuan only had abilities like star movement, but Yu Yuan Gui's ability was stronger and more heaven-defying than Lu Zixuan's. As long as the limit is not exceeded, Yu Yuan Gui can basically be invincible in a confrontation with ability users. No wonder Yu Yuan Gui was able to fight with King Dashi for so long. Wait, Yu Yuan Gui seems to have hidden an ability. He couldn't see this ability. Dr. Fan Qing felt a chill in his heart. He understood that this was a sign that Yu Yuangui had reached a certain level, and he did not dare to continue his insight. Pei Fu, the second manager of Sihai Base, is a single ability owner and possesses a special mirror ability. With a mirror ability, Pei Fu can copy the opponent's ability attacks during battle. Moreover, this kind of ability can be used actively without the other party having priority to use it. At the same time, Pei Fu can mirror the opponent's attack. Therefore, Dr. Fan Qing defines this ability as mirroring, not replicating. In addition, Pei Fu also has the ability to have a certain affinity with mutant plants, which is related to several dangerous mutant plants that Pei Fu carries on his body. However, Meili also has dangerous mutant plants on her body, which is most likely a unique technology of Sihai Base. Noticing Dr. Fan Qing's gaze, Yu Yuangui smiled slightly. Dr. Fan, congratulations on becoming the director of Sihai Base. I'm sorry. The base is very busy during this time, and I don't have time to congratulate you in person. Pei Fu took out a box and opened it. Inside was a black vine. Dr. Fan, this is a mutated plant from Sihai Base. If you put 3 drops of blood on this vine, it will remember your breath to be your guardian. In daily battles, you can inject ability into this mutated black vine to drive it. It is very good for sneak attacks and defense. The battle is over. Just let it eat some of the loot. Dr. Fan Qing looked at the mutated black vine brought to him and was stunned for a moment. This is too precious. Yu Yuangui smiled. Dr. Fan, you may not have fully adapted to your role as the director of Sihai Base. I was the same as you before. I believe you will adapt to it in a short time. Just accept it. This mutated black vine is dangerous to a certain extent. Please bleed it now, and we can take a look at it for you. It won't be long before there will be a little trouble in Sihai Base. Dr. Fan Qing quickly understood what Yu Yuangui meant. He poked his fingertip and dripped a few drops of blood onto the black vine. In an instant, a small black vine stretched out and grew on its own, becoming green and beautiful. Yu Yuangui said, "It seems that this mutated black vine likes Dr. Fan very much and has not done any dangerous behavior. Dr. Fan should put it in his pocket. If you find it inconvenient to use it normally, it's okay to turn it into a black bracelet." Dr. Fan Qing put the mutated black vine into his pocket. If the bracelet will affect the normal operation, it will not work. Yu Yuangui said, "Okay, let's start the formal meeting." Pei Fu nodded. Meili prepared to take notes as usual, and Dr. Fan Qing looked at Yu Yuangui. Yu Yuangui said, "Recently, the Ice God cult priest Zhuang Yuping has taken a step further to infiltrate our Sihai Base. And this infiltration was beyond the plans of Zheng Ming, Xiao Xixin and I. Although this infiltration does not deviate from our original plan as a whole, if it is infiltrated for a long time, it will still have a lot of impact, especially with the high-temperature disaster approaching in 2 months. Some of our plans may not be completed in time." Pei Fu said, "So, you want to introduce more people from the Ice God sect?" Yu Yuangui shook his head. "No, because this uncontrolled introduction has made it impossible for us to properly distinguish between wanderers and Ice God cultists who want to join the Sihai Base. There is no point in absorbing more people." Pei Fu said, "These are not the important points. The key is that the people of the Ice God sect have been plotting against the witch." When the witch was mentioned, Yu Yuangui's expression became very serious. He would not tell anyone that after that tragic war, Yu Yuangui dreamed several times that he was turned into an unconscious undead by a witch, and his soul was bound in a long dead body and tortured, making it difficult to escape. This feeling is somewhat similar to putting a person in an extremely small space, burying it underground, and letting you live like this. Besides being scary, it's still scary. Yu Yuangui said, "If it weren't for the shortage of people at Sihai Base, I really want to slap Zhuang Yubeng to death." Pei Fu could not deny this. Yu Yuangui suddenly thought of something. He knocked on the table, and a drawer immediately appeared on the table. He took out several minutes of the meeting and handed them to Dr. Fan Qing, who looked confused. "Dr. Fan, this is your first time attending the meeting. You may not know everything about the matter. Here are the minutes and some plans of the previous meetings. You can take a quick look." Dr. Fan Qing took a look at the meeting minutes. Is it okay for such an important document to be kept so hidden? He looked more carefully at the contents inside, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. The Ice God sect has infiltrated 12 supervisor-level ability users in the Sihai Base? Dr. Fan Qing blurted out. The so-called supervisor level is based on the capable person at the supervisor level of Sihai Base as the unit of measurement. To put it simply, it is the level of Pei Fu and Lin Hinian. Yu Yuan Gui was also at this level before, but he successfully evolved again and has escaped from this level, but it has not been announced to the public. Yu Yuan Gui smiled. That's right. According to the Ice God Sect's plan, at least 6 supervisor-level ability users should arrive. I don't know what happened, but these people didn't arrive. Oh, by the way, you could exclude Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin. I still don't know what the situation is. They are also priests of the Ice God cult. But there are people in the Ice God cult who want to kill them. Especially Qiao Xixin. This person has a big secret. Dr. Fan Qing seemed to have thought of something. Maybe I know the reason. Yu Yuan Gui and Pei Fu looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They were waiting for Dr. Fan Qing to continue. Dr. Fan Qing said, Faith. Pei Fu said, Faith? Dr. Fan Qing said, Yes. Qiao Xixin has a very special power, similar to the power of religious belief. A few days ago, Qiao Xixin went to see him because he was so hungry. During the contact, Dr. Fan Qing noticed this special power in Qiao Xixin and felt very curious. At first, he didn't know what this was about. But after passing by the Ice Temple once and seeing the special power, he speculated that this was the power of faith. Yu Yuan Gui said, The merits of incense? Dr. Fan Qing shook his head. I don't know about this. It should be somewhat similar to the merits of incense. But I haven't seen the power of faith from other Ice God priests. Yu Yuan Gui said, Did Qiao Xixin use some method to intercept the power of faith of the Ice God? If this is the reason, it can almost be understood why they wanted to kill Qiao Xixin. That's amazing. Qiao Xixin. On the outside, he looks carefree, kind-hearted, and careless. In fact, these are just disguises. His real goal is to cause a big wave. No, I must have missed some clues. The power of faith. Yu Yuan Gui murmured to himself. His eyes widened, and he expressed his guess. Do you think there will be people who have awakened abilities related to faith, such as collecting faith and collecting incense, so as to make themselves stronger? Perhaps I should let my imagination run wild a little more. Is there anyone who has awakened a similar ability and wants to use the so-called gods to harness faith, or even condense an illusory godhead similar to that in mythology? Doctors Pei Fu and Fan Qing were stunned. Is such a thing really possible? Although the apocalypse is now approaching, everyone has received scientific education and grown up until now. Even if humans, animals, and plants have mutated under the influence of the apocalypse. Is this sudden turn to theology too outrageous? Yu Yuan Gui said, The above are all my guesses. Godhead and gods are all fantasies in novels and movies. But I think if people with abilities continue to evolve, sooner or later something will happen that even science cannot explain. Unfortunately, our place is not an official refuge, and there are not so many conditions. Otherwise, we could conduct research at the genetic level. For example, gene lock. When it comes to professional knowledge, Dr. Fan Qing is a bit overwhelmed. To be honest, he graduated with a doctorate in medicine and did some research on genes. During the research, it was not that they had not studied the gene lock mentioned in the anime novel, but such research had not made any progress at all. Of course, there has not been any progress in genetic research in the medical and biological fields. Scientists have discovered some extremely special genes. For example, genes that affect human lifespan, various human organs, and health. However, based on current scientific research, there is still a long way to go to further utilize these genes. As for gene locks, they are still in the science fiction stage and have not entered the real research field. Seeing that Yu Yuan Gui wanted to continue talking nonsense, Pei Fu interrupted directly. Let's continue talking about the Ice God cult. They are about to take action against the witch, Yu Yuan Gui said. Then, let's carry out the first phase of the plan, Pei Fu said. Okay, Dr. Fan Qing said. Should I do anything? Yu Yuan Gui said. Yes. After the plan started, a large number of wounded people appeared in the Ice God Church. Then we would ask Dr. Fan to provide treatment for them, so that we can obtain more supplies from the Ice God Church and arrange for the people of the Ice God Church. More work, Dr. Fan Qing said. No problem, Yu Yuan Gui said. By the way, Dr. Fan, you're becoming the director of Seahide Base will be made public today. The Ice God sect will definitely contact you in the future. No matter what they send or say, you just agree to it. What we are doing now is to cope with the high-temperature natural disaster that will come in 2 months. There is no shortage of survival materials, But there is a shortage of people in the face of natural disasters. As long as there is no devastating crisis at Sea Base, there is no problem in taking a step back. When the high-temperature disaster strikes, many things will no longer matter. Dr. Fan Qing stood up and nodded to express his understanding. He received too much information in this Sea Base director meeting. And the behavior of the Ice God cult. How crazy are these people? Zhuang Yupeng has been a little irritable recently. He tried to trick Qiao Xixin and Zheng Meng several times, but almost got them tricked. Now, every time Qiao Xixin sees him, he will ask, "Your Excellency, Priest Zhuang Yupeng, I got news that Priest Lu Wei is coming soon. Question about the witch. Haven't you solved it yet? Depend on. Can he solve the witch's problem alone? I said it was easy during the meeting. Didn't I just want to trick you to death? Just because the witches can kill the seriously injured King Onishi doesn't mean they can kill the seriously injured King Onishi. Besides, what they really want to target the witch is for the secret of the witch. It's really hard to act without the main priest Lu Wei. Therefore, there was nothing Zhuang Yupeng could do about these two people who stayed in the Sea Base, no matter what happened. In addition, Yu Yuangui, the director of Sea Base, has an unpredictable attitude towards the Ice God sect. No matter how many arrangements the Ice God sect makes, Yu Yuangui not only does not stop or destroy them, but opens the door to welcome them. Except for the occasional irritation when the Ice God cult's priests are sent out to perform tasks. There is no conflict between the two parties, and they can even be judged by happy cooperation. Such behavior made Zhuang Yupeng doubt whether Yu Yuangui planned to join the Ice God cult. Or maybe there is some unknown plan. Isn't Priest Lu Xiao here yet? Zhuang Yupeng asked. No. Tang Jing frowned. Priest Lu Xiao is a very important figure in their plan. With Zheng Meng and Qiao Xixin unwilling to leave Sea Base, Priest Lu Xiao has arrived, and it will be very easy to kill them. If Zheng Meng and Qiao Xixin are willing to leave Sea Base for a short time, it will be easier to kill them with Priest Lu Xiao around. Even if you want to negotiate with the witch, there is no problem. Zhuang Yupeng said. This is wrong. According to the time, she should be here. Tang Jing said. Did you encounter any delays on the way? Zhuang Yupeng said. No. While the two were talking, an Ice God cultist ran over and reported breathlessly. Just now, Zheng Meng and Qiao Xixin came out of Sea Base and said they were going to capture the Ice Wind Wolf that appeared in the northwest valley of Sea Base. Walk. Zhuang Yupeng only took a few steps, then stopped immediately and said, These two people will not leave early or late. If they leave at this time, they must be digging a hole for us. Tang Jing said. Okay. Just when Zhuang Yupeng was about to give up, he turned around again and said, What is false is real, and what is true is false. They really want to dig a hole. Can't we just dig a bigger hole? Call those people in. Let's block them. Tang Jing said. Congratulations, Priest Zhuang. If 10 priests kill 2 priests, even if it fails, will there still be losses? An alpine woodland. Mina flew here like lightning. Young ladies, your highness has a mission. The golden-winged eagle squatting in the nest fluttered its feathers. It looked at the arrogant Mina. If it couldn't beat it, it would definitely find an opportunity to beat it. Beige said. His Royal Highness ordered to patrol the area near Sea Base and kill anyone who finds anyone from the Ice God cult. The golden-winged eagle chirped softly to express receipt. A few seconds later, a starling, a golden-winged eagle, 8 gray eagles, and 2 newly added super-large kestrels flew towards the Sea Base. Pay attention later. We are patrolling the vicinity of Sea Base, not attacking Sea Base. There are some old Indi inside, which will be more dangerous after discovering the target, unless it's a little guy or a powerful person with abilities. If you can, fight in a group. You are allowed to eat the targets you hunt. Starling flew in front to direct. The 2 kestrels stared at the Mina with very special eyes. They didn't understand how the golden-winged eagle and the gray eagle could listen to a Mina. This starling is very fast, so he won't be able to make the golden-winged eagle obey. You two are new here. Do you have any thoughts about me, Master Bird? Suddenly, Mina's voice came from close range. The 2 super-large kestrels felt that the sky was getting dark. When they looked up, they saw a big black bird that was even bigger than them flying above them. The big black bird's claws were almost on their necks. It only takes a little force to kill them. Do you have any ideas now? Mina gently patted the heads of the 2 kestrels. The 2 kestrels were as silent as cicadas and quickly expressed their fear. Well, I see you don't dare. Just be obedient and work hard. It will benefit you when we meet His Highness later. The starling's body quickly shrank and became an ordinary size. Seeing this scene, Kestrel's eyes became more and more amazed. They had seen this ability to grow larger and smaller from some very powerful cats. But they didn't expect Minas to do it as well. They began to become more and more curious about what kind of existence Minas said His Highness was. Xiao Xixin stopped the snowmobile, looked at the valley ahead and said, Zheng Ming, my intuition tells me that this plan to lure the snake out of the cave is very dangerous. According to the report from the Seahai Base defense personnel, it was the Icewind Wolf that appeared in this valley. This Icewind Wolf is very ferocious and has already injured several people in Seahai Base. I came here to kill the Icewind Wolf, Zheng Ming said. This plan has certain risks, but we have the same goal as Yu Yuan Gui, and with his cunning nature, there should be no mistakes, Xiao Xixin said. Zheng Ming, you said the word should, which means you are not sure, Zheng Ming said. Follow the plan first. Otherwise things will not be easy to deal with when Lu Wei arrives at Seahai Base, Xiao Xixin said. Well, what you said makes sense. But don't you feel cold without wearing a priest's robe when you go out this time? Zheng Ming said. Are you afraid that you are not eye-catching enough? Xiao Xixin said. No. I just saw that black mina flying over, Zheng Ming said. The black mina? Which one? Xiao Xixin said. The one I met last time was the one raised by the witch. Zheng Ming's expression changed again and again. He lost his snowmobile, grabbed Xiao Xixin, dug a snow hole and ran away. This time, their plan was to catch people like Shuang Yupeng, not the minas raised by the witch. Depend on. If it hadn't been for Xiao Xixin's reminder, who knows what would have happened. Almost not long after they drilled the hole and ran away, Mina appeared above the valley. That's strange. Where are the two people from the Seahai Base who came here just now? Were they eaten by wolves? As he was talking, an Icewind Wolf over 3 meters tall appeared in the valley. It bared its teeth and roared at the starlings hovering in the sky. This Mina has been here several times. Every time he said that he would accept him as his little brother. If he didn't respond, he would be attacked by the Mina with all kinds of nasty and obscene words, which made the wolf very annoyed. Master Bird, I have something to do today, and I don't have time to chat with you. If I show my teeth and grin again, believe it or not, I will kill you, Mina said impatiently. Can you tolerate this attitude? Icewind Wolf became more and more angry. Just as he was about to roar, the Icewind Wolf saw the golden-winged eagle, 8 gray eagles, and 2 supergiant kestrels appearing in the sky. He immediately whimpered a few times and fled deeper into the valley. Not to be offended, Mina continued to hover over the valley. It's strange. I seem to have seen an acquaintance. But why has he disappeared? At this time, a kestrel called several times. Beige said, have the people of the Ice God sect come out from the Seahai Base? They are all ability users and are coming here? Okay, kids, let's go and kill them! The big bird spins and pounces on the target. At this time, Shuang Yupeng was leading 9 Ice God priests to follow the traces left by Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, their speed was neither too fast nor too slow. According to the intelligence, the Icewind Wolf is very powerful and will definitely not be able to defeat it in a short period of time. Therefore, they have only one goal: to block the mouth of the valley, set up pockets, and wait for them to fall into the trap. Look! What is in the sky? A priest in the team shouted. What's going on? Are the raptors in groups? Priest Tang Jing said. There's something wrong with this situation. Shuang Yupeng looked stern and immediately ordered. Stop everyone and wait for these raptors to leave. Priest Fu Jiasen said. No! These raptors are coming for us. Priest Shi Hongsheng shouted. They are coming! Tang Jing said. It's the Mina from the witch. Who provoked it? According to the information we got, as long as you don't provoke the Mina, you won't be attacked by it. Shuang Yupeng's face turned livid. I know. It must be Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin who took the initiative to provoke this Mina. Fight! They are all priests of the Ice God cult, and they are all prominent figures among the believers. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is an extremely powerful person. When did these mutated beasts become so bold that they dared to kill them directly? Shot! Seeing the golden-winged eagle, gray eagle, and kestrel slaying them down, the priests of the Ice God cult opened fire collectively. Their submachine guns burst into flames, and bullets poured out. However, apart from the clanging sound of bullets hitting metal, there was no sound like that. What's even more terrifying is that these birds of prey have already been killed in front of him. Ah! One priest was caught off guard and his arm was scratched by a golden-winged eagle. The blood dripped from his arm, and his arm was completely scrapped. Immediately afterwards, another priest was grabbed by the kestrel and carried high into the sky at high speed. He shouted in panic, "Help me!" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw another kestrel wing cutting across the priest's waist, and half of the body fell from the sky. Chapter 156, Who is knocking on the door? As soon as they made contact, one of the ice god cult priests was killed and the other injured. Such a result shocked Zhuang Yupeng. They were still thinking of causing trouble with the witch. Who would have thought that the bird raised by the witch would cause tragic harm to them? But now is not the time to think about such things, but how to survive the immediate crisis. Fu Jiasen, Shi Hongsheng, you hold back the golden-winged eagle. Tang Jing, you and I will deal with the two kestrels, and the others will join forces to deal with the gray eagle. Zhuang Yupeng quickly ordered everyone to be properly arranged and quickly stabilized the battle situation. The priests of the ice god cult, who have been commanded, no longer fight independently. They all have their own targets to deal with. However, this situation means that 4 priests need to face 8 large gray eagles. If one of them cannot withstand it, the battle will still collapse, and the situation will be precarious. Quack! Quack! You guys! There's something there! Mina hovered high in the sky, and when he opened his mouth, the blood pressure of the ice god cult priests rose. Why are you attacking us? Zhuang Yupeng shouted loudly. What he possesses is a very special interference ability. For example, if the target wants to attack with his left hand, but due to interference, he will attack with his right hand instead. If the target wants to attack the left side, it will attack the right side under interference. Or the target's attack completely misses the mark. At the same time, if prepared, the target can be killed instantly by falling into the trap prepared by Zhuang Yupeng when actively attacking. The kestrels almost got hit several times when they attacked, which made the 2 kestrels very irritated. You little ones are hungry. I advise you to be obedient and be eaten, Mina said. Zhuang Yupeng said, Your Excellency, we are the priests of the Ice God sect. How about you let us go and provide you with people with abilities every month? Mina said. What about lying to birds? I can eat you now. Why wait until later? Zhuang Yupeng said. Your Excellency, in a few days, our officiant will be here. And then? Mina said. What does this have to do with us eating meat? Zhuang Yupeng said. Bago, are you going to go to war with humans? The Mina became more and more aggressive. Quack! You double-standard dog. Hypocrite! It's okay to use human nonsense to deceive people. But you want to deceive birds? Humans like to hunt animals. Why don't we hunt some humans? Young ones, I'll kill Mr. Bird very hard. It's up to you whether you can happily eat meat for dinner. Those 2. You bring back the hunted meat first. These ice god cult priests are very powerful. Starling can't guarantee that a certain priest will suddenly burst out and hurt these sand sculptures. 2 weaker gray eagles immediately picked up the 2 halves of the priest killed by the kestrel and flew away into the distance. This bloody scene made Zhuang Yupeng and others' blood pressure soar. These birds are really ready to eat them. Although it is common for mutated animals to attack humans, it should be a very distant thing for them. The priests of the ice god cult, however, they never thought that it would happen to them again just so long ago. The ability to awaken and the strength they are proud of do not allow them to avoid the dangers of disasters faced by ordinary people. Zhuang Yupeng was anxious. You hunt humans like this. Aren't you afraid of the witch punishing you? The air suddenly became quiet. Starling suddenly turned around and fell. Careful! Zhuang Yupeng shouted loudly. According to the intelligence, this starling dared to approach King Dashi and curse and taunt the mutated bird that had not yet died. They could only guess how powerful it was based on the obedient golden-winged eagle as a reference. However, the golden-winged eagle may have been conquered by a witch and cannot be used as a reference for the Mina's strength. In short, no one knows how strong this starling is at the moment. The priests of the ice god cult were on alert quickly. However, it was too difficult for them to be on guard against Mina attacks while facing attacks from the golden-winged eagle, 2 kestrels, and 6 gray eagles. Ah! Just hearing a scream, the ice god cult priest, who had been seriously injured before, was blinded by the Mina and was carried high into the sky. Then, the Mina's claws loosened, and the priest screamed and fell down, half smashed upside down into the snow pit, and lost all movement. In the distance, Qiao Shixin and Zheng Meng were hiding in a snow cave to watch the battlefield situation with the help of ice reflection. This Mina is so scary! Josh expressed his mood at this time with his eyes. Quiet! Zheng Ming gave Qiao Xixin a look. She admired Qiao Xixin's powerful observation ability even more. When the mina appeared, she didn't notice it at all. It might have been fine for someone else to be discovered by the mina. But the witch's mina knew her. If she had reacted a little slower just now, she would definitely be targeted by the mina. If there were so many raptors attacking her, it would be a question of whether she and Qiao Xixin could survive. It is worth mentioning that for some reason, the golden-winged eagle never exerted its full power in attacking Zhuang Yupeng and others. In the past, when this golden-winged eagle went to look for food near the Vulcan base, she and her father, Zheng Kaicheng, fought back and forth. And this mina actually took action directly this time. This speed is too terrifying. However, we took this opportunity to see the strength of people like Zhuang Yupeng. Brute! Zhuang Yupeng was angry. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. The two kestrels flying in the sky looking for an opportunity almost collided with each other before they could react. You must know that in this fighting state, the wings of these birds of prey will become extremely sharp. If they really hit each other, one of them might break apart and fall down. At the critical moment, the golden-winged eagle abandoned its target, grabbed the nearby kestrel with an instantaneous burst of speed, and raised its altitude a little higher to avoid the accident. At the same time, other ice god priests also started to explode. They understand that if they don't work hard at this time, they may end up here. Who knew that? Mina shouted loudly. You guys! Get out! The golden-winged eagle, 2 supergiant kestrels, and 6 gray eagles broke away from the battle in an instant, flying into the sky with the ice god priest, who had just been killed by Starling, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ice god cult. Right. Master Bird. I will remember it, and I will continue to eat you next time. The mina laughed wildly in the sky and flew away into the distance. I just killed 2 ice god cult priests, which is enough for these younger brothers to share for the time being. In addition, His Highness Su Miao asked them to hunt people from the Ice God sect, but did not ask them to fight tooth and nail. If someone is injured in the desperate effort, His Highness will have to go to the hospital for treatment. During the treatment process, someone might snatch the dinner given to it by His Highness. Looking at the sky without the trace of mina, Zhuang Yupeng felt a breath held in his chest that could not be released. This energy seems to be rushing towards my heart. Boom! He opened his arms and made a stroke in the direction of no one. Suddenly, the snow in front exploded, and a very large snow pit appeared. The faces of other priests with explosive abilities are more or less unsightly, because some bursts of ability have sequelae. Go back to Seahai base, Zhuang Yupeng said. The priests of the Ice God sect simply tidied up and drove back on snowmobiles. No one knows whether it was a lie that the mina left with the sand sculpture and the kestrel. If there was another carbine attack, the person who was in a weak state might be in danger. In fact, when Zhuang Yupeng and others arrived near Seahai base, mina passed by with 2 kestrels in an arrogant manner. This super mean starling was indeed planning to attack them again. Is it true that I saw it wrong before? Mina flew the kestrel 3 more times over the valley where the Icewind Wolf was and returned. In the ice, Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin took deep breaths. They were still laughing at Zhuang Yupeng's experience just now. They never expected that mina would fly back with 2 giant kestrels. It was obvious that they had not given up searching for them. Just in case, they endured the freezing cold for nearly an hour before coming out. This mina is really not an ordinary vengeful person, Qiao Xixin said. Zheng Ming, what exactly did you do to this mina? Zheng Ming said. I said I didn't do anything. Do you believe it? Qiao Xixin smiled and said. I believe it. It's just that you are very unlucky to be targeted by this mina, Zheng Ming said. It's getting dark soon. Let's go back. According to the plan, they were here to hunt the Icewind Wolf. But that was definitely not possible now. As for giving Zhuang Yupeng and others something cruel, this goal was achieved directly, although the way this was accomplished was far from planned. Qiao Xixin got on the snowmobile. Zheng Ming, do you think a witch is targeting this place? Zheng Ming said. According to the information provided by Yu Yuan Kui, the witch will not take the initiative to enter the area controlled by the witch. Wait, is it someone from the Ice God religion who has provoked the witch? Go back first and check with Yu Yuan Kui to confirm this information. If it is true, something big may happen. Zheng Ming, who came from the Vulcan base, was very experienced when something like this happened. Maybe if the witch takes the initiative to come over, the fun will be great. The beautiful mushroom weighs more than 50 pounds. Su Miao took out all the beautiful mushrooms in the magic space. It had been a long time since she had refined a magic potion. She planned to use these beautiful mushrooms to refine a highly toxic hallucinogenic potion and a highly toxic growth potion. Su Miao is already very skilled in refining highly toxic hallucinogenic potions. Su Miao had refined one portion in just half an hour. Next is the poisonous growth potion. The refining method of the poisonous growth potion is even simpler. It can be quickly made by skipping the addition of toner and eliminating the need for a magic circle to isolate the poisonous elements. 45 minutes later, Su Miao put the newly refined highly toxic growth potion into a crystal bottle, labeled it highly toxic, and put it aside. These highly toxic potions are all prepared for the ice god cult. After refining the potion, Su Miao took out the growth potion marked poison, slightly poison, from the magic space. She was thinking about building an igloo laboratory near the Vulcan base, and then storing these potions in it to find an opportunity for the ice god cult to discover it. Yes, you need to get a decent experimental notebook so that the priests of the ice god cult who picked up the growth potions will know the characteristics and usage of these potions. In this way, the priests of the ice god sect can learn to ripen vegetables and fruits themselves and eat them themselves. Even if they test ripened vegetables, they won't find anything unless they have ordinary white mice to use for the test. This method should work. Right? Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was an orderly knock on the door downstairs. Mina is back? Su Miao came downstairs and stopped subconsciously. This is not like a Mina knocking on the door. If it were a Mina, it would fly in from the third floor. Such strong malice. Su Miao couldn't help but tremble. Bang bang bang. As if he heard her footsteps. There were a few more knocks on the door, waiting for her to open the door. Su Miao stood in front of the door and took out the sycamore wood staff, unfolded the magic space array, and deployed multiple magic barriers. The malice outside the door became more and more intense, and the knocking on the door began to get louder and louder. Bang bang bang. Su Miao saw the door shaking violently, as if she didn't open the door, the other party would hammer it down. If the door is hammered open, there will be a big problem with the heating in the room in the future. No! Thinking of this, Su Miao waved her staff with her left hand, and 6 ice spikes condensed. She walked to the door, held the door handle, and opened the door quickly. The moment the door opened, 6 ice spikes blasted out. Roar! Almost at the same time, a black bear about 3 meters tall standing at the door roared and pounced, but was blasted away by 6 ice spikes. The black bear has rough skin and thick flesh. Faced with the bombardment of 6 ice spikes, it was only a few scratches. On the contrary, Su Miao felt like her ears were exploding under the roar of the black bear. If there were no magic space array and magic barrier, the black bear would roar directly to his head. The black bear got up, smashed the broken ice on its chest angrily, roared and charged fiercely. The smell of blood was extremely strong. How strong is this black bear? Even the ice spikes can't really break through the defense. And judging from the bloodthirsty appearance of the black bear, he probably ate countless humans before coming here. It can even imitate ordinary people knocking on doors, and trick them into opening the door. Was this because the black bear had been attacked by humans after opening the door? So the black bear had greatly improved the defense of its fur? Otherwise, how could it be possible to defend against Su Miao's ice spikes? Su Miao was frightened. She threw several small lavender fireballs in succession. In an instant, explosions occurred one after another on the charging black bear. The fire enveloped the black bear, making it howl and howl. The black bear wanted to continue to attack Su Miao, but when it saw Su Miao throwing small lavender fireballs, it turned around and ran away, jumping down the mountain, trying to put out the flames by rolling in the snow. Su Miao had a hard time understanding how thick the skin of this black bear was. It couldn't die even if it was exploded and burned by a small purple fireball. How could it still escape with its life? This black bear must not be kept. She quickly chased him out and waved his sycamore wood staff as he watched the black bear rolling down the mountain. A lavender fireball about the size of a football flew out from the magic space and fell towards the black bear. Boom! There is a small mushroom cloud rising below the mountain. The violent explosion energy raged in all directions. Countless amounts of snow were evaporated, and violent water vapor spread in all directions. When the explosion ended, Su Miao saw a fleshy ball that vaguely looked like a black bear at the center of the explosion. It moved tenaciously a few times. You won't die in this way? Has this black bear become a monster? Su Miao stood on the mountain holding the sycamore wood staff and shivering. After calming down for a few seconds, Su Miao stood up. She raised the sycamore wood staff and simply took out all the remaining lavender fireballs in the magic space. This time it was a lavender fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. 158. Chapter 157 His Highness is broken. Chapter 157 His Highness is broken. His Highness Su Miao is conducting experiments again? Hearing the noise outside, Sun Rong, Chuzakai, Yu Feng, and Gua, who had rarely rested, immediately came outside the villa and looked into the distance. Close your eyes! As soon as they got outside, Sun Rong shouted and immediately lay down on the snow. Chuzakai, Yu Feng, Gua and his party closed their eyes immediately and then lay down. The next second, they felt like they were at the center of a nuclear explosion. Extremely terrifying explosive energy raged in all directions. The snow lying in front of them was quickly melting into water, and they even experienced the long-forgotten summer heat. After the invisible wave of high temperature spread and left, several people reluctantly opened their eyes and saw an extremely spectacular mushroom cloud rising straight into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds that had covered the earth for months, revealing an unknown blue sky high up. Around them, at the foot of the mountain, the water rushed down into the distance. The floods that had been frozen for several months in the distance were all melted at this moment. The floods carried the new heat energy and spread farther away. This scene was so spectacular and terrifying that they felt suffocated. Even the last time His Highness Su Miao killed King Dashi, he did not use such a terrifying explosion. Who on earth angered His Highness? Sun Rong couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met His Highness Su Miao. At that time, His Highness just shot them with a gun instead of using such a destructive attack comparable to a small nuclear explosion. Farther in the sky, the Mina is happily flying towards the villa. It was about to report the results to His Highness Su Miao. The raptor attacked and instantly killed 2 ice god cult priests. His Highness Su Miao might prepare rare delicacies for it when he is happy. Just flying closer, Mina felt a palpitation in his heart. This is? In an instant, the Mina transformed into a big black bird and flew high into the sky at high speed. When it flew too high, it saw a huge mushroom cloud rising under the hill where His Highness Su Miao's villa was located. The destructive energy melted all the snow within several kilometers in diameter, triggering a horrific flood. Mina rarely saw the blue sky again. What happened? It was so frightened that it almost fell from the sky. As far as it knew, if His Highness Su Miao wanted to conduct magic experiments, he would definitely be far away from the villa. If the experiment would cause an explosion, His Highness Su Miao would go further. But being so close, something must have happened. After waiting for most of the destructive energy in the sky to dissipate, the starling returned to its original size and flew towards the villa. At this time, Su Miao was standing in front of the villa shivering with her sycamore with staff in her arms. This time the black bear was completely blown into ashes. However, because the energy of the explosion was so terrifying, the nearby snow melted instantly, causing her to almost be carried down the mountain by the flood in the courtyard. Fortunately, she would habitually clear the snow so that there wasn't too much snow near the villa. Otherwise, if the nearby snow melted instantly, it would be as scary as if a person fell directly into the flowing flood. After confirming that there were no more explosion aftermaths, Su Miao lifted the unfolded magic space array and the magic barrier used to prevent being hit by the flood. Never mind. Su Miao looked down the mountain again, ignored the rushing flood, and returned to the villa. But no matter how he cleared his mind, the image of the terrifying black bear standing 3 meters tall and roaring in front of the gate could not be forgotten. It might not take 10 days and a half, but Su Miao couldn't forget it. You might even have nightmares. This is horrible. The last time she encountered such a terrible thing was when King Dashi suddenly rushed in front of her, covered in blood. Su Miao walked into the villa and threw away a few starlight blooms. Looking at the little bits of magic light, her mood calmed down a lot. Arriving on the 2nd floor, Su Miao sat by the fireplace and was lost in thought. After a few minutes, Su Miao took out her laptop from the magic space and opened it. She randomly selected an anime series and started playing it. I won't study magic today. Take a break and slow down. She used to do this when she was scared. The slight difference is that she will more often enter the single-row battlefield, arena, etc. in the game. Su Miao plays more FPS shooting games in particular. This can be regarded as a healing way to relieve real-life tension through the tension in the game. But now I can't play games online, so I can only watch anime and TV series. Scared. Your Highness, I'm back, Mina said. Su Miao responded and continued watching the drama. After reading for a while, Su Miao could not understand any of the content. Still scared, Su Miao remembered something and simply opened the song Sly's collection of a favorite virtual anchor. Listening to the song, although I still didn't understand the lyrics or anything, I felt a lot more relaxed mentally. I don't know what will happen to this virtual anchor after the end of the world. Is he still alive? Forget it. I have nothing to do today. Just listen to music on Gulen. When Bago saw His Highness Su Miao's condition, he didn't know if it was time to report today's results. But looking at His Highness Su Miao's condition, he decided not to talk about it for the time being. It would be terrible if it led to him not having dinner. Sihai Base. Yu Yuangue stood on the Ice City wall and looked into the distance. According to the information Meili received, Zhuang Yupeng had already led the Ice God cult priests out. But something different from what was planned in advance. Zhuang Yupeng actually took out all the priests who had finally arranged to enter the Sihai Base. This caught Yu Yuangue off guard. According to his estimate, it would be enough for Zhuang Yupeng to take half of the people out. But there are so many, and I don't know if Zheng Meng and Qiao Xixin can withstand them. According to the plan, Yu Yuangue would disguise himself and attack halfway according to the situation, catching Zhuang Yupeng and others off guard. It would be enough to kill 1 or 2 priests. Just when he was about to go out, Yu Yuangue received intelligence that Bago had flown with a group of raptors towards the direction of the valley where the Ice Wind Wolf was located. In this case, the original plan needs to be changed a little. Yu Yuangue looked at the sky and hesitated, because this was the second time he saw Mina taking a group of raptors out for a wander. The last time he saw it was Mina leading a group of sand sculptures to find trouble with cannibals. A little panicked. Now Sihai Base cannot afford any more losses. Yu Yuangue remembered that Zheng Ming mentioned that Beige had tracked her. She had gone to great lengths to escape, and Beige was the most vengeful. Could it be that he was looking for Zheng Ming? Let's wait and see for now before making any plans. Zheng Ming, I hope you are okay. At this time, the roar of snowmobiles sounded in the distance. Yu Yuangue saw Zhuang Yupeng and other priests of the Ice God cult driving their snowmobiles to the Sihai Base in a hurry, as if there was some big terror chasing them behind them. Huh? He counted and found that there were only 8 priests of the Ice God cult who came back. Looking at the distance again, Yu Yuangue did not see the missing Ice God cult priest appearing. Was it Zheng Meng and Qiao Xixin who killed him? Or is it the priest of the Ice God cult that Bago killed with a bird of prey? Yu Yuangue felt a bit toothache. It's okay to say it's the former. But if it's the latter, does that mean the Ice God cult has provoked the witch? Under the Ice City wall, Zhuang Yupeng noticed Yu Yuangue standing on the Ice City wall. Without saying anything, he led the priest into the base and went straight to the Ice Temple. Come over! Yu Yuangue waved. Immediately, an intelligence officer from Sihai Base ran over. Yu Yuangue said, Go and ask them. What are the priests of the Ice God sect doing recently? The intelligence officer said. Yes. Inside the Ice Temple, Zhuang Yupeng was holding back his anger and had nowhere to vent it. Shi Hongsheng, Fu Jiusen, Tang Jing and other priests also looked bad. Facing these raptors, 2 priests were lost within 2 minutes of the battle. How angry would he be when Priest Lu Wei arrived and learned of their battle losses? Everyone, let's rest. We can wait until the chief priest Lu Wei arrives to make any plans. Tang Jing, arrange for someone to investigate and confirm whether it is the mean-mouthed Mina that Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin provoked. Zhuang Yupeng issued the order. At this time, regardless of whether they hold meetings or say more and do more, being angry will only make them make more mistakes. Now, when he thought of Beige's mean face, Zhuang Yupeng's anger surged. He has never been so angry since he became an Esper. Okay, I'll investigate it myself. Tang Jing left the meeting room simply. The other priests glanced at Zhuang Yupeng and left one after another. Today's encounter left all the priests of the Ice God sect with lingering fears. Originally, they thought their opponents were Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin, who they could handle. But they never expected that their opponents would turn into swarms of raptors. Not to mention that there was a witch behind these raptors. Zhuang Yupeng stayed alone in the conference room. What he was most worried about right now was that Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin provoked this super cheap Mina in the name of the Ice God cult. In addition, Zhuang Yupeng also thought of a possibility. Priest Lu Shaoyi and others are coming to Sihai Base, and their route may pass through the area where the witch is. If Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin seek death, they can still solve the problem by capturing Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin. But if Priest Lu Shaoyi seeks death, they will directly provoke the witch and cause big trouble. Calculating the time. Chief Priest Lu Wei will arrive at Sihai Base in 3 days. We'll see what Priest Lu Wei decides then. Zhuang Yupeng thought about these things and stayed in the conference room for some time. As soon as he walked out, he saw Zheng Ming and Qiao Xixin returning from the snow covered in wind and snow. Ah! Priest Zhuang Yupeng. As soon as I came back I heard that you seem to have been beaten by the witch's Mina. Is this true or false? It's worrying. Qiao Xixin came up to ask for help very familiarly. Zhuang Yupeng smiled but said, Priest Qiao Xian, are you kidding? We have always abided by the cooperation rules of both parties when we came to Sihai Base. How could we provoke the minas raised by the witch? Let alone a conflict, Qiao Xixin said. Is that so? But I heard that Priest Zhuang Yupeng went out with 9 ability users, and in the end only 8 people came back. Zhuang Yupeng smiled. Oh, about this, I didn't think that a few priests who came to Sihai Base might get lost, so I arranged for them to pick them up according to the planned route, Qiao Xixin said. So that's the case. Then I'm relieved. He turned to Zheng Ming and said, I said that nothing could happen to Priest Zhuang Yupeng. Some people in Sihai Base must have misunderstood and spread rumors. Thanks to our Ice God sect for transporting so many materials to Sihai Base and deploying so many manpower to assist in the reconstruction of Sihai Base. People's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Ah! Priest Zhuang Yupeng. You don't look well. Are you sick? Do you want to go see Dr. Fan Qing at Sihai Base? Speaking of which, Dr. Fan Qing is really amazing. He became a doctor within a few days of joining Sihai Base. The director of Sihai Base. The behavior of this Sihai Base is really not casual. I said the wrong thing again. Don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning Dr. Fan Qing's character, but the behavior of Sihai Base. Priest Zhuang Yupeng. You don't look good. It's better to get checked out early. Let's leave first. No. Disturb your rest. Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. Qiao Xixin said he was leaving, but he was actually grabbed by Zheng Ming and taken away. Zheng Ming was worried that if Qiao Xixin continued to talk, Zhuang Yupeng would run into the base and take action. In fact, Zhuang Yupeng did have the idea of killing Qiao Xixin directly, but he could not defeat him alone. And Qiao Xixin's words gave Zhuang Yupeng a warning. It may be easier for the Ice God sect to control the Sihai Base than planned. That is to let people from the Ice God sect directly become the supervisors of the Sihai Base. Your Highness, it's time for dinner. Beige looked at His Highness Su Miao, who was listening to the music eagerly, and reminded him. Night has fallen outside, and His Highness Su Miao is still listening to music. Don't you feel hungry? It has added wood to the fireplace twice. But His Highness Su Miao didn't pay attention to it each time. Su Miao came to her senses. She glanced at the time, and 8 hours had passed before she knew it. The song played a few seconds ago echoed in his mind, somewhat diluting the look of the terrifying black bear standing 3 meters high in front of the door. Have a meal. Su Miao took out the pot from the magic space. There is no induction cooker, no alcohol stove, just a relatively large pot. Mina just looked at it, feeling a little numb. Unfortunately, His Highness Su Miao has not truly recovered yet. What happened during the day that kept His Highness Su Miao in such a state of almost losing his soul? Su Miao threw a water ball into the pot, and then a small fireball, causing the water in the pot to boil quickly. Add noodles, xianzheng, beef, mushrooms, vermicelli, bean sprouts, fresh vegetables, and tomatoes. Then came the various seasonings, and peanut butter. About there. Your Highness, what is this? Mina looked at the food in the pot doubtfully. Spicy hot pot. Su Miao threw another fireball to ensure that all the food in the pot was stewed, and filled a bowl for herself and a bowl for Starling. Mina looked suspiciously at the spicy hot pot in the exclusive basin and cautiously took a bite. It seems delicious. Is it really okay for Your Highness to be in this state? Beige said. Your Highness, today we killed 2 Ice God cult priests. Su Miao ate spicy hot pot. Yeah, Beige said. Your Highness, I seem to have found the woman from the Vulcan base who escaped before. Su Miao ate spicy hot pot. Yeah, Beige said. Your Highness, what happened today? Su Miao ate spicy hot pot. Yeah. 159. Chapter 158 Lu Wei officiates. Chapter 158 Lu Wei officiates. 3 days. For 3 whole days, His Highness Su Miao listened to songs from morning to night. Mina felt that the whole bird was not well. Adding wood to the fireplace, feeding the voles and rabbits, adding water to the vegetables in the vegetable room, and checking the vegetables outside have all become the Mina's job. although His Highness Su Miao can still cook on time in this state. And the taste is okay, but it is not as delicious as some time ago. However, these songs are indeed quite good. Ba Ge just stayed in the villa and did not go out to hunt anyone from the ice god cult. I believe those 2 ice god cult priests should be able to feed those sand sculptures and kestrels for 2 days. It is worth mentioning that for some reason, His Highness Su Miao in this state made Ba Ge inexplicably afraid. For example, His Highness Su Miao would condense a small lavender fireball and throw it into the magic space without any warning. Normally this kind of thing is common. But now it's mealtime. The mina almost thought it was going to turn into a barbecue mina. No. If such a small purple fireball hits it, it may not even be a barbecue starling. To put it simply, His Highness Su Miao will do very dangerous things regardless of time and occasion. Mina, what's wrong with you? You look like you're not in the right mood. Su Miao noticed that Ba Ge's body was shaking slightly. Beige came back to his senses. Ah, Your Highness, I'm fine. Su Miao nodded. Well, you just said you would kill 2 ice god cult priests. Just now. My lord. That was 3 days ago. Mina didn't know how to answer. Su Miao said. Well done. Let's continue. Beige said. Okay, Your Highness. It couldn't tell whether His Highness Su Miao had recovered or not. No matter how it looked broken. However, if I want to say that His Highness Su Miao is normal, there seems to be no problem. Mina didn't think too much and flew outside. In fact, it is okay to explain Su Miao's current situation. This was due to the extreme fear that caused the fearful emotions controlling the heart to be isolated, allowing Su Miao to enter a relatively calm state. Because he temporarily lost his fear, Su Miao would take dangerous actions without warning, without any consideration of the consequences of these dangerous actions. In a sense, this is a good thing. In this state, the small fireball condensed by Su Miao gradually changed from lavender to purple, and the control of magic became more precise. The magic barrier that I have been studying has also made progress. Su Miao successfully implanted a space magic rune into the magic barrier, which greatly increased the defensive toughness and defense strength of the magic barrier, and even reduced the magic power required to release the magic barrier. Fortunately, when Su Miao was trying to implant the second space magic rune, she felt that such behavior was dangerous, so she went outside the villa to conduct experiments. Without a little care, the mountain northwest of the villa was blown into an abyss. Su Miao held the sycamore wood staff, looked at the abyss in front of her expressionlessly, and paused the magic test. Because there is a magic space array in front of her to maximize protection, she doesn't have to worry about being harmed during the magic experiment. Wait, what is fear? Su Miao was confused for a second and didn't think more. The magic power is almost used up today. Let's continue the magic experiment tomorrow. Etc. Su Miao suddenly remembered the explosion magic in anime that she had seen before. This should essentially be a derivative of fire magic. A small fireball appeared in front of the sycamore wood staff. Su Miao looked at the magic array used to condense the small fireball. As the magic array changed, the small fireball turned into a large fireball, and was compressed into a small purple fireball. Theoretically, these fireballs can explode after being thrown. Su Miao murmured to herself. According to the picture reference in the anime, the destructive energy condensed by explosion magic is concentrated in the sky. In other words, she needs to project the unfolded magic circle high into the air. After all, if such a huge amount of energy were to be gathered at a close distance, the caster would be destroyed first without paying attention. So far, the only magic Su Miao has cast over long distances is the resurrection of the dead through the blood magic expansion. Su Miao dissipated the newly condensed small fireball, pointed the sycamore wood staff high into the sky, tried to change the magic circle that condensed the fireball, and threw it into the void. In an instant, Su Miao felt that the magic power in her body was instantly drained. The magic circle thrown into the sky only lasted for a second before shattering. The destructive energy spread in all directions, turning the dark clouds into burning clouds. And the torrential rain was over. Down. Su Miao immediately took out the silver umbrella, opened it, and ran home quickly. She stared blankly at the stormy sky and blinked. It seems that explosion magic is not something she can study yet. Su Miao put away her umbrella and returned to the villa. She yawned, a little sleepy, although it's still some time before nightfall. Let's get some sleep first. Why did it suddenly rain heavily? Sun Rong, Yufeng, Chu Zakai, and Gua fled back to the villa in panic on snowmobiles. Heavy rain in this extremely cold weather can kill people. Once the clothes on your body are completely wet and then instantly frozen, it will be difficult to survive. At this time, the four people who usually like to hide their strength from each other broke out with all their strength. They drove their snowmobiles to the foot of the mountain and rushed back to the villa as quickly as possible. The four of them gathered in front of the fireplace, quickly taking off their wet clothes and talking frankly. Regardless of the smell, they looked at the fire in the fireplace and rejoiced. Without this fireplace, he would freeze to death even if he escaped back to the villa. Do not talk. Sun Rong immediately stopped his companion's complaints. If there are any strange weather problems happening here, don't say anything more. You phone. Chuzakai. Gua and his party instantly understood what Sun Rong meant. They immediately shut up and said from the bottom of their hearts that they were wrong. Whatever Her Highness the Witch does is right. Let's all warm up to the fire and dry the clothes as soon as possible. Yes, that's the most important thing. Tell me what to have for dinner. We'll discuss this later. Which of you has such smelly feet? Let me go. Who said you liked smelly feet last time? Damn. That's the foot odor caused by two-dimensional beautiful girls wearing white stockings or black stockings and high boots. How can pig claws like yours compare to that? It's a worthless thing. You guys are so weird. See high base. Pei Fu hurried to Yu Yuangui's office. Yu Yuangui, what have you done? The people of the Ice God sect are crazy. No matter what construction tasks or material collection tasks are issued, they will complete them as soon as possible. Do they think of this as a way to increase their game contribution? Yu Yuangui smiled and pulled out a project planning sheet. Isn't this a good thing? Many tasks have been completed ahead of schedule. Pei Fu looked at the exaggerated project plan and couldn't believe it. You must know that the things on this project plan will take nearly a month to complete, even if the entire Seahai base is working at full capacity. The Ice God cult is crazy. No, they are not crazy. They just want to get a chance to become supervisors in Seahai base through this method. Yu Yuangui said with a smile. Pei Fu understood instantly. That's why you announced in Seahai base that Dr. Fan Qing has become the director of Seahai base. Are you deceiving Dr. Fan Qing and deceiving Seahai base? Yu Yuangui shook his head. Everything I did complied with the rules and regulations of Seahai base. How could it be cheating? Pei Fu looked at Yu Yuangui with suspicious eyes. Yu Yuangui said with a smile. First of all, Dr. Fan Qing became the supervisor. What I value is his ability. He can take people to so many places in extremely cold weather, and get the approval of the witch, and come to the Seahai base alive. How many people can do this? As long as he lives, he will be of great benefit to our Seahai base. It would be even better if he becomes the director. Dr. Fan Qing's awakened ability is very special. He seems to be able to see through people's abilities. Like yours. Mine. To be honest, if it weren't for Mealy's reminder, I might not have noticed it. Regarding Mealy's abilities, I think you should have a certain understanding. It would be great to have such a person as the director of the Seahai base. It just so happens that Dr. Fan Qing's character, ability and medical skills are completely up to standard. Pei Fu wanted to say something, but he felt that what Yu Yuangui said was very reasonable, and could not refute it at all. Yu Yuangui said, as for the Ice God sect, they don't know the real reason why Dr. Fan Qing became the director of the Seahai base. So it is understandable that they are working so hard to build the Seahai base. Although they may be angry when they wake up. It won't matter by then. Right. Don't forget. The heat disaster is approaching. Pei Fu said. Lu Wei, the chief priest of the Ice God sect, is coming to the Seahai base soon. Yu Yuangui said. Then we have to speed up the process of squeezing the Ice God sect. Maybe it won't be long before the Ice God sect will cease to exist. Pei Fuma was stunned. You still said you weren't lying to anyone from the Ice God cult? Yu Yuangui smiled. Who makes them so smart? Don't worry. If anything happens, I will take care of you. Although his strength is not as good as that of perverts like Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi, his self-recovery ability is strong enough. Besides, Yu Yuangui thought of the people who walked to the battlefield that day and smiled slightly. Promises made on the spur of the moment are really troublesome. 2 large gray eagles are patrolling. Beige said that he would kill anyone from the Ice God cult if he saw them. If you encounter someone who is stronger, report it immediately, and everyone will join in and fight in a group. In this period of time, they have not seen a relatively strong Ice God cultist. And even if they encounter one, they can easily kill them. There is a team of Ice God cult people over there. There are only 3 of them. These humans are really interesting. 3 of them are not enough for us to eat. Be careful. Don't be a powerful Esper. You can see clearly. He is a capable person, but his strength is not that great. Then kill them all. The taste of human ability users is really good. The two large gray eagles looked at each other, separated, and pounced on the three ice god cult ability users on the snow. Priest, why are we walking? The ice god cult's three-person team and the accompanying ice god cultist asked. This is a kind of practice that allows us to be in the arms of the ice god. Lu Wei, the chief priest of the ice god cult, who was wearing a jet-black nun's robe, said calmly. The two ice god cultists who accompanied him felt enlightened, but they didn't understand anything. The efficient, there are mutated birds of prey. Two large gray eagles. The accompanying ice god cultist said. Priest Lu Wei said calmly. Being able to survive in extremely cold conditions must be the mercy of the ice god. Don't worry about it. Ice god cultist said. Chief priest, these two big gray eagles are coming. Priest Lu Wei remained calm. The ice god is kind. Before the two large gray eagles truly landed, they lost their wings and fell in front of the three people from the ice god cult, and were buried in the snow. It's so pitiful. How can a bird that has lost its wings survive in the sky? With her long black hair scattered, Priest Lu Wei spread her hands, and the two large gray eagles that had lost their wings seemed to be pulled by invisible forces. They naturally left the snow and floated in midair. The two large gray eagles were not dead yet. They looked at the long black-haired woman in nun's uniform in front of them with horrified expressions. They don't understand why this woman doesn't look very strong, but her strength is so terrifying. They really want to call the golden-winged eagle or the Mina to save them. However, the big guys are not here. And it was too late. The big gray eagle showed a fearful look. Birds lost in the ice and snow. I hope you can return to the embrace of the ice god. My heart and conduct are as clear as a clear mirror, and everything I do is righteous. Priest Lu Wei leaned forward slightly. The necks of the two large gray eagles tilted, and they died tragically on the spot. The accompanying ice god cultists were about to pick up the corpse of the gray eagle on the ground. This was a rare ingredient, because the gray eagle was very strong. Let them lie here, Priest Lu Wei said. They come from ice and snow, and they should also belong to ice and snow. Chief priest, this big gray vulture should taste good, an ice god cultist reminded. Priest Lu Wei hesitated. Then just take away their wings. It's enough to eat. Yes. Efficient. The two ice god cultists each held a pair of wings and followed Priest Lu Wei. After half a day, a few people made an igloo and started grilling the wings of the gray eagle. They added some salt, honey, pepper and other rare seasoning materials to the wings, and grilled the two pairs of wings until they were very fragrant. Priest, I heard from Priest Zhuang Yupeng that the eagles here were raised by a witch. Should we eat them? Suddenly I didn't dare to eat. Lu Wei picked up a wing and ate it. Well, it tastes good. These wings are very filling. The two ice god cultists looked overjoyed and began to eat. What? Two missing? Mina is playing with a giant mutated wild boar. Suddenly, the golden-winged eagle flew over at great speed and informed the starling that two gray eagles were missing. Mina said, Have you looked for it? The golden-winged eagle chirped several times eagerly. Bago said, Didn't find it. Where is the direction of Sihai Base? The golden-winged eagle chirped several times. Bagu said, No news from the direction of Sihai Base. Follow me. The daily patrol route is fixed, so it is not a problem to find it. However, if the golden-winged eagle was not found, it may be because it has strayed. However, finding things is not a problem for Minas at all. The result is just not very good. A few minutes later, the golden-winged eagle dug 3 feet into the snow and looked at the two dead gray eagles. Filled with rage, Beige said, Start the group operation tomorrow. Everyone who sees the ice god sect will record it. Don't act rashly. The golden-winged eagle nodded to express its understanding, but it seemed unwilling to do so. Bagu said, Don't worry. Have you forgotten that you were hammered by King Dashi last time? The golden-winged eagle fell silent. It grabbed the bodies of the two brothers and flew high into the sky. The Mina walked a few times in the area where the gray eagle died, and its eyes looked into the distance. You dared to kill my little brother bird. Let me see who you are? The dead gray eagle had no wings. Whoever killed the gray eagle must have wanted to eat the wings. The wings of the gray eagle are very large, and unless it possesses the flames of His Highness Su Miao, it will be difficult to roast them without spending a lot of time in this extremely cold weather. Therefore, if we look for it now, we may be able to find some clues. Mina flew into the sky and flew around the Sihai base at high speed in the darkness. Not long after, She saw an igloo on the snow and 3 figures eating grilled wings in the igloo. Priest Lu Wei threw the wing bones aside, wiped her hands on the snow calmly, and looked at the dark sky. Lost one favored by the ice god. Go back. Don't die here. I'm full. Mina's anger is beyond the limit. It didn't say anything and fled towards the villa at top speed. The opponent is too strong and cannot be defeated. It's a pity. It would be better if this mutated raptor could fly at a lower altitude. Priest Lu Wei said. I almost succeeded just now. She wanted to eat the wings of this raptor more than the wings of the great gray eagle. Priest, what was that just now? The accompanying ice god cultist asked. Oh, the wings of the gray eagle you grilled are so fragrant that they attract stronger birds of prey. Priest Lu Wei said. Praise the ice god. Only the ice god is eternal. Praise the ice god. Only the ice god is eternal. In the villa, Su Miao is eating. She looked at the empty basin prepared for Starling. Strangely, Bago hasn't come back for dinner yet, which makes Su Miao feel a little surprised. During the day, she experimented with magic and consumed too much magic power. Su Miao went home and slept like that until now. The dinner time was also a little late. Normally, the Mina would have been waiting in the nest, but this time he wasn't there. Before I knew it, the meal was all finished and the Mina hadn't come back yet. Su Miao simply sat in front of the fireplace and opened Potion Science. At this time, the starling came back, fluttering its wings and flying to the second floor. Your Highness, 2 sand sculptures were killed. It was the hands of people from the Ice God sect, Bago said eagerly. If I hadn't been flying fast, I might have been killed. It's so scary. That Ice God woman wearing a nun's uniform almost killed Mina? Su Miao asked. Very strong? Beige recalled. It's very strong. Maybe not as strong as King Dashi, but the difference won't be too big, Su Miao said. Well, continue to observe, Beige said. Yes, Your Highness. After agreeing, Bagu suddenly felt that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't His Highness Su Miao show fear when hearing such news? Why is His Highness Su Miao so calm? Your Highness is really broken? Scared. 160. Chapter 159 Have you eaten? Chapter 159 Have you eaten? On a new day, Su Miao added wood to the fireplace to make the villa warmer. Go to the vegetable room to harvest fresh green vegetables and bean sprouts. These are rare delicacies whether added to hot pot or stir-fried with meat. Go to the mushroom room to harvest mature beautiful mushrooms and non-toxic fresh fungi in batches. At the same time, Su Miao threw a small fireball to purify the air and corners of the mushroom room. Yesterday, when I was reading a book on planting techniques, it specifically mentioned the cleaning of mushroom houses, especially when there are too many mature mushrooms, which will spread spores everywhere. If not cleaned promptly, not only are people at risk of inhaling these spores into their heart and lungs, but they can also carry these spores into other rooms when entering and exiting. It would be great fun if a certain kind of beautiful mushrooms had stronger vitality and could even grow directly in the human body, especially when Su Miao was refining the growth potion. What if she breathed a little? That kind of picture is too scary. While in a relatively calm state, Su Miao used fireballs to purify the air and corners in the villa as much as possible from the first floor to the third floor. Just in case. Beige, who had just woken up not long ago, was very frightened when he saw His Highness Su Miao in this state. His Highness Su Miao was indeed broken and has not really recovered. After purification, Su Miao fed some vegetables to the field mice and the little white rabbits. Su Miao suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the little white rabbit she was raising. Their eyes are becoming like rubies. The indoor light is slightly dimmer. These eyes seem to glow in the dark. And their teeth are protruding, somewhat similar to the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger. These rabbits are mutated. Will they produce antibodies if they continue to be used for experiments? Su Miao took the experimental notes and wrote them down. At present, these mutated rabbits weigh about 3 to 4 pounds. If they grow a little more, they will all be disposed of. Otherwise, when they become stronger, they might demolish the villa where she lives. This can become very troublesome. There is no experiment at the moment, so why not destroy it now and catch a bunch of little rabbits for the next experiment? Su Miao raised her hand, and several small fireballs fell down, causing these mutated rabbits to turn to ashes in an instant due to extreme fear. Even the abnormal smell did not remain in the air. The voles in the glass cabinet nearby were all frightened when they saw this scene, but they did not dare to show any abnormality. March 11th. 2124. 9:01 a.m. Su Miao habitually checked the time, went out to the vegetable field, and harvested a batch of vegetables in the vegetable field. The high-temperature natural disaster is coming, and Su Miao starts to stock fresh vegetables in the magic space every day. After all, whether we can grow vegetables in 2 months is a question. At present, vegetables can be grown in this extremely cold weather because there are abundant water resources on the ground. However, in hot weather, whether there is enough water source to grow vegetables will become the biggest problem. Of course, Su Miao would leave the vegetables that Sun Rong, Yu Feng, Chu Zikai, and Guixing needed. This was in return for their initial taste of the vegetables. Moreover, Su Miao has expanded the scale of vegetable planting, and the vegetables are enough to eat. Su Miao stood in front of the villa and looked into the distance. There was heavy snow, and the world was lonely. It seemed that the whole world fell into a deep sleep under the cover of white snow. It was beautiful and silent, according to the information provided by Bago. Not surprisingly, Lu Wei, the chief priest of the Ice God sect, has arrived. So, is that wilderness lab plan going to be implemented? Su Miao thought for a second and rejected the plan. As long as the Ice God cult is not too stupid, they will not be fooled. For the Ice God cult, what is given away for free is far less than what is stolen. Su Miao looked at the villa where Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, and Guixing were. Maybe, let them carry out the plan. No. Su Miao thought again of the vegetable patch at the edge of the mutated forest zone. The vegetable patch used a highly toxic growth agent mixed with highly toxic hallucinogens, and a large number of cannibals were poisoned by relying on the vegetable patch. According to Seahai Base's ability to collect intelligence, they will definitely record relevant situations. In this way, there is no reason for the Ice God sect not to know, unless Seahai Base doesn't say anything. Su Miao stood in the snow and thought for a long time, and decided to throw more small purple fireballs into the magic space in the past few days. The Ice God cult came over, and just threw the prepared purple fireball out. That's it. Well, today's work is done. It's time to listen to music. Master Priest Zhuang Yupeng and other Ice God priests stood in front of the Ice Temple at Seahai Base, and bowed to greet the arriving chief priest Lu Wei. Praise the Ice God! Only the Ice God is eternal. Xiao Xixin walked forward with Zheng Ming and saluted to priest Lu Wei. Priest, in accordance with the instructions of the Ice God, I have built this ice temple in the Seahai Base. Please give instructions to the priest. Priest Lu Wei smiled. Xiao Xixin, everything you do will be watched by the Ice God, and you will be rewarded by the Ice God. Xiao Xixin said. Praise the Ice God. Zheng Ming then bowed to priest Lu Wei. The ceremony is so simple and straightforward. Priest Lu Wei came to the main hall, and Zhuang Yupeng immediately stepped forward to report on the recent work. The first is the construction of the Seahai Base project in which the Ice God sect participated. Second, the Ice God cult priests were attacked by Minas with mutated sand sculptures and kestrels when they went out, resulting in the death of 2 priests. The third is that the investigation into the witch has been hindered, mainly due to the blockade and lack of cooperation from the Seahai Base, which has made their progress slow, and they have not yet been able to determine the specific location of the witch's stronghold. Priest, that's what happened, Zhuang Yupeng said respectfully. Priest Lu Wei nodded. We haven't really won the Seahai Base yet, so why invest so much? Zhuang Yupeng said. One of our plans is to let our people directly become the supervisors of the Seahai Base in this way, and the only capable people in the Seahai Base are Yu Yuan Gui and Pei Fu. So the Seahai Base has long been in our hands. Thing. He spoke lower and lower, realizing something was wrong. Priest Lu Wei said, Zhuang Yupeng, your cleverness has led to you being deceived. The more Zhuang Yupeng thought about it, the more wrong he became. He woke up and pointed at Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin. Priest, it was Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin who deceived me and misled me. Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin said nothing. They looked at Zhuang Yupeng indifferently. Priest Lu Wei consoled him. Zhuang Yupeng, don't be nervous. I don't mean to blame you. The Ice God is kind and will forgive the mistakes you made. Zhuang Yupeng showed a look of fear. He knelt on the ground and his body couldn't stop shaking. Priest Lu Wei said, when the meeting is over, take me to see the director of Seahai Base and seize Seahai Base first. Zhuang Yupeng said quickly. Yes, the efficient. Lu Wei asked. What happened when I was attacked by a mina raised by a witch? Zhuang Yupeng said. We went out that day and prepared to hunt an ice wind wolf, but we were attacked by these birds of prey halfway through. Moreover, the leader of the group, Mina, said that the one we killed was our ice god sect. Our men were caught off guard, and 2 people were directly killed in the battle. Priest Lu Wei nodded. The dead will be picked up by the ice god. May they rest in peace. That Mina is really strong. If we really want to attack, these useless priests in front of us really can't stop it. Which is understandable. Priest Lu Wei said, I want you to find the location of the witch's stronghold within 5 days. Zhuang Yupeng said, Yes. The efficient. Lu Wei said, The meeting is over. Arrange a meeting for me with the director of Sihai Base. Zhuang Yupeng said, Yes. I will make arrangements right away. After the meeting, Zhuang Yupeng quickly walked outside the ice temple. Just when he arrived outside the ice temple, he noticed that the atmosphere at Sihai Base was unusual. None of the busy workers, who could usually be seen everywhere, were missing. There was no sign of the Sihai Base defense team either. It was as if the huge Sihai Base had turned into an empty city in just 10 minutes. Yu Yuangui. Zhuang Yupeng gritted his teeth. He was indeed deceived by Yu Yuangui. In fact, Yu Yuangui wanted to continue to lie. But after seeing the priest Lu Wei entering the city, he knew that he could not continue to lie. As a last resort, Yu Yuangui had to activate a backup plan. Ah, Priest Zhuang Yupeng. Good lunch. Have you eaten? Suddenly, Yu Yuangui's voice came. Zhuang Yupeng turned around and found that Yu Yuangui had appeared a few steps away from him at some point, which was shocking. Good lunch. Manager Yu. I haven't eaten yet. How about you? I just had dinner. Unfortunately, I can't treat you to dinner. Yu Yuangui said with a smile. It was obviously so cold, but Zhuang Yupeng felt like he was sweating all over his body. How could Yu Yuangui be so strong? He was not aware of Yu Yuangui's sudden appearance. Yu Yuangui said, Priest Zhuang Yupeng, please don't tell secrets. The Ice God sect came to our Sihai Base to seize the Sihai Base. Right? Sihai Base has just experienced a war with cannibals and suffered heavy losses. It needs to be rebuilt and recuperate. Therefore, we very much welcome the arrival of the Ice God cult. However, you actually want to use bloodbath to seize control of Sihai Base. I cannot agree to this, and I cannot continue to sit back and watch your infiltration and subversion of Sihai Base. Zhuang Yupeng looked at Yu Yuangui, his expression changing again and again. He really wanted to weigh Yu Yuangui's quality, but thought of Yu Yuangui's mysterious ways, so he held back. Director Yu, is there any misunderstanding between you and us? Priest Zhuang, call your chief priest out. Yu Yuangui said with a smile. Let me tell you, the Sihai Base is very busy right now. We don't want to antagonize any force, let alone go to war with any force, especially the witch side. You have never seen the terror of the witch, and I can understand that you don't have the slightest sense of awe, but I can briefly describe it to you. If the witch wants to destroy the Sihai Base, she only needs to arrive at the Sihai Base. It's that simple. Zhuang Yupeng's expression changed again. Yu Yuangui smiled. Do you still remember those mutated raptors that attacked you? That golden-winged eagle used to kill Zheng Kai-chung from the Vulcan base. They really want to kill you all. How many of you can come back? Zhuang Yupeng understood. Are you saying that these raptors are playing me? Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin are playing me, and the entire Sihai Base is playing me? Yu Yuangui smiled and said, Your thinking can be more open-minded. Even Priest Lu Wei is playing you. Zhuang Yupeng said, Yu Yuangui, don't try to sow discord. Yu Yuangui said calmly, Calm down. Calm down. Priest Zhuang, please use your brain to think calmly. Priest Lu Wei arranged for you to come to me. Isn't it just to use my hands to send you, an idiot, into the arms of the Ice God? If I kill you, Priest Lu Wei will have sufficient reason to bloodbath the Sihai Base and take control of the Sihai Base. After all, killing you is no different than killing a chicken. But Priest Zhuang, you have actually made so many contributions to the construction of Sihai Base. How can I bear to do it? He said he couldn't bear it, but he didn't know when Yu Yuangui's hand had already grasped Zhuang Yupeng's neck. Zhuang Yupeng felt that he was being restrained by big steel hands. With just a slight force, his neck would be broken. Breathing becomes rapid. The heartbeat is getting faster. Zhuang Yupeng had never felt that death was approaching like this. Take a deep breath. Priest Zhuang, it's okay. Yu Yuangui let go of Zhuang Yupeng's neck and patted his shoulder to reassure him. Zhuang Yupeng seemed to have walked around the gate of H.L. He turned around in despair, only to find that Priest Lu Wei had already been standing in front of the gate of the Ice Temple. When did the efficient Lu Wei come out? Everything that happened just now was seen and heard by Priest Lu Wei. Praise the Ice God! Only the Ice God is eternal. Priest Lu Wei said. Hello Yu Yuan Gui. I am Lu Wei, the priest of the Ice God sect. Yu Yuan Gui smiled. Priest Lu Wei, are you ready to start a war? Priest Lu Wei said. Director Yu is joking. I must correct what Director Yu just said. Priest Zhuang Yupeng is a very important person in our Ice God religion. I have never thought about his death. Yu Yuan Gui said. It seems that Priest Lu Wei still wants to start a war. Priest Lu Wei said. When the end comes, we are all like humble ants. Everything we do is seeking a place to survive. And we fight for survival. Director Yu has misunderstood us. Maybe we can be honest. How hypocritical. Yu Yuan Gui said with a smile. Sihai Base allows the Ice God sect to enter. And cooperation will continue as usual. However, if you take action against the witch, no operatives will be allowed to return to Sihai Base. I think you will probably not have a chance to come back. Priest Lu Wei said. The witch has mastered the technology that allows vegetables to grow quickly against extremely cold ice and snow. If this technology can be used by us, it will be able to save countless people in this doomsday. The Ice God sect is looking for witches only for cooperation, not for war. Manager Yu has misunderstood. Yu Yuan Gui said. I'm sorry. The Sihai Base doesn't want to be destroyed because of this. Priest Lu Wei insists on having his own way, so he can only go to war. Priest Lu Wei's expression was gentle. She had seen all kinds of unreasonable people, but she had never seen such unreasonable people. If it weren't for Yu Yuan Gui hiding his strength, and what he was hiding was his space ability, she will take the initiative to start a war. The plot has not been developed yet, so let's just update it. 161, Chapter 160, Efficient. I found the witch. Chapter 160, Efficient. I found the witch. The cold wind blew by, and the atmosphere in front of the ice temple became increasingly cold and biting. Priest Lu Wei said, Director Yu, I come here with sincerity, not for war. Besides, you have defrauded the Ice God sect of so many manpower and materials during this period, and the Ice God sect has no objection at all. Yu Yuan Gui smiled. It is precisely because Sihai Base is grateful for your efforts that we have today's candid interview. Priest Lu Wei, how much chance do you think you have of winning compared to Lan Xiaokong and King Dashi in terms of your own strength? Priest Lu Wei smiled and said nothing. Yu Yuan Gui said, Sihai Base has received an unverified news that King Dashi will migrate to Sihai Base because of what your Ice God sect did. The atmosphere changed again. Zhuang Yupeng, who was in a state of self-doubt, woke up and felt an unprecedented murderous intention. When he was awake, Zhuang Yupeng didn't even dare to move. Priest Lu Wei was a little surprised. She didn't know where Yu Yuan Gui got the information. There was only one possibility for such secret information to be revealed. There was a traitor within the Ice God sect. She said, the cannibals did attack the base controlled by the Ice God cult. But where the cannibals will migrate is beyond the control of the Ice God cult. Manager, you misunderstood. Yu Yuan Gui said. It's best like this. Priest Lu Wei said. The technology mastered by the witch to promote the growth of plants in extremely cold conditions must be obtained by the Ice God cult for the sake of all living beings. However, considering the cooperation between the Ice God sect and Sihai Base, the Ice God sect is willing to take a step back. Until the goal is achieved, the Ice God cult will not return to the Sihai Base. I wonder what manager you thinks. Yu Yuan Gui said. Okay. Priest Lu Wei said. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Yu Yuan Gui smiled slightly. It's a pleasure to cooperate. After the negotiation ended, Priest Lu Wei bowed slightly and turned back to the ice temple. Yu Yuan Gui's figure blurred and disappeared. Having incomplete spatial capabilities is troublesome. But fortunately, this big trouble was avoided. After returning to the secret room, Yu Yuan Gui spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Yuan Gui skillfully picked up a bottle of potion from the secret room and drank it all in a few gulps. In the command room of Sihai Base, Dr. Fan Qing breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is that? In the past, it was impossible to lead a group of people wandering in the ice and snow wilderness and command operations. However, after arriving at the Sihai Base, he only worked as a doctor for a few days, and he became a commander again. This is not how wool is collected. Tired. This time he learned about the third ability that Yu Yuan Gui possesses. Spatial ability. It's just that this space ability doesn't seem to belong entirely to Yu Yuan Gui himself, but was awakened through a special method. Is this a black technology owned by Sihai Base? Dr. Fan Qing doesn't know the situation. But that's not the point. The point is the ability of Lu Wei, the chief priest of the Ice God sect. An extremely special energy field surrounds Priest Lu Wei as the center. The force that makes up this energy field is similar to gravity, but completely different from gravity. If you have to find an adjective, invisible hand may be more accurate. To be more precise, it may be described as distortion. The whole person of this Priest Lu Wei is twisted. Extremely scary. Thanks for your hard work. Pei Fu handed Dr. Fan Qing a cup of black tea, which was a rare luxury in Sea Base. It's nothing. This is what I should do. Dr. Fan Qing smiled bitterly. When did you know about my ability? To be honest, when he was dragged here and informed that he had the temporary supreme command of the Sea Base, he was completely confused. And he is still confused now. What does this mean? Pei Fu said. After you arrive at Sea Base. Dr. Fan Qing nodded and stopped asking. Pei Fu said, you are now one of the directors of Sea Base. You can ask anything you want to ask. And I can tell you everything I know. Dr. Fan Qing felt very tired. He shook his head. No, I am older and would rather know less. Just as she said this, Millie walked in holding a file bag with a top secret seal. Dr. Fan, this is the secret of Sea Base. It contains everything you want to know. You can read it here. Dr. Fan Qing's hand shook. Can I not see it? It's just that I became the director of Sea Base inexplicably. And I know a few things. But there are so many things. Why on earth do you want to tell him the secret of the entire Sea Base? Do you want to tire him to death? Dr. Fan, thank you for your hard work. At this time, Yu Yuan Gui walked in. You can read the top secret files later if you want. But we don't have much time. It's too slow to just talk. I hope you can understand. Speaking of which, the content in this top secret file is also something that the Ice God sect cannot ask for. Understanding all the contents inside is equivalent to truly controlling the Sea Base. Dr. Fan Qing looked at the top secret document bag in front of him, feeling that he had to read it even if he didn't want to. Can't you be considerate of the elderly? He is almost 60 years old. Yu Yuangui said. In 1.5 months, the high-temperature natural disaster is about to come. Dr. Fan Qing was shocked and opened the top secret file bag. Dr. Fan felt bad after only seeing the first page of the file. At the same time, Dr. Fan Qing realized how much the two supervisors Yu Yuangui and Pei Fu were carrying. Trapped? I need to activate 2 people, Dr. Fan Qing said. Qiu Dahong, Jiang Tingji. The people who came here with me along the way. They are worthy of trust, Yu Yuangui said. No problem. You have this authority. Pei Fu smiled knowingly. Dr. Fan, if you need anything else, feel free to ask. Dr. Fan Qing thought for a few seconds and said, Qiu Dahong can be promoted to supervisor. He is strong enough and has enough IQ. We can leave safely from the witch. Qiu Dahong has a lot of credit. At that time, if Qiu Dahong hadn't acted decisively to kill those people, the witch might have killed them all. Dr. Fan Qing feels scared every time he thinks about it. Now that he has been deeply bound to the Sea Base, he cannot just jump into the pit. He needs the support of several brothers who share life and death. Yu Yuangui and Pei Fu looked at each other and said, No problem. We will sign the appointment document immediately, Dr. Fan Qing said. Okay. As for Jiang Tingji's position, he was assigned to the key construction department. Half an hour later, Qiu Dahong, who was cooking hot pot and fishing with his brothers in the Sea Base Defense Brigade, looked at the appointment letter for Sea Base supervisor sent by Millie and felt bad. Miss Millie, I just joined Sea Base not long ago. You arranged for me to become the captain of the defense team, and I can't bear it. Why am I now the supervisor? Is this a joke? Director Qiu, this is a joint appointment by 3 supervisors. Yu Yuangui, Pei Fu, and Fan Qing. It is signed and sealed. It is no joke, Millie said with a serious look. She left behind the appointment documents, bowed slightly and saluted, then turned and left the room filled with the smell of hot pot. As for Qiu Dahong, he held the appointment document in his hand and looked at the hot pot on the table. He suddenly felt that the hot pot was no longer fragrant. The Sea Base is so close to the witch. Do you want him to stay and be the supervisor? Dr. Fan, this is so deceptive. I'm going! Congratulations! Captain! Congratulations! Captain! Do you have any meat to eat? Yes. Captain, you have become a supervisor. A hot pot meal is not enough. Yes. I can brag when I go out. Manager Qiu treated us to hot pot. Ha ha ha. I'll screw you. I'll make a note and get a bottle of wine. I'll order some meat for you to eat. Chiu Dahong looked at the brothers in front of him, dumbfounded. The appointment letter in my hand is too hot. In the afternoon, the snowstorm stopped. Hundreds of Ice God cultists fully armed left the Sea base and began exploring the area east of the Vulcan base. Considering that there would be starlings in the sky with mutated raptors causing trouble, these Ice God cultists were divided into multiple groups and equipped with rockets and other heavy firepower, allowing them to resist to some extent when encountering a crisis. What the Ice God sect wants is the specific coordinates of the witch and nothing else. As for the priests of the Ice God cult, they are still staying in the Ice Temple. They are just waiting for the coordinates to be determined before launching a full-scale attack. The bosses are so generous. Each team is equipped with 6 rockets. If the snowmobile couldn't carry it, there could be more. On the vast snowfield, a group of 30 Ice God cultists camped temporarily. Several of them held rocket launchers and said with a smile, "Who says otherwise? I have never fought such a rich battle." Next to him, a young man in a military coat who looked about 30 years old said while drinking a small drink. Jingju narrowed his eyes and looked at the young people from the Ice God sect in front of him. Even though the apocalypse had been coming for several months, the clarity in these people's eyes still revealed their stupidity. It has to be said that the Ice God cult is very good at brainwashing, and even better at raising young people. Otherwise, how could it have such an effect? Damn that loser Lu Xiaoyi. She lost contact halfway. As a result, an undercover agent like me was forced to join the mission team searching for the witch. Can I still survive after finding the witch? Jingju put down the small drink and saw the ice and snow burning on the diesel bonfire melting, and immediately poured a can with a strange smell into it. Wait until the water in this pot boils completely, and then simmer for a while. This can is a carbohydrate food synthesized from carbon dioxide, and he will never take a bite before the end. Now, I can only endure it. Hey, there is actually some synthetic meat in it. Does the Ice God sect treat these cannon fodders too well? By the way, the mission above is very special. It is said to be looking for a witch. But what the witch looks like, and what characteristics she has are not clearly stated. You didn't read the mission description, did you? The mission says very clearly that the witch lives in the area east of the Vulcan base. There are a lot of lush trees where the witch lives, as well as a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits. Brother Jingjue, are you kidding? How can this be a joke? Let me tell you. The reason we were asked to find the witch is so that the witch can grow vegetables and fruits in the ice and snow. As long as our Ice God cult can master this technology, how can we develop in such an apocalyptic world? How to develop? Hey, a witch can have such powerful skills. Isn't that awesome? Absolutely. If you look at the mission again, it clearly says that when the witch's stronghold is discovered, a signal will be sent immediately. The rest is none of our business. Brother Jingju, how come you feel like we are all cannon fodder? Hey, brother, you are so smart. We are just cannon fodder. But there is meat in the can. Brother Jingju, don't scare me. I'm still single and haven't even touched a beautiful girl. I still want to continue the family line. I'm gone. It's the end of the world. And you actually, forget it. Who made me kind-hearted? If you are in danger, just look at my eyes and act. And I will try my best to save your life. Brother Jingju, it all depends on you. Rest assured. Jingju agreed and added another cannon fodder. They also want the technology that the witch has that can grow vegetables and fruits in extremely cold weather. Suddenly, Jingju noticed a large gray eagle flying rapidly in the sky, and his heart froze. A large gray eagle raised by a witch. Jingju felt a little stomachache. I have a stomachache. Go to the side for a while. Shioga, you come with me. The young man who just asked Jingju for help immediately agreed and followed him. Others shook their heads and smiled. In this icy and snowy environment, it is easy to get diarrhea if your stomach gets cold. So don't accidentally freeze your brother when you are solving the problem. The knowledgeable Ice God cultist joked about this matter, causing everyone to laugh. For a time, the camp was filled with a happy atmosphere. Suddenly, there was a scream. The Ice God cultist who had been laughing heartily just now screamed and his head fell down. When the head fell down, he saw a huge gray eagle flying past. Not only the gray eagle, but also the golden-winged eagle and the super-giant kestrel. There was a mina circling higher up in the sky. In just a few moments, no one in the camp survived. After the killing, the gray eagle, golden-winged eagle, and kestrel flew high into the sky. Did you miss it? Mina glanced at the ground. The golden-winged eagle barked a few times, indicating that it had killed even a single fish that had escaped the camp. Mina nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's go to the next camp. After a moment, the birds of prey hovering in the sky flew into the distance and disappeared. Under the corpse of a young ice god cultist far away from the camp, Jingju emerged from the snow pit. He closed the corpse's eyes and walked back to the camp. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he felt horrified. This is not some mutant raptor hunting at all. It is pure massacre. When they came out, they obviously removed the Ice God Sect's logo. There are traitors within the Ice God Sect. Jingju shivered, picked up some supplies from the camp, tied them all to the snowmobile, and drove off into the distance. It's really sad when you think about it. The Ice God Sect wanted to deal with the witch, but most of the cannon fodder they sent out died without even seeing the witch's face. Why exactly? He suddenly thought of a possibility. Jingju stopped and took out the supplies distributed by the Ice God Sect. After checking carefully for a while, his face turned pale. These supplies were actually mixed with highly toxic substances. No wonder they were even distributed with canned meat. The Ice God Sect just wants them to eat them, poison them, and then let them be eaten by the mutated raptors raised by the witch, thereby poisoning those mutated raptors and forcing the witch to take the initiative. It is worth mentioning that it may take some time for this poison to take effect after being eaten by humans, but it will take effect within a very short period of time after being eaten by birds. Too cruel. Priestess Lu Wei, you are so inappropriate. Jingju immediately threw all the food and supplies into the snow, changed his makeup, and rushed towards Seahai Base in the opposite direction. At the same time, Mina led 6 gray eagles, golden-winged eagles, and 2 kestrels to attack the second Ice God cult camp. They were just about to go to the next camp. There were 3 gray eagles in the team shaking their bodies, staggering, vomiting blood and foaming at the mouth. He fell into the snow. They were so greedy just now that they took out the hearts of 3 Ice God cult ordinary ability users and ate them. It could also be that they couldn't eat the meat from the Ice God cult priests they were given a few days ago and wanted more. Let's take them to see His Highness. Mina made a quick decision and immediately grabbed a poison gray eagle. The golden-winged eagle grabbed one, and the supergiant kestrel grabbed one and flew towards the villa. However, after just flying for a while, Mina, golden-winged eagle, and supergiant kestrel landed on a hilltop. They dropped the carcass of the great gray eagle. The 3 large gray eagles that followed looked sad, as they lost 3 more of their own kind. Bury it! Mina looked at the gray eagle that had lost its breath and had become completely stiff, with a very dangerous look in its eyes. What a good little brother. But if he didn't pay attention, he would be gone. The key is to be poisoned. A few minutes later, 3 large gray eagles were buried on the spot. You go back first, and I will report the situation here to His Highness. Remember, if you encounter these people again, you can kill them, but don't eat them. The Mina soared into the sky and flew towards the villa. The golden-winged eagle, the gray eagle, and the supergiant kestrel stayed on the top of the mountain for a while before flying off into the distance. They didn't know that such a scene had been observed by real investigators arranged by the Ice God Sect. After working hard for so many days, I finally got something. A priest of the Ice God religion retreated into his temporary shelter on the top of the mountain. He took out a pen and paper and quickly drew the flight directions of these mutated raptors and starlings. The Vulcan base, the mutated forest belt, and the highway have been found. It's almost here. Ice God cult priest Su Qian looked at the map and smiled coldly. The Ice God cult cannon fodder sent from the Seahai base is purely used as bait. They are the real observers. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Mina returned to the villa and said loudly. His voice was not loud, as he was worried that he would be killed by His Highness Su Miao, who accidentally conducted a magic experiment. Su Miao put down potion science and looked at Ba Gu in confusion. What's wrong? Beige said quickly. Those people from the Ice God Sect actually poisoned their people. 3 gray sand sculptures just ate the hearts of these people and were poisoned to death. Poison people? Then poison them to death. If it can poison sand sculptures, then even if these poison people are not dead now, they will die in a few days. The people of the Ice God cult are so vicious. Su Miao would be worried that sending out poisonous growth potions would cause innocent people to die. But the Ice God cult had already poisoned their own people first. Is the Ice God Sect doing this just to poison the starlings and golden-winged eagles? Mina said before that the gray eagle was killed twice. If 2 gray eagles can be killed easily, it is impossible to kill other gray eagles. or even golden-winged eagles. There is no need to poison them. In a relatively calm state, Su Miao quickly thought about the reason, but could not find the reason for the time being. Well, don't worry about those people. Let me know when they are almost here. Su Miao blinked and said. She glanced at the purple fireballs in the magic space. 2 more days of throwing purple fireballs should be enough. Beige looked at the extremely calm His Highness Su Miao and was afraid. 2 days later, Su Qian, the priest of the ice god cult, rushed to the ice temple of the Sea base. Priest, I have found the witch's stronghold, which is in this area. He unfolded the map so that everyone in the hall could clearly see the points marked on the map. Lu Wei spread her hands and said with great piety, Thanks to the ice god's guidance, we finally know the location of the witch. The witch possesses the technology that allows vegetables to grow quickly in extremely cold ice and snow. But she doesn't want to contribute to saving the world. It really goes against the favor of the ice god. In order to save the world and save everyone in the world, we must take back this technology from the hands of the witch. Praise the ice god. Only the ice god is eternal. Praise the ice god. Only the ice god is eternal. In the temple, a group of people began to praise. Lu Wei glanced at the 13 ice god cult priests in the hall and said, Tomorrow morning, all of us will go out. Before going out, let us pray for the devout believers who dedicated their lives to save the common people and repose their souls. The priests began to pray. Almost at the same time, the ice god cultists and ordinary ability users who were assigned to search for the witch's stronghold grabbed their own throats, foaming at the mouth and wailing in pain in the ice and snow. Despair, helplessness, coldness. There is no one to save. Only death is coming. Why? Why? Some people looked up at the sky and wanted to ask those high-ranking priests why they were poisoned. Unfortunately, no one can get the answer until death. Your Highness, the ice god sex people are here, and they are almost near the Vulcan base. On the morning of March 19th, 2124, Bago, who had just left the villa, hurriedly returned to report the whereabouts of the ice god cult. Su Miao said, Inform Sun Rong and the others, as well as the undead in the Vulcan base. Beige flapped his wings and left the villa. Yes, Your Highness. I don't know why, but Mina is a little worried. Is there really no problem for His Highness Su Miao to take the initiative in such a bad way? It didn't know how to express it. Bago felt that His Highness Su Miao, who was usually nervous and frightened when seeing strangers, was more reliable. At least, he would not nearly blow up the villa when conducting magic experiments like the current His Highness Su Miao did. Su Miao didn't care what Bago was thinking. She took out her snowmobile as usual and drove towards the Vulcan base. Half an hour later, she arrived at the hilltop near the Vulcan base. The Queen of the Undead, who received the notification, is already waiting here. Your Highness, we have made arrangements. Su Miao waved the sycamore with staff and revived the undead for more than 30 undead in front of him. In an instant, the soul flame in the undead's eyes turned bloody red. Go ahead. Yes, Your Highness. 162, Chapter 161 Elegant Killing. Chapter 161 Elegant Killing. The golden-winged eagle flew in with 3 gray eagles and 2 super giant kestrels. In the past few days, they only had reconnaissance missions and no attack missions. They had long been angry with the ice god cult. However, in front of His Highness Su Miao, the golden-winged eagle and the 3 gray eagles behaved very docilely. However, it was the first time for the 2 super giant kestrels to see Su Miao, and their expressions were a little strange. There is malice. Su Miao held the sycamore with staff and looked at the 2 kestrels calmly. You want to eat me? The golden-winged eagle, the 3 gray eagles, and the starlings locked their eyes on the 2 kestrels. As long as there was any abnormality, they would tear the 2 kestrels apart. The 2 supergiant kestrels exuded a dangerous aura and whistled a few times. Su Miao looked at Beige. She didn't understand bird language and waited for Beige to translate. Ba Ge cursed. Who are you? If you dare to question His Highness like this, believe it or not, I will kill you. Faced with the threat of Mina's, the 2 supergiant kestrels took a step back, seemingly preparing to escape. But they seemed very unconvinced. And the 2 supergiant kestrels whistled a few more times. Mina looked even angrier. I don't know what Kestrel said, but Mina still didn't dare to translate. The golden-winged eagle and the 3 gray eagles directly entered combat mode at this moment. Su Miao couldn't understand what the 2 kestrels wanted to express, but their malice became more and more obvious. The sycamore with staff moved lightly, and 2 ice arrows were fired instantly. piercing the bodies of the two giant kestrels and shattering their hearts. The bodies of the two supergiant kestrels staggered, and they looked at Su Miao, who looked calm in shock. At this moment, they understood why Bago called Su Miao Your Highness. It's ridiculous that just now they were questioning why the Mina wanted to surrender to a weak human. Why not just eat it? Never mind. Su Miao threw an undead casually and revived it. The two dead giant kestrels stood up again. Their eyes were scarlet, without any malice. Your Highness. Mina was a little frightened. Wasn't there any sign that the corrupted Highness Su Miao started killing? Wait. It seems that before His Highness Su Miao was broken, he might have killed faster if he really wanted to kill. Just now they said, they're all dead? It doesn't matter anymore, Su Miao said. Take them to see where the Ice God cult people are. Beige immediately responded. Yes, Your Highness. It flew high into the sky with a golden-winged eagle and 3 gray eagles. Several large eagles felt much more relaxed after flying high into the sky. They had been frightened just now. Your Highness! Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng and Gua arrived. They saw the two giant kestrels standing next to Su Miao, and the undead farther away who were digging snow to bury themselves. And they felt very uneasy. Take these and set up your own positions. When the people over there arrive, attack according to the situation. Su Miao pointed to the rockets, assault rifles, etc. piled on the ground and said, these starlings brought the golden-winged eagles that they collected. The undead have already equipped a batch first. Yes, Your Highness, Sun Rong said, without any nonsense. The 4 people picked up their equipment and went to find a position. Guo was familiar with this aspect. He looked at the location and immediately selected a hill. That hill is relatively close to the mutated forest zone. If you can't defeat it, you can retreat to the mutated forest zone. When the target arrives, they can rely on high ground to launch an attack. Help them move supplies. Su Miao gave orders to the 2 undead kestrels. They immediately transported the remaining supplies to the Shantao gang of Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Gua. Half an hour later, Mina returned. Your Highness, the Ice God cult is here, driving a snowmobile. Su Miao unfolded the magic space array, took out the Type 95 sniper rifle, and set it up on the ice. Through the 8-fold mirror, Su Miao saw the Ice God cultist riding a snowmobile. Boom! With a gunshot, 2 people in the Ice God sect's motorcycle queue were shot through their bodies and flew off the snowmobile. They died on the spot. 2 snowmobiles behind them were unable to dodge and hit the body directly, and then sped away without control of the direction. Snowmobilers were either thrown away or stuck in snow pits. Boom! Gunshots rang out one after another, and people fell from snowmobiles. Even so, the people from the Ice God sect were still approaching quickly. Priest Lu Wei sat on the snowmobile with a gloomy expression, secretly praising the witch for her decisiveness. The witch didn't even have a chance to speak to anyone, so she just started killing him so neatly. It's so unreasonable. No wonder there is so little information about witches, because anyone who knew some information was basically killed by the witch. She originally wanted to negotiate with the witch first, but now it seems that direct negotiation is not possible. Fortunately, the Ice God cult came this time with 500 elites, 16 priests, and 1 chief priest, in order to complete their efforts in one battle and take down the witch in one wave. Facing the witch's attack, someone on the snowmobile immediately picked up a rocket and fired it in the direction of Su Miao. To deal with snipers, besides artillery, rocket launchers are the best. Su Miao looked at the rockets fired with a calm expression. Only 2 of the rockets that landed in front of them were successfully absorbed by the magic space array, and the others landed elsewhere, exploding a large amount of snowflakes. Go! Let's make a sneak attack depending on the situation. Su Miao gave orders to the 2 supergiant undead kestrels. 2 kestrels flew high into the sky, one on the left and the other on the right, and attacked the people of the Ice God cult. Their speed is extremely fast, faster than ever. The priests of the Ice God cult immediately took a defensive stance. This is what they have prepared in advance. However, the 2 supergiant kestrels are not targeting them at all. At least not yet. They flew past the ordinary Ice God cultists at extremely high speeds, and their sharp wings broke these Ice God cultists into 2 pieces. The ability users hiding in the ordinary Ice God cultists tried to fight back, but what they responded to was the sharp claws of the kestrel. As soon as the sharp claws fell, one person's head was scratched and exploded like a watermelon, and it was extremely bloody. Master Priest, help! Some Ice God cultists, who had blood spattered on their faces, screamed in horror. But this time, they were answered by rockets fired from another mountaintop. Ordinary people may need a long period of training to fire rockets. But ability users do not need to. After many battles, Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yu Feng have become very professional in the use of these weapons. Boom boom boom. The successive explosions killed more ice god cultists. However, these are not important to Priest Lu Wei. Their main force has successfully reached the foot of the hill. The 16 priests dispersed immediately and ran towards the mountain. Su Miao put away the sniper rifle and replaced it with a sycamore with staff. He glanced at the besieging ice god cult priests. Su Miao waved her staff gracefully, and dozens of ice arrows were shot out instantly. 2 priests failed to respond at all. They watched in shock as their pierced hearts flew backwards. This speed is faster than a bullet? Witch. This is the witch. Zhuang Yupeng looked at the witch holding a sycamore with staff on the top of the mountain, and was shocked in his heart. Just now, he was wondering why the witch was not harmed at all when the rockets exploded one after another around her. This time he saw clearly that the rockets that hit the witch did not explode at all, but disappeared into thin air. Spatial ability? He thought of Yu Yuangui, and felt inexplicable fear in his heart. Zhuang Yupeng, interfere! Priest Lu Wei shouted. Zhuang Yupeng immediately used his interference ability on the witch on the top of the mountain. Call out. Suddenly, an ice arrow almost grazed his cheek, making Zhuang Yupeng's soul tremble. If he hadn't used interference, his life would have been lost. But this interference could only be used to save his own life, and would not affect Su Miao's ice arrows from killing other people. Another priest had his throat pierced by an ice arrow, and 6 ice god cult ability users had their heads pierced and died quickly. The so-called scattered attacks have no effect on the witch Su Miao. The starlings flying high in the sky were stunned. The former Highness Su Miao would have been trembling all over when he saw so many people rushing towards him. But what does it mean for the broken Highness Su Miao to kill so gracefully? Are you enjoying the pleasure of killing? Thinking about it from another angle, there is essentially no difference between this and His Highness Su Miao, who is not broken and gets excited while killing. For a moment, Ba Ge couldn't tell whether His Highness Su Miao was broken or not. Mina quickly recovered and did not forget its mission. It needs to take the sand sculpture to kill as many people as possible except the priests of the ice god cult. You guys! Kill! Bago gave the order. The golden-winged eagle and 3 gray eagles joined the battlefield to quickly harvest the ability users and ordinary people of the ice god cult except the priests. As long as they are not priest-level ability users, there is no difficulty for them. A group of 3. Priest Lu Wei adjusted his tactics and asked the priests, who were rushing up the mountain, to form their own teams to facilitate defense. Otherwise, given the situation where the witch Su Miao can instantly fire ice arrows, there probably won't be many people left. Their goal is for the technology in the witch's hands, not for the destruction of the ice god order. She stopped temporarily and spread her hands. In an instant, the slope of the hill was covered by an invisible field, and all the ice arrows launched deviated from the trajectory and flew past each priest. Su Miao's expression on the top of the mountain did not change at all when she saw this scene. She just turned the sycamore with staff and spread the magic barriers on the left and right. Boom! A big explosion occurred in the area where the magic barrier was deployed, and the snow on the ground splashed. This kind of attack is invisible to others, and it would have been very troublesome to defend against it in the past. But now it is very clear to her, and it is not a problem at all. Boom boom boom! After a series of explosions, the exploding flying snow completely submerged Su Miao's figure. Zhuang Yupeng, Shi Hongsheng, Fu Jiasen, Tang Jing, Su Qian, and other priests looked shocked. Priest Lu Wei wouldn't kill the witch, right? Just thinking about it, the ground rumbled and shook. Looking up, I saw that the battle just now was too fierce and caused an avalanche. They each used their own abilities and barely avoided being buried by the avalanche. However, many of the ability users who came after them were buried. What? Zhuang Yupeng looked towards the top of the mountain. His eyes widened, and he saw 6 rockets shooting out from the top of the mountain. The witch is not dead. No. Whether the witch is dead or not is not the point. The point is what happened to the rocket. Put ones were in! Zhuang Yupeng unleashed his abilities with all his strength and successfully caused the rockets fired at him to fall backwards, blowing the 2 ice god cult ability users who had just escaped from the avalanche into pieces. It's a pity that not every priest has Zhuang Yupeng's strength. His friend Shi Hongsheng, the priest, failed to avoid it, and his legs were blown off by the rockets. He fell bloody on the snow and screamed repeatedly. Boom boom boom. All 6 rockets exploded, killing more than 30 people in the Ice God sect and seriously injuring one priest. Priest Lu Wei felt a chill in her heart. She looked solemnly towards the top of the mountain, wondering what kind of monster this witch was. At the same time, a red fireball with a diameter of 1 meter on the top of the mountain rose slowly like the sun, dispersing the chaotic snowflakes, and randomly selected a priest to throw it over. The priest of the Ice God cult looked horrified. He resisted with all his strength, hoping to be rescued by his teammates. It's a pity that even Priest Lu Wei was too late to save people at this time, because this priest is too far away from her. Ah! With a scream, the priest of the Ice God cult was annihilated by the fireball. Su Miao looked at Priest Lu Wei calmly, and then at the body lying on the ground. The sycamore with staff moved downwards gracefully. Resurrection of the dead. In an instant, all the corpses that could stand up stood up and attacked the Ice God cultists around them. In addition, the undead, who buried themselves in the snow in front of the station, carried rockets and bombarded the Ice God cultists at close range. Boom boom boom. In less than a few minutes, the people brought by Priest Lu Wei were killed until only 187 people remained. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, most of the dead people did not have complete bodies. Priest Lu Wei's heart was bleeding. The people brought this time are not the cannon fodder sent out last time. They are all elites of the Ice God cult. Normal people would say a word or two when faced with such an attack. But the witch never stopped killing people since she brought them here. Her plans were completely ruined. Suddenly, 2 giant kestrels pounced from high altitude. Witch! Priest Lu Wei was angry. She stared at the witch Su Miao on the top of the mountain without moving. The 2 giant kestrels that were attacking her were torn into pieces at a height of 30 meters away from the main Priest Lu Wei, including the 3 undead Ice God priests. The undead awakened nearby often failed to take a few steps and exploded together. At the same time, more invisible hands attacked Su Miao like meteors. Su Miao deployed multiple layers of magic barriers to block all these invisible attacks, triggering a more intense explosion. Su Miao, who was standing on the top of the mountain, suddenly felt something was wrong. Priest Lu Wei's attack was not only aimed at her, but also at the place where she stood. Not only did the place where she was standing suddenly crack, but most of the mountain exploded, trying to make Su Miao fall. On another mountaintop, Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing and Yifeng, who had been beaten by the Ice God cultists, were shocked beyond measure when they saw the battle in the direction of His Highness Su Miao. They watched helplessly as the mountain where His Highness Su Miao stood cracked and was once again submerged by the exploding snow. Regardless of success or failure this time, the priests of the Ice God cult near the top of the mountain took action one after another and blasted towards the top of the mountain. They must not let this witch take action again. 163, Chapter 162 Witch. I don't want to use violence to solve the problem. Chapter 162 Witch. I don't want to use violence to solve the problem. Zheng Meng. Why do you think Chief Priest Lu Wei transferred us here? Xiao Xixin stood on a slightly higher mountain and watched the battlefield. Zheng Meng shook his head. I don't know, but I think it's more important to run away quickly. Xiao Xixin looked at the 2 followers behind him and was silent for a few seconds. These 2 were the ones who followed Priest Lu Wei to Sihai Base, and were placed next to him and Zheng Meng to supervise their arrival at the edge of the battlefield and make sure they would not run away temporarily. To put it simply, these 2 people are members of the supervising team specially designated by Priest Lu Wei. There are only 2 people. 2 priests. Is it too much for you to discuss whether to run away in front of us? Yes. Please don't embarrass poor people like us. The 2 of them said helplessly. One on the left and the other on the right. Xiao Xixin said. Everyone has gone all the way. I don't know your names. As a courtesy, let me introduce myself first. My name is Xiao Xixin, and this is Zheng Meng. Zheng Meng rolled her eyes at Xiao Xixin and said nothing. The 2 supervisors looked at each other. Priest Xiao, please don't embarrass us. Xiao Xixin said. Praise to the Ice God. Are you even unwilling to say your name in front of the Ice God priest? How shallow is your faith? Depend on. The 2 members of the supervising team were speechless. They were unlucky to meet Xiao Xixin. But who asked Priest Lu Wei to arrange such a troublesome task for them? Tang Jianlong. Ding Shen. The 2 said their names. Xiao Xixin patted their shoulders. Very good. May the Ice God bless you. Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen looked into Xiao Xixin's eyes. And suddenly their bodies swayed, and they became extremely pious. Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. Xiao Xixin said. Now tell me your true duties in the Ice God cult, Tang Jianlong said. We are members of the tribunal, and anyone who violates the Ice God's beliefs will be judged. Madman from the Inquisition? Xiao Xixin's face turned dark instantly. Within the Ice God cult, the tribunal is a very important department. Only madmen can enter it, and anyone in the tribunal can easily kill an ordinary priest. These people are strong and crazy. In addition, there is an unwritten rule within the Ice God religion that any chief priest who is born must serve in the tribunal. In other words, Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen, who looked ordinary, were essentially quasi-priests. It's troublesome. Josh Xian felt very headache. Ding Shen said. No trouble, Xiao Xixin said. What is the mission given to you by Priest Lu Wei? Ding Shen said. Watch you, Xiao Xixin asked. That's all? Ding Shen said. Yes. Xiao Xixin suddenly asked. What if Priest Lu Wei dies? Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen looked at Xiao Xixin and Zheng Ming with strange expressions. The chief priest is immortal. Back off! Zheng Ming grabbed Xiao Xixin's collar, pulled him back, and distanced himself from the two lunatics of the tribunal. Tang Jianlong regained consciousness and said, Xiao Xixin, did you get the answer you wanted? Xiao Xixin smiled. I just found out that you are from the tribunal. I told you earlier that we are all brothers. The tribunal is what I want to join the most. Ding Shen was polite. Priest Xiao, thank you for your kindness in not killing us just now, Tang Jianlong said. Stop playing tricks. I believe there will be results soon. Zheng Ming glanced at the two of them, and she felt very bad. Boom, boom, boom. While several people were talking, they happened to see Priest Lu Wei and more than a dozen priests taking action to blow away the hilltop where the witch was. Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin became inexplicably frightened, especially Zheng Ming, who wanted to escape immediately. Her intuition told her that something bad was going to happen. You too. We'd better leave here. I'm afraid Priest Lu Wei will be gone. Zheng Ming immediately issued a reminder. Tang Jianlong spread his hands. Don't worry. Priest Lu Wei is immortal. Ding Shen stared into Zheng Ming's eyes and smiled strangely. Yes, Priest Lu Wei is immortal. Damn it. What a madman. Zheng Ming and Xiao Xixin's faces were ashen. Boom. In the center of the battlefield in the distance, more than a dozen chief priests took action together and destroyed the top of the hill. The ground beneath Su Miao's feet cracked, and the moment she was about to fall, she waved her sycamore with staff and threw a huge water ball at her feet. The water spread around and condensed into ice in an instant. By the time the attacks of more than a dozen priests hit, Su Miao was already stepping on the ice and moving aside. The movements are still elegant, although there was dense flying snow in front of her eyes. It was not a problem at all for Su Miao. The ill will of these ice god priests against her was as obvious as the lights in the dark night. The sycamore with staff pointed forward. 12 ice arrows were launched in a row, and Fu Jiasen, the priest of the ice god cult, only had time to launch a weak defense. This weak defense could not last for a second before being broken through. His whole body was penetrated by the ice arrow, and he fell on his back with blood splattering. Help me! Fu Jiasen fell in the snow. He looked in the direction of Zhuang Yupeng and prayed for his colleague to save him. However, Zhuang Yupeng didn't even look at him. Looking not far away, Shi Hongsheng, whose legs were blown off and dripping with blood, was no longer breathing. In extreme fear, Fu Jiasen was unable to take a breath and fell into eternal darkness. Back off! Back off! Priest Lu Wei gave the order. In just a short while, most of the ice god cult priests she brought were killed. Go get rid of those bodies! Priest Lu Wei launched a continuous attack on Su Miao to help his subordinates gain time to evacuate. The three priests, Zhuang Yupeng, Su Qian, and Tang Jing, evacuated immediately. And while evacuating, they did not forget to make a defensive posture, just in case. However, many priests were still slow to evacuate. Su Miao elegantly raised the sycamore with staff, and a purple fireball with a diameter of 65 centimeters appeared in front of her. The blazing temperature and the smell of destruction were terrifying. Withdraw! Noticing the big fireball, the starling screamed and quickly evacuated the battlefield with the golden-winged eagle and 3 gray eagles. The queen of the undead immediately jumped into the snow pit she had dug long ago. This makes many ice god cultists in the battle unable to understand. Witch, we are not going to war with you. We just want to. Damn you. Madman! Priest Lu Wei only said half of what she said, and she couldn't speak, because Su Miao had no intention of listening. The purple fireball smashed forward. Boom! Priest Lu Wei watched helplessly as the purple fireball exploded not far in front of her. The dazzling explosion and the extreme heat were crushing towards her like a falling meteor. The only thing she could do was to fully expand her energy field and try to block this devastating energy shock wave. But it was all in vain. Ah! Priest Lu Wei only lasted for a second, and her whole body was wrapped in high-temperature flames. The ice god cult priest, who didn't run far, was vaporized before he even had time to scream, leaving not even a trace of fly ash behind. It is worth mentioning that a priest of the ice god cult suddenly used his wits to melt the surrounding ice and snow into solid ice. But this just makes them die faster. It's far worse than that. The terrifying high temperature melted all the nearby snow into water, turning it into a flash flood and rushing downwards. The ice god cultists screamed and wailed, and those who survived were carried away by the flood and rushed into the distance. In such extremely cold weather, it would be difficult for them to survive without being able to change clothes in time, even if they are capable people. Your Highness went crazy again! Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng hit immediately. No matter how many times they experience it, such a devastating sight scares them. They couldn't understand at all how His Highness Su Miao could create such an explosion that could destroy everything, and how His Highness Su Miao could stand in the center of the explosion unscathed. In fact, not only was Su Miao unscathed this time, but with the magic barrier fully deployed, she didn't even have to worry about the high temperature that the magic space array couldn't completely block affecting her. Did I forget something? Under such an explosion, Su Miao felt in a trance, as if she remembered something. For some reason, the bangs on her forehead turned pink. The efficient is dead? After the destruction, Zhuang Yupeng, who was all wet, looked at the scorched earth in front of him in disbelief. Where is the figure of the efficient Lu Wei at the scene? Even the powerful priest Lu Wei is dead. Do they still have a way to survive? Zhuang Yupeng remembered something. Yu Yuangui once said to him that if the witch wants to destroy Sihai Base, she only needs to come to Sihai Base. Now it seems that Yu Yuangui's statement is too irresponsible and unimpressive. The horror of the witch is far beyond imagination. Priest Tang Jing was frightened. As forces outside the official refuge, what were they most afraid of? Howitzers that can be used to clean the ground, missiles that can strike with coordinates, neutron bombs, and unimaginable hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs, etc. It turns out that this witch can directly attack with missile level. How can people not be afraid? The last priest is Su Qian. He escaped the farthest, and his body was not caught by the sweeping flood, and his clothes remained dry. It's just that he feels bitter. Why did the priest Lu Wei, who was full of confidence, die without showing his strength? It doesn't matter if priest Lu Wei dies. The witch is still standing on the top of the mountain. The question now is how they can survive. If he really was a priest of the ice god cult, he would admit it. But he is not. There was also that bitch Jing Ju who promised to provide support. But in the end, he didn't even see his figure. Witch, have mercy on me! Witch, have mercy on me! Zhuang Yoping's mentality collapsed. He knelt down in the mud and kowtowed to Su Miao on the top of the mountain, hoping that the witch would spare his life. Zhuang Yupeng, you? As Zhuang Yoping's friend and colleague, Priest Tang Jing was furious when he saw Zhuang Yoping's embarrassed appearance. This grandson was full of confidence when he was at the Sihai Base. He was talking about how to take down the witch, but he knelt down directly when he came in front of the witch. Your Majesty the witch, I am actually not from the ice god cult. Is there any way I can be saved? Priest Su Qian coughed slightly and said. Priest Tang Jing looked at Su Qian, his expression getting worse. By north, Priest Lu Wei had just died. One wanted to surrender to the enemy, and the other admitted to being an undercover agent. Was he the only ice god cult priest left? As for the others, after the explosion shock wave created by the witch, the flood swept away, and only a few 30 people survived. Even among the remaining 30 or so people, almost all of them were injured, and they were afraid that they would all be dead if they could not hold on for long. The bleeding doesn't stop. Su Miao waved the staff gracefully, immediately satisfying Priest Su Qian's suspicion. In an instant, a small wound on the body turned into a large wound, and a large wound turned into a collapsed embankment of blood. The injured person looked extremely frightened. Bleeding? Stop the bleeding! Who will help me? Why doesn't the ice freeze take effect? Ah! Help! Some people ran towards the nearest priest, hoping to be rescued by the priest. But unnecessary movement would only make the blood on their bodies flow faster. Some of the undead happened to be nearby. They approached these ice god cultists, who were bleeding rapidly, and helped absorb the blood to prevent it from flowing to the ground. It's just that this scene is somewhat scary. However, 7 or 8 of these people were still uninjured. With a wave of the staff in Su Miao's hand, ice arrows flew down, healing each of them, causing the uninjured ones to fall to the ground and die. Ah! Some of the bleeding ice god cultists collapsed, and they fled into the distance in a panic. Zhuang Yupeng, Tang Jing, and Su Qian felt their hearts go cold. The witch ignored them at all. More than 500 ice god sect elites were all killed in the blink of an eye. Is this something a normal person can do? Especially Zhuang Yupeng, seeing that begging for mercy and surrender was useless. His spirit was on the verge of complete collapse. But they were surrounded by dangerous undead, and they had no chance to escape quickly. Everyone, stand down. Su Miao gave the order to the Queen of the Undead. The Queen of the Undead immediately retreated from the battlefield with her undead elites. They carried out His Highness's orders 100% and did not dare to make any mistakes. Zhuang Yupeng, Tang Jing, and Su Qian were confused. The witch asked the undead to leave. Was she planning to spare their lives? Thank you, Your Majesty the Witch, for sparing my life. Zhuang Yupeng expressed his thanks again. Tang Jing stared at Zhuang Yupeng for several seconds and couldn't hold back a word. Is this the same Zhuang Yupeng who used to seem smart, wise, and reliable, able to see through other people's plots and traps at a glance? Compared with Zhuang Yupeng some time ago, Zhuang Yupeng now seems to have completely lost his mind. Your Excellency, thank you for your mercy. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Priest Su Qian expressed his gratitude without being humble or condescending. The Mina, the golden-winged eagle, and the 3 gray eagles flew back. They landed on the hilltop where Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Gui Yixing and Yu Feng were. And they didn't understand the decision made by His Highness Su Miao. Su Miao looked at the 3 ice god cult priests, and was puzzled. When did she say she would let them go? She didn't kill these 3 people. She just didn't need her to kill them. In addition, Su Miao was recalling the feeling of facing the explosion just now. And she always felt that something had been forgotten, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Priestess Lu Wei, it's gone, Zheng Ming said. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise we won't be able to leave. Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen from the tribunal of the Ice God sect showed strange smiles. Yes, you can't leave. Qiao Xixin patted Zheng Ming on the shoulder. Zheng Ming, I'm sorry. It was me who dragged you down. Zheng Ming couldn't help but take a step back. She looked at Qiao Xixin in disbelief. You? Qiao Xixin stared into Zheng Ming's eyes. I am the High Priest of the Tribunal. Zheng Ming's body erupted with extremely powerful abilities, and the icy wind raged around him, seeming to swallow up all the people around him. At the critical moment, Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen took action to completely control Zheng Ming and help curb this powerful ability. Fraud! Zheng Ming struggled fiercely, but faced with the joint control of Qiao Xixin, Tang Jianlong, and Ding Shen, he was unable to make any effective counterattack. At this moment, she truly understood why Qiao Xixin remained calm and unhurried when faced with the pursuit of so many ice god priests, and could even talk and laugh with Zhuang Yupeng and others. Especially when Qiao Xixin controlled Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen just now. Zheng Ming wondered why Qiao Xixin, who was so precious about his life, didn't just kill these 2 people? At least they were able to control the 2 of them and escape immediately. With Zheng Ming here, wouldn't it be easy to get rid of the pursuit? Even the witch's Mina chased her away several times. In order to deceive him, Qiao Xixin even tricked the priest of Ice God cult to death. How cruel! Finally, there were the strange looks in the 2 trial court members, Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen. When they looked at her, Zheng Ming understood everything. But there was no time to regret it. She had already sensed that there seemed to be an irresistible force in the void rushing towards her body, trying to swallow up her consciousness, swallow up her soul, and take over her body. This is efficient Lu Wei, Tang Jianlong said. High Priest, this woman has a strong spiritual will and is a bit tricky, Ding Shen urged. The Chief Priest Lu Wei has arrived. The High Priest should stop hiding. I know that Priest Lu Wei has been eyeing the power of my faith for a long time. Qiao Xixin sighed, and the powerful power of faith erupted from his body. The power of faith fell towards Zheng Ming, making Zheng Ming's eyes become more and more blurred. And he couldn't help but immediately agree with everything Qiao Xixin was going to do. How can you save people for no reason at the end of the world and have 100% trust? Zheng Ming, it's true that I saved your life. Now, it's time for you to come in handy. If you want to blame the witch. She didn't give us any chance to communicate. If we could communicate in a friendly manner, there would be no need to sacrifice you. Xiao Xixin caressed Zheng Ming's face, exerting deep control and hypnosis on Zheng Ming's will. Zheng Ming, actually I really can't bear to sacrifice you. Your talent is so good. Your figure is so perfect. And your skin is so delicate. The face is so beautiful. If Priest Lu Wei hadn't been in urgent need of it, I would have completely taken your body as my own and become a beautiful woman for once. Ah, you know what? I've already fantasized about using your body to take a bath in the bathroom. Where should I wash first? Under attack from inside and outside, Zheng Ming's spirit and will collapsed. The will and soul of Priest Lu Wei took possession of Zheng Ming, and an invisible field unfolded, sending Xiao Xixin, Tang Jianlong, and Ding Shen flying out. High Priest, how long do you want to touch my face? Priest Lu Wei, who occupied Zheng Ming's body, spread her hands, and the sacrificial robe on her body turned into a nun's robe like magic. What's even more outrageous is that the face that originally belonged to Zheng Ming has also changed into the shape of Priest Lu Wei, and is more beautiful than the original appearance of Priest Lu Wei. This is my body. What happened if I touched it a few times? Xiao Xixin said dissatisfied. Besides, you swallowed up the faith I finally accumulated. Think about how to make compensation when you go back. Priestess Lu Wei's aura was rising steadily, and the invisible field she controlled expanded, causing her body to slowly fly into the sky. Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. Xiao Xixin had no choice but to quickly retreat with Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen. The ritual of assisting Priest Lu Wei to descend and be reborn has been completed, and now it's time to watch the show. However, none of them expected the power of the witch. But as long as they can obtain the technology from the witch that can promote the rapid growth of plants in such a harsh environment, then all sacrifices will be worth it. Lu Wei, the chief priest, took 100 meters in one step and arrived at the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The corpses on the battlefield and the ice god cultists, who were bleeding crazily, all exploded to pieces. This did not give Su Miao any chance to use the resurrection of the dead. Zhuang Yupeng, Tang Jing, and Su Qian, the three ice god cult priests, saw the priest Lu Wei standing in midair, and their expressions changed again and again, especially Zhuang Yupeng and Su Qian. They were not sure whether Priest Lu Wei heard what he just said. Praise the Ice God. Only the Ice God is eternal. After complimenting each other, Zhuang Yupeng and Su Qian ran away in one direction. Traitor, you have disappointed the Ice God so much. Priest Lu Wei spread her hands. The invisible hand fell, and Zhuang Yupeng unleashed his unprecedented potential, even interfering with Priest Lu Wei's many attacks. However, in the face of crushing attacks, Zhuang Yupeng's intervention could not act on every invisible attack. He could only rely on feeling. And feeling is the most error-prone in this case. After a few moments of resistance, Zhuang Yupeng watched helplessly as his hands and feet left him one by one, and finally fell into the snow. Why should we all be used as cannon fodder? Why? Zhuang Yupeng roared. His subordinates are playing him. The priests are playing him. The Sihai base is playing him. And even Priest Lu Wei, who issued the mission, is playing him. This clearly treats him as an abandoned son. Zhuang Yupeng refused to accept it, even to death. My heart and conduct are as clear as a clear mirror, and everything I do is righteous. Those who turn their backs on God are not worthy of God's favor. Priest Lu Wei responded calmly. Zhuang Yupeng's body exploded into pieces, and only his dead head rolled several times in the snow without making any sound. Priest, let me help you. Priest Tang Jing came forward, thinking that the time had come to perform. He chased the priest Su Qian, but in the middle of the chase, Su Qian suddenly stopped. Tang Jing didn't know what was going on, so he just attacked with all his strength. However, in the blink of an eye, he found that his body was suspended in midair. Tang Jing looked down and found that his body had long been torn apart by invisible hands, and blood fell like a waterfall. As for the priest Su Qian, he was already hundreds of meters away. Severe pain was transmitted. Tang Jing could only see the last glance of Priest Lu Wei in the sky, before his body was torn into pieces, and he died on the spot. Priest Lu Wei did not chase Su Qian, who escaped. She looked at Su Miao on the top of the mountain. Witch, hand over your technology to make plants grow quickly. I can spare your life. Su Miao pointed the sycamore with staff at Priest Lu Wei, and fired more than 30 ice arrows. Priest Lu Wei smiled contemptuously, grabbed all these ice arrows in the air with her invisible hands, and smashed them all in front of Su Miao. Witch, The ice god is kind. I don't want to use violence to solve the problem. 164, Chapter 163 Witch. We are not enemies. Chapter 163 Witch. We are not enemies. Facing the threat from Priest Lu Wei, Su Miao gracefully waved the sycamore with staff. 15 ice arrow magic arrays unfolded in the void, and more than 300 ice arrows were fired out like a heavy rain. Priest Lu Wei spread out her hands, and her invisible hands quickly struck out, blocking all the more than 300 ice arrows. Compared to last time, her defense was more relaxed and freehand. Witch, you are betraying God's mercy. She raised one hand, and the extremely cold wind and snow condensed into a giant sword 100 meters long. This is the physical ability inherited from Zheng Ming. After Lu Wei's improvement, this ice sword looks like it can cut the sky. This feeling, this power, excited Priest Lu Wei. This is what she wants. It was as if all the power of heaven and earth were under her control. The blizzard and the extreme cold, the witch who destroyed the world and destroyed the world, were nothing in front of her. What we have to worry about now is whether the witch can withstand her attack. After all, her main purpose here is to learn about the technology possessed by the witch that can promote the rapid growth of plants in blizzards and extremely cold conditions. What should I do if I kill the witch? Considering the witch's abnormal combat power, this blow would probably seriously injure the witch at most. Humph. Just leave the witch for a breath and... That'll do. Priest Lu Wei used the power of heaven and earth to control the ice giant sword and cut it down. Su Miao looked at the ice sword that was slashed at her. She looked confused and didn't make any reaction. To others, she looked like she was frightened. Boom! The hill Su Miao stood on was cut in half. In an instant, landslides and ground cracks occurred, and the ground shook. Su Miao was obscured by the waves of mud, dust, and ice caused by the explosion, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. Your Highness! Mina was anxious. In the past, His Highness Su Miao bombed the enemy. I never thought that His Highness Su Miao would be bombed this time. This is too unscientific. Nothing will happen to the corrupted highness. Right? The golden-winged eagle and the 3 gray eagles were equally nervous. Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Yu Feng, and Guo looked shocked. They could not imagine why the beaten priest Lu Wei could be resurrected. Nor could they imagine that His Highness Su Miao would be at a disadvantage. Your Highness, please be sure nothing happens. The victory has been decided. This body can actually make priest Lu Wei become so strong. I'm at a huge loss. Xiao Shixin looked at Priest Lu Wei, who was killing everyone, and felt very sorry. What a good body, Tang Jianlong said. High Priest, is it possible that you really plan to become a woman? Dingshan said. Brother, you can be more confident. The High Priest has always been so perverted, Xiao Shixin said. Do you know, how difficult is it to find a body as good as Zheng Ming's? Unfortunately, most of the power of faith I have accumulated has been swallowed up. Without the power of faith to protect the body, the weather is really cold. I hope Priest Lu Wei can solve it quickly, Tang Jianlong said. High Priest, are you interested in the witch's body? Dingshan advised. High Priest, your idea is too dangerous. Xiao Shixin smiled. It's the end of the world. How can we not have more ideas in life? You guys, you have to be more courageous. Otherwise, how can I safely hand over the position of High Priest to you in the future? Hee. They never believed in this kind of pie. Suddenly, Tang Jianlong and Dingshan choked. They looked at the cut-off hill in disbelief. Priest Lu Wei's blow not only cut through the hill, but also caused the entire hill to shatter and be blown into ruins. Priest Lu Wei in midair was also stunned. Is her attack so powerful? Even the mountain was destroyed. Did she use too much force? You won't beat the witch to death. Right? But if you really want to kill the witch, it doesn't seem to be a problem. She took Zheng Ming's body, integrated it with Xiao Shixin's beliefs, and controlled the power of heaven and earth. Almost like a god. Praise the ice god. Only the ice god is eternal. No, I am God. Priest Lu Wei drifted away. She felt that the power in her body was increasing, and it was far from reaching its upper limit. Suddenly, Priest Lu Wei was startled. She looked in disbelief at the hill that had been destroyed into an abyss. An unharmed figure appeared in the chaos. It was the witch. She was fine. I always feel like something is missing. Su Miao held a broken sycamore wood staff. There was too much magic power injected into the sycamore wood staff just now, and it accidentally completely destroyed the mountain at its feet. It's really scary to think that the mountain at my feet suddenly disappeared and turned into an abyss. Fear? What is fear? But now is not the time to think about that. Su Miao looked at the unfolding field ahead, where the efficient Lu Wei seemed to be showing off her teeth and claws. Beneath her feet, the magic barrier became a temporary support for the steps. This was a temporary method I thought of when I was about to fall into the abyss. But I didn't expect it to actually work. However, this should be due to the effect of the spatial runes integrated into the magic barrier. The previous magic barrier would most likely not be able to support her standing on it. Su Miao stepped on the magic barrier and walked towards the ground as gracefully as stepping on void steps. Which? Priest Lu Wei looked shocked. She didn't understand how Su Miao did it. Praise the ice god! Priest Lu Wei prayed to heaven. In an instant, the endless wind and snow poured out towards Su Miao like the wind and rain of swords. Su Miao glanced at Priest Lu Wei calmly, unfolded the magic space array, and absorbed all the attacks from Priest Lu Wei. The devastating attack disappeared out of thin air. Lu Wei, the efficient, was concentrating. She had a guess in her mind that the witch had extremely difficult space abilities. Witch, I don't believe you can guard against them all. Priest Lu Wei spread out his hands and raised a land ice tornado out of thin air, intending to strangle the witch in it. But the land ice tornado just arrived in front of Su Miao, seemed to fall into the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Impossible. Priest Lu Wei's expression became more and more solemn. No one knew better than her how horrific the attack just now was. If this land ice tornado was thrown into the Seahai base, she believed that not many people in the Seahai base would survive. However, this devastating attack was completely ineffective against the witch. Are you kidding me? Witch? Or human? Su Miao continued to walk towards the ground on the temporary steps made of magic barriers. She raised her hand towards Priest Lu Wei. The land ice tornado that merged with the sword wind and sword rain suddenly appeared and swept out towards Priest Lu Wei. Inadvertently, some of Su Miao's hair turned beautiful pink. You? Priest Lu Wei immediately opened up the field and struck out wildly with her invisible hands to block the land ice tornado that had doubled in power. Su Miao looked at Priest Lu Wei's reaction with some confusion. With a powerful ability to control ice and snow, why not directly control ice and snow for defense? Is it because this body was forcibly taken from someone else and does not belong to you? Is it because you will still use your original abilities in truly critical moments? In addition, how did the Reverend Lu Wei do it and be able to occupy a new body and resurrect after death? Will she be able to continue resurrecting after killing Priest Lu Wei? Boom! While Su Miao was thinking, the extremely powerful control of ice and snow erupted in the field where Lu Wei was the efficient, shattering the terrifying land ice tornado. At the same time, Priest Lu Wei also fell to the ground because the invisible hand supporting her body in midair was destroyed by the land ice tornado. Su Miao blinked. She could see clearly. The invisible hands of Priest Lu Wei can be destroyed using physical attacks. Then, this will be easier to handle. Su Miao raised her hand again. 30 ice arrow magic arrays unfolded, and endless ice arrows poured out towards Priest Lu Wei. Priestess Lu Wei's color suddenly changed as she fell to the ground. She quickly retreated under the control of her invisible big hand, trying to distance herself from the witch Su Miao, and trying to block the flying ice arrows. She was able to intercept them all in the first few seconds. But Su Miao's ice arrows seemed endless. No matter how hard she tried to block them, more and more invisible hands were attacked by ice arrows, making Priest Lu Wei unable to even make a basic counterattack. Arrive. Witch, we are not enemies. The Ice God cult only wants you to hand over the technology that can promote the rapid growth of plants under extremely cold conditions. We will use this technology to save more people. Why don't you even give us a basic opportunity to communicate? Do you only think about killing and destroying? Priest Lu Wei shouted loudly, hoping to interfere with Su Miao's attack and give her a chance to breathe, which Su Miao's abilities have exceeded her imagination. The devastating attack just now was unable to harm the witch Su Miao at all. Priest Lu Wei didn't know what else to do. You must know that the ice giant sword and land ice tornado that can split the hill just condensed have greatly overstretched the ability of this body. Damn it! Priest Lu Wei remembered the powerful ice and snow ability that Zheng Ming released when he snatched Zheng Ming's body. Zheng Ming's reckless use of his abilities at that time was a way of torturing the source of life to release ice and snow. This was not at all an attempt to break away from the control of Qiao Xixin, Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen. It was Zheng Ming who expected that she would be unable to compete and deliberately dug a hole for her. Therefore, after using 2 powerful attacks in succession, Priest Lu Wei discovered the emptiness in his body. Unfortunately, by the time she realized it, it was already too late. She was forced into a period of weakness. She needed some time to rest and recover. However, the witch Su Miao would not give her any chance to breathe. Witch, haven't you noticed? Your hair is turning pink. You are overdrawing your ability and your life. If we continue to fight, it will cause you unimaginable danger. Suddenly, Priest Lu Wei noticed that Su Miao's hair was turning pink little by little. She felt that she had found an opportunity and shouted loudly. Are you really going to fight me to the death? Hair turning pink? Su Miao temporarily stopped attacking. She spread her hands, and a mirror made of ice appeared in front of her. In the mirror, a large part of her long black hair turned pink, with only a few remaining black. But her body did not feel any discomfort because her hair turned pink. Is it because of magic? If it turns pink, just be pink. It's pretty, isn't it? There is a flaw. The moment Su Miao stopped attacking and looked in the mirror, Priest Lu Wei gathered a large number of invisible hands to strike the witch Su Miao with thunder. However, even if Su Miao is not in good condition, the magic space array will always be in front of her. Priest Lu Wei's attack completely missed the target. She seemed to have forgotten how the explosive attack disappeared just now. Making the same mistake once is enough. As the chief priest of the Ice God cult, Lu Wei committed the crime 3 times in a row. How come? Priest Lu Wei was a little panicked. The condensed ice mirror in front of Su Miao disappeared. She raised her hand, and the remaining purple fireball in the magic space was taken out. This time, the purple fireball was larger, with a diameter of 1 meter and 60. As soon as the purple fireball appeared, the sun seemed to rise over the ice sheet, and the high temperature burned the sky, seeming to burn everything. Go quickly! On the top of the hill, Mina immediately said, Take them with you! Don't resist! The golden-winged eagle and 3 gray eagles flew towards the distance with Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guo Yixing and Yu Feng. What's wrong? Your Highness? Guo Yixing asked. The starling flying in the air subconsciously replied, Your Highness is broken. If any of you dare to say nonsense, I will kill you. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare. Sun Rong quickly smoothed things over. What a joke. They were carried high into the sky by several large eagles. At such a height, even if they are powerful ability users, it is a question whether they will survive if they fall. Run! Here. Qiao Shixin ran away immediately. Originally, I saw Lu Wei, the chief priest, killing everyone and even the mountain exploded. So I thought it was safe. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Priest Lu Wei would be at a disadvantage again. He didn't even expect that the witch Su Miao could throw a second one of those purple fireballs that destroyed the world. The disaster caused by the big fireball just now was terrifying enough. This time, the purple fireball may not completely destroy this area. Look at the undead running so fast in the snow. They fled for their lives the moment the witch Su Miao showed off the purple fireball. High Priest! What should Priest Lu Wei do? Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen quickly followed up. Without our guidance, Priest Lu Wei might really die. Qiao Shixin ran away quickly. You ask me? Who am I asking? There is only one Zheng Ming. Where can I find the second Zheng Ming? Are you willing to sacrifice your lives for Lu Wei? Zheng Ming told me before that if we escape too slowly and are discovered by the mina raised by the witch, we will not be able to escape. Damn it. We really lost a lot now. Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen immediately shut up and followed their high priest Qiao Shixin to flee into the distance. Priest Lu Wei saw the second purple fire ball that Su Miao took out, and her expression changed completely. Like Qiao Shixin, she also failed to expect that Su Miao could throw the second one. How much energy and mental energy does it take to use such a devastating attack? Witch, do you really want to die with me? Can't you see your hair is turning pink? Priest Lu Wei shouted loudly. She fully expanded the field and tried to make a final struggle. However, both her field and the invisible big hand derived from the field are essentially derived from Lu Wei's ability as a priest. Su Miao had no expression on her face as she threw the purple fireball forward. This distance is enough. Boom! The destructive energy in the purple fireball once again swallowed Priest Lu Wei. Priest Lu Wei struggled hard, and even used Zheng Meng's life-saving stunt at the last moment, solidifying herself into a block of ice as hard as steel in an attempt to protect herself. However, after using this life-saving skill, Priest Lu Wei instantly lost consciousness. Hello! Priest Lu Wei! Zheng Meng's voice suddenly came. Her voice was weak, so weak that it seemed like it would dissipate at any moment. Priest Lu Wei opened her eyes, and found that she was surrounded by a pitch-black endless ice field, with only a faint light within a few feet. Zheng Meng stood 10 steps away from her, looking at her sarcastically. as if looking at a pitiful creature. Chief Priest Lu Wei, you are going to die. Ha ha ha. Zheng Ming. Priest Lu Wei gritted her teeth. So you are causing trouble. Zheng Ming sneered. You are the one who is killing me, snatching my body, and not allowing me to dig a hole for you. I regret that I failed to follow Yu Yinggui's advice at Sihai Base and fell into your trap. Priest Lu Wei said. Zheng Ming, your life was given by the Ice God, and you should dedicate everything to the Ice God. Zheng Ming said. Stop your hypocrisy. I am here just to watch you die. Lu Wei, let me tell you, using ice will make you completely lose control of your body, and you will be dead in a short time. I won't wake up. I really can't understand why the chief priest would be so stupid when there are so many Lao Sikhs in the Ice God cult. Ha! Look! The witch's flames are about to engulf this place. Suddenly, the space where the two of them were talking split apart. There are endless purple flames falling from the sky, and the ice and snow on the ground are melting, evaporating, vaporizing, and burning. Priest Lu Wei realized that something was wrong. She tried to leave the space, but found that it was difficult to leave. What have you done? Ha! You don't know, right? Using ice will weaken your spirit and will to the greatest extent. If you take away my body, just die with me. Zheng Ming opened his arms, ignoring the falling purple flames, and rushed towards Priest Lu Wei. Priest Lu Wei wanted to run away and break free, but she felt that her body was completely out of control. No. 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 Let me go. Let's die together. Zheng Ming hugged Priest Lu Wei tightly, letting the purple flames on his body spread to Priest Lu Wei. Priest Lu Wei screamed, but no matter how hard she struggled, the flames on her body only grew more and more until they covered her whole body. Outside the burning consciousness space, the mushroom cloud rose again. Destructive high temperatures swept across all directions, and all the snow within a few kilometers melted. At this moment, a large hole was burned in the sky, revealing a strange blue sky. Priestess Lu Wei, who was close to the center of the explosion, was in a frozen state for only 3 seconds before being swallowed up by the high temperature and completely turned into ashes again. Looking at the explosion in front of him and feeling the devastating shock wave around him, Su Miao seemed to be touched by something. Her expression changed again and again, and she squatted down, covered her ears, closed her eyes, and shivered. What happened here? It's so terrifying. Not sure how much time had passed. Su Miao opened her eyes and watched the rushing flood coming from all directions, submerging the center of the explosion. However, the high temperature remaining in the center of the explosion caused the approaching flood water to continuously vaporize and evaporate. God knows how horrific this explosion was. Su Miao stood up with a slight trembling body. When she looked down, she realized that she was standing above the roaring flood. This is how the same thing. This panic almost caused the magic barrier under his feet to dissipate, and the whole person fell into the flood. At the critical moment, Su Miao instinctively added several magic barriers to prevent her body from falling. It seems that someone from the Ice God cult was killed just now. Su Miao added several starlight blooms towards the center of the explosion. Although I don't know if starlight bloom has any effect, there is definitely nothing wrong with throwing in a few starlight blooms. Now how to do? Su Miao stood above the flood and was very scared. She didn't know how to get out of here. After a few seconds, Su Miao thought of a good idea. She threw ice arrows one after another into the flood below, using the low temperature brought by the ice arrows to cause the flood to refreeze into ice. After doing this, Su Miao formed a magic barrier in front and carefully left the flood area while stepping on the magic barrier. In this way, even if your feet are empty, you don't have to worry about falling into the flood. At most, it falls on the ice. It's just that Su Miao now completely loses the grace and calmness she had when she cast the spell just now. However, it was really scary to walk on the magical barrier like steps on top of the flood. After a long time, Su Miao successfully stood on the solid ground and breathed a long sigh of relief. Priestess Lu Wei is dead. He died completely. Leave quickly, Josh Xian urged while sitting on the snowmobile. Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen, who were driving, changed their expressions. Priest, are you mistaken? Even if Priest Lu Wei loses her body, and her soul will not be guided by us, she should still be able to exist for a long time, Xiao Xixin said. You know nothing. Priestess Lu Wei has integrated the power of my faith. As long as she continues to exist, I can sense the existence of this power of faith. But now this power of faith no longer exists. Run away quickly. When the witch reacts and chases us, we won't be able to escape. This hacking intelligence service is full of bullshit. The witch can rub her hands with a nuclear bomb and attack. But no one records it. Suddenly, the speeding snowmobile exploded. Tang Jianlong, Ding Shen, and Xiao Xixing flew out of the snowmobile. Tang Jianlong, who was driving, had one arm and half of his leg blown off. His whole body was covered in blood, and he fell in the snow wailing. Ding Shen bumped into a big tree and fell heavily to the ground. His brain was groggy. He couldn't see or hear anything clearly, and his body felt like it didn't belong to him. Only Xiao Xixing stood in the snow intact. He glanced at the seriously injured Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen, and then looked at the director of Sihai Base, who appeared in front. He said happily, "Yu Yuangui, great! You are here to help us!" Yu Yuangui looked regretful. "Xiao Xixing, Zheng Meng is dead?" Xiao Xixing spread his hands. "Unfortunately, she was harmed by priest Lu Wei, and I didn't have time to protect her," Yu Yuangui said. "Xiao Xixing, do you think I will believe it?" Xiao Xixing said. "Director Yu, do you want to avenge Zheng Meng?" Yu Yuangui smiled. "Zheng Meng is not my wife. Why should I avenge her? What do you think? High Priest of the Ice God sect?" Xiao Xixing also smiled. "Yu Yuangui, you are such an old man. Don't worry. Priest Lu Wei is dead. The Ice God Church has given up its Sihai Base." Yu Yuangui took action. Deal. 165. Chapter 164 to the north. They are all old 6. Chapter 164 to the north. They are all old 6. Su Miao turned around and stared at the vast flood for a moment. The temporary ice floating bridge built just now using ice arrows to freeze the floodwater disappeared without knowing when. She actually wanted to use a floating ice bridge as a backing. But that obviously wouldn't work here, because the remaining temperature after the explosion of the purple fireball was very high, and the freezing low temperature caused by the ice arrows thrown into the flood was obviously not enough. Fortunately, she made it to the shore safely, and did not fall. In the distance, the Queen of the Undead appeared, looking uneasy at this place. "You can all go back." Su Miao gave instructions to the Queen of the Undead. Although she created these undead, she still felt uncomfortable facing the talking undead. The Queen of the Undead saluted His Highness Su Miao from a distance, and then left quickly with her undead elites. In this battle, only 5 of the undead elites she brought were lost, but the remaining ones became stronger with the blood of the ability users among the Ice God cultists. And some of the undead elites had the ability to speak. "Thank you His Highness Su Miao for your gift. Make a lot of money." Here, the golden-winged eagle and the gray eagle put down Sun Rong, Guixing, Chu Zikai, and Yu Feng. They looked at the churning flood in the center of the battlefield, and their hearts were extremely shocked, because the hill where His Highness Su Miao was standing was destroyed into an abyss. The flood caused by the explosion was pouring into the abyss regardless of the freezing cold in the air. The sound of water rumbles, and watching this scene from high in the air will feel even more shocking. "You can go back. The battle is over," Bago said to several people. "Okay. Call us if you have any tasks," Sun Rong said. He was in an excited mood at the moment. What is exciting is that His Highness Su Miao can use them for something, which shows that they are valuable. At the same time, Sun Rong was very frightened, seeing with his own eyes His Highness Su Miao continuously created such horrific explosions. They felt that they were as small as ever, even though they had seen the ruins after the last explosion. The shock in their hearts was far less than this time. The end of the world is a world that makes no sense at all. A few people didn't dare to delay and left quickly. Fortunately, the snowmobile stopped behind the mutated forest belt. Otherwise it would have been swept away by the terrifying explosion created by His Highness Su Miao, and it would have been destroyed, Chu Zikai said with a smile. Just thinking about it. They looked at the place where the snowmobiles were parked. There was no sign of snowmobiles anywhere. The snow in this area had just melted and became part of the flood. Their snowmobile had long since been swept away. "Let's walk," Sun Rong said helplessly. "Fortunately, we still have some snowmobiles we picked up last time, so we don't have to worry about running out of stock." Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng nodded. The loss of a few snowmobiles was just a small matter. Further away, Su Qian, a priest of the Ice God sect, stumbled away into the distance. He came to the Ice God sect as an undercover agent, but he almost lost his life. There is also a technology mastered by the witch that can promote the rapid growth of plants in extremely cold conditions. Anyone who wants to negotiate can negotiate. He didn't give anyone a chance to say anything before he just rolled a nuclear bomb with his hands and attacked. He wanted to see who would die. Thinking about the people sent out by the Ice God sect. 500 elites, 16 priests, and 1 efficient. It was so terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that Lu Wei, the priest, can activate a stronger second stage after being destroyed. But what's the use? Within 3 seconds of showing off, he was beaten again. If you slip away, your life is at stake. Suddenly, the roar of a snowmobile came from ahead. Su Qian immediately hid to the side and looked forward quietly. That was Qiao Shixin, the priest of the Ice God sect. And the other 2 were followers brought by the chief priest Lu Wei? Damn. They are all old sixes. They will run away early if the situation is not right. Su Qian was ready to change direction. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in front. Su Qian quickly moved forward, ready to see the situation. Make a deal. Yu Yuangui suddenly appeared in front of Qiao Shixin with a smile on his face, grabbing Qiao Shixin's neck with one hand. Qiao Shixin didn't react in time, and was grabbed by the neck by Yu Yuangui. There was a click. Qiao Shixin's neck was crushed, but not a drop of blood flowed. The head held in Yu Yuangui's hand turned into an ice sculpture, and the remaining headless body of Qiao Shixin also turned into an ice sculpture. I'm scared to death. Manager you don't keep your word. Qiao Shixin appeared a few steps away, looking very frightened. Director Yu, it was too cunning. I was almost killed by you. Yu Yuangui waved his hand. Nothing. I just want to see the High Priest's reaction. As for credit and other things, does the High Priest care? Qiao Shixin said. Credibility is the foundation of life. As a devout believer of Ice God, how could I not care? As he spoke, the space around Yu Yuangui suddenly froze and shattered like glass. Several nearby big trees turned into powder. High Priest, your actions are really dark. Yu Yuangui appeared next to Qiao Shixin again, and Qiao Shixin's figure instantly faded. This ability of ice to refract figures is really not an ordinary trouble. Even if Yu Yuangui knew Qiao Shixin's ability in advance, it would be very difficult to actually kill Qiao Shixin unexpectedly. In addition, judging from the strength shown by Qiao Shixin, he may be in trouble if he cannot be killed in a short time. After all, the spatial ability he possesses is half-baked and cannot be used continuously. It's just that Yu Yuangui didn't know that Qiao Shi's faith was very false. Assisting Lu Wei as the chief priest to seize Zheng Ming's body, he was slightly injured by Zheng Ming. He only had a little power of faith left, and his defense ability was greatly weakened. In addition, he was seriously injured by the landmine explosion just now. In order to confuse Yu Yuangui, he even did not hesitate to let Tang Jianlong and Ding Shen explode during the battle, causing blood to splatter everywhere. One of these 2 people died, and the other was injured. It was a great honor for them to make the last sacrifice for him. The High Priest. Yu Yuangui couldn't clearly see his situation at the moment. It was just that he used light and shadow refraction to affect Yu Yuangui's vision. I thought I could kill Yu Yuangui in this way, but Yu Yuangui was too strong. Damn! Both of them are old boys. Su Qian hid in the dark and watched dumbfounded. Especially for Qiao Shixin. It was a bit too scary to let a space freeze and shatter without making a sound. Although he was obviously as powerful as Priest Lu Wei, he always stayed away from the battlefield and refused to participate in the battle. This is too cruel. And this Yu Yuangui, even he didn't know when this guy came to ambush him. Isn't he worried about leaving Sihai Base? Isn't there no one to defend Sihai Base? What Su Qian didn't know was that his good brother Jing Ju was in the Sihai Base. There is blood everywhere in the Sihai Base now. The defense team continuously broke into some rooms, dragged out some Ice God cultists, and shot them to death. Several lurking Ice God cult priests jumped out and wanted to be arrogant, but they were shot dead by Qiao Dahong, the director of Sihai Base, before they could act arrogantly for a few seconds. Near the north. They're all the 6th child. Didn't you say that the director of Sihai Base is almost dead? When did this new director appear? Killing the Ice God cult priest is like hitting a watermelon. Jing Ju, who is also an undercover agent of the Ice God cult, is worried. His intuition told him that there was some means of locking ability users in Sihai Base, and he had to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Qiao Dahong, the new director of Sihai Base, arrived, it would be very difficult for him to leave. From another perspective, this wave of Sihai Base really wiped out the Ice God sect and turned against it. In the ice and snow wasteland, Yu Yuangui and Qiao Shixin continued to confront each other. Su Qian regretted it in the dark. Why does he come here to watch the game? Just an inadvertent movement made the snow they stepped on make a sound. And Yu Yuan-gui and Xiao Shixin looked over at the same time. To make matters worse, black starlings appeared in the sky. Gaga! I found you! Xiao Shixin's figure suddenly faded. Lend me your life! He appeared next to Su Qian. Su Qian's expression changed, and he immediately used his ability to try to change places with Xiao Shixin, who knew that his replacement ability was completely disabled, because there was only a phantom of Xiao Shixin in his replacement position. The next second, the space Su Qian was in was frozen by ice and exploded. Amidst the blood spattering, Xiao Shixin's figure appeared dozens of meters away, taking advantage of the chaos of blood and ice and snow to escape. The injuries on his body were almost too much for him to bear. In this case, facing Yu Yuan-gui and Ba Gu at the same time would definitely lead to death. At the same time, Yu Yuan-gui coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Ba Gu glanced at Yu Yuan-gui doubtfully. You are the one who runs the fastest at Sihai Base? Run fast? Hearing such a nickname, Yu Yuan-gui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was a little dumbfounded. I am Yu Yuan-gui, the director of the Sihai Base. I am here to clean up the priests of the Ice God sect, Beige said. Isn't the Sihai Base going to become the headquarters of the Ice God cult? Yu Yuan-gui said. We have swallowed up the Ice God sect supplies and are currently clearing out all the remnants of the Ice God sect. Beige glanced at the remaining corpses on the ground. I will go to Sihai Base to verify, Yu Yuan-gui said. The person I fought with just now was Xiao Shixin, the high priest of the Ice God Tribunal. Starling circled in the sky and flew straight towards Sihai Base. Yu Yuan-gui glanced at the direction Xiao Shixin fled. If the sixth person of the Ice God sect escapes, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. However, the break between the Sihai Base and the Ice God sect is inevitable. Let's wait until we get through the high temperature and natural disasters to deal with any problems. Yu Yuan-gui coughed out another mouthful of blood and turned towards the snowmobile. In fact, he didn't say a word just now. That is, he suspected that all the actions of the Ice God cult were secretly controlled by Xiao Shixin. But if he said this, he would be suspected of using the witch. So he did not continue to say it. This mean-mouthed Mina is smart enough to know. After walking for a kilometer, Su Miao saw the snow that had not melted. Fortunately, the weather was extremely cold, and the muddy land that lost its snow cover was frozen quickly. Otherwise you would be covered in mud just walking on it. Su Miao took out the snowmobile and drove back. Speaking of Mina, just now, Bago seemed to have said that he was looking for the escaped Ice God cult priest. Su Miao remembered that when she was standing on the edge of the flood, Mina flew over and said something. Bago hasn't come back yet. It's very likely that the escaped Ice God cult priests have already disappeared. But no matter what, this battle was a complete victory. The only problem is that she is still a little confused. There is some fear. The memory of what I did during this time is being restored little by little. Su Miao couldn't imagine how she dared to do so many dangerous things in such a short period of time. It was too scary. Dangerous experiments performed daily can accidentally blow mountains into abyss. Not only was he distracted during the battle, but he would also take the initiative to attack so many people in the Ice God cult. And he could even do things like use magic barriers as steps to stand high in the air. The more Su Miao thought about it, the more frightened she became. In a reckless battle, aren't you afraid that the magic power will suddenly be exhausted? The magic barrier will not be maintained, and the whole person will suddenly fall? Su Miao shook her head to dispel the fear in her heart. It seems that the source of this situation is the mutated black bear that knocked on the door. The mutated black bear couldn't even be killed by the fireballs stored in the magic space at once, and it seemed to have scared away her soul. No matter where you live in the future, you must pay more attention to the situation of mutated animals. She didn't want to experience such danger and fear again. Su Miao returned to the villa in a daze. After adding some fire to the fireplace, Su Miao sat for a while, feeling uncomfortable all over. So, Su Miao went to the bathroom and threw a big water ball into the bathtub first, and then a big fire ball to heat it up. Call! Soaking in the bathtub, Su Miao stirred up the water and felt her whole body relax. When the water cools down slightly, it condenses into a small fireball and is heated. After soaking for nearly 30 minutes, Su Miao finally dispelled the fatigue caused by the battle. She stood up from the bathtub, water dripping silkily from her body. Without a bath towel, Su Miao walked to the mirror, looked at her silky pink hair, and smiled. I don't know why this hair turned pink, but since I don't feel anything is wrong, let's just leave it at that. Because no matter how you look at it, This long pink hair is very beautiful. After putting on her clothes, Su Miao came to sit in front of the fireplace. Feeling the warmth from the fireplace flame, Su Miao took out some fruits and cakes from the magic space, made a cup of black tea, then opened her laptop and opened the downloaded collection of Virtual Anchor singing video slices. Nothing to do today. Just listen to music. After eating some cake, drinking some tea, and listening to songs, Su Miao fell asleep without knowing it. "Your Highness!" shouted Mina. Su Miao opened her eyes, glanced at Mina, and then at the window. It was already pitch black outside the window. There was only some light from the fireplace in the living room, and the generator's reserve power had been used up. I picked up my phone and looked at it. "Is it already 23:15? I'll give you some instant noodles." Su Miao took out a bowl of noodles from the magic space and made some for Ba Gu. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mina flew over immediately. After working hard all day, I finally had something to eat. Taking advantage of the time to make instant noodles, Ba Gu shared the information obtained from tracking the remnants of the Ice God cult. Yu Yuandui from Sihai Base intercepted Xiao Xixin, who was escaping, and killed the 2 people around him. But Xiao Xixin escaped. While Xiao Xixin was on the run, he killed an Ice God priest who was hiding on the edge. I don't know what happened. There are also large-scale purges of Ice God cultists within Sihai Base, killing them like rivers of blood. Mina wanted to continue talking. I found His Highness Su Miao sitting on the chair and falling asleep again. 166, Chapter 165. Your Highness, you slept for 5 days and 5 nights. Chapter 165. Your Highness, you slept for 5 days and 5 nights. Su Miao fell asleep sitting on the chair. Mina reluctantly added some wood to the fireplace and continued to talk. After eating the noodles, it went back to its nest to sleep. His Highness Su Miao had a similar situation before. As long as he didn't bother him, it would be fine. However, what Beige didn't expect was that His Highness Su Miao was still asleep in the middle of the night, showing no signs of waking up. This made Starling worried. In the middle of the night, Ba Gu stopped sleeping and squatted in his nest watching His Highness Su Miao, hoping that His Highness Su Miao would wake up. After waiting for a long time, His Highness Su Miao stood up. Woke up. Mina breathed a sigh of relief. Just the next second, Mina became numb, because His Highness Su Miao stood up with his eyes closed. Not only was he not awake, but he was sleepwalking. Sleepwalking is very dangerous. Worse, His Highness Su Miao may be worse. But in this situation, the Mina didn't dare to disturb it at all. If I accidentally attacked it, I was afraid that it would be killed directly. It suddenly remembered that His Highness Su Miao moved gracefully during the day, but was often distracted. Isn't it the same as sleepwalking? It's over. His Highness Su Miao's symptoms have indeed become more serious. What to do? Starling was worried when he saw His Highness Su Miao go back to the bedroom, close the door, and seemed to go to sleep. The fact is that Su Miao entered the seal of the bed while sleepwalking. Brother Ba stayed up until dawn, expecting Su Miao to get up and cook. But Su Miao didn't show up. Didn't even show up until noon. Sun Rong, Guixing, Chu Zikai, and Yufeng came to pick vegetables on a regular basis. Mina went out and asked for people to pick them. Several people did not doubt why His Highness Su Miao did not show up. After all, this situation had happened before. "Thank you, Your Highness." Sun Rong, Guixing, Chu Zikai, and Yufeng harvested the vegetables and went back. Mina returned to the villa and continued to wait. As a result, he waited for 5 days before he finally heard the sound of nature. "Hey, Mina, are your feathers so messy?" Su Miao opened the door and walked out. She was very surprised when she saw that Bago had been suffering from insomnia and starvation for many days. Mina was almost in tears. Do you know how it spent these 5 days? On the first day, I expected Su Miao to wake up, no matter whether it was broken or not. At least he would be able to cook and eat. If not, he would still be able to have malatang or instant noodles. But it didn't happen. The next day, Su Miao still didn't wake up. Mina was hungry, so he went outside to find a tomato to eat. But the uncooked tomatoes didn't suit his taste very much. On the third day, Su Miao still didn't wake up, and Bago became more and more anxious. It went outside to find corn and tried to roast it with the help of the flames in the fireplace. As a result, it was covered in ashes. The corn was burned, and its feathers were almost burned. As a mutant starling, its feathers can easily cut through steel when in attack form, but flames can still easily burn off the feathers. On the fourth day, Mina gnawed the cold corn with tears in his eyes. When he went out, he encountered a hungry wolf roaring and beat the giant wolf severely. On the 5th day, Mina didn't want to eat corn and barely managed to survive the day on the verge of a nervous breakdown. On the 6th day, His Highness Su Miao finally woke up. Mina's whole body was in full swing, and the feathers all over his body became smooth and energetic. Your Highness, you have been sleeping for 5 days. 5 days? Su Miao picked up the phone in confusion, and the phone clearly displayed March 25th, 2124, 8:35 a.m. The weather forecast is gone because there is no internet. There was a beep. There was a low battery notification sound coming from the phone, and it was shut down very simply. I've slept for so long, and I don't feel anything at all. Su Miao suddenly felt a little scared. She suddenly remembered how Bago fell asleep for several days, when the blizzard was extremely cold. Could it be that she was about to awaken some special ability? After carefully sensing his body, Su Miao found nothing. Special abilities. No. Etc. Su Miao suddenly remembered something. She ran to the mirror and looked at the beautiful long pink hair, and had an immature guess in her mind. Couldn't the fact that all your hair turned pink be the real reason why you slept for 5 days this time? If the magic power simply dissipated, he wouldn't have slept for so many days. Because of fear, Su Miao used magic power to check her body again and again to make sure that nothing was wrong. And she finally felt relieved. Your Highness, is there anything to eat? Mina asked weakly. Eat hot pot. Su Miao took out the hot pot alcohol stove. The Mina jumped up immediately, took out the special bowl, and looked forward to it. Su Miao smiled and went to the vegetable field outside the villa to pick fresh tomatoes and make hot pot base later. I got some green vegetables, bean sprouts, small green vegetables, and fresh mushrooms. Wash them all and put them on the table. Then take out fresh beef rolls from the magic space, specially paired with the sauce for hot pot. Is there something missing? Correct. Su Miao had a flash of inspiration and found a large bottle of coconut juice from the magic space. Starling stood on the table and continued to wait. Although His Highness Su Miao's preparation took more than 30 minutes, he had been waiting for 5 days, and it didn't matter if he waited a little longer. He was very patient. I haven't eaten for a long time. Let's cook some rice this time. Su Miao took out the rice cooking pot again, added an alcohol stove, and cooked a pot of rice. Soon, the rice was cooked, and the hot pot was ready to be eaten. Starling ate rice and drank hot pot soup, and shed tears of emotion. Su Miao first took a bite of steaming sweet rice with a piece of beef dipped in sauce. Just one bite made her feel full of happiness. It is so wonderful to have such a peaceful life of eating hot pot. Oh, seeing the coconut milk on the side, then looking at the rice in the bowl, and the tomato beef hot pot in front of him. Su Miao didn't know what to eat first. No matter. Keep eating. Just think of it as a celebration of having spent another 5 days safely at the end of the world. After eating for 2 hours, Su Miao put down the bowl and chopsticks with satisfaction. Mina drank all the tomato and beef soup before stopping. In the past, the remaining soup would be thrown away. It seems that the Mina was really hungry during this time. In the following time, Mina talked about what happened recently. Since the end of the last war, no one from the Ice God cult has appeared nearby. In the direction of the Vulcan base, the undead seemed to be rebuilding. Mina said that he had seen the undead coming out to cut trees several times. The Seahai base is under construction in full swing. They are frantically stockpiling ice and snow, and are also digging soil. It seems that they want to build an underground city to feel at ease. There are a little more mutant animals coming out to look for food in the wild. But most of these mutant animals have become food for the golden-winged eagle and the 3 gray eagles. Wilderness wanderers have not appeared nearby recently, and most of them have appeared in the direction close to the Seahai base. However, there were no homeless people near the villa during this time. Neither do mutant animals. Uh-huh. Su Miao nodded, feeling relieved. As long as no strangers pass by, it's fine. In the following time, Su Miao opened some new vegetable fields on the mountain, planted some vegetables, and continued to stock vegetables, ice and snow, and small purple fireballs in the magic space. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Gui came to pick vegetables again. When they saw more and more vegetables, they felt bad. You can harvest a little more each time. If you have a way to stock up on vegetables, start stocking up. Next month, I'm leaving here, Su Miao said to several people. Sun Rong said, Your Highness, can we go with you? Su Miao shook her head. No! Although Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Gui had stayed here for several months, Su Miao still didn't trust them, let alone take them away with them. Sun Rong hesitated for a moment. Your Highness, can we continue to stay here? Su Miao glanced at the mutated trees in the distance. Yes, but I'm not sure whether those mutated trees will attack you in the future. If you really want to go somewhere else, you can go to Sihai Base. Bago has been to Sihai Base several times and told Su Miao about some changes in Sihai Base. Yu Yuan Gui, who intercepted and killed Qiao Shixin, the high priest of the Ice God sect, is currently the top supervisor in the Sihai Base. The kind old man, Dr. Fan Qing, has become one of the supervisors of the Sihai Base. There is also a person named Qiu Dahong, who is with Dr. Fan Qing. In addition, judging from the living conditions of the residents in Sihai Base, regardless of age, they have accommodated them as much as possible and made arrangements. This is considered a very well-run private base. Moreover, Sihai Base had just gone through a tragic war and was very short of people. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo would definitely be reused in the past. Sun Rong said, Thank you, Your Highness. Several people went back, different from before. Sun Rong, Chu Zakai, Yu Feng, and Guo were sitting in the villa, no longer in the good mood of harvesting vegetables in the past. They thought they could hug Her Highness the Witch and live here peacefully for a long time. However, no one expected that His Highness Su Miao would leave soon. And they won't be taken away. What do you think? Yu Feng broke the silence. Chu Zakai said, When His Highness Su Miao leaves, we will join the Sihai Base. Guixing asked, There are so many vegetables grown by His Highness Su Miao here. Can't we continue to stay? Chu Zakai glanced at him. Do you think you can hold on alone? Guixing didn't know how to answer. They looked at Sun Rong, who was meditating. And Sun Rong said, His Royal Highness once told us that the high-temperature natural disaster is about to begin, and we don't know what the world will be like by then. I suggest you stay here for a while. If you really can't stay any longer, go to Sihai Base. Chu Zakai said, Isn't this too risky? Sun Rong said, After the high temperature starts, countless ice and snow melt, and floods will occur for several days, which is not suitable for migration. As he spoke, he remembered a question he had pondered a long time ago. In the past, every time I harvested vegetables, I always informed His Highness Su Miao. After His Highness Su Miao leaves, will these vegetables still be harvested by them? In addition, in hot weather, wouldn't those mutated trees really eat them to replenish water? We will go to Sihai Base then. Sun Rong was categorical. Chu Zakai, Guixing, and Yu Feng didn't know why the captain suddenly changed his mind. But there must be a reason why Sun Rong suddenly changed his decision. Good. The decision was unanimous. The next step is to harvest as many vegetables as possible and store them. After some discussion, they decided to stock up on more rice, wheat, and corn. During this period of time, His Highness Su Miao happened to plant a lot. It will definitely be okay to harvest more along the way. Time flew by on April 21st, 2124, and Su Miao stopped the expansion of the vegetable field. When she harvests the last batch of vegetables on the 25th, she will leave the rest and leave on the 26th by snowmobile. Su Miao looked at the map and found that it would take her 1 to 2 days to reach the Yangtze River before May 1st. She needs to cross the Yangtze River while it is frozen. After crossing the river, we found a relatively high mountain to camp temporarily, waiting for the high-temperature disaster to come on May 1st. After the flood caused by the high-temperature disaster receded, she continued to move northwest. The plan was perfect. Su Miao looked at the magic space and found that the current vegetable reserves were estimated to be 1 million tons. There is also a lot of rice, wheat, flour, and corn. After all, Fanqing Base gave her several containers of rice, flour, etc. on the way here. There has been little progress in potions during this time. Because Su Miao lacked materials, he could only keep studying theories. Su Miao's current favorite magic potion is the transformation potion. She wants to transform into a bird by refining the transformation potion. If you could fly, it would be easy to migrate. But every time he thought about it, Su Miao was afraid that someone would see the big bird in the sky and shoot him directly. That would be very dangerous. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, we don't have any materials. Su Miao closed Potion Science. Su Miao practices drawing swords, swinging swords, Tai Chi swords, and Tai Chi every day. With the injection of magic power, Su Miao felt that her sword drawing and swinging were getting faster and faster. But she was still a little short of supersonic speed. I believe she could achieve it after practicing for a while. What Su Miao didn't know was that every time she practiced sword practice, Bago would get numb. His Highness's speed continued to increase, almost to the point of flying. I don't know why. But at this time, Beige will think of His Highness Su Miao who is in a broken state. If His Highness Su Miao enters this state again, will he gracefully attack the crowd with one man and one sword? There was a sound of swords whistling and corpses all over the ground. It's scary to think about it. It's better not to do it. If His Highness really becomes like this, he will chop me down too. Beige shook his head, not daring to continue imagining. In addition to the above, Su Miao has also made new progress in magic research. Su Miao imitated the magic circle principles of ice arrows and ice spikes, and developed fire magic, such as flame spears, through mirror reproduction. If the pyro gun is strengthened, it can exert the effect of pyroblast in the game, and the explosion power will be stronger. So far, Su Miao's flame spear can reach the light blue level. When will it turn purple? I can't imagine the effect. However, Su Miao is certain that the purple flame gun is definitely more exciting than throwing small purple fireballs directly. Unconsciously, the time arrived on April 25th, 2124. Su Miao harvested most of the vegetables that could be harvested in the vegetable field, leaving the rest to Sun Rong, Chu Zikai, Guixing, and Yu Feng. Tomorrow, it's time to set off. 167. Chapter 166. The temperature is rising. Chapter 166. The temperature is rising. All the vegetables in the vegetable room are put into the magic space. All the fungi in the mushroom room were put into the magic space. And the mature fungi and beautiful mushrooms on it were also picked. Voles in the lab. Su Miao looked at these trembling voles and thought about what to do. Theoretically, these voles should not be allowed to leave. But when Su Miao was about to get rid of them, Su Miao unexpectedly discovered that a vole had given birth to a litter of baby voles. The big field mouse looked at Su Miao with fear, fearing that Su Miao would kill them all. The horrific scene last time when Su Miao raised her hand and turned those mutated rabbits into ashes with a few fireballs has been engraved in their soul memories. The raised hand was put down, but Su Miao did not make a move. The high temperature disaster is coming, and whether these voles can survive has nothing to do with her. For the sake of helping these voles taste the vegetables, let them continue to live. Maybe they won't survive for a few days. Su Miao returned to the second floor and packed up all the furniture and other items for storing clothes. There is nothing on the third floor. All that's left is the bed and so on. I just need to sleep for one night and put it into the magic space tomorrow. Your Highness, they are here. Bago flew into the villa and told Su Miao that the people were coming. Outside the villa, Sun Rong, Guixing, Chu Zikai, and Yu Feng stood in front of their trailer and waited. Your Highness. Well, you can harvest the remaining vegetables in the vegetable field, Su Miao said to several people. I will leave here tomorrow morning, Sun Rong said. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, will you come back? Su Miao shook her head. No, this house doesn't belong to me either, Sun Rong said. We understand. They started harvesting vegetables. Su Miao said that they had harvested a lot, but there were still a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes that were buried underground and were confiscated. These were given to a few people. Sun Rong, Guixing, Chu Zikai, and Yu Feng thought they only had a little to harvest. But they never expected that His Highness Su Miao would leave them so much. Even if they are ability users, it is almost impossible to harvest everything within half a day. Come on, Sun Rong said to his teammates. No matter how much they can harvest by nightfall, they will try their best. When Su Miao was about to return to the villa, the golden-winged eagle came with 3 gray eagles. Several sand sculptures looked at Su Miao and chirped softly. Mina said, they said they want to stay and protect this place. Su Miao took out 4 paper cups and poured a cup of hot water for each of the eagles. There is no need to protect this place. I will not come back here. The golden-winged eagle and the 3 gray eagles drank the hot water poured by His Highness Su Miao immediately. After drinking it, they were a little moved and a little sad. They really want to leave with Su Miao, but they pursue freedom more than leaving with His Highness Su Miao. The golden-winged eagle looked at Sun Rong and others who were busy in the vegetable field, and chirped a few more times. Bago translated. They asked these people if they can be trusted? Su Miao said. I don't know, but you can cooperate with them. The golden-winged eagle seemed to have made a decision and barked a few more times. Mina translated. It says it has made a decision. Su Miao nodded and turned back to the villa. The golden-winged eagle greeted the 3 gray eagles and joined in the harvest of vegetables. Sun Rong, Chuzakai, Yu Feng, and Guo were shocked when they saw it was a golden-winged eagle and 3 gray eagles. But after being translated by Starling, they were overjoyed. Because the golden-winged eagle said that he would form a team with a few of them. In this case, they have more room for maneuver on whether to join the Seahai base. Su Miao returned to Biolikian and began a day of magic research. After experiencing the last crisis, Su Miao deeply realized his own weakness and studied magic whenever he had time. Although I sometimes turn on the computer to listen to music. This is a necessary balance between work and rest. We are leaving tomorrow. So let's recuperate our spirits for the time being. Su Miao opened the laptop. Nothing to do today. Just listen to music. Time flew by, and it was the next day. Su Miao opened her eyes, got dressed, put away the bed in the bedroom, and went to the living room to prepare a simple breakfast. For breakfast, I mixed some flour, used the fireball technique to burn the iron plate, made pancakes, and added 2 eggs. Of course, Mina also gave me a portion. 2 more yogurts, by the way. Su Miao likes to drink yogurt very much. But she had little money before the end of the world. So she reserved 600 boxes of yogurt, which will be gone after she drinks it. Your Highness, where are we going? Starling asked curiously after finishing the pancakes and fruit. Drinking the yogurt. You'll know when you get there. Su Miao put down the finished yogurt and said, Let's go! Beige immediately flew up from the table. And the next second the table disappeared and was taken into the magic space by Su Miao. April 26, 2124. 8:15 a.m. Su Miao came downstairs, opened the glass cabinet that enclosed the field mice, and put some corn and rice on the side. Whether these bowls survive is up to them. The wood in the second-floor fireplace is expected to burn into the evening. But by late night, the entire villa will begin to cool down. Your Highness, won't you kill them? Bugs asked. His Highness Su Miao, who was broken last time, destroyed all the mutated white rabbits without even thinking. Su Miao said, Let's go. Don't worry about them. We won't come back. He walked out of the villa, closed the door, and put the key under the doormat. Just like when Su Miao came. Outside the villa, Sun Rong, Guixing, Yu Feng, Chuzakai, the golden-winged eagle, and the 3 gray eagles were all there. Knowing that His Highness Su Miao was leaving today, they came here very early to wait. Your Highness! Sun Rong and others saluted Su Miao. No need to send them away. You can continue to harvest these vegetables. Su Miao glanced at the vegetable field. Yesterday, Sun Rong and others were busy all afternoon, harvesting a lot of vegetables and grain. But there was still a lot that was not harvested. After growing overnight, many vegetables have matured. For example, tomatoes that were green yesterday have turned red today. Thank you, Your Highness! Several people were overjoyed. Su Miao walked a few steps, then stopped to look at the vegetable patch, and reminded, After today, you'd better not get close to this vegetable patch. During this time, she remembered what happened to her when she lost her soul. For example, there are very bright red flowers blooming in the villa courtyard. There was once some blood and rabbit hair left under the flowers. At that time, she was fearless. So she took a closer look. Just when you get closer, the flowers wither, and some of the petals even melt on the spot, looking like blood. At that time, I thought she might have misunderstood. So I stopped paying attention. Now think about it. How dangerous it is. Even if you want to get closer, you have to bring a small fireball before getting closer. However, considering that she caught a lot of mutated bunnies for her experiment, the ones that ran into the courtyard might be dangerous mutated rabbits. Seeing as these flowers and plants can help solve the crisis, let them be. In a few days, life will become difficult for these mutated plants, and whether they can survive will be a big question. Su Miao took out a newly made sycamore with staff from the magic space, waved her hand, and walked down the mountain. Little ones, I'm leaving. You have to live well. Mina shouted to the golden-winged eagle and gray eagle, and quickly followed. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Su Miao took out the snowmobile and drove towards the north. The weather is nice today. No snow. And the view is great. Mina flew in the sky, helping to look at the road from time to time, and then returning to tell Su Miao the road conditions ahead. In this way, Su Miao had a smooth journey and arrived at the Yangtze River on the second night. Affected by the floods before the blizzard and extreme cold, the Yangtze River was much wider than before the end of the world. A few months ago, Su Miao was still worried about how to cross the Yangtze River. At that time, under the influence of floods, the Yangtze River was so turbulent that it was absolutely impossible for her to pass with only an assault boat. However, it didn't matter now. The vast Yangtze River was completely frozen. She only needed to drive a snowmobile to cross the river. Su Miao built an igloo by the river, took out a sealable pressure cooker, used wood and diesel fuel, and prepared to make some stewed meat and rice. Because of the cold weather, it is very difficult to cook outdoors. Only in this way can the food be cooked. Let's make do with it for now. Your Highness, I will go outside to investigate. Beige confirmed Su Miao's igloo and flew out, as usual, to check out the situation nearby. So far, more and more mutated animals have adapted to the blizzard and extremely cold weather, and they are becoming more and more dangerous. Fortunately, there are no dangerous mutant animals nearby this time, so it seems that we can spend the night safely. Your Highness, the area is safe. Mina will report when he returns. Su Miao closed the potion science. The meal should be ready. Take the pressure cooker off the fire. Let it release a little, and then turn it on again when it's almost done. The wonderful aroma of rice and meat will spread in all directions. Mina is full of expectations. As expected of your Highness, no matter how you cook, it tastes delicious. After giving one portion to Beige and one to herself, Su Miao sat by the fire and started eating. The wood poured with diesel is very resistant to burning and makes a beeping sound that makes the entire igloo very warm. At this time, Su Miao noticed that it started to snow outside the igloo. Heavy snowflakes were falling one after another, as if there would never be enough snow in the sky. Su Miao ate her meal and looked at the snowy scene, enjoying the tranquility of the world at this moment. After the meal, Su Miao added some wood to the fire and began to sleep. There will be starlings keeping vigil in the middle of the night, so don't worry. By the time the starling vigil was over, she had almost slept for 6 hours. After waking up, it doesn't matter whether you want to continue sleeping or not. Even if it's time to rush, the Mina can hang on the snowmobile and continue sleeping. At 4:10 in the morning, Su Miao woke up. Su Miao added some wood to the fire and temporarily prepared some dry food for Starling to eat. Mina started to sleep after eating. Su Miao began to enjoy her instant noodles. Only, Su Miao suddenly felt that the weather had become a little strange, and she couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. The snow outside has stopped. The sky is very dark, and it is so quiet that it seems like something terrifying is looking down at the world. What's wrong? Su Miao frowned and started looking for clues. A few minutes later, Su Miao's eyes lit up, and she found the source of something wrong. It was the magic covering her whole body. This magic consumes less magic power. Why? Su Miao took out the thermometer. The temperature shown above is -51 degrees Celsius. You must know that it is night now. If it were not close to -90 degrees Celsius in the past, it would be unworthy of the name of this natural disaster called blizzard and extreme cold. The temperatures are warming up. Su Miao showed a solemn expression. Theoretically speaking, going from a normal temperature of more than -70 degrees Celsius to -51 degrees Celsius is nothing. Because before the Doomsday comes, similar situations have occurred in the world. In autumn and winter, the temperature can suddenly drop from more than 30 degrees Celsius to 0 degrees Celsius, or suddenly rise from 0 degrees Celsius to more than 30 degrees Celsius. The temperature dropped by more than 30 degrees Celsius in one day. Therefore, now it is just an increase in temperature of more than 20 degrees Celsius, which is nothing. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the temperature dropped to 61 degrees Celsius. Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief at this change. Set off! Su Miao took the sleeping starling and started crossing the Yangtze River on a snowmobile. Because the flood cover was extremely broad, it took Su Miao 3 hours to actually cross the Yangtze River. After crossing the river, Su Miao took a look at the vast ice surface and took out a camera to take a photo. Your Highness, are you taking pictures? Ba Gu woke up and was very curious when he saw Su Miao's movements. Su Miao said. Your Highness, do you want me to fly high in the sky to take pictures for you? I am very confident in my photography skills. Mina asked excitedly, not knowing where the interest came from. Su Miao looked at Beige and handed the camera over. Okay. Mina took the camera, flew high into the sky, and took several photos of the frozen Yangtze River. Suddenly, some figures appeared in the distance and headed in this direction. Your Highness, someone is coming over there. Beige flew down, returned the camera to Su Miao, and reported the report. Well, let's go quickly. Su Miao put the camera into the magic space and drove away on the snowmobile at high speed. Only halfway through, the snowmobile broke down. Su Miao had to stop and looked at the broken snowmobile in silence. At the same time, the roar of snowmobiles was heard not far away. And soon a group of people came to Su Miao. 11 people came, and their snowmobiles had a lot of ice cutting and fishing tools tied to them. They were probably going to catch fish. Su Miao was extremely nervous looking at the stranger in front of her. Your snowmobile broke down? Do you need our help? The leading middle-aged man glanced at Su Miao, and then at Starling, who was standing on the snowmobile. No, please leave, Bug said, standing on the broken snowmobile. Good. The leading middle-aged man nodded and left with his people. Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she had grown a lot when facing strangers. But this encounter made Su Miao realize that she still needed to grow a lot. However, none of these people showed any malice toward her, which somewhat surprised Su Miao. Maybe this group of people left, and no one who came later came near her. Su Miao put away the snowmobile as quickly as possible, put on a new one and drove away. Mina, go over and tell them later that there will be a big flood on the Yangtze River the day after tomorrow. Find a place to take shelter. 168, Chapter 167, Please take care of me, Brother Shu. Chapter 167, Please take care of me, Brother Shu. April 30th, 2124. 1:11 p.m. Su Miao looked at the mountains in front of her and stopped the snowmobile. The current temperature is minus 15 degrees Celsius. Although Su Miao was mentally prepared to face high-temperature natural disasters, she was still frightened by the rate of increase in temperature. According to the original plan, she should have found a camp yesterday and waited for May 1st. But she never found a safe area. The areas we passed yesterday are very vulnerable to flooding and very dangerous. Your Highness, no people were seen on the mountain, and no mutated animals were seen. Mina completed the investigation and returned the report. Okay, let's go there. Su Miao drove the snowmobile towards the mountain. However, whether it was the roar of the snowmobile or the rapid rise in temperature, when Su Miao approached the mountain, there was a roar on the mountain, and it turned out to be an avalanche. Suddenly, Su Miao felt like her hair was exploding all over her body. She immediately turned the snowmobile around and fled in a different direction. The avalanche ends as quickly as it comes. 10 minutes later, Su Miao looked at the mountains after the avalanche, holding the sycamore wood staff, and felt that human beings were unprecedentedly insignificant in the face of natural disasters. Fortunately, there wasn't an avalanche when we were going up the mountain. Otherwise, it would have been really scary. Yes, Your Highness. Mina was also a little scared. Su Miao put away the snowmobile and walked up the mountain with the sycamore wood staff. According to preliminary estimates, the mountain is about 1,200 meters tall. It should be fine to stay up here. It's just that climbing the mountain is a little difficult. Affected by the avalanche, I stepped on many places deeply and shallowly, and there was a risk of falling if I wasn't careful. But I finally reached the halfway point of the mountain without any danger. But the rest of the way began to become very steep and a bit difficult. Walk. For safety reasons, Su Miao walked up the magic steps. After another hour or so, Su Miao reached the top of the mountain. Raising his hand and throwing a small purple fireball, Su Miao melted the snow on the top of the mountain and bombed a platform. The wind on the mountain was a bit strong, and it looked very cold. Fortunately, Su Miao had magic covering her whole body, so she didn't feel how cold the weather was. Not to mention that it was getting hotter now. It should be fine with a tent. Su Miao took out the tent from the magic space and supported it on the top of the mountain. In addition, Su Miao found some stones to further strengthen it, and poured some water between the stones to turn them into solid stone walls, which could ensure that the wind could not blow to the bottom of the tent. The stone wall is not high, so even if the high temperature begins to melt the ice, there is no need to worry about the danger caused by the melting ice. After so much work, the sky has started to turn dark. Su Miao shrank into the tent, set up a small stove, and prepared to have a hot pot. Although the wind outside is relatively strong, the quality of this tent is very good, and you don't have to worry about the fire in the small stove being blown out. It will be great when the magic of the barrier will be unfolded. Su Miao looked at the small stove and suddenly had such an idea. She took out her notebook and wrote down this idea. So far, she has studied a lot of magic, but she has not studied magic enchantment yet. As long as she can succeed and survive in a doomsday environment in the future, she can avoid a lot of troublesome things. For example, in a magic barrier, you don't have to worry about whether it's extremely cold or hot outside. Okay, let's eat. Su Miao scooped a bowl for Bago and started eating the hot pot. In front of delicious food, Su Miao would only feel very at ease, even if the strong wind outside was howling non-stop. After eating and drinking, Su Miao studied magic for a while and felt that she had almost digested dinner before going to bed. Tomorrow is May 1st. When a high-temperature natural disaster strikes, what will the world look like? I hope there won't be any earthquakes. If there is another earthquake before the high-temperature disaster strikes, it would be too scary. In the middle of the night, Su Miao was woken up by the earthquake. The whole mountain was shaking. It is roughly estimated that the earthquake was about magnitude 4. We just don't know how strong some earthquakes are in the epicenter area. After the earthquake ended, Su Miao heard a loud rumbling sound from the bottom of the mountain. It should be that the avalanche broke out again, because she was worried that the earthquake would continue. Su Miao did not dare to sleep for the next time. She held the sycamore with staff just in case. There was another earthquake around 3 a.m., and this earthquake was even stronger than the last one. Su Miao suddenly remembered that in the days before the end of the world, major earthquakes occurred all over the world. At that time, earthquakes in some areas triggered large tsunamis, which swept many people into the sea. Su Miao still remembered the spectacular scene when Tokyo sank reported in the news. Such a natural disaster really doesn't give people any way to survive. Time passed little by little, and it was 6 a.m. in the blink of an eye, and the sky was bright. Su Miao glanced at the thermometer. The temperature outside was now 16 degrees Celsius. The temperature had risen too ridiculously. If it weren't for the magic covering her whole body, she would most likely feel very hot. Mina, go patrol outside and check the situation. Okay, Your Highness. The Mina immediately flew out of the tent and went on patrol. Su Miao closed the tent, took off all her cold-proof down jacket, thermal underwear, etc., and put on a light white skirt. Considering that the sun would become very bright later, she added a piece of knee-length white silk and fixed it with leg rings. I changed my shoes to breathable mesh shoes. It only took a little time to change clothes, but the temperature rose to 20 degrees Celsius. Su Miao took out a mirror and looked at it. The long pink hair on the shawl also needs to be dealt with and tied into a pair of ponytails. Doesn't this feel too childish? Very cute though. Single ponytail? Wouldn't that be too monotonous? After thinking for a long time, Su Miao decided not to deal with it for the time being. Let's first see if the magic covering the whole body can properly isolate the high temperature. I took out the silver umbrella, which can be used as a parasol later. Su Miao walked out of the tent, holding the sycamore with staff and looking at the sky. The dark clouds that had covered the sky for months disappeared and were replaced by a magnificent golden morning glow. It looked like there were many phoenixes fluttering their wings. Su Miao couldn't help but take out her camera and take a few photos. A few minutes later, the fiery red sun rose in the sky, looking more spectacular than ever. Su Miao took a few more photos. At this time, the temperature rose to 30 degrees Celsius. Your Highness, the snow is starting to melt. Mina, who flew around outside, came back to report. The Mina flapped its wings and stopped at the edge of the cliff. Speaking of which, the wind was still howling last night, but now there is no wind at all. At 9 a.m., the temperature climbed to 45 degrees Celsius. Affected by rising temperatures, the snow on the ground is melting rapidly. Because the snow on some mountains melted too quickly, it triggered large-scale avalanches. The avalanches continued, making people feel as if there were earthquakes on the ground. Su Miao glanced at the sun again. The sun at 9 o'clock had become extremely dazzling, as if the sun was approaching the earth. Your Highness, the temperature is rising too fast. The Mina is fluffing its feathers. Every time you shake it up, a lot of tiny fluff will fall off. It no longer dared to leave the shadow of the tent. Su Miao had already held up a silver umbrella to block the sun. She thought for a moment, then took out another pan, poured a little oil on the pan and placed it in the sun. After waiting for 3 seconds, Su Miao immediately put 2 pieces of beef into the pan. In the blink of an eye, there was a sizzling sound in the pan. The aroma of barbecue wafts around. Su Miao watched this scene in silence. Just waited for a while, and then silently turned the beef over. By this time, the temperature had risen to 59 degrees Celsius. After a while, the beef will be cooked. Before the doomsday, to be more exaggerated, was nothing more than frying eggs under the hot summer sun. But now you can fry beef. Su Miao thought for a while. Then took out cumin and pepper, and added some to the beef. It's all baked. So let's bake it for breakfast. Your Highness, isn't this too scary? Ba Gu watched His Highness Su Miao skillfully grilling meat, and his whole body was trembling. Half an hour later, the 2 pieces of beef were roasted until they were almost done. Do you want it? Su Miao asked Beige. Your Highness. No. No. Mina really wants to eat it. But it's very hot right now. He won't be able to bear eating such hot barbecue anymore. Su Miao put the pan into the shadow of the silver umbrella. That's it for now. Let's eat first. Su Miao tasted it, and found that the fried beef tasted quite good. Maybe this is pure solar cooked beef, with a little sunshine flavor. After eating the beef, Su Miao searched around the magic space, and found an ice cream to eat. These ice creams have been sitting in the magic space for months. And they finally came in handy today. Your Highness, I will eat this. Beige looked at Su Miao pitifully. Su Miao gave Beige a portion. Mina took a few bites and felt that the whole bird life was saved. However, not long after eating the ice cream, the Mina was too hot to move, as if it was about to be roasted. Su Miao looked at Beige's pitiful appearance, raised his hand, and threw an ice arrow in front of Beige. With magic attached, this ice arrow can last for a long time. Sensing the chill emanating from the ice arrow, Starling immediately approached and once again felt saved. You better not get too close to the ice arrows. They might freeze you, Su Miao reminded. Mina was a little frightened and immediately took a step away from the ice arrow. Su Miao looked down the mountain. The snow was melting faster and faster. And even the snow that melted earlier had a tendency to boil hot water under the high temperature. May 1st, 2124. 12 o'clock. The predicted time for the high temperature disaster to come has begun. At this time, the temperature has quickly climbed to 72 degrees Celsius, and it is no longer important whether it will continue to rise, because this has almost reached the extreme temperature that humans can survive on the surface. The melting snow turned into roaring floods, rushing towards the Yangtze River. On the Yangtze River, there were still people digging into the ice to catch fish in the morning. But at this time, the waves in the vast Yangtze River were surging and running endlessly, and no fishermen could be seen anywhere. There was a middle-aged man who stood on the high ground and looked at the rushing flood, feeling frightened for a while. If he hadn't believed the Mina's warning, he would have been swept away by the terrible flood. The dozens of people standing behind him looked very ugly. They had either been persuaded to come down or were working in logistics. But there were still some who did not believe in evil and went fishing on the Yangtze River. Now, these people will definitely not want to come back. Someone was wailing. Some people hugged their families and were thankful to be alive. Others were crying and suddenly jumped into the flood, unable to stop them. Someone nearby explained that the family didn't know how to fish. But the old man couldn't resist and kept cursing, forcing his son and grandson to go fishing on the Yangtze River. Now, the old man has no hope. See high base. Many people hid in reinforced concrete buildings and looked outside in horror. Wave after wave of floods hit the Sihai base. But most of these floods were diverted by the trenches they had dug long ago and flowed farther away. As for the igloos and other structures built earlier, all of them melted in just a few hours and merged into the flood. Even so, floodwaters still entered the Sihai base. Fortunately, this situation is not too serious. It only takes 2 more days for the floods to disappear because it's so hot. Yu Yuangue stood on the upper floor of a building made of pure reinforced concrete and looked at the flood below with an extremely solemn expression. The high-temperature disaster is coming. The ruins of the Vulcan base. The entrance to the ruins has long been sealed tightly by the undead. Any problematic areas within the base are sealed by the undead. In this case, even if a landslide occurs, they will not be buried. They just had to wait for the floodwaters to recede. Villa area. Sun Rong, Guixing, Chuzakai, and Yufeng were extremely nervous as they watched the flood rushing down the mountain. They still remembered His Highness Su Miao's reminder to stay outside when a high-temperature natural disaster arrives to see if the villa will collapse. Fortunately, the bottom of the villa was filled in well, and there was no risk of collapse. However, the villa next to it didn't last long. As the ice and snow melted, the entire villa collapsed in just half an hour. Horrible! Sun Rong, Guixing, Chuzakai, and Yufeng had lingering fears. Chuzakai said, "Hurry up and rescue the vegetables. The temperature rises too fast and many vegetables will go bad." Sun Rong, Guixing, and Yufeng's expressions changed and they immediately participated in the action of saving vegetables. They need to take advantage of this time to dehydrate and dry most of the vegetables. Otherwise it all piles up and may become corrupted. What do you think that is? At this time, Yufeng pointed forward and said. Several people looked in the direction and saw many mutated trees moving quickly in this direction in the flood. The mutated trees climbed up the mountain, found their favorite spots, and took root there. But if you look carefully, they are centered on the villa where His Highness Su Miao lives. In almost half an hour, the entire hill became lush and green, and there was no more melted snow water flowing down the mountain. And even the passing floods became inexplicably shorter. Some mutated trees stopped at the edge of the villa where Sun Rong, Guixing, Chuzakai, and Yufeng lived. Seeing their gazes, a large mutated tree stretched out its branches and patted Sun Rong on the shoulder, as if to say, "Everyone, it's a mature tree. Don't be afraid." Sun Rong suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "Brother Shu, please take care of us." 169. Chapter 168. You can definitely let them go. Chapter 168. You can definitely let them go. Because the weather was too hot, Su Miao found a pair of black hair bands and tied them into twin ponytails. To be precise, they were long straight twin tails, or shawl twin tails. The magic covering the whole body is very effective in isolating the extreme cold, but it requires a little adjustment in the face of such high temperatures. Fortunately, Su Miao studies this magic every day and adapts to it after a little adjustment. However, the condition of the mina is worrying. Once it loses the cold protection of Ice Arrow, it will look like it is roasted. Let's stay at the top of the mountain for now. After all, the flood below the mountain is not as ferocious as it could be, and it will not subside within a few days. Affected by the extreme cold caused by the heavy snowstorm some time ago, when the weather suddenly warmed up, floods were followed by various landslides and mudslides, which was extremely scary. The high mountain where Su Miao lives has experienced landslides in many areas. Fortunately, the top of the mountain where she lives is an intact rock and is safe. It lasted for almost 3 days, and the floods at the bottom of the mountain began to recede. By the 5th day, the floods at the bottom of the mountain disappeared, and the remaining puddles dried up, hardened, and cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the past, plague would inevitably occur after the flood. But in this case, can the virus survive high temperatures? Even if viruses can survive, there are not enough organisms to serve as their hosts to spread. On the 6th day, several reservoirs that could be seen from the high mountains began to dry up. It would not take long for the water in the reservoirs to completely disappear. Mina seemed to have recovered, and even without the cold protection of the Ice Arrow, it could hold on for a while. Su Miao's diet also changed from a small hot pot every day to a barbecue in the sun. As for the starlings who are too hot, just drink some water every time. The mina really wanted to eat barbecue, but unfortunately, it had no appetite, so it could only watch helplessly. "You want to eat?" Sometimes, Su Miao would ask Mina about the roasted beef and chicken wings. With tears in his eyes, Bago said feebly, "Thank you, Your Highness. Please give it to me next time." It really wants to say, "Your Highness." You don't have to ask it every time. It will take the initiative to ask for it when it is ready to eat. "Your Highness, I am resurrected with full blood. Gaw gaw gaw." On the 9th day, the mina can fly. Although I can't fly for too long during the day, it won't be a problem to leave here and continue my journey. However, Su Miao encountered a new problem next. The ground was dry and hardened, but the cracking was also serious, and the ground temperature was very high, making it unsuitable for driving. This made Su Miao feel very sorry. Obviously, there are so many cars in the magic space. Therefore, Su Miao had to travel on foot. After walking for a while, Su Miao would rest for a while. During her rest, she would think about a question. Who can tell her how to make a magic broom? Waiting online. Urgent. There are so many magics that I want to study and learn. However, she doesn't have a magic book. At this time, Su Miao could only open the special introduction to magic runes and the principles of magic arrays in potion science, hoping to find some clues in it. During this period, Su Miao tried to take out a new sycamore tree branch and carve some researched magic runes on it. At the beginning, Su Miao would also use some mithril and platinum silver, but later he only used silver. Within a few days, more than 30 sycamore branches exploded in her hands. There were also 5 or 6 sycamore branches that flew out like sharp arrows after being injected with magic power, and they didn't know where they went. "Take it easy. You can't rush into studying magic. She also has another way, which is to make a transformation potion that can transform into a flying bird. But after the high-temperature natural disaster came, even if she wanted to collect the materials to refine the potion, she seemed to have no chance. Because many of the mutated plants and trees that had finally survived the blizzard and extreme cold were dehydrated and dried up under the high temperature. It was very difficult to collect materials. On May 10th, Su Miao discovered a national road. Although this national highway also has signs of being ravaged by floods, it is at least much easier to walk than the wilderness, where there are hardened soil everywhere. Moreover, the road is covered with a layer of hardened soil, which can just insulate the high temperature emitted by the cement. Su Miao wanted to try driving, but seeing the sun being so hot, I decided to wait until night before trying again. The people of Guangxi welcome you. Looking at the crumbling billboard in front of her, Su Miao stopped, raised her hand, and threw a fireball, causing the billboard to fall completely to prevent it from being hit when someone passed by behind. After walking for a while, as evening approached, Su Miao saw that the road ahead was blocked. It is not blocked due to floods, mudslides, landslides, etc., but man-made. At this time, more than a dozen people were building checkpoint houses on the roadside. In hot weather, if there is no shelter, you may be burned to death if you are not careful. Seeing so many strangers in front of her, Su Miao instantly became nervous. These people also noticed Su Miao holding a silver umbrella. They stopped what they were doing and looked over. Some picked up knives, some picked up sticks, and some picked up guns. When the high temperature and natural disasters came, and the floods receded, some brothers suggested building checkpoints along the highway. Maybe they could catch some people and collect some tolls. Because walking along the national highway leads to officially controlled shelters. Although the shelters are full, the Yangshanji, which is used to house refugees outside the shelters, is very attractive to the refugees. If you have the ability and are lucky, you may be able to enter the shelters and escape from the homeless life. Therefore, as long as you guard it, there will definitely be business at this post. Now, isn't the business coming? There was just something wrong with Su Miao in their eyes. With a pink shawl and twin tails, she looks very young and beautiful. She is so beautiful that she doesn't look like a normal person who should exist in the apocalypse. Su Miao's clothes were very clean. She was holding a silver umbrella, and she was followed by a black mina. This combination is very strange no matter how you look at it. If you have to rob, it seems that apart from this umbrella, this person is the only one who can rob. It's been a long time since it was snowy and extremely cold, and they haven't seen a woman for a long time. But Su Miao's appearance made them a little unsure. Stop! Check! A bearded man wearing a vest and a damp rag covering his head held an old-fashioned gun and shouted, Examine? Su Miao looked at Big Beard, raised his hand, and shot an ice arrow, piercing Big Beard's heart. The bearded man's eyes widened, and he fell on his back on the hot ground. Blood flowed on the ground, making a strange sizzling sound and emitting a strange smell. Big Beard! Hacking! The young man approaching noticed the blood in the bearded heart and looked at Su Miao angrily. Su Miao suppressed the cold expression on her face and shot the young man with an ice arrow. Everyone stop it! Where the sentry stone house was being built, a middle-aged man came out and shouted loudly. But it's too late. Others had already shot at Su Miao. All the bullets were absorbed by the magic space array, and Su Miao stood there with a silver umbrella, unscathed. Bullets don't break defenses. Ability user. This is an ability user. Hack. Bitch. I don't believe it anymore. Who is not a capable person? After several people shouted, there was no sound. Su Miao suppressed her cold expression and returned all the absorbed bullets back along the same path, except for the two ability users and the person who came out later to shout to stop. Everyone at the scene was shot and fell to the ground without breathing. Do not kill me! One of the two ability users who took action begged for mercy, and the other turned around and wanted to escape, for ice arrows were fired, leaving the two of them with no chance to fight back before they fell to the ground and died. It's all a misunderstanding. Why kill them all? The remaining middle-aged man looked at the corpses on the ground with great pain. Do you know how we survived these few months? You are better than them. You can let them go. Misunderstand? Let them go. Su Miao raised her hand and fired 12 ice arrows. The middle-aged man obviously did not expect that Su Miao would take action without saying a word. In a hurry, he stopped 5 or 6 ice arrows and was shot to death by the remaining ice arrows. He fell to the hot ground his eyes wide, considering that it was inhumane to leave corpses on the hot ground. Su Miao raised her hand and threw a few small purple fireballs, burning all the corpses on the ground to ashes. Throw in a few more starlight blooms. Starling stood on the dry branch nearby and watched, saying nothing. The weather is too hot, and it has no energy to mock. As for these people being killed, Bago didn't find it strange at all. Star Base, Vulcan Base, cannibals. So many major scenes have been experienced personally, and the ashes in front of them are not worth mentioning at all. If these people were half as smart as those fishing on the river, they wouldn't be killed. His Highness Su Miao is actually very kind. Now, everyone is dead. Looking at the ashes remaining on the ground, Su Miao was no longer nervous or afraid. She left here quickly. Your Highness, I'm going to investigate. Mina flew up and said, the sun is about to set. The temperature has dropped a little, and the starlings can fly freely in the sky. Moreover, we have just encountered a checkpoint set by humans. Maybe there is a human stronghold nearby. Mina needs to conduct some aerial reconnaissance first. It cannot be without value to His Highness Su Miao. Good. Su Miao nodded. At nearly 7 p.m., night fell and the temperature dropped slightly, reaching 61 degrees Celsius. Su Miao hesitated, took out a sports car, and drove forward. However, after only driving 30 kilometers, a tire burst. The car stopped on the side of the road, almost unscathed. Su Miao had no choice but to get out of the car and put the punctured car into the magic space. She originally wanted to enjoy the air conditioning in the car for a while, but now it seemed she could only continue walking, unless she makes all the high-end cars in the magic space have punctures. Then she might be able to walk a little longer. The transformation potion that can turn into a bird and the magic broom that can fly must be developed as soon as possible. Su Miao looked at the time. It was now 20 o'clock. After walking for a while, he stopped to rest. Your Highness! Mina flew back in a hurry. Give me some water to drink first. Su Miao took out a paper cup and threw a small water ball into the paper cup. Mina drank all the water in a few sips. Your Highness, there is a town 15 kilometers ahead called Yangshanji. There are many people in it. 3 kilometers away from Yangshanji is the officially established Yanshan Refuge. People who heard from Yangshanji said that there are 400,000 people inside. People living in Yangshanji want to enter the Yanshan Refuge. Bago quickly told the information it had collected. By the way, Your Highness, there are many people in Yangshanji who look very strange. Very strange person? Su Miao blinked her eyes, thought over and over again, and decided to set up camp temporarily and wait until midnight before setting off. Well, let's camp first. Your Highness, let me scout the area again. The Mina flew up and began to circle in the sky for reconnaissance. Although it is dark night and the moon is not very bright, it has little effect on the starlings. Su Miao took out the pot, cooked a pot of rice, fried 2 portions of vegetables, and then used the fireball technique to roast a few pork chops. The roasted pork chops were sprinkled with a little cumin and pepper, which smelled delicious. When the meal was ready, the Mina came back. After the meal, Su Miao took out an ice cream as dessert. In such an apocalyptic world, probably few people would have the opportunity to eat such delicious ice cream. Beige looked at Su Miao pitifully. Su Miao took out a tomato and gave it to Beige. These tomatoes are currently stored on the ice and snow in the magic space by Su Miao. They are considered frozen tomatoes and taste very good. Thank you, Your Highness. Mina happily ate the iced tomatoes. Su Miao looked at the starling eating tomatoes and felt a little like eating iced watermelon. She has a lot of watermelon and melon seeds here, but she didn't plant them during the blizzard and extreme cold, due to the lack of sunlight. Even if watermelons are grown, the taste may be very unsatisfactory, but it is probably even more difficult to grow watermelons in this weather. At about 4 o'clock in the morning, Su Miao woke up. Su Miao quickly packed up, and Bago each ate a tomato and continued on her way. After walking for almost 3 hours, Su Miao and Beige arrived at Yangshanji. So many people. Before approaching Yangshanji, Su Miao saw the busy crowd in the town. Many of them were digging in the soil, seemingly preparing to escape the heat by hiding in holes. In addition, some people were probably trying to find water. With so many people gathered here, the amount of water that needs to be consumed every day will be an unimaginable amount. Su Miao was very nervous seeing so many strangers. It stinks. Before I had time to be afraid, an unimaginable stench came from ahead. I saw a dozen people pushing iron-wheel carts out of the town. The carts were piled with corpses. Flies buzzed around these corpses, as if they were performing some weird evil ritual. With a casual glance, you can see that these corpses are more or less injured. Some are knife wounds, some are gunshot wounds, and more are burnt. The death conditions are extremely miserable. Su Miao held her breath for the first time and fully amplified her magic power to cover her whole body, blocking out the stench. She kept her cold look on her face and strode towards Yang Shanji in front of her. The smell of this town is horrible. Must leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, Su Miao felt that there were a lot of eyes on her in the town. This made Su Miao feel very uncomfortable. She lowered some silver umbrellas and walked towards the town at normal speed. 170. Chapter 169. Su Miao just wants to pass by quickly. Chapter 169. Su Miao just wants to pass by quickly. In Yangshanji, the wide streets are lined with simple shacks next to each other. Most of these shacks are built with piles of mud and only cover an area of 4 or 5 square meters. All kinds of garbage surrounded the shack, and dried feces was everywhere. Without high temperatures, these shacks would probably be surrounded by all kinds of dark sewage, making the already unpleasant smell in the air even more terrifying. Fortunately, the magic power covering her whole body had the function of purifying the air. Otherwise, Su Miao really didn't know how she would pass through this town. When studying the magic of covering the whole body with magic power, Su Miao found that the air she breathed in was still very cold. So she made targeted optimization and adjustments, and also achieved a controllable air purification effect. The mina seemed to be choked. It flew near Su Miao and closed its mouth without speaking. Not long after entering Yangshanji, Su Miao knew what those strange people Beige was talking about were about. At first, she saw fluffy things appearing in some shacks, thinking that some terrible mutated animals were invading them. Who knew that the thing inside turned out to be a human being after walking out of the shacks? For now, they are still humans. Some of them had cat ears, cat hair, and even cat tails. If they hadn't maintained their human appearance, Su Miao would have thought that some kind of cat demon had appeared. Not only cat people, there are also rat people, dog-headed people, pig-headed people, cockroach-headed people, minotaurs, rabbit people, ant people, moth people, sparrow people, swallow people. Su Miao shuddered when she saw it. She suddenly remembered that she had seen some rat man corpses when she left the tourist area. These rat men are not rats turned human, but humans turned rat men. Security Captain Chong Jiaming and others mentioned that after some hungry people hunted mutant rats, they ate them raw because there was no dry firewood to stew and roast them. Some people who ate them raw became so. If nothing else, the people in Yangshanji must have eaten mutated animals alive to become neither human nor ghosts. This is an abnormal mutation. Some of these mutated people can maintain human characteristics as much as possible. But if it continues, whether they can continue to maintain it will be a problem. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the slum. A group of werewolves rushed over menacingly and blocked Su Miao's path. These people must have eaten mutant wild wolves. Judging from their limbs, they are very powerful. Among the werewolves there were also some people with black pig noses and pig ears. They had guns and knives in their hands, but they were not pointed at anyone. Su Miao held the silver umbrella and took half a step back. Stop! The leader, a werewolf with a height of 1.9 meters and long white hair, stopped his younger brother and said, Miss, do you need escort? We will escort you to the Yangshanji shelter for 20 kilograms of food. Just pay on delivery. Eh? Su Miao was stunned for a moment and shook her head. The white-haired werewolf continued, Yangshanji is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and it is very dangerous. There have been many kidnappings of Miss Jinjin, a big figure in the shelter, and many people have died. Are you sure you don't need protection? Su Miao shook her head. The white-haired werewolf said, My name is Snow Wolf. If you are in need, you can shout, and we will rush over as quickly as possible. Unless we can't defeat you, we will definitely save you. But when we get there, we will save you. Then we will need 50 kilograms of grain. After saying that, Shui Lang raised his hand and left quickly with his brothers. Your Highness, I thought they came here to seek death. It took Starling a few seconds to react. After all, the appearance of these werewolves is really beyond praise. Some people are okay, just growing wolf ears, hair, and tails, but some have even started to mutate into wolf heads. Suddenly a group of people ran out, holding guns, machetes, and wooden sticks. No matter how you look at them, they look very fierce. Ignore them, Su Miao said. Indeed, these people came out and frightened people. but there was no malice in them, which was fine. Boss Bai Lang. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt panicked. After the werewolves retreated, the second master said. Bai Lang said, I'm panicked too. Looking at it from a distance just now, I thought she was the daughter of a wealthy family in Yangshanji shelter. She could get a big deal. But when I got closer, I realized something was wrong. She is too beautiful. The face is very clean. The hair is very clean. The clothes are very clean. Even the white silk stockings she is wearing are very clean. What's even more outrageous is that on such a hot day, she shows no sign of sweating at all. The most important thing is that she came to Yangshanji from outside and was alone. You should know what this means. The second master nodded repeatedly. I understand this. Elderly people, children, women, and monks who are alone must not be messed with. Bai Lang said, You know nothing. I'm talking about her white silk stockings. How can there be no dust on it in this weather? It's not scientific at all. But what you just said makes sense. Everyone must remember that outsiders are our potential customers. Regardless of success or failure, we must not have any dangerous ideas about customers. We did a good job this time. Okay, everyone, keep watching. We don't have much water and food reserves. If we don't open our business, we will be in trouble. Anyway, this eldest lady is alone. She doesn't need our escort. She will definitely be targeted by some scum in Yangshanji. We keep a distance and follow her, waiting for her to call us. The second boss was silent for a while and asked, Boss, what if she is really strong and kills everyone? Bai Lang nodded. What you said makes sense. Our people need to step back to prevent being affected. Then he laughed again. No. What are you talking about? There are so many scum in Yangshanji. If a fight breaks out, there will inevitably be a lot of pickpockets. How could she kill everyone? This escort mission. We've got it. At the same time, news spread about the arrival of an eldest lady in Yangshanji, including the fact that the eldest lady refused the werewolf escort. If they were accepted by this group of werewolves, they would think twice about it. After all, these werewolves in Yangshanji are not ordinary ruthless people, and no one wants to confront these werewolves head-on. However, the eldest lady refused, so it was their business. Some gangs in Yangshanji began to act. The first one to arrive was the gang with missing ears. More than 100 people blocked the intersection, and more than 100 people lurked in the dark to prevent other gangs from taking advantage of them. The cat with missing ears stood in the middle of the road holding a small wooden stick in its mouth, with a slight smile on its face. It saw Su Miao approaching. She really deserves to be the eldest lady who came out of the big shelter, holding a silver umbrella. What about Doomsday travel? He also raised a mutated Mina. He probably doesn't have much fighting power. Boss, she should be a capable person. A younger brother reminded me. It's the end of the world. Who is not an ability user? We have so many ability user brothers. Why are we panicking? The cat with missing ears laughed evilly. This young lady probably thinks that she will be invincible if she becomes a person with abilities. This is the effect we want. We will take it later and keep it well. The big man in the shelter will not bleed once. Don't try to save people. Believe me, boss. Once we finish this job, we will have whatever we want. The younger brothers nearby all laughed. Boss is wise, the cat with missing ears said. Don't talk about wiseness or not. I say this to boost the morale of the brothers. Please be careful when you start doing it later. Don't underestimate this woman. She must be traveling with a Mina like this. Somewhat capable. The brothers nodded quickly. Boss, don't worry. When Su Miao came closer, the heart of the missing-eared cat accelerated a little. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Once you get it, you can't say whether you want it or not. The cat with missing ears felt a pain in his heart just after he had such an idea. When he looked down, the blood on his chest gushed out like a fountain and spread all over the floor. He wanted to say something, but his vision went dark and he fell to the ground. Dead. Su Miao didn't want to cause trouble. She just wanted to leave Yangshanji as soon as possible. Along the way, she heard a lot of news. This Yangshanji is a place used by the Yangshanji shelter to accommodate additional victims, as long as they are high-level talents or rare talents. The official shelter will accept them exceptionally, and will also give the introducer a reward. At the same time, the official shelter will issue bounty tasks to Yangshanji. Anyone can pick up the tasks, and get a large reward for completing them. In this way, the shelter tries its best to keep the victims living in Yangshanji alive. As for those who cannot obtain resources, they have no choice. The shelter was only so big, and there was only so much food. So there was nothing we could do. The group of cats with missing ears is united by taking on tasks. Suddenly, Su Miao sensed a large group of malicious people. A large group of people rushed out in front of her, and many guns were aimed at her, both covertly and covertly. Su Miao was very scared. She tried hard to keep her cold expression. And she confirmed one thing. It was true that this was a reception town opened by the official shelter. But the official influence in Yangshanji was limited to the area where the mission was released. She understood that there was no policing in the additional areas. Su Miao blinked her eyes, and the ice arrow was fired instantly, killing the leader whose leader lacked a cat ear and looked like a boss in an instant. This person exuded the strongest malice. But he didn't expect that this person would be so easy to kill. Boss! Someone looked at the fallen cat with missing ears and exclaimed. Before he could shout a second sentence, he saw the brothers blocking the road falling down in groups. Each of these people blocking the road has extremely strong malice in them. And they usually do bad things. Terrible. Let them all die. Multiple ice arrow magic arrays appeared in the void, piercing through each shack and killing all those who were hiding in the dark, but had no time to take action. I'm not on the same side as them. One of the gang leaders wanted to perform a mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind him, and shouted loudly, hoping to clear up the misunderstanding. However, what responded to him was more ice arrows. Hold! He shouted, and was shot to pieces by ice arrows before he could even use the rockets. In the distance, the werewolves who had just ran out to block the road to ask Su Miao if she needed escort services were trembling as they looked at the scene in front of them. They were also prepared to wait for Su Miao to shout so that they could run over to support him and continue their escort mission. As a result, more than 200 people brought by the missing-eared cat were killed in one encounter. There were also members of the Vulture Gang and the Hound Gang, all of whom were killed. A rough estimate is that at least more than 600 people were killed. How many seconds has it been? Boss White Wolf. The second in charge swallowed his blood-streaked saliva and couldn't say anything more for a long time. I understand everything. White Wolf patted his brother on the shoulder. He and his brothers really slipped away from the gate of H.L. It was very clear here. When Su Miao saw the missing-eared cats, they launched an indiscriminate attack, and they could only vaguely see something flying out, killing the missing-eared cats and the others. Horrible. Tell your brothers that you can watch it, but you don't want to think about anything, especially dangerous thoughts. Bai Lang did not forget to warn his brothers again. In fact, needless to say, seeing such a bloody scene, who among the werewolf brothers dared to think too much? Stop! How can you kill someone like this? A young girl in full-body protective clothing appeared at the scene, holding an electromagnetic charged sword in her hand, with a cold light flashing on the sword. This young girl is a capable person and looks very strong. The sun was scorching and the temperature was rising. In less than a minute, the skin of the person who fell to the ground seemed to be roasted, and the smell in the air became even more unpleasant. Someone was so hungry that he rushed directly to a corpse on the ground and began to eat it without caring. The man's actions happened to be in her peripheral vision. An ice arrow shot out, killing the man. Cannibal should not be alive. She didn't want to meet someone like King Dashi again in the wild. Your heart is cold? Don't you feel anything about killing someone? The girl held the electromagnetic charging sword in her hand tightly, and stared at Su Miao closely. Su Miao was also looking at the girl. She kept her cold expression and asked, Are you with them? The girl was anxious. How can I be with them? Su Miao said. Then get out of the way. While he was talking, a rocket was fired from the darkness, and the girl who was confronting Su Miao couldn't help but widen her eyes. Su Miao immediately turned around the magic space array, absorbed the rocket, and then returned it as quickly as possible. Boom! The attacker's eyes widened as he was blown to pieces by the rockets. Su Miao's expression darkened. She raised her hand towards the girl blocking the way, waved her hand gracefully, and more than 30 ice arrows whizzed past her. Because of this girl, many people who exuded ill will towards her have escaped. Because of this girl, she almost got hit by a rocket. She is being an accomplice. Surprisingly, the girl actually avoided all the ice arrows. Even so, the girl experienced her first brush with death. An ice arrow flew past her sleeve. An ice arrow flew past her calf. The valuable high-temperature protective clothing was punctured, and the cold brought by the ice arrow made her left arm and right calf so cold that she almost cramped. Miss! Leave quickly! You are no match for her. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman wearing the same high-temperature protective clothing rushed out. She held daggers in both hands, and in a few flashes she was in front of Su Miao. Although I don't know the specific situation of Su Miao. In order to be on guard, taking action is the strongest killing move. However, when the attack reached 1 meter in front of Su Miao, it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Her eyes widened. Unable to comprehend the situation, Su Miao waved her backhand, and a small purple fireball hit the middle-aged woman's body. Boom! In an instant, the middle-aged woman, who wanted to kill Su Miao, turned into ashes. Aunt Lu! The girl looked horrified. She did not run away, but faced Su Miao with a charged electromagnetic sword. Her eyes filled with hatred. Lu Peeling of the Lu group was killed instantly, the second head of the werewolf said with a trembling voice. She won't kill Lu Weiwei, the eldest lady of the Lu group, or else there will be an earthquake in Yangshanji. Bai Lang said. You ask me? Who am I asking? Usually Lu Weiwei likes to fight injustices and do chivalry. Everyone sees that she is the rich daughter of the Lu group. Give me some face. Who would have thought that she would dare to do this? Jump out of this situation. After being able to achieve this step, Bai Lang couldn't tell whether the wealthy young lady was mentally ill or not. The second boss asked, Boss, do we want to go out and talk about it? Bai Lang said. Go out and talk nonsense. Don't you want to live anymore? The second boss said. What if the Lu group asks? Bai Lang said. It's none of our business. Their daughter's brain is not good. So why not ask everyone to accompany her? If you really want to go out, you can go out. The second boss stopped talking. Even a powerful ability user like Lu Peeling was killed instantly. So he was not qualified to go out and deliver food. Lu Weiwei regretted it. She didn't expect the result to be like this. She just wanted to stop Su Miao from massacre. But she didn't expect that someone would attack Su Miao at this time. The rockets fired were somehow reversed, killing the attacker and causing Su Miao's hatred to completely lock onto her. You can't kill me! I am the eldest lady of the Lu group. Lu Weiwei said harsh words. Aunt Lu, who protected her, has been killed. So she is definitely no match. Therefore, she must survive and tell her elder brother when she returns, asking him to take revenge. Su Miao blinked. She sensed the strong malice on the other side. She raised her hand and fired hundreds of ice arrows. This time, Lu Weiwei could no longer rely on her flexible body skills to dodge. She quickly swung her electromagnetic charged sword to block the ice arrows. I succeeded. Blocked it. Lu Weiwei was very excited, as if she had just completed a life and death trial. However, the next second, she felt that her body became slimy. When he looked down, he saw that the ground was covered in blood. There were several bloody holes in her chest. Because the ice arrow was very cold, it had a very good analgesic effect. By the time she reacted, she would die. Lu Weiwei fell to the cement floor and died. The werewolf standing behind and observing took a deep breath of the hot air, looking horrified. Lu Weiwei, the daughter of the Lu group, was really killed. The entire battle lasted no more than 5 minutes. The death toll was initially estimated at 631. And there was a real river of blood. At this moment, no one dared to rush out and block Su Miao's way. They just hoped that Su Miao would not look over. Although there were still many eyes gathered, many of them with strong malice. Considering that these people did not approach or attack sneakily, Su Miao quickly left the scene holding a silver umbrella. She just wanted to leave Yangshanji as soon as possible. 171. Chapter 170. Bounty of 100,000 caddies of grain. Chapter 170. A bounty of 100,000 kilograms of grain. What did you say? My daughter was killed. The old man sitting behind the desk stared at the thin old man who came to inform him, wishing he could eat him. He is Lu Songlu, the father of Lu Yicheng, chairman of the Lu group. Relying on their son's strength, they managed to carve out 1/5 of the territory in Yangshanji, and reached a certain degree of cooperation with the Yangshan refuge. Their small life was extremely comfortable. However, Lu Songlu did not expect to hear the news of the death of his daughter, Lu Weiwei, one day. Mr. Lu, it's absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes, the thin old man said. Ms. Lu Peeling was also killed to protect Miss Lu Weiwei. My sister Lu Peeling was also killed? The series of bad news almost caused Lu Songlu to have a cerebral hemorrhage. His son Lu Yicheng said that Weiwei's talent is very high, and she will definitely become a person with powerful abilities that surpass him in the future. In order to ensure Lu Weiwei's safety, Lu Songlu placed Lu Peeling next to her daughter for personal protection. Unexpectedly, it was gone. Weiwei! My Weiwei! Lu Songlu suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly calmed down. What did you say the person who killed my daughter looked like? She is a young and beautiful girl with a pink shawl and double ponytails. She is wearing a white skirt and knee-high white stockings. She is holding a silver umbrella and is followed by a starling. The thin old man said quickly. Lu Songlu said, Okay, you go and get 100 kilograms of grain. The thin old man smiled happily. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you, Mr. Lu. 3 minutes later, the body of the frail old man was dragged and thrown out of the Lu Group's building. A large bag of moldy grain was thrown next to the body. My dead daughter and sister. How dare you smile so happily in front of me? Lu Songlu gritted his teeth. Come here. Please announce this reward. Anyone or any force in Yanshan Group who can kill this girl with pink shawl and twin tails can come to our Lu Group to receive 5,000 kilograms of food. No. 50,000 kilograms of grain. Catch them alive. Double the amount. 100,000 kilograms of grain. The secretary responded and immediately went to make arrangements. Lu Songlu looked at the two bodyguards. You go to Yanshan shelter. Find my son Luicheng and tell him that Wei Wei has been killed. Call all the company's ability users back and prepare all the heavy weapons. If those who want to, if the reward is not enough, blow her up. Yes. Two capable bodyguards walked out. Only the furious Lu Songlu was left in the office. When everyone left, he spat out a mouthful of blood, filled with grief and anger. In less than half an hour, word spread that a reward of 50,000 kilograms of grain would be killed and 100,000 kilograms of grain captured alive. And the whole Yangshanji was shaken. It was not that there had been high bounties before, but this was the first time they had heard of such a high bounty. As a professional escort business in Yanshan, Werewolf soon received the news. The Lu Group is so fat. The second werewolf master licked his lips and said, How dare you move? I will kill you right now. Bai Lang said, That old guy in Lukonglu just wants to trick people into dying. Didn't you see that just now? More than 600 people were killed by her in the blink of an eye. No, boss, you misunderstood. The second master looked around and lowered his voice and said, I was wondering if the Lu Group wanted to take revenge if they offered such a high reward. Then they would come out in force. When they come out in force, could we make a big deal of? Bai Lang took a deep breath and seemed to be talking to himself. It doesn't seem impossible. Arrange two brothers to keep an eye on the Lu Group. The second master nodded. Understood. Suddenly, Bai Lang noticed the dark crowd passing through the shack and surrounding Su Miao. Bai Lang's eyelids twitched. Brothers, let's retreat a little further. Otherwise we will always feel uneasy. Yangshanji is not big or small. It is not small. In addition to the main roads, there are so many shacks crowded together that it is impossible to get out within half an hour. Therefore, even if Su Miao wanted to leave Yangshanji quickly, she was blocked again. Your Highness, someone is coming! Mina shouted as he flew high. Don't rob anyone. This reward belongs to me. Suddenly, there was a loud roar, and a tall black-haired Tauren with a height of 2.5 meters knocked down several shacks. Holding a large mountain-cutting axe, he charged towards Su Miao menacingly. The roar was so loud that Su Miao was a little frightened. With his backhand, he pierced the Minotaur's chest with an ice spike and pinned him to the ruins of the shack that the Minotaur had knocked down. The Tauren's eyes widened as he looked at the ice spikes on his chest. His skin can take a few bullets without any problem. The death of the Tauren failed to frighten others at all, but instead excited more people with malicious intentions. This woman is mine, not ours. Damn! How dare you run away? Whoever dares to rob us will be killed first by me. I'm sorry. We don't want to kill you either. Please give us something to eat if you die. In the apocalypse, a steamed bun or a bowl of rice can cause extremely tragic murders, let alone the 100,000 kilograms of grain that the Lu Group is willing to provide. Even if you can't catch him alive, you can still have 50,000 kilograms of food. How long will it last? Therefore, regardless of whether they have grudges or not, anyone who wants to take a bite is here. The powerful ability user rushed forward, trying to capture Su Miao directly. The weak are also rushing forward. They are not greedy and just want to grab a hair and a piece of flesh and blood from Su Miao. With these, it's not bad to take them to Lu's group to get a few kilograms of rice. There was a huge crowd, and there were at least 1,000 people rushing in front. Some people fell to the ground while rushing over and were trampled on the spot by those who came after them. Su Miao was surrounded by a dense crowd in the center of the road, with no way to advance or retreat. Not far away, several gang leaders arrived. They are all powerful ability users. And they are either fighting or on the road to fight every day. This was the first time they encountered Su Miao's situation. The Lu group offered a reward of 100,000 kilograms of grain, which directly caused a sensation in Yangshanji. Even though there were only a few thousand people who arrived first, there were tens of thousands of people outside who wanted to get closer. Even if they come out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, if they face such a bounty one day, they will definitely die. It's a pity that she is so beautiful. Let them all pay attention. When someone dies, they must snatch back 50,000 kilograms of food. The leaders of various gangs gave orders one after another to make preparations. They are bound to win this huge reward. In the center of the highway, facing the dense crowd rushing towards her, Su Miao felt nervous and scared like never before. Su Miao put the silver umbrella into the magic space and replaced it with a sycamore wood staff. With a wave of the sycamore wood staff, more than 30 ice arrow magic arrays unfolded in the void, and the ice arrows roared out like a violent wind and rain. Those who rushed over fell like ants. The person who rushes closest can only reach 10 meters away from Su Miao and will die. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 people were killed and blood flowed into rivers. The person in front looked horrified. They couldn't understand. Nothing was seen. And the person who rushed ahead was killed. Because everyone was shouting so loudly, they couldn't even hear the sound of the whizzing ice arrows coming. Ah! Some people screamed in fear and wanted to turn around and run away. However, there were more people crowding behind. They wanted to rush forward, kill Su Miao, and snatch Su Miao's body. As a result, people directly became the center of the battlefield and wanted to escape. But the people behind kept pushing these people who wanted to escape closer to Su Miao. If they fell, they would be trampled without restriction. Too many people. The malice is too strong. Why don't you let me leave? Sensing the growing malice, Su Miao had the illusion that he was facing a tsunami of malice. Especially the malice shown in several directions was extremely obvious. She felt like she couldn't hold back her cold expression, and tears were about to fall. Xia Xian once said that he would treat strangers as pumpkins. But if he really did this, wouldn't it be more terrifying to see so many moving pumpkins? Shot! Rocket launch! On the periphery, a leader noticed Su Miao's terror and power, and immediately gave an order. For a moment, those who had guns fired, and those who had rockets used rockets. They no longer wanted a body. They just wanted to kill Su Miao as soon as possible. Record a video, and go back to collect the reward. In the first few months of the apocalypse, all the weapons that can be used to fight have been basically used up. The remaining rockets and bullets were very precious. It was her honor to kill this strange girl by arms. Su Miao waved the sycamore with staff, converted the magic space array, collected the rockets and bullets thrown over, and then sent them back. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred one after another, and those who attacked from a distance suffered heavy casualties. Your Highness, leave the distant ones to me. Mina transformed into a big bird form and flew by like lightning. Its wings wrapped around the wind blade, cutting all the people deploying heavy firepower in the distance into two pieces. Is this still human? The second boss, who followed the boss to retreat far away, muttered to himself. I do not know. Bai Lang's palms, backs, and chests were all covered in sweat. Even though the weather was so hot, I was sweating coldly. Horrible. Half an hour ago, they would have counted the approximate death toll. But now they no longer dare to do so. In just a few minutes, thousands of people were killed, and the blood on the ground gathered into rivers. Even the scorching sun could not dry it out in a short time. Not only that, they saw that the Mina, who was following Su Miao, suddenly turned into a big black bird with a wingspan of 6 meters. Why is Mina so big? A werewolf boy blurted out. Just after saying this, they saw the Mina's wings sweeping across, cutting the tower they had used for observation in half. The remote positions deployed by various gangs and armed groups were filled with people and exploded one after another. More of those people were cut in half, and their blood and organs were all over the floor. It was too horrible to look at. They had experienced the horror of mutated birds during blizzards and extremely cold weather. But it was the first time I saw such a cruel person. Boss, what do you think is going on? The second leader of the werewolf said with a trembling voice. Bai Lang withdrew his gaze and looked back at Su Miao, who was besieged in the center of the battlefield. He saw that all the corpses around Su Miao that were supposed to be dead stood up. Faced with the siege of so many people, Su Miao was too scared to hold back, and had to use the magic of resurrection of the dead. In an instant, Nearly 4,000 corpses stood up again from the hot ground. They picked up the knives, guns, and clubs they brought and charged at the crowd who wanted to continue charging. Because these undead fell to the ground for a period of time. Much of their skin was burned. And they looked particularly hideous and terrifying when they stood up again. Ah! What is this? Zombie? It's a zombie! Help! Help me! Help me! Stop pushing me! Ah! Don't come over! I don't want the reward from the loot group anymore. Someone come and save me! She's not a human at all. She's a necromancer. How come there are necromancers? She's a witch. The crowd was panicking and trying to escape. However, in such a congested situation, the possibility of escaping is basically zero. Because what is very funny is that the people who rush towards the outside of the encirclement and want to take advantage of it have no idea what is going on inside. The only thing they know is to find a way to get in. This will inevitably push people further in. Even though many of them saw the terrifying big black bird that wreaked havoc in Yangshanji. The big black bird had nothing to do with the bounty they were trying to claim. They just want a reward. They want to eat. Panic and chaos lead to greater disasters. Several leaders of gangs and armed groups found themselves trapped. Work together to kill the witch. Otherwise no one will survive. They stood up and stepped on the crowd of people to attack Su Miao. Wind knives, sound swords, ground stabs, flame knives, alloy guns, laser waves, and other powerful attacks poured in. Su Miao unfolded the magic barrier and accurately blocked all attacks. Some powerful attacks actually broke through 3 layers of magic barriers in a row. If she hadn't deployed enough magic barriers, she might have been injured. These people are too strong. Scared, Su Miao trembled and took out a purple fireball from the magic space. She hadn't fought for a month and a half, and there were a lot of purple fireballs stored in the magic space. Considering that the power of these purple fireballs when all fused together and thrown out was too terrifying, Su Miao divided a few more fireballs when later reserving them. This purple fireball is 50 centimeters in diameter, and as soon as it appears, the temperature in the air rises to an unimaginable level. The eyes of several powerful ability users who rushed over widened. What is this? The sun! They wanted to ask this question, but at this moment, it was too late for them to run. I thought that so many powerful ability users would be foolproof if they acted together, but I never expected that the witch would get the chance to destroy them all. No, this is death together. Right? Boom! The purple fireball exploded, and destructive high temperatures swept across all directions. The 2 closest ability users, who had the strength to break the magic barrier, were wiped out in the high temperature explosion before they even had time to scream. Then came the nearby undead and more than 1,000 ordinary people who wanted to kill Su Miao to get the reward. Then came the ability users who participated in the siege and tried to escape. A mushroom cloud rises from the center of the battlefield. Within 100 meters of the center of the explosion, everyone who could stand, whether they were undead or people with abilities, were all turned into ashes. People standing in the distance could vaguely see many charred corpses falling from the edge of the rising mushroom cloud. These people should have been blasted into the sky by the explosion and were able to fly in this world for a while longer. After the explosion, there was endless howling of ghosts and wolves. At this moment, no one dared to move forward. What's even more terrifying is that after the explosion, a lot of corpses were transformed into undead and stood up. He's the boss of the Blood Gang. That's the Philly Knife from Happy Building. Zhang Shanghai, the leader of the black-hearted mercenaries. Invention Madman Kaiju. Yen Suong, the Rat Girl. The witch is in danger now. The second leader of the werewolf was counting the leaders of the various armed groups that appeared on the battlefield. Many of them were no less powerful than their boss. The reason why they have been able to gather together in Yanshan to this day is because of their incomparable strength. Therefore, the moment we see them join forces, the outcome is already decided. The witch is afraid that she will die. The second master felt extremely regretful. White Wolf too, however, who knew that the battlefield would change 180 degrees in the next second. The witch rubbed a nuclear bomb in her hand and created an extremely terrifying explosion. The leaders of the gang armed groups who participated in the siege were wiped out. Bai Lang saw very clearly that the strongest people that even he was afraid of turned into ashes without even blinking. And there might not even be any ashes left. This wave of explosions killed at least 1,000 people. The shock is less than the blink of an eye. After the explosion, they were shocked to find the witch standing unscathed, with a wave of the sycamore with staff. The corpse that fell to the ground but did not turn into charred ashes, stood up again, and started to kill towards the outside. How did she survive such a horrific explosion unscathed? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and an extremely strange smell wafted over. Bai Lang smelled it a few times and immediately vomited. Maybe he won't want to eat meat for a few years. Your Highness. The starlings who were killing on the outside were frightened. It immediately shrunk and returned to Su Miao, fearing that Su Miao would throw another purple fireball and be burned to ashes if it had no time to escape. Find the location of the Lu group, Su Miao said, after solving the troublesome ability users who participated in the siege and transforming thousands of undead. She felt much more at ease with being protected by thousands of undead. Okay, Your Highness! The starling flew into the sky with a swish, circled in a circle, and flew straight towards the werewolves watching the battle. Seeing the flying Mina, the second boss, and Bai Lang were inexplicably nervous, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. They had seen very clearly the way the Minas were killing them after they had grown in size. All they needed to do was kill them with one paw. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. Ba Gu stopped in front of the two werewolves and asked, Do you know where the Lu group is? Bai Lang pointed into the distance and said, To the northwest of the town. There is a 24-story office building with a bank sign on the top. Mina said, Okay. Remember to follow me later. With a whoosh, Mina flew high into the sky and soon found the building of the Lu group. This building originally belonged to a bank, but when the end came, Lu Songlu and his son Lu Yichong took over the building as a base. Later, they occupied the houses surrounding the building. Your Highness, we found it. Over there is the 24-story building with the bank sign. Mina flew back and said, Su Miao nodded. With a wave of his wand, he threw a purple fireball and burned an ability user who was sneaking 10 meters away to ashes. This is a killer who gained the ability to change color by eating a chameleon. Relying on this ability, he accumulated a small treasury in Yangshanji. And he was doing well. There were very few orders and bounties he took that he couldn't complete. But this time he missed it. He didn't even understand how the witch who was still talking to Bago found him, and how he killed him smoothly. Please, don't kill me. I just want a bite to eat. Witch, have mercy on me. I am old and young. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Help! Help! Crazy! Crazy! Ha ha! You? The murderous devil. Why are you not willing to sacrifice for everyone? Why? At this time, more and more people began to flee. Those who could not escape began to beg for mercy, and some cursed. However, no matter what they shouted or cursed, the undead standing in front of them would kill all of them with their swords without emotion. Occasionally, one or two powerful ability users broke out, and were either killed by Su Miao or killed by a group of undead. After a while, a new wave of undead resurrection magic went off, and they stood up again as corpses. With the addition of these undead people with abilities, killing becomes more and more efficient. There were also some powerful ability users who came after hearing about the Lu group. They looked at the blood on the ground, the corpses on the ground, and the undead who were bleeding and killing people with expressionless faces, and turned around and left. Why are you leaving? Don't you want the reward of 100,000 caddies of grain? There was an ability user from the Lu group who stopped a person with abilities. He was so angry that he spent a lot of money to invite you to collect the reward. And he just left without even going up to fight? Idiot! The ability user who was stopped smiled. He raised his hand and punched the head of the person blocking the road with one punch, then left in a swaggering manner. After walking a few steps, he felt a special gaze coming from behind him. He immediately changed from walking to running, and disappeared in a few seconds. The remaining members of the Lu group looked at the headless corpse lying on the ground, their legs trembling, and they had no idea what was happening. No, they soon figured it out. Several undead people with blood all over their bodies, and half of their bodies roasted by the ground appeared in front of them, and killed them all in 3 strokes. What's the situation? An ability user captain from the Lu group came out and just asked a question, but was speechless. His heart was pierced by an ice arrow. 30 seconds later, the capable captain and his team members turned into undead and joined the killing team. I don't know if these people originally belonged to the Lu group. After becoming undead, they were particularly ruthless in killing people from the Lu group. It seems that there is some lingering resentment that is difficult to get rid of. Su Miao followed behind with a staff of sycamore wood, and when she saw any ability user with a problem, she would send an ice arrow. She has determined the location of the Lu group, the source of the intense malice. Just destroy it. How many people have died? Bai Lang swallowed his saliva and asked softly. 10,000? 20,000? 30,000? The second boss was numb. Boss, I don't know either. Bai Lang asked again. The Mina asked us to follow him just now. Should we follow him? Seeing the undead killing people on the street and in the slum area, Bai Lang was afraid that he would be killed if he took his brothers down there. Those ordinary undead are okay. But the key is that the undead transformed by ability users are not generally terrifying in combat power. The most frightening thing is that they have already died once. After becoming undead, they are no longer afraid of death, let alone pain. The second master hesitated for a moment and said, Boss, you can find wealth in danger. I think you can give it a try. Bai Lang glanced at the second master in surprise. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so courageous. The second boss said, Brothers, it's been a long time since we opened. Bai Lang thought for 3 seconds and said, It's done. Let the brothers follow His Highness. 172, Chapter 171 This building was not blown up in vain. Chapter 171 This building was not blown up in vain. The people who participated in the siege of Su Miao completely dispersed. The undead with Su Miao, as the center began to touch up the surviving people on the ground to ensure that they would not suffer for a long time. Being injured and lying on the hot ground was really not a torture that ordinary people could bear. It's okay to become undead after death. No need to chase those who run away. Attack that building. Su Miao took the sycamore with staff and pointed at the building where the Lu group was located. Nearly 6,000 undead rushed straight towards the building with their weapons. They only needed one target to execute the mission perfectly. If you encounter someone who just participated in the siege or has any ill intentions towards Su Miao on the road, the undead will swarm them and chop them into pieces. Su Miao followed the undead army and walked towards the Lu group with a sycamore with staff. There was very little malice left on both sides of the road. When Su Miao passes by, he will accurately send ice arrows to ensure that their malicious intentions are dissipated. As for places farther away, those who survived the siege wished they could have more legs and run as far as they could. Some of them were either hungry or running too fast and too hastily. They fell down as they ran. It could be heat stroke and syncope. It could be fright. It could be hunger. But no matter what the reason was, no one dared to save these fallen people, for fear of causing misunderstandings among the undead and hacking them to death together with them. When Su Miao left the ruins of the battlefield, a few survivors who were hiding in the shacks crawled out and saw the dried and hardened dark blood clots and messy corpse fragments on the ground. They shivered for a long time and could not say a word. However, in the final analysis, 50,000 kilograms of grain and 100,000 kilograms of grain are unimaginably attractive to living people. Therefore, after a brief period of calm, some scattered people rushed out and tried to attack Su Miao. These people were much weaker than the ability users, who had just joined forces to besiege them. They were killed by the undead, who stayed to guard them without Su Miao taking action. Behind, the werewolves who were determined to keep up did not dare to take the main road. They jumped between shacks and tried to keep as much distance from His Highness Su Miao as possible. In the Lu group building, Lu Songlu is waiting for news. When he heard the terrifying explosion, he clenched his fists and sneered. This must be a force within the Yan Shan group that wants to use a big weapon to claim this bounty. Wait. Your father has avenged you. Lu Songlu sat on a chair, waiting for the person who wanted to claim the reward. However, considering that those people will definitely fight for body parts or cameras, it may take a while. Lu Songlu was not anxious about this at all. He just wanted to see the murderer die. The only pity is that those losers cannot be captured alive. If he could capture him alive, he would make it impossible for the murderer to survive or die. However, after waiting for almost 45 minutes, he did not receive the news that someone had killed the murderer and wanted to collect the reward. Instead, he received the news that the Lu group building was attacked. There was a deafening blast of gunfire from inside and outside the building. What happened? Lu Songlu asked loudly. Who dared to attack the Lu group after eating the bear's heart? A bodyguard ran in from outside the door and said, Mr. Lu, someone is attacking us. Please stay away. These bastards are taking advantage of the situation. Lu Songlu stood up, extremely angry. When my son comes back, I will kill you all. Although he was cursing, Lu Songlu's body was honest, and he quickly followed the bodyguards and took refuge in a safe place. When the reward was issued, Lu Songlu expected that someone would have malicious intentions to steal the Lu group's food. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Why don't these people act? Fortunately, He had already taken precautions. It is absolutely impossible to break through the Lu group. However, Lu Tsonglu never expected that the undead would be attacking the Lu group building now. Ah! It's a zombie! Help me! Help me! Damn! Where are the bombs? Take them out. I think I can still save you. Don't leave me. Here comes support. Block the defense line. Don't let them in. Hack! Why do you let us go? You eat meat every day. But let us who can't eat 30 kilograms of brown rice every month go in. Run away! The zombies are coming. If you are bitten, you will die. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions followed one after another. The armed men of the Lu group, who were unaware of the situation, looked horrified as the undead rushed towards them with heavy bullets. And their mentality collapsed. The organization's defense line is showing signs of collapse under the attack of the undead, who are not afraid of death. At the critical moment, multiple powerful ability users arrived, and they took strong action to destroy the undead and stabilize the defense line again. Everyone, don't panic. Just blow their heads off. A person with abilities easily blew the heads of several undead and said loudly. He is Yenjin, the general manager of the Lu group. A lifelong friendship with Lu Yicheng, and a wartime commander. Although the defense line was stable, seeing so many undead outside, Yenjin, who was taking command on the battlefield, was in a very bad mood. Is the chairman back? Yenjin asked the armed men beside him. No. The chairman went to the shelter to discuss business, and may not come back until the evening. The person next to him replied. But the old man has arranged for bodyguards to go look for him. As long as we persist for a while, I believe the chairman will come here. Yenjin nodded and shouted loudly. Well, everyone, hold on. The chairman is already on his way back. As long as you hold on, Yenjin, will make the decision. In the next 3 days, everyone will have meat to eat and wine to drink. Good. The morale of the ability users participating in the defense was greatly boosted, and they once again blocked the attack of the undead. However, after persisting for a while, with the entry of undead ability users, many ability users on the Lu group's side were injured, and the defense line was once again crumbling. What are these things? Yenjin looked stern and immediately took action to kill several undead ability users. He recognized that these undead power users were all well-known strong men in the Yangshan collection when they were alive. Unfortunately, these people's criminal background was too dark, and they lost the qualification to enter the Yangshan sanctuary. But who could have imagined that these people would become like this? Yenjin noticed a very beautiful girl coming behind the undead army. All the undead seemed to be controlled by this girl. What's going on? Yenjin realized something was wrong. He grabbed the collar of a Lu Tsonglu bodyguard and asked. The bodyguard didn't dare to hide anything and explained everything as if he were pouring beans. Which? Yenjin thought of the mushroom cloud he saw when he rushed back to the group building, and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Is this a monster he can deal with? There were also so many undead souls outside the Lu group that were fearless of death, which made him feel more and more frightened. I'm going to be tricked to death by the old guy. Quick! Bring all the heavy firepower over! Yenjin immediately ordered. What Yenjin didn't expect was that the simple order to mobilize heavy firepower was actually hindered. Impossible! If you want to mobilize heavy firepower, you must get my son's consent. Without my son's consent, no one can get the password from me. Lu Tsonglu yelled at the ability user who came to convey the order. Mr. Lu, the witch is coming. Mr. Yin said that heavy fire support is needed. The person with the ability to convey the order explained it carefully. You fart. Lu Tsonglu was furious. Do you want to rebel while my son is away? You just want to run away with the arms. Right. Go back and tell Yenjin that no one can get the password before my son comes. The person with the ability who conveyed the order was shocked, seeing the cold bodyguards of ability users around Lu Tsonglu. He could only go back and report to Yenjin first. Soon, Yenjin learned what Lu Tsonglu said and was furious. In just a few seconds, several defense points in front of the Lu group building were almost breached. There is no way to fight without heavy firepower. No, it has been breached. Yenjin heard several explosions, turned around and looked again, and found that the defense points in front of the building were gone. Which? Take action. Su Miao took Ba Gu to the outskirts of the Lu group. Seeing that the undead's attack was blocked by the remaining defense points of the Lu group, he simply threw a few blue flame spears at these defense points. The flame spear smashed into the defense point, and the explosion brought high temperature and detonated the weapons and ammunition inside. In just a few breaths, there was no one alive inside. Now, all that is left is the Lu Group building in front of us. Bang, bang, bang. In the Lu Group building, bullets and rockets poured out towards Su Miao. But they were all absorbed by the magic space array. Yinjin's face turned pale when he saw that he was unscathed despite being attacked so many times. He realized something was very wrong. Mina, stay back. Su Miao reminded him, and took out a brand new purple fireball from the magic space. This purple fireball is 90 centimeters in diameter. It should be enough to destroy the Lu Group building. In an instant, the devastating high temperature spread, making the already scorching hot weather even more scorching, as if even the soul could be roasted. Su Miao waved her magic wand and sent the purple fireball forward. The purple fireball landed in front of the Lu Group building. With a bang, destructive high temperatures swept across all directions along with shock waves, and nearby living people, undead, and cement buildings were annihilated in an instant. The terrifying high-temperature mushroom cloud soared into the sky, causing the temperature in Yangshanji to increase by 10 degrees Celsius out of thin air. General Manager Yanjin, who was in the Lu Group building, only had time to open his mouth with his assistant, and they were destroyed in the high temperature. The protected Lu Tsonglu was still cursing Yanjin for being ungrateful to his bodyguards. When he saw that his son was not around and the Lu Group building was under attack, he wanted to defraud the arms and run away, not to be a son of a man. Then, as soon as the high-temperature shock wave arrived, he was directly burned into coke. Those arsenals that required passwords to open were also wiped out in successive explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the building, Su Miao used a magic space array to block the front, and multiple layers of magic barriers to block the left, right and rear. She thought that her purple fireball would explode and destroy the Lu Group building. But she didn't expect that there would be multiple explosions in the Lu Group building. She was so frightened that she could only squat on the ground and tremble. Fortunately, when the explosion occurred, there was either bright light or billowing dust waves, so no one noticed her reaction at all. Beige originally stayed behind Su Miao. However, the moment His Highness Su Miao took out the purple fireball, it flew away directly. He happened to see a good place for the werewolves to hide, so he squatted next to Bai Lang, startling Bai Lang and the second boss. At this time, the werewolves covered their ears and hid as low as possible in the shadow of the wall, fearing that if they appeared, they would be affected by the blast wave. The explosion lasted for about 3 minutes. Bai Lang looked up at the smoke and dust outside and was stunned. Will your highness be okay? The second master asked worriedly. He was a little scared, fearing that the question would displease Mina and kill him with a claw. Bai Lang glanced at the second master. He didn't know how the second master had the courage to ask this question. Don't you want to live anymore? How could something happen to His Highness? Mina fluttered his wings, fluttered his feathers, and shook off the dust on his body. I will take you to find food later. His Highness blew up the building so hard this time. There should be some left. The last time a building was blown up like this was at Fanqing Base. The starling flew out, grew bigger in an instant, and whipped up strong winds toward the center of the explosion, blowing the dust waves that filled the explosion ruins far away. After sensing the direction of the wind and confirming that the explosion had stopped, Su Miao stood up holding the sycamore with staff. The magic space array and magic barrier continued to be deployed, just in case. After dozens of seconds, the dust was blown away. Only then did Bai Lang, second master, and others see clearly the situation at the center of the explosion. The huge Lu Group building, a landmark building in Yangshanji that has experienced torrential rains, floods, extreme cold snows, earthquakes and other apocalyptic disasters, disappeared and was replaced by a huge pit more than 20 meters deep. The area around the crater is filled with crystal-like particles burned by the high temperature of the explosion. Within 1,000 meters in diameter, no building was left intact. There were wailing sounds nearby, but the wails lasted only a short time before they ceased, as well as the undead who invaded Lu's group. They have all been wiped out, and there is no longer a single one to be seen. Your Highness took action. How cruel. Beige shrank and flew back to Su Miao. Your Highness, these werewolves were the ones who showed the way just now. Can you give them the food from the ruins? Su Miao glanced at the werewolf behind and nodded. Okay, let them move away if there is food. Be careful not to get close to the center of the explosion. The temperature is very high. She has no shortage of food, and even if there is some left over after the explosion, she has no intention of collecting the food into the magic space in full view of everyone. Mina walked around the ruins and suddenly found a broken wooden suitcase with a book inside. The atmosphere of this book is very similar to the one His Highness, Su Miao, usually reads. It grabbed the book immediately. The surrounding steel and concrete were destroyed in the explosion, and the steel and concrete melted. But the wooden suitcase was only broken, and the books placed in the suitcase were just covered with dust, which was definitely not an ordinary book. Your Highness, I found a strange book. Beige brought the book to Su Miao. Su Miao blew off the dust on the book and saw what was written on it. Basic Magic Barrier Study Guidance and Complete Solutions to Exercises. Written by. Is this a magic book? And it's a textbook about magic enchantments? Su Miao couldn't wait to open the title page. And there was a sentence written on the title page. The barrier is a special space that cuts an area in the form of a magic circle and forms an energy shield within a limited area. It has different effects such as trapping, defense, and rebound attacks. Dedicated to. Su Miao turned to the directory, which contained basic runes and principles, triangular arrays, pentagonal arrays, heptagonal arrays, polygonal arrays, composite arrays, arrays and enchantments, etc. Turned to Chapter 1, Basic Runes and Principles. Seeing various familiar magic runes on the pages, Su Miao was sure that this magic book was real. Su Miao's eyes lit up, and all the unpleasant mood just now dissipated. She put Basic Magic Enchantment Study Guide and Complete Solutions to Exercises into the magic space. Now is not the time to study and study. She will study after leaving here, thanks to the gift from the Lu group. The building was not blown up in vain. Correct. From prophecies in which words disappear, to potions and blood magic, to now Basic Magic Enchantments, Learning Tutorials, and Complete Solutions to Exercises. This illustrates one thing. There may be a lot of magic in the world. Book. If you want to learn magic quickly, magic books are the fastest way. Su Miao decided that she would find as many magic books as possible on the way to shelter number 1. Yanshan Refuge. Do you want to take a look? Starling returned to the ruins to continue searching. And soon, he discovered a grain warehouse belonging to the Lu group. After a cursory look, it was said that there were at least more than 30,000 kilograms of grain inside. It's just that the food inside is slightly spoiled. Here! Come here! Bugs greeted. Bai Lang and the second boss rushed over immediately, and were extremely excited when they saw the food in the cellar. Fortunately, the Lu group buried some of the food here. If it had been stored in the building, it would have all been destroyed. Mina asked. Can you carry so much grain? Bai Lang nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Your Highness. He howled to Sirius. More than 1,000 people immediately rushed out from the distance. Most of them were werewolves, followed by pig-headed men and kobolds. They came quickly and moved the grain even faster. The stronger ones carried several bags, and the weaker ones carried one bag. It only took more than 10 minutes to move all the grain in the cellar. Su Miao stood in the distance and looked dumbfounded. I thought there were only 100 or 200 werewolves, but I didn't expect there to be so many. When Bai Lang wanted to express his gratitude to Su Miao in person again, he found that Su Miao had disappeared long ago. Seeing so many werewolves popping up out of nowhere, it was nice not to throw out a purple fireball out of habit. If worse happens, retreat quickly. White Wolf immediately ordered to evacuate with all the werewolves. As soon as the werewolves retreated, a lot of people nearby rushed straight to the ruins. There were werewolves, minas, and witches just now, and no one dared to act rashly. But now that the witch has left and the mina has flown away, they can see clearly that the werewolf got so much food after digging only one place. And there will definitely be a lot more in other places. I found food! A rat man jumped up and cheered while holding the newly discovered dried meat. The next second, the rat man was beaten to the head with a stick and his head was bleeding, and he fell unconscious on the hot ground. The person who struck the black stick picked up the dried meat and was beheaded by someone standing next to him. An extremely brutal melee broke out. 173. Chapter 172. Can I kill him first? Chapter 172. Can I kill him first? Yanshan Refuge. Lu Yichang is discussing business. In Yangshanji, he is the chairman of Lu Group. But in Yanshan Shelter, he was nothing. Even if the directorly in front of him was just an ordinary person. Directorly, please continue to give me this business. We promise to complete it better than last time. Lu Yichang suppressed the discomfort in his heart and begged with a smile on his face. Brother Lu, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that the matter this time is a bit big. Directorly said worriedly. You also know that there are many things in the shelter that I can't decide. and I am also a small person. However, I can give you another business. You can take a look. After arguing for more than half an hour, Lu Yicheng understood that the big order he wanted to take was gone. However, after seeing the new order given to him by Director Li, Lu Yicheng was excited. Director Li, thank you so much. I promise to successfully complete this business. Brother Lu, I feel at ease cooperating with you. Director Li pointed to the top and said in a low voice. By the way, try to keep your hands clean when doing things. The weather has not been very good recently. Lu Yicheng looked serious. Thank you, Director Li. I will remember it. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded, shaking the Yanshan shelter, and some dust fell. Director Li suddenly stood up and looked outside in surprise. Lu Yicheng immediately said, Director Li, I'm going to check on the situation. Just at this moment, a guard ran in and was about to report, but he noticed Lu Yicheng standing aside and hesitated to speak. Director Li said, Don't hesitate. It's not a big deal. Just say it directly. The guard said, Director Li is related to Mr. Lu Yicheng. 2 people claiming to be from the Lu group came outside the shelter. They said that the Lu group was under attack and asked Lu Yicheng to go back as soon as possible. Director Li glanced at Lu Yicheng in surprise. Brother Lu, I will keep this business for you for 3 days. Lu Yicheng was furious. The order he finally got was gone. But he couldn't get angry in the shelter. He quickly apologized and said with a smile, Director Li, please don't worry. I will solve the problem quickly, and it will not hinder the business. As completion, Director Li nodded. Lu Yicheng left in a hurry. Nearly half an hour later, he arrived outside the Yanshan shelter. What happened? Lu Yicheng asked, suppressing the anger in his heart. The bodyguard quickly said, A witch came from Yangshanji. The witch killed the eldest lady and Ms. Lu Peeling. The master was very angry and offered 100,000 kilograms of grain as a reward for the witch. Tens of thousands of people participated in the siege and were killed by the witch. Then the witch controlled these corpses to stand up and besiege the group building. The situation was extremely urgent. After hearing this, Lu Yicheng's hands were trembling, and anger seemed to burst out of his body. His father was really willing to offer a bounty of 100,000 kilograms of grain. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by other forces? Also, what does it mean to incite tens of thousands of people to kill the witch? And then all of them are killed by the witch. Finally, why did the witch kill his sister and aunt? Let's go back. Lu Yicheng hurried back with his entourage and the 2 bodyguards, who came to report the news. It was now around 1 p.m., and the outdoor temperature was 75 degrees Celsius. In the past, he would never have rushed back in such hot weather. People who were not highly capable could easily suffer from dehydration, heat stroke, or even heat stroke. Once they fall, they are gone. At this time, Lu Yicheng misses the extremely cold weather of blizzards, so that he can drive a snowmobile when he returns to the group from the shelter. But in such extremely hot weather, no car's engine can withstand such high temperatures. It would be nice to drive it without exploding. Therefore, they have no other better way than relying on their feet. Fortunately, Yanshan shelter is only 2 kilometers away from Yangshanji. He can get back to Yangshanji in a little over half an hour by walking faster. The only thing Lu Yicheng is worried about right now is that there will be at least an hour and a half between when he receives the news and when people rush back to the Lu group. Is it still too late to face the witch who can kill 10,000 people? Halfway through, Lu Yicheng saw a mina flying in the sky. A few minutes later, he saw a cute girl with a pink shawl and twin tails walking in front of him, holding a silver umbrella, wearing a beautiful little skirt and knee-length white stockings. Seeing such a beautiful girl, Lu Yicheng couldn't help but take a few more glances. But he quickly became wary. He noticed that the other party didn't even sweat a drop while walking in such a hot and scorching sun. Is he a powerful ability user in Yanshan Sanctuary? Just as Lu Yicheng was thinking this, he noticed a look of fear on the faces of the 2 bodyguards who reported the news. Chairman, it's her. She's the witch. The sound was not too loud, but not too quiet either. Lu Yicheng heard it clearly, and Su Miao, who was passing by, heard it even more clearly. The distance between the 2 sides is less than 10 steps. It stands to reason that these 2 bodyguards should have discovered Su Miao long ago. But they were already dizzy and reaching the limit of their bodies as they followed Lu Yicheng in a hurry. Therefore, it was not until Lu Yicheng slowed down and Su Miao came very close that they could see clearly. Kill! The anger suppressed in his heart exploded instantly. Lu Yicheng appeared in front of Su Miao in one step and punched out. The sound of tiger and leopard thunder exploded in the air. This is Lu Yicheng's famous killer move. The black tiger takes out the heart. In the entire Yanshanji, countless capable people died under his killing move. Before the end of the world, Lu Yicheng was a traditional martial arts enthusiast. He went to Wudong, Shaolin, and Mount Wutai to learn martial arts. He also visited boxing masters such as Xingyi, Baji, and Liao Heman. He spent nearly 20 years learning, mastering, and creating his own martial arts. He got a set of black evil tiger fist. Relying on his good martial arts skills, Lu Yicheng went to the black market to box a few times, made a lot of money, and opened a boxing gym. He wanted to spend his life peacefully like this. Who knew that the boxing gym's business would be crushed by the Xingyi Tai Chi sect in the same city? This made Lu Yicheng extremely frustrated. But the boxing gym cost him all his fortune. So he must not give up. Even if he gritted his teeth, he had to keep running it. When Lu Yicheng could hardly afford to pay the rent, the end came. Lu Yicheng unexpectedly discovered that he had become stronger, and even had the legendary inner strength. Relying on this ability, Lu Yicheng killed everyone, took his family out of the city where they lived, and came to Yangshanji near the refuge. He bloodbathed 31 leaders of various gangs with his bare hands, established the Lu group, and established a firm foothold. Later, relying on the cooperation with Yanshan Shelter, the Lu group became stronger and stronger. Although he is at the end of the world, Lu Yicheng feels that everything is moving towards good things. How could he have lived such an emperor-like life before the end of time? However, now my sister has been killed. My aunt has been killed. My old father has been killed. Everything has been ruined by this witch. This black tiger's heart-piercing shot contains his full anger, the frustration of facing the base, the despair of having his foundation and life ruined, and the 12 levels of inner strength. The witch must die. Lu Yicheng had absolute confidence that at such a close distance, the witch would never be able to avoid his killing move. Su Miao was on her way with a silver umbrella, preparing to visit the library in Yanshan Shelter. She had the ID card and certificate given by Qin Longang, and she was qualified to enter any shelter. Because the weather was too hot, Su Miao walked neither fast nor slow, just at a normal speed. I thought I wouldn't encounter anyone after leaving the terrifying Yanshan market, but I didn't expect to encounter Lu Yicheng and others halfway. Seeing these people walking in a hurry, Su Miao didn't pay attention. After all, the weather is so hot, so I must be rushing back to find a place to escape the heat. Unexpectedly, when she got closer, two of these people showed very strong malice toward her, followed closely by Lu Yicheng, who walked the fastest. The raging malice was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Before Su Miao could react, the sound of tiger and leopard thunder roared in waves, seeming to knock people out. The next moment, the tiger fist dug into Su Miao's heart and shattered the 3 layers of magic barrier that Su Miao had deployed. The remaining force continued unabated and wanted to penetrate Su Miao's heart. Horrible. Almost out of instinct that had been formed long ago, Su Miao drew out her umbrella sword, and when the silver umbrella was hanging in the air, she cut off Lu Yicheng's right arm with a sword. Then, Su Miao stretched out her left hand and gracefully held the silver umbrella that was about to fall. Blood dripped from the umbrella sword. The heartbeat is speeding up. Scared. Is this man sick? He launched an attack on the way? No. Wait. These people are from the Lu group. Su Miao noticed the bodyguards behind Lu Yicheng and confirmed the identities of these people. They are here for revenge and cannot stay. Lu Yicheng never thought that one day he would have his arm cut off. And he never thought that this witch would have such a powerful close combat ability. Especially the sword just now, which was swung with a sonic boom. Is this a sword that exceeds the speed of sound? Seeing the blood flying from the severed arm, Lu Yicheng did not scream. He endured the severe pain and ran away for the first time. Stop her! Lu Yicheng shouted to the entourage of bodyguards following him. The strength of this witch is far beyond his imagination. He alone is no match for the witch and must seek help from the shelter. According to the rules set by the Yanshan Refuge, private armed fighting is strictly prohibited near the refuge, and those who violate the rules will be punished. Therefore, even if Yanshan Shelter is unwilling to help, he can still get temporary shelter. Su Miao's body was trembling slightly. She didn't expect Lu Yicheng to run so fast and decisively. The 4 people following Lu Yicheng are all very powerful ability users. They have experienced hundreds of battles, and are absolutely loyal to Lu Yicheng. After hearing the order, His power exploded, and he was ready to stop Su Miao. Su Miao unfolded the magic space array and released the heat energy recovered from the explosion of the Lu Group building just now. In an instant, several people, including the 2 bodyguards who reported the news, fell in a wave of impact. Without looking at the status of several people, Su Miao waved her umbrella sword and gave each of them a small blue fireball, turning them into ashes. Mina, find the person who escaped, Su Miao said to Beige. Okay, Your Highness. Mina flew into the sky and quickly caught up with Lui Chung, who was running at high speed in the high temperature. High in the air, Lui Chung, who was seriously injured, had his arm broken and was bleeding, rushed outside the Yangshan shelter in less than 3 minutes. I am Lui Chung. Please let me in. Lui Chung looked at the sentry outside the shelter and said. The shelter sentry immediately raised his gun and aimed at the bleeding Lui Chung. Sorry. You can't go in, Lui Chung said. I want to see Director Li. The sentry said. Wait a moment. I can help you contact Director Li. Lui Chung glanced at the sentry bitterly. Helpless. Even though there were only 2 sentries on duty outside Yangshan shelter, there were several sniper rifles and RPG rockets aimed at this place in the dark. He lost an arm, and his fighting ability was greatly reduced. It was impossible to force his way through. Not to mention that there are very terrifying strong men in Yangshan Sanctuary. That which is so scary. He has no chance of winning with his own strength. And he must use the Yangshan Sanctuary to kill him. Now! Regardless of whether the shelter will let him in. He just has to wait here long enough to gain asylum. If the witch comes after her and takes the initiative, what awaits her will be a devastating blow from Yangshan Sanctuary. Your Highness, we found him. The man ran outside Yangshan shelter. Mina said. Quack. It seems the shelter won't let him in. Su Miao nodded. Okay. To be honest, if Lui Chung continues to escape, Su Miao may really be unable to do anything to him. However, Lui Chung did not escape, but stopped outside Yangshan shelter, so he only had to wait for her to arrive. Su Miao touched her chest with her left hand and felt that her heartbeat was still a little fast. She was really scared just now. This man must be killed quickly. Half an hour later, Lui Chung, who was waiting outside the shelter, received a reply from the sentry. Director Li said that Yangshan shelter will not interfere in any disputes outside unless necessary. Please resolve it yourself. Mr. Lui Chung. Lui Chung's face turned pale. Then can I stay here? The sentry said. The weather is very hot. You will die if you stay here. I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Lui Chung was about to say something more when he saw the witch walking toward Yangshan Sanctuary holding a silver umbrella. And his face turned pale. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Su Miao raised her hand and pointed towards Lui Chung. In an instant, Lui Chung's arm, which had finally been stopped by Lui Chung, was bleeding like a waterfall. Ah! Lui Chung looked horrified. He tried to stop the flow of blood, but to no avail. He shouted loudly, The witch is attacking me. She attacked me outside the shelter. Don't you enforce the rules? Kill her quickly. The 2 sentries glanced at Lui Chung doubtfully. To be honest, the amount and speed of bleeding really scared them. At the same time, they looked warily at Su Miao, who was walking with a silver umbrella, and a Mina flying in the sky. Stop. Do you have a visit appointment? No. Su Miao mustered up the courage and took out a dark red notebook and a special identity card. The nearby sentry came over vigilantly, took the ID and ID card that Su Miao took out, opened them, took a look, and immediately returned the ID and ID card, and performed a standard military salute to Su Miao. Su Miao was startled when she saw the sentry making a military salute. The sentry asked, I will report your arrival to the superiors immediately. Do you want to enter the shelter first? Su Miao blinked and pointed at the stunned Lui Chung next to him. Wait, can I kill him first? She was afraid of not killing this man. Lui Chung looked at the scene in front of him in horror. As far as he knew, since the Yangshan shelter was established, the sentries here would never salute anyone unless several major generals and brigade commanders appeared in the shelter. This is to prevent the sentry from being distracted by unnecessary etiquette and being attacked. Now the sentry saluted the witch. Who is this witch? Lui Chung couldn't bear to think about it anymore. The continuous bleeding had made his body almost out of control, and he had to escape from here as soon as possible. I originally wanted to seek shelter from Yangshan Sanctuary, but who would have thought that Yangshan Sanctuary and this witch are in the same group? It's just that this time it was too late for Louis Chong to escape. At the moment when he was temporarily lost due to lack of blood and oxygen, an ice spike penetrated his body and nailed him to the steel plate-like ground. Louis Chong looked extremely frightened. He opened his mouth and breathed hard, trying to survive. He regretted it and should have calmed down. If you calm down, this probably won't happen. At the last moment of his life, Louis Chong thought of his old father Liu Song-lu. He wanted to ask the matter clearly. Why? A small blue fireball fell on Louis Chong, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing Louis Chong turned into ashes, Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Now I feel relieved. Outside Yanshan shelter, the two sentries looked at the bit of ashes remaining on the ground, and then looked at Su Miao holding a silver umbrella, somewhat startled. However, they soon turned into overwhelming excitement. It's one of our own. There is nothing to be afraid of. More than 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in military uniform came out. He gave a military salute to Su Miao. Hello, I am Gu Yinong, the commander of the 316th Brigade of Yanshan Shelter. Just standing there, Gu Yinong exuded an extremely strong murderous aura, which was awe-inspiring. Hello! Su Miao leaned forward slightly. She didn't know how to shake hands, and she was afraid of not doing well in returning the military salute. And seeing so many strangers made her feel very nervous. However, fortunately, they are all soldiers. Even in the end, you will still feel at ease standing next to them. This is my starling! At this time, Bagel flew down, and Su Miao quickly introduced him to avoid misunderstanding. It's too hot outside. Please come with us into the shelter first. Gu Yinong made a gesture of invitation. Okay. Su Miao put away her umbrella and walked ahead. Walking into the shelter through the gate, you can see a very large square with many cement and steel buildings lined up on both sides of the square. However, judging from the current situation, except for robots and a few ability users, there are no more people in these cement and steel buildings. Further away, there was a mountain more than 800 meters high. Su Miao guessed that this mountain had been hollowed out. This way, please, Gu Yinong said. Su Miao noticed that there was a step similar to entering a subway station next to it. After walking in, Su Miao saw a very large underground square. There were various containers stacked on both sides of the square, and he didn't know what was stored inside. In addition to the containers, there are many military installations around to protect the shelter from attacks. In the middle is a subway track. The car door has been opened at this time, Gu Yinong said. Get in the car. Su Miao nodded and walked into the subway. It was very cool. Mina flew in, found an armrest, and stopped on it obediently without saying a word. Gu Yinong said, We didn't expect you to come to Yanshan Shelter. Thank you for the information you provided us, which allowed us to save many people. 174, Chapter 173 Prophet Su Miao. Chapter 173 Prophet Su Miao. A few minutes later, the subway stopped. Su Miao walked out of the subway with a silver umbrella and saw the brightly lit, shiny and clean platform. She had the illusion of dreaming back to the end of the world. However, the various materials piled on the platform, the slogans posted on the walls, and the armed personnel standing guard all told Su Miao that this was the end of the world. Seeing Su Miao and Gu Yinong appear, the busy staff on the platform looked here one after another, with a little surprise in their eyes. They were curious about Su Miao's identity, and that he actually needed to be the brigade commander of Yanshan Refuge. Gu Yinong greeted him personally. Being watched by so many eyes, Su Miao felt a lot of pressure. She could only try to maintain a cold expression to ensure that she would not be afraid. Su Miao looked towards a corner, and saw a figure flashing away in the corner. Just now, she felt a hint of malice. She just arrived at Yanshan Shelter, and she was targeted. Scared, Gu Yinong noticed Su Miao's movement towards the corner, and gave the security officer a look. The security officer immediately understood, and quietly left the team to follow. This way. Su Miao followed Gu Yinong and left. The Mina didn't fly any further. It stood on the shoulders of a warrior, and looked left and right, looking a little funny. After leaving the subway platform, Su Miao saw a very huge underground square. There were various cement buildings in the square, with bright lights and green trees, and a bustling crowd. It looked extremely prosperous. There were many drones and multi-wing robots with flashing lights flying silently over the streets. This is very similar to the high-tech dungeons that exist in movies. It's hard to imagine how they built such a huge underground city in such a short period of time. It's so spectacular. That's a commercial area over there. When it snows, Electricity is used for heating. It's not so lively here. With the recent high temperatures, we have enough solar energy and geothermal energy to use. If you are interested, you can come and take a look later, Gu Yinong said with a smile. Currently, only 2/3 of the Yanshan shelter project has been completed, and 1/3 is still in progress. When all is completed, this place will become a more prosperous underground city. As long as there is no earthquake of magnitude 10 or above, people in the shelter can survive. This way. Gu Yinong led the way. Su Miao withdrew her gaze and followed Gu Yinong into a building. Turn left. Turn right. Pass through multiple corridors. And then go down 15 floors through the elevator, arriving at the entrance of an extremely tightly guarded explosion-proof alloy door. Please verify your identity. The robot soldier guarding the door performed a military salute. Miss Su Miao, use your ID card to swipe it. Gu Yinong took out his ID card and swiped it, and the screen showed passed. Good. Su Miao took out her ID card and swiped it, and the screen showed passed. After seeing that the identity card verification was completed, the doorkeeping robot illuminated the light code, and the explosion-proof alloy door opened left and right. Please come in. Gu Yinong and Su Miao walked in. However, others were intercepted, including Mina. Sorry, you are not qualified to enter. And that Mina. Gah. You tough guy. Are you discriminating against Minas? Mina was speechless. It felt targeted. The robot soldier said, This talking Mina? Please don't make things difficult for me. A robot. And please abide by the rules and regulations of the shelter. Thank you very much. Your Highness. Beige looked at Su Miao. Su Miao asked, Can you let it in? The robot soldier said, Search permissions. The permissions are met. This Mina can enter. Please restrain this Mina and don't embarrass our robot. Su Miao nodded. What kind of genius made this robot soldier? Mina didn't care so much and flew in happily. It wants to find a shoulder to rest on. Suddenly I realized that there seemed to be no suitable shoulders. His Highness Su Miao. It never dared. It didn't even dare to fight with Brigadier Gu Yinong. It was too murderous. This way, Brigadier Gu Yinong said. Su Miao didn't know where the brigade commander was taking her, but she didn't sense any malice from him. So she took a look first. After passing through multiple explosion-proof alloy doors, Brigadier Gu Yinong took Su Miao to a lounge. Please wait here for a moment while I contact the others, Gu Yinong said. Good. Su Miao nodded. After Gu Yinong left, Su Miao looked around. Next to the lounge is a conference hall. There is a large screen in the conference room. The large screen displays a large map centered on Yanshan Shelter. There is a three-dimensional holographic sand table in the middle, which displays the outside world. Isn't this the war conference hall? Su Miao took a closer look. It was marked with the names of large and small refuges, important towns, and private bases in the nearby area. In the lower right corner of the map, Su Miao even saw labels such as Seahai Base, Vulcan Base, and Witch. A horizontal line has been drawn across the Vulcan Base, indicating that the Vulcan Base no longer exists. Su Miao was surprised. I didn't expect that she could be tagged even though she lives in such a remote place. The Mina flew around the limited room, seemingly curious about everything here. Don't touch it, Su Miao reminded. Starlings are very good at finding things. If you don't remind them, it will be bad if you find something. Okay, Your Highness, Beige said. Your Highness, the decoration here is really luxurious. The materials used are not available outside. They are all good things. Su Miao continued to stare at the map and wrote down the locations and names of several shelters on the map. Nanhu Refuge, Taoyuan Refuge, Shishio Refuge. You can visit their library when passing by. 5 minutes later, Gu Yinong came back. There were 5 people who came together. Let me introduce. This is Chief of Staff Li Xiao. Security Department Wu Ren. Medical Department Chu Shifeng. Biology Department Yu Lian. And Municipal Affairs Department Su Qixin. Political Commissars Wu Dan Sheng is currently undergoing treatment and cannot come for the time being. Gu Yinong introduced. This is the Prophet Su Miao. Several people looked at Su Miao with a little surprise in their expressions. Su Miao was also a little confused. Prophet? Since when did she have such a title? I am an ordinary person, not a prophet, Su Miao said. Li Xiao, Wu Ren, Chu Shifeng, Yu Lian, and Su Qixin all laughed. Gu Yinong said, Miss Su Miao is being humble. In any case, we are very grateful for the prophecy you brought. Without your prophecy, there would be no 400,000 people alive in the Yanshan refuge. Su Miao said. Just call me Su Miao. When she came to Yanshan refuge, she just wanted to go to the library to see if there were any lost magic books. She didn't want such a grand welcome. Now, judging from Gu Yinong's introduction, the people present were all senior executives of the shelter. Did they misunderstand something? Su Miao wanted to say something, but because she was too nervous, she couldn't organize the words well for the time being. Gu Yinong said, Su Miao, regarding your arrival at Yanshan Refuge, I have notified Refuge Number 1. And they replied that they will arrange for someone to pick you up in the near future. Oh? Su Miao reacted immediately and said, Tell them, there is no need to send anyone over. I won't stay here for too long. I will go to Shelter 1 myself. Last time, Qin Longlong and others sacrificed many soldiers along the way to find her, which made Su Miao feel very sorry. If these warriors had not traveled such a long way under the apocalypse, they might have awakened and become powerful ability users to save more people. Gu Yinong said seriously, Su Miao, are you sure? Regarding Su Miao, Gu Yinong received a reply immediately after reporting the news. There are only 3 requirements above. First, keep it strictly confidential. Second, satisfy any request of Su Miao as much as possible. Third, protect Su Miao at all costs when necessary. Su Miao spoke very quickly. I'm sure that many people will die when they get here in such hot weather. And I have other things to do. Gu Yinong thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll reply to them. Brigadier Gu Yinong left, and the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became a little strange. There were very subtle changes in the expressions on the faces of Li Xiao, Wu Ren, Chu Shifeng, Yu Lian, and Su Qixin. For some reason, Su Miao felt that these people wanted her to stay in the Yanshan refuge for a while, but they also seemed to want her to leave as soon as possible. After another few minutes of silence, Chu Shifeng from the Department of Medicine said, Everyone is silent. Let me speak. Su Miao, I would like to ask if you have awakened the special ability of healing. Without saying anything, Brigadier Gu Yinong came back. Chu Shifeng, what are you doing? Chu Shifeng said, Brigadier, Su Miao looked at Gu Yinong and then at Chu Shifeng, wondering what was going on. Ask her if she is a healer and does anyone need treatment. Her water polo technique has a certain healing effect, but it can't cure everything. Therefore, Su Miao remained silent when Chu Shifeng and the others did not explain clearly. Gu Yinong said, Everything about the prophet is top secret. No one is allowed to inquire. Chu Shifeng said nothing. Gu Yinong said, This meeting is to let everyone get to know the prophet Su Miao, and to determine the safety issues during the period when Su Miao lives in the Yanshan refuge. Wu Ren said, Leave the security aspect to us. Su Qixin said, As for housing, I will arrange it. Some new residences have just been built here. Chief of Staff Li Xiao said, Su Miao, do you need anything at the shelter? Su Miao said, I want to see the books in the shelter library. Collection of books? The 6 people present looked at each other in confusion. They did not expect that the prophet Su Miao came to the shelter just to read the books. However, they quickly hit upon some key points. Gu Yinong said, That's no problem. The library in Yanshan shelter is completely open to you. Su Miao said, Thank you. The meeting started quickly and ended quickly. It seemed that he simply wanted everyone to get to know Su Miao. This made Su Miao confused. She felt that the higher-ups at the refuge, including Gu Yinong, wanted to tell her something, but gave up in the end and said nothing. Su Miao was not good at socializing, so if they didn't tell her, she wouldn't ask. After checking the library of the shelter, if you have a magic book, stay a little longer. If you don't have a magic book, leave Yanshan shelter and continue on your way. Brigadier, why didn't you let me ask just now? After Su Miao left, Chu Shifeng from the medical department stood up and asked excitedly, The political commissar's situation is very serious and he is in danger. Gu Yinong looked serious. We can't put Su Miao in danger before we catch the murderer. She is a prophet and very important to the country. And as you know, the political commissar's awakening ability is not a real mind-reading ability. Chu Shifeng said. But, Wu Ren said, the political commissar claimed that he could read minds in order to stimulate those cannibals to surface and lure the snakes out of their holes. In the end, it is still our fault because we failed to protect the political commissar, Li Xiao said. The staff department also has responsibilities, Gu Yinong said. Don't blame yourself. No matter what, we must protect the prophet Su Miao. and all the cannibals who assassinated the political commissar must be uncovered, including those rats hiding in the gutter. The meeting ended, and several people left quickly to get back to work that had been interrupted for the meeting. 10 minutes later, Wu Ren received an intelligence report about the witch killing everyone in Yangshanji. The witch passed through Yangshanji and was blocked by the missing-eared cat and others. More than 600 people were killed instantly. Lu Peeling and Lu Weiwei blocked their way and were killed instantly. The Lu group offered a bounty of 100,000 grains to the witch. Yan Shan was shocked. More than 30,000 people participated in the siege. 30,000 people were almost wiped out. The witch used strange abilities to transform corpses into zombies, and manipulated the zombies to siege the Lu group building. After breaking through the front line of defense, the witch threw a purple fireball, blowing the building into ashes. Nearly 8,000 zombies and Lu group insiders. No one survived. Lu Yicheng of the Lu group encountered a witch on the road and had his arm cut off. He fled to the gate of Yan Shan's sanctuary, where he was killed by the witch and cremated into ashes. Wu Ren looked at the information about the witch described above, including a pink shawl with twin ponytails, a cute little skirt, and white knee-length stockings, followed by a dark mina. I think back to the prophet Su Miao, who seemed harmless to everyone during the meeting, but was a bit timid. He had a schizophrenic delusion. This information is classified as top secret. Wu Ren confessed to the person who submitted the information and immediately rushed to see Gu Yinong. Gu Yinong was discussing with Chief of Staff Li Xiao the problem of cannibals in the shelter, and was a little surprised to see Wu Ren rushing over. Brigadier Commander, Chief of Staff, take a look at this information. Wu Ren put the information about the witch on the table. Li Xiao glanced at Wu Ren in confusion. First picked up the intelligence and took a look at it, and then handed it to Gu Yinong solemnly. Brigadier Commander, it seems we should change our strategy. If we don't protect Su Miao, we won't. Instead of being harmed by cannibals and those rats, we must protect those rats to prevent them from provoking Su Miao and demolishing the Yangshan shelter we finally built. Gu Yinong read the information and took a deep breath. With this strength, no wonder Su Miao said there is no need to send someone from Shelter 1 to pick him up. Li Xiao said, Brigade Commander, do you want to send this information to Shelter Number 1? Gu Yinong said, no. These are classified as top secret. Don't publish them. Li Xiao said, I understand. I'll start with 4,000 words today, on the 30th, and I'll see if I can update it with 10,000 words on the 31st. There are double monthly votes these days. Please vote more. Thank you very much. In order to celebrate New Year's Day, I will release another update on January 3rd. 175, Chapter 174, Being Targeted. Scared. Chapter 174, Being Targeted. Scared. Miss Su Miao, this is your room. The pretty girl who guided Su Miao said that she was Yi Yunjiao from the security department, and she looked very dashing with her short hair and black windbreaker. Teaming up with Yi Yunju is Shen Yin, who has long hair and a black windbreaker. She is very beautiful. During this period, the two of them will be responsible for protecting Su Miao's safety. Su Miao swiped her card to enter the room. There were 3 bedrooms and 1 living room with basic configurations, so it could accommodate 5 or 6 people. What a spacious room. Miss Su Miao, we will live next door during this period. If you need anything, you can contact us, Yi Yunji said. Good. Su Miao looked at the time. It was almost 5 p.m. It's almost time to eat. You go to eat first and then come back and take me to the library. Good, Yi Yunji said. Does Miss Su Miao need to bring food? Su Miao said. No need. Yi Yunju had some doubts in her eyes. But considering that the beautiful girl liked to skip dinner, she didn't ask any more questions and left with Shen Yin temporarily in Yanshan shelter. Except for a few high-rises. Anyone who wants to eat needs to go to the canteen and use points to pay for it. Instead of going to the canteen, you can go to a restaurant on the commercial street. But the points required there are very high. If you have difficulty with your legs and feet at home, you can choose to take away. If you are alone and have difficulty with your legs and feet, you can contact the community to help with takeout. If you don't have enough points, going to the canteen is the best choice. As long as you are a shelter resident, you will have food to eat. The shelter is arranged in this way to distribute food in the most reasonable manner, ensuring that everyone has food to eat and will not starve to death. At the same time, residents with high points can also strive for a better life. This is also in line with the principle of more reward for more work. In addition, in order to ensure the rest time of the canteen staff, The opening hours of the canteen are limited. If you miss the time to go to the cafeteria, you may run out of food, or the rest of the food will be a bit expensive. Therefore, Su Miao noticed the time and asked Yi Yunjiu and Shen Yan to eat first. Your Highness, don't we go to the cafeteria to eat? Bugs asked curiously. It kind of wants to try the food in the canteen of Yanshan Shelter. Su Miao blinked, took out a tomato, and threw it to Mina. Have this for dinner, Beige said. Thank you, Your Highness. Su Miao strolled in the room. First, take out the Mina's nest from the magic space and place it on the cement cabinet in the living room. Then she came to the bedroom, looked at the empty cement bed, took out the mattress, threw the sheets, cups, and pillows on it, completing the bedroom decoration. Su Miao came to the bathroom and took a look. There were mirrors, toilets, bathtubs, and showers, which were similar to the layout of a hotel before the apocalypse. The slightly different thing is that for water use, you need to swipe your card to reserve enough points. Otherwise, it may be embarrassing to run out of water halfway through use. Suddenly, there was a burst of soothing music, and a very nice female voice began to broadcast. Dear residents of Yanshan Shelter, it is now 1700 hours in the evening, and the canteens in each district have been opened. Residents are asked to go to the canteens to eat in an orderly manner. This meal will end at 2000 hours. Su Miao blinked and noticed the radio placed in the living room. Mina, who had finished eating the tomato, flew to the radio and watched curiously. The evening news from Yanshan Shelter will be played next. The construction of the 5th, 6th, and 9th areas of the shelter has entered the final stage and is expected to be put into use in 1 month. Research on plant heat resistance genes has made new progress. Scientist Mr. Yulian said that related technologies will be applied to crops such as rice, wheat, soybeans, potatoes, etc., to add more staple foods to the refuge. A murder occurred in District 105, and the murderer has been sanctioned. It is reported that the murderer purchased an illegal animal awakening potion. After taking it, the awakening failed, resulting in loss of control. Residents are advised to cherish their lives and stay away from illegal drugs. A large number of mutated rats and cockroaches appeared in Area 317. Relevant departments are conducting a cleanup campaign, which is expected to be completed within 3 days. Next is the news from outside the Yanshan Shelter. According to news from other shelters, the cannibal King Dashi was killed when he attacked the Sihai base. The cannibals were all wiped out. Lan Xiaokong, the person in charge of the Sihai base, died in this battle. The major floods caused by high-temperature natural disasters have subsided, but high temperatures have caused the withering and death of a large number of plants. Water shortage will become a major crisis facing mankind. Please cherish water resources. Affected by the high-temperature natural disaster, the Ice God cult, an organization of evil ability users, has been disbanded, and some remaining members have formed the Sun God cult. A large-scale conflict broke out in Yangshanji today. About 30,000 people died and 20,000 were injured. The Lu group that was entrenched in Yangshanji was destroyed. Scientists say outdoor temperatures will continue to rise in the near future, and you must not leave your shelter in the near future. Thanks for listening. I wish all residents a happy meal. The news broadcast ends. Su Miao took out a cup and took a sip of warm boiled water. Judging from the performance of Brigadier Gu Yinong and others during the day and the evening news just broadcast, it seems that there is a lot of trouble in the Yanshan Shelter. The illegal animal transformation awakening potion mentioned in the news. Does it turn people into people with animal ears? When passing by Yangshanji, Su Miao saw a lot of them. It cannot be ruled out that the bestiality drug entered the shelter from Yangshanji. There don't seem to be many lycanthropic residents in the shelter. This smuggling line related to the illegal lycanthropy awakening potion was probably established not long ago. I hope the shelter can be eliminated soon. Otherwise similar murders will occur again. Parts of Yanshan Shelter are being invaded by mutated rats and mutated cockroaches. Could it be that during the digging process, they directly dug out the nests of mutated rats and mutated cockroaches? In the case of continuous high temperature and natural disasters, many mutant animals, like humans, will choose to live underground temporarily. If you really want to dig out the nests of mutated rats and mutated cockroaches, the situation may become very dangerous. Of course, if handled well, the shelter will be able to obtain a large source of protein in the future. Su Miao didn't pay too much attention to other news. She just wanted to go to the library and take a look. At 1821, Yi Yunju and Shen Yan came back. Take me to the library, Su Miao said. Good. Yi Yunjiu was stunned for a moment. Miss Su Miao, don't you want to eat first? Su Miao said. No need. Beige said. Take your highness to the library. Your highness. With this title, Yi Yunji was silent for a second and said, Okay. There are 12 large libraries in Yanshan Sanctuary, 3 of which require permission to enter. Su Miao said, Take me to the big library without permission first. Yi Yunji said, Okay. Starling flapped his wings, looked left and right, and landed lightly on Shen Yan's shoulder. Hey. Shen Yan was startled, and when she saw it was Mina, she immediately regained her composure. I'm sorry. Ah. It's okay. It's okay. The Mina didn't scare you, did it? Su Miao was also startled and almost couldn't keep her expression straight. She looked at Shen Yan, and then she really noticed that Shen Yan, who had been silent for a long time, felt inexplicably like she was seeing the same kind of person. This person was also a social fear. No. 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 Shen Yan quickly shook her head. Mina almost didn't get shaken off. Everyone had almost calmed down. Yi Yunji led the way. Su Miao walked in the middle, and Shen Yan led Bao Gu behind, heading towards the first library of the shelter. After swiping their cards to leave the heavily guarded new community, the 3 took the elevator to the first underground floor of Yanshan Shelter, the 106th District Square. Yanshan First Library is here. Speaking of which, a murder just happened in the 105th District Square next door. People came and went in the square and walked in a hurry. Most of them went to the canteen to eat or left the canteen just after eating. After the Doomsday comes, the residents in the shelter live a daily life of sleeping, dining, and working. They are either at work or on the way to work. They are very busy. In the words of some people, while the shelter is under construction, do more work, earn more points, and make your life better. Otherwise, once the shelter is fully constructed, it will be extremely difficult to find a job to earn points. Su Miao was a little nervous looking at the crowds coming and going. Fortunately, most people just took a look and left quickly. They were really busy. Miss Su Miao, the first library is over here. Yi Yunji led the way. Su Miao nodded and walked over. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the great library. When she was about to enter, Su Miao seemed to sense something and glanced around the corner, but saw nothing. Miss Su Miao, what's wrong? Yi Yunji followed Su Miao's gaze. Fine. Su Miao walked into the library. Just now she sensed another gaze that concealed malice. But she didn't find anything when she looked over. Now is the end of the world. There should be many people like this. Now that the other party has left, let's forget about it for the time being. Su Miao swiped her card to enter the library and started looking for possible magic books. Mina, I leave it to you. Okay, Your Highness. Mina flew up in the library. Yi Yunju and Shen Yan looked at Su Miao's operation and obviously failed to react. Did Miss Su Miao use Starling to find books? Su Miao didn't pay attention to what the 2 of them were thinking. She looked around and found a computer dedicated to library search. Yanshan Shelter is worthy of being an official shelter and is fully equipped. Enter magic to search. Soon a large number of search terms were displayed on the screen, with dozens of pages in total. Many of the books are novels. There are magazines from former idol girl groups. There are some game character art books. And there are some books that make people's blood boil after reading them. Su Miao's face turned slightly red, and she pretended not to see anything. Just when Su Miao thought there was no gain, she saw the names of several books that might be related to magic. The study of magic and science. Does black magic really exist? Tao and magic. These books are in the 3rd library, the 7th library, and the 11th library respectively. I don't think I need to travel such a long way. Su Miao was speechless when she saw the search results. However, to prevent any omissions, each library must search. She wrote down the locations of the 3 books and began to walk along the bookshelf one by one. This may be the reason why she became a witch. She could tell if there was a magic book on the bookshelf if she walked by. Your Highness, I didn't find it. Starling searched 3 times and reported back the results. Su Miao nodded, walked through the first library, and confirmed that there were no magic books here. Yi Yunju and Shen Yan followed from a distance, watching Su Miao search first, and then walk around in front of each bookshelf in the library. Let's go to the 2nd library, Su Miao said. Good. Yi Yunju nodded and continued to lead the way. Do you know? A big shot came to the shelter, and Brigadier Gu Yinon went to pick him up personally. You must know about such a big thing. She is said to be a beautiful girl with a pink shawl and twin tails, wearing white knee-high stockings. I wonder if she has white stockings. Hey, what's so good about white silk meat? Get lost. You worthless thing. In the tavern, people with spare points after a busy day drink wine, chat, exchange information, have some fun, and numb the anguish and despair of the Doomsday. News about Su Miao's arrival at Yanshan Refuge has spread, but no one knows what Su Miao's identity is. In such a Doomsday, her hair doesn't look like it was dyed. Not surprisingly, it was a mutation that occurred when she awakened a certain ability. I don't know what ability it is. The middle-aged man who brought up this topic was drinking and smiling. Said, I know a few people with abilities whose hair changes color after awakening their abilities. One person awakened the wind ability, and his hair turned silver white. There was one person who awakened the ice ability, and his hair also turned silver white. But there is no one whose hair turned pink. See, an information dealer said with a smile. Ha! This is not easy. I know. A 200-pound fat man raised his glass and said loudly, the pinker her hair is, the harder she cuts people. What she awakens must be the ability to kill. The people in the tavern were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ignore this damn fat guy. He's already doomed. And he still fantasizes about his second dimension all day long. Indeed, I heard that this fat man awakened the ability to carve with sculptures. It's really not outrageous to spend all day making figurines in exchange for points. Suddenly, the tavern was filled with happy air. The 200-pound fat man was not annoyed. He drank the wine in the cup and buried his head on the table. Maid, you are a bunch of retarded people. This game looks like a money-making boss. You know a watermelon. At this time, a man wearing a hat entered the tavern, walked past the middle-aged man who initiated the topic, and entered the tavern's box. The middle-aged man stood up looking at the lively crowd. He first went to the counter to pay for points by swiping his card, then went to the newly opened private room, opened the door and walked in. See Ming? She's out. Do you want to take action? The young man in the hat asked. Mystery knocked on the table. Where's the information? Can you be personally welcomed into the shelter by Brigadier Guinong? Will you be an ordinary person who will take action at your request? The young man in the hat said, I have found out just now that her name is Su Miao, and she is accompanied by a black starling. It is not clear where she comes from, but she has a very high authority card. The residence Guinan arranged for her is the newly built ZD community. She is currently the only one living in the entire community. According to the plan, only high-level family members and senior scientists are eligible to live in ZD community. And the defense is very tight. Currently, Su Miao has gone directly to the first library in District 106. This is a good opportunity for us to take action. Yi Dashan said, You mean? This Su Miao was invited by Gu Yinong? The young man in the hat said, Yes. Not long after we assassinated the political commissars with Dansheng, Gu Yinong personally welcomed Su Miao into the shelter. Either this Su Miao has healing abilities, or he has similar abilities to Zhu Dansheng. Ability. No matter what condition she is in, she is very dangerous to us. Also, when we observe Su Miao, she could detect it every time. I suspect that she has abilities similar to Zhu Dansheng. Yi Dashan looked solemn. Where is her strength? The young man in the hat said, I don't know yet. According to the ability user equipment test, she is not too strong. But she is protected by 2 ability users from the security department, Yi Yunjia and Shen Yan. These 2 women are very strong. Yi Dashan nodded. Ordinary people are very powerful if they can have one ability when they awaken. There are very few people who can have 2 or 3 or more abilities. Most of them become mutated monsters. According to the information you provided, Su Miao should not be a combat-type ability user. Otherwise, there would be no need for the security department to assign 2 powerful ability users to take charge of security issues at this time. However, there is a doubt here. Su Miao showed up to the library in a grand manner just after arriving at the shelter. Could it be that Gu Yinong was playing a trick to lure the snake out of its hole? The young man in the hat said, It's possible. But there is a greater possibility that she is looking for us. He dashed in thought for a few seconds. Just in case, please observe again to see if she is walking past one floor after another. If so, she must be looking for us. Then, Su Miao cannot stay. The young man in the hat said, Okay, I'll do it right away. He dashed and said, This time, let's change someone to keep an eye on him to prevent her from recording him. The young man in the hat said, Don't worry. He dashed and walked out of the box first. This new Su Miao must be treated with caution. For possible changes, he prepared to gather everyone together to ensure that he could kill with one blow. Mystery walked out of the tavern and took a look at the bustling streets of the underground city. With a happy smile on his face. What a beautiful underground city! The entire city will be ours in the future. When she walked out of the first library, Su Miao felt another malicious gaze cast from the shadows. But when she looked over, the gaze disappeared. When going to the second library, they need to pass through a street. As she passed the streets, she sensed more and more malice. When some malicious eyes noticed the attire of Yi Yunjiu and Shen Yin, their malice would immediately dissipate. However, some of the malice would still disappear when she looked past it. Just like before, Su Miao is very scared. She knew that she was beautiful and cute, and that it was normal for her to be looked at. But most of the stares along the way were abnormal. She was being targeted. Update 5000 first. I will continue writing. 176, Chapter 175 Su Miao. Do you want to destroy the entire shelter? Chapter 175 Su Miao. Do you want to destroy the entire shelter? Su Miao walked into the third library, and the Ruao's sight completely disappeared. She calculated that similar malice appeared once, when she first arrived at Yanshan Sanctuary. When I went to the first library, similar malice appeared twice. When I went to the second library, similar malice appeared 6 times. When I went to the third library, similar malice appeared 3 times. Not only that, Su Miao can be sure that each malicious person is not the same person, but multiple people. The more Su Miao thought about it, the more frightened she became. Could it be that because she was walking with Brigadier Gu Yinong, she was targeted by the evil forces in the shelter? It's the end of the world, and there are 400,000 people living in the Yanshan shelter. It won't be surprising if any monsters appear. These people don't want to overthrow Gu Yinong and the others, do they? Su Miao suddenly came up with a very dangerous guess. She remembered some things she saw in the combat conference room. The Yanshan shelter contained a variety of tanks, armored vehicles, heavy fire artillery, and even missiles and other large-scale weapons. If chaos really breaks out in such a large shelter, it's hard to imagine what a disaster it would be. Scared, however, judging from strength alone, Brigadier Gu Yinong's murderous aura is no less than that of King Dashi. There should not be any problem in suppressing the possible chaos. Su Miao dismissed the thoughts in her mind. She was ready to find the possible magic book as soon as possible and leave here first. Your Highness, this is it. The study of magic and science. Mina directly helped to find it. Su Miao took the book and flipped through a few pages. The book explained the theory that the essence of magic is science, and the special effects of science are magic. But the specific application and practice were all nonsense. What's even more outrageous is that the magic circle example drawn above is full of errors, and cannot be used at all. However, the book mentions that you can try to use science to analyze magic, and you may be able to experiment with methods to achieve magic. If the experiment is successful, Su Miao can use the physics, chemistry, biology, etc. he has learned before to develop many brand new magics. Instead of drawing a magic circle as before, and then replacing the runes one by one and guessing the arrangement and combination. Although it allowed her to develop a few magics to a certain extent, most of them caused a big explosion. Su Miao quickly read several important chapters, and had a little more inspiration in her mind. This is a gain without gain. Let's go to the fourth library. Su Miao put the book back on the bookshelf. Yi Yunjiu and Shen Yin nodded and continued to lead the way. See Ming, Su Miao is really walking past one floor after another. She is looking for us. The young man wearing a hat came to Yi Dashan and reported the situation. Several of the people I sent out to follow were discovered by Su Miao. Yi Dashan took a deep breath. It seems that Gu Yinong is really determined to give up. He wants to force us to start early. The young man in the hat said. See Ming, then we. A strange smile appeared on Yi Dashan's face. Then let's eat this Su Miao, and then record a video and send it to Gu Yinong to see if he is happy or not. He took out an evil ghost mask and put it on his face. Brothers, we are going to do something big on the 3rd floor. More than 30 people wearing the same evil ghost mask slowly walked out from the shadows. Just at this time, Su Miao, Yi Yunjiu, and Shen Yin passed by this street. Do it! Following Yi Dashan's order, more than 30 powerful evil ghost mask users rushed out, and 11 of them killed people on the street. 4 people attacked Su Miao. Yi Yunjiu and Shen Yin immediately took action to stop the 4 people. It looked like they had stopped 4 people, but in fact they were trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. This time, Su Miao no longer had anyone to protect her. No, there is still a mutant Mina. But Dashan really didn't care about such a small mutated Mina who had been reduced to a pet. He believed that the ability user he arranged today could kill him casually. What really matters is Su Miao. TSK. Look at the fear on this face. The slightly trembling body. And being so pretty and cute. It must taste very good. Dashan couldn't help but lick his lips. He was a little greedy. Su Miao's reaction allowed him to confirm that Su Miao was not a person with combat ability, but was arranged by Gu Yinong to temporarily replace the political commissars with Dansheng. However, Gu Yinong was too confident and acted too hastily. The overall situation has been decided. It seems that there is no need for him to take action today. Dashan patted the non-existent dust on his clothes and ordered the 8 evil ghost masked ability users behind him. We all have a share in taking down Su Miao. On the way from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, there were a lot fewer people on the street, which made Su Miao feel more at ease. However, the malice she sensed when she arrived still made her uneasy. The only thing she could do was to hold the silver umbrella in her hand tightly, and try to keep her expression as tight as possible. Yi Yunju and Shen Yin noticed the silver umbrella that suddenly appeared in Su Miao's hand. They felt a little strange, but they didn't ask anything, while Su Miao was distracted and thinking about the inspiration brought by research on magic and science. A large number of ability users wearing evil ghost masks and black clothes came out to kill him. Yi Yunju and Shen Yin were very professional and directly helped Su Miao block the first wave of attacks, and were sent away. Su Miao was startled. At this time, she discovered that a large number of evil ghost masks appeared on the street, and they killed everyone they saw. Ah! Killing! Killing! Ghost! Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! I will fight with you! Ah! Faced with the sudden attack, pedestrians on the street fell into panic like headless flies. Occasionally, a few ability users fought back, but they were no match for the powerful evil ghost mask and were killed instantly. Their deaths were very miserable. Seeing so many terrifying evil ghost masks, Su Miao held the silver umbrella and trembled slightly. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her cold expression. Scared. We have a share in taking down Su Miao. Suddenly, there was such a sound in the darkness. Su Miao felt unprecedented malice. He had only felt such strong malice from King Dashi. Following the malice, 8 evil ghost masks came towards her. I don't know what happened to these evil ghost masks, but they seemed very confident that they could catch Su Miao. So, they went to Su Miao with their bare hands and prepared to capture her alive. Dashan stood under the streetlight with a smile on his face. He is confident that the fight will be over within 30 seconds. By the time Gu Yinong reacted and wanted to save Su Miao, they were already filming the opening video. At this moment, Su Miao drew out her umbrella sword. In an instant, under the dim light, the sword flashed. The 2 evil ghost masks who participated in the siege of Su Miao fell to the ground, and a blood hole appeared on their necks. The blood was gurgling, making them unable to make a sound. Some evil ghost masks realized that something was wrong. They showed their weapons and responded promptly. However, when they saw Su Miao swinging his sword at them, they fell down before Su Miao appeared in front of them. Their hearts were pierced by ice arrows, and the extreme cold brought by the ice arrows froze their hearts, causing them to die quickly and painlessly. Isn't it close combat? This is the only thought that a few people have. In the end, only 2 of the evil ghost masks who besieged Su Miao were left. They had no idea what had just happened. It was obvious that Su Miao did not emit any power fluctuations, but their man was dead. In shock, they seemed to see something flying between their necks. The next moment, their heads slipped from their necks. When they fell, they saw the humble Mina flying in midair. Quack! Rubbish! Mina didn't stop at all. With the dim light of the shelter street, it shuttled through the darkness and killed other evil ghost masks. Depend on! As the commander, Dashan looked at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. He carefully selected the 8 people who arranged to capture Su Miao. Without exception, they were all strong. Even the last attack on political commissars with Dansheng was not as luxurious as today's lineup. However, such powerful ability users were all killed just as they rushed in front of Su Miao. Is this the non-combatant person mentioned in the intelligence? MP. However, once you have started, it is impossible to give up, let alone stop. Dashan walked directly out of the darkness. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Every time Dashan took a step, an extremely strange field formed around him. and strange blue light spots spread nearby. Passers-by with the ability to resist evil ghost masks were accidentally exposed to strange blue light spots. They screamed and fell to the ground, wailing miserably. Ah! What is this? Ah! Kill me! Who will kill me? They kept licking the skin with their hands. And with each lick, large chunks of flesh and blood fell off, which looked extremely horrifying. There were screams one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the neighborhood centered on the battlefield turned into a death zone. Virus? Su Miao couldn't help but want to throw purple fireballs. But throwing a purple fireball in a place like this can certainly kill this person. How many people will die in the huge Yanshan refuge? Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? Purple fireballs cannot be used here. Su Miao! The King of Hell asked you to die at the 3rd watch, and he will never leave you until the 5th watch. The blue bacteria spread in front of Su Miao in an instant, and Mastery also rushed to Su Miao. Su Miao was about to swing her sword when she suddenly felt her body sink, as if the surrounding gravity increased dozens of times in an instant, and was about to crush the person directly. God GA. This person is poisonous! Bago screamed and grew in size. With one claw, he grabbed Yunjiu and Shen Yan and escaped quickly, escaping from Yidashin's gravity field. Otherwise, these two people would probably die if they were invaded by the weird blue bacteria in the gravity field. Boom! The cement buildings on both sides of the street collapsed directly under the influence of Yidashin's gravity field, and even huge cracks appeared in the ground, allowing people to directly see the street scene on the 5th floor of the shelter. Many cement stones fell downwards, killing and injuring many innocent pedestrians on the 5th floor street. The next moment, a sharp alarm sounded on the 4th and 5th floors of the shelter. Su Miao! The rescued Yunjiu and Shen Yan looked at the scene in front of them in horror. Don't get close to the blue fungus. It's highly poisonous. They recognized the highly poisonous blue bacteria released by Mr. Yi and looked horrified. Many people in the shelter were infected by this blue bacteria some time ago. None of the infected people could be rescued and all died. No one expected that the culprit would appear today, let alone that his target was Su Miao and that he would kill people. Last time, even the brigade commander couldn't hurt this man himself. Su Miao was extremely scared. In addition to the magic space array in front of her, the magic barrier was fully deployed, isolating the weird blue bacteria. Are you a multi-power possessor? That's awesome. Yidashin looked at Su Miao and exclaimed, You can block my gravity field, and you are not even infected by the bacteria. It is so terrifying. If you are given time to grow, I am afraid you will become a monster that ordinary people cannot imagine. It's a pity that you young people just want to show off your skills. It was your biggest mistake to agree to assist Gu Yinong. Su Miao's face was full of innocence. Why promise to assist Gu Yinong? There is no such thing at all. Is there a misunderstanding? However, in the face of a crisis, it doesn't matter whether there is a misunderstanding or not. More importantly, Su Miao felt a familiar breath. You're a cannibal. Su Miao blurted out. She has killed many cannibals, whether they are ordinary cannibals or cannibals like King Dashi. The malice they will naturally show when they see her is almost the same. You are indeed the helper invited by Gu Yinong. Yidashin snapped his fingers and continued to strengthen the gravity field, not giving Su Miao the slightest chance to counterattack. Unfortunately, Gu Yinong's plan is doomed to fail. The next second, 5 more extremely terrifying beast turn ability users rushed out of the darkness. They exuded an extremely powerful aura, leaving a deep pit on the ground with almost every step they took. Boom! Before they were completely close, the 5 extremely terrifying beast turn ability users gathered all their abilities and unleashed a devastating blow, preparing to break the magic barrier that Su Miao had deployed with one blow. In fact, they don't even need to go together. Only one of them can break the magic barrier. What kind of monsters are these? Su Miao's body was trembling. She forcibly withstood the pressure of the gravity field, and 5 light blue flame spears erupted, piercing through the attacking beast turn ability users and blasting them to pieces. The powerful explosion shock wave caught Yidashin off guard, leaving him disgraced and dispelling the gravity field. How many abilities have you awakened? Mystery was shocked and confused. These 5 severely infected beast turn ability users were originally prepared as a surprise for Gu Yinong. Unexpectedly, they were not effective at all when used directly on Su Miao. Instead, he was almost injured. However, it's not a big problem. With such an attack and explosion just now, I don't believe that the opponent's defense can't be broken. Even if it's not broken, it's okay. What he didn't say was that the highly toxic blue bacteria could also be spread through breathing. Therefore, the longer it takes, the better it is for him. If he didn't want enough ability users as food, the last time he spread the bacteria, he was sure to turn most of Yanshan's sanctuary into hell on Earth. It's just that a corpse poisoned and corroded by the fungus will not have the effect of allowing people to evolve, and it will not be conducive to his organization's development. Unexpectedly, a thought of kindness would bring Gu Yinong a double blow. This farmer is so disrespectful. And this new Su Miao has awakened so many abilities. It's so scary if you don't grow up now. Will it be possible when you grow up in the future? Never stay. Etc. If you can eat it, you might be able to evolve again. Dashan looked shocked and decided to try his best to keep Su Miao's body intact in the next battle. As long as he acted quickly enough and ate it while it was fresh, there would be no problem. He looked at the 6 surviving demon mask users standing at the edge. The surviving ghost mask couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Mystery smiled coldly. Everyone, I'll lend you your lives. See Ming, what are you going to do? The 6 evil ghost mask users looked horrified. Before they could react, their bodies began to undergo unimaginable changes. They roared and wailed, and in an instant they turned into ferocious beast turn ability users covered in germs. Their combat strength and aura more than tripled. Get her! Mystery gave the order. The 6 newly transformed beast-like ability users became emotionless killing machines and pounced on Su Miao. Feeling the growing malice, Su Miao roared out hundreds of ice arrows, shooting at these beast turn ability users. However, these beast turn ability users were extremely fast and managed to avoid them all. At the critical moment, Su Miao backhandedly revived the evil ghost mask corpse on the ground. These evil ghost masks are powerful ability users when they are alive. After death, they transform into undead, and their combat power is doubled. There is absolutely no problem in disgusting the opponent to death. Originally, Su Miao wanted to use this move to stab Dashan in the back, but now he had to prioritize getting rid of those with the ability to transform into beasts. The undead surged up, fighting for their lives to block the beast turn ability users who were rushing towards them. Dashan looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. He suddenly thought of something, but when he saw Su Miao's pink shawl and twin tails, he quickly dismissed the thought. As far as he knew, his sworn brother Dashiwang was killed by the witch. The intelligence showed that the witch was He Changji and had the ability to control corpses. Moreover, the witch had always been alone and had no contact with the authorities. However, the Su Miao in front of her had pink twin ponytails, and the abilities she used were similar to those of the witch. But she didn't have the sense of oppression and suffocation that the witch described in the intelligence gave her. Looking at it this way, Su Miao should have a certain relationship with the witch. Okay. Dashan smiled. The witch killed King Dashi. He happened to kill Su Miao today to avenge his elder brother and collect a sum of interest. When he takes control of the Yanshan sanctuary and eats human gods, he will eat the witch and avenge his elder brother. Suddenly, Dashan felt a pain in the sole of his foot, but he saw an undead man lying on the ground that had turned into withered bones and suddenly stabbed him with a dagger. Ah! Dashan screamed and pressed down with his palm. The bacteria exploded, turning the bones of the undead into ashes. At the same time, Su Miao pointed towards Mr. E. The bleeding wouldn't stop. In an instant, blue blood flowed out of Dashan's wound as if it were free of charge. Blood was flowing out continuously, and Dashan's whole body was in convulsions, and he was in great pain. He tried to seal the wound, but to no avail. Su Miao took this opportunity to release hundreds of ice arrows, piercing through all the beast turn ability users dragged by the undead and freezing them in place. Then, she threw out the light blue flame spear, blasting these beast turn ability users into ashes. After getting rid of her worries, Su Miao added a few more magic barriers to ensure that she would not be invaded by the fungus. But when she saw Dashan's condition again, she felt something was wrong. The blood flowing out of Dashan is blue. No, this is not so much blood as blue fungi. This man is full of poison. Su Miao looked horrified. Dashan was very satisfied. He glanced at the blue blood of the bacteria on the ground and said, Su Miao, do you want to destroy the entire Yanshan sanctuary by releasing the bacteria all over my body? I'm telling you, I don't need to live on blood when I awaken my abilities among the rotting corpses filled with plague. 177. Chapter 176. The witch's heart is not cruel enough. It's a pity, thanks to the leader Kono Black Eggplant. Chapter 176. It's a pity that the witch's heart is not cruel enough, thanks to the leader Kono Black Eggplant. Brigadier Gu Inong is working overtime in the office. The meal that the guard brought from the canteen was placed on the table, and it had been getting cold for more than an hour. Lao Gu, why don't you eat again? Chief of Staff Li Xiao walked in, looked at the food on the table, and frowned. Seeing this, Li Xiao thought of political commissars with Dansheng. Gu Inong would never dare to forget to eat when the political commissar was here. You are not active in eating. Lao Gu, you have a problem with your thinking. Eat it now. Gu Inong responded, looking at the defense map in the Yanshan shelter and falling into deep thought. In the early days of the establishment of the Yanshan Refuge, the 316th Brigade and the 214th Brigade were stationed here. However, when support was needed elsewhere, the 214th Brigade was transferred. This directly led to the emptiness of internal affairs and emptiness of defense in Yanshan Refuge. At that time, abnormal lycanthropic infected people and cannibals appeared in the refuge. They grew rapidly and became the biggest hidden danger in the refuge. In order to eliminate hidden dangers, Gu Inong took many actions, but with little success. Especially last time, political commissars with Dansheng brought up the plan of luring the snake out of its hole with him. But before he could implement it, Zhuo Dansheng was attacked and seriously injured and on the verge of death. If the rescue had not been timely, the political commissar might have died. Now, all kinds of intelligence gathered from the shelter indicate that the situation is very critical, and if it is not dealt with, it may lead to unimaginable disaster. In addition, the prophet Su Miao came to Yanshan Sanctuary. He must arrange everything to prevent Su Miao from being attacked and the refuge from being destroyed. Time is very precious. Work is work, and you must eat, Chief of Staff Li Xiao said. Otherwise, when this pillar of the refuge falls, who can withstand it? Gu Inong was helpless. Okay, I'll eat it right away, Li Xiao said. Let me heat it up for you. Gu Inong shook his head. It's okay. I'm not a wealthy person. He walked to the table, picked up a dark multigrain steamed bun, and started to nibble on it along with the cold soup and the dried meat without much saltiness. These meals don't taste very good, but it's nice to have a bite to eat at the end of the world. Besides, he still has dried meat. Even though the taste of this dried meat is not very good, Gu Inong asked while eating. Did you catch the person who was following you during the day? Li Xiao said. He was very tough and didn't say anything. It would be great if those people with mental abilities were alive. The security department used to have several people with mental abilities, all of whom were college students and worked very hard. However, they failed to protect them well, and those college students were killed. Gu Inong said. If he doesn't explain, he will be killed. It is enough to confirm that he is a cannibal. In addition, as for the defense force around the prophet Su Miao, I think it needs to be strengthened. Suddenly, Gu Inong and Li Xiao felt the ground shaking. Earthquake? The two stood up in a hurry. The next second, a piercing alarm sounded. Go to the information room. Gu Inong and Li Xiao immediately rushed to the intelligence monitoring center. Wu Rin from the security department had already arrived first. Report. A fierce battle broke out on the 4th floor of the shelter. The danger level index is 5, and the index is still rising. Lieutenant Colonel Han Yen quickly reported the situation. The 4th layer of surveillance was completely destroyed. Security personnel were killed, and drones and defense robots were interfered with and unable to be activated. The 4th floor of the shelter cracked, and rocks fell on the 5th floor, causing a large number of deaths. Dangerous bacteria were detected on the 5th floor, and the relevant area has been cordoned off. When something happened on the 4th floor, Yi Yunjiu and Shen Yan were present, and they issued a danger alert for help. The danger level index is 5? Does this mean that Yanshan Sanctuary is in danger of being destroyed? Before the question could be resolved, the subsequent information made Gu Inong, Li Xiao, and Wu Ren look worse and worse, especially when they heard Yi Yunjiu and Shen Yan issuing danger warning messages asking for help. Their expressions became even worse. These two people were specially arranged to protect Su Miao. According to the plan, if something happens like this, it will be enough for them to take action. If Su Miao is forced to take action, the entire Yanshan refuge will be in danger of being destroyed. But now the danger level index has climbed to 5, which shows that Su Miao has really taken action. And the dangerous bacteria has appeared again. Remove the interference immediately. Restore control of the drones and defense robots. And I will go to the 4th floor in person. Gu Inong said nothing and walked outside. Li Xiao, you are here to take charge, Wu Ren said. Brigadier, I will go with you. Brigadier, hackers have hacked into the elevator management system, making the elevators on all floors temporarily unusable, Lieutenant Colonel Han Yin said quickly. Gu Yinong and Wu Ren did not stop. When they came to the elevator, they found that the elevators on all floors of the shelter were indeed paralyzed. Next to the elevator, a maintenance man was sweating profusely and said, Brigadier, the elevator is not working. Take the safe passage. Gu Yinong said nothing and walked to the safe passage with Wu Ren. The guard soldiers behind him quickly followed. The safety passage is prepared to prevent the elevator from being paralyzed. It's just that climbing from the 15th underground floor to the 4th underground floor requires a lot of endurance. In addition, judging from the current situation, the person who launched the attack is likely to be fully prepared. Just as Gu Yinong guessed, when they climbed the stairs to the 10th floor, they were attacked by an infected person with the ability to transform into a beast. These beast-turned ability users lost their original consciousness, and they became crazy beasts that attacked everyone they saw. Gu Yinong drew out his alloy-charged sword. Kill all these beast-turned ability users one by one with one sword, and continue on your way. Subsequently, soldiers wearing gas masks and incinerators used flamethrowers to perform cremation-style disinfection of the corpses. Be quick! Hurry! Gu Yinong and Wu Ren hurried upward quickly. The 4th floor, the center of the battlefield. Su Miao unfolded more than 30 magic arrays, and ice arrows poured down like a violent storm. As long as Yi Dashin is frozen and trapped, it will be much easier to kill him. Yi Dashin sneered, and the gravity field opened again. The ice arrow that attacked fell directly and shattered before it even got close to Yi Dashin. The ice arrow couldn't get close to Yi Dashin at all. Su Miao, I have clearly seen your attack methods. First freeze me, and then use high-temperature flames to cremate me. This can indeed kill me, but only if you can do it. Ha ha ha. Yi Dashin opened his arms, and the bacteria on the ground began to spread rapidly. Now, before you die, I will let you see how this Yanshan sanctuary was destroyed by you. Su Miao waved her umbrella sword and fired the blue flame spear. Gravity can affect ice arrows that have mass. But how does it affect fire spears that have almost no mass? Yi Dashin temporarily stopped spreading the bacteria, and his figure was erratic like a ghost, avoiding the blue flame spear. Boom boom boom. The flame gun fell behind Yi Dashin, destroying many concrete buildings on the street. The terrifying power of the explosion gave Yi Dashin a chill in his heart. He knew that Su Miao should not be left with any chance to make a comeback on this battlefield. Otherwise, if he made any mistakes, he would be the one who overturned. Okay, it seems I have to kill you first. Yi Dashin attacked Su Miao like a ghost. Su Miao swung her umbrella sword and switched to using the red flame spear. The flame spear fired rapidly, but these attacks were never able to harm Yi Dashin. It's hard to imagine how, except for the undead, Yi Dashin could survive when his body was completely bleeding. However, the attack cannot stop. Yi Dashin had a weird sneer on his face and kept dodging the blue fireballs coming from him. Any powerful ability user has a limit, and he didn't believe that Su Miao could last for a long time. But so far, Su Miao has not only prevented his poisonous bacteria and withstood his gravity field, but also has an invisible barrier that blocks his counterattack. This makes Yi Dashin a little confused about Su Miao. Miao's trump card. Snort. Yi Dashin snorted coldly. He planned a quick victory and decided to change his strategy and adopt a war of attrition mode. If that doesn't work, he will use his last trump card. See Ming, Gu Yinong is here. We can't stand it anymore. At this time, Song Pu's electronic sound came. Song Pu, that's the name of the young man wearing the hat, is a scammer who provides wrong information. However, Song Pu hacked into the shelter's defense system, allowing him to take action here without any worries. He has strong hacking abilities. Gu Yinong's arrival had long been expected by him. In order to ensure that he could stop Gu Yinong, he prepared a lot of strong men for Song Pu. Unexpectedly, he could not stop him after only a few minutes. Waste. Yi Dashin's body slowly floated up. Time was running out, and he had no choice but to use his trump card. Su Miao, you will be the first person to die due to my ability. Without any more nonsense, Yi Dashin's body fell apart in front of Su Miao, turning into an extremely strange blue mist that wrapped around Su Miao. Several layers of magic barriers on the periphery were shattered in an instant. Su Miao didn't see clearly how the magic barrier was broken. Su Miao was extremely frightened, seeing that the strange orchid mist was about to break through the remaining magic barrier. She no longer dared to hold anything back, and directly took out the purple fireball in the magic space. This purple fireball is larger than the fireballs used in the past, with a diameter of about 11 meters. Like a purple sun. In an instant, the temperature on the 4th floor of the shelter rose rapidly. Most of the weird blue mist was vaporized. Ah! A scream. Dashin, whose whole body was covered in black mist, appeared in the distance, twisting like a ghost. He knew that Su Miao's flame attack was very strong. But after fighting for so long with nothing but flame spears and small fireballs, it was nothing to him. But who would have thought that Su Miao would take out such a big fireball in an instant? At that moment, he seemed to be in the sun. Dashin immediately broke away from the purple fireball and tried to refix his body. But it was completely unable to solidify under the high temperature of the purple fireball. And his atomized body spontaneously ignited directly under the influence of the high temperature. He suddenly thought of something and shouted in extreme horror. Ah! You are a devil! Before he finished speaking, Dashin's whole person was evaporated. It's really gassy now. At the same time, the bacteria in the air and on the ground were wiped out by the high temperature of the purple fireball. And even the ground had a tendency to transform into magma. Your Highness! The starlings in the distance were extremely frightened when they saw this scene. This is an underground shelter, unlike the outside where there is enough sky for escape. Once the purple fireball controlled by His Highness Su Miao hits the ground, the entire Yanshan refuge will rise to the sky. This is... At the same time, Gu Yinong and Wu Rensha finally reached the 4th floor. As soon as they entered the 4th floor, they felt a heat that destroyed the world and saw the purple fireball that Su Miao took out. In this case, not to mention the highly toxic bacteria. Any bacteria or viruses that did not grow up eating from the volcano would be reduced to ashes. Gu Yinong and Wu Ren seemed to have seen the end of Yanshan refuge. Su Miao, who was in the center of the battlefield, had long been frightened. The explosion of the big fireball used in the battle with King Dashi, knocking Black Bear, and Priest Lu Wei was terrifying enough. Now, a purple fireball with a diameter of about 11 meters falls to the ground. God knows how terrifying the power will be. Seeing Dashin completely turn into air, the nearby bacteria were also burned. Su Miao quickly recovered the purple fireball into the magic space. She really didn't dare let this purple fireball explode. It will blow itself up too. Even if the recovery is fast, the space on the 4th floor of the shelter still feels like it has been run over by the sun. If anyone is alive, they will definitely scream in agony. However, due to the spread of the bacteria, there is no telling how many living people are left on the 4th floor of the shelter. There is also the 5th floor of the shelter. Su Miao doesn't know if any bacteria fell through the cracks in the ground. Su Miao is now in a state of panic and needs some time to calm down. But compared to before, Su Miao felt that she had made a lot of progress. At least, he didn't squat down and shiver. In the distance, Gu Yinong and Li Xiao saw the purple fireball disappear, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. They survived, and Yanshan shelter survived. The two of them were about to walk over, but after taking a few steps, they realized that they could no longer move forward, because the temperature within a few hundred meters centered on Su Miao is extremely high. If you enter rashly, you may be burned without realizing it. On the other side, Yi Yunji looked at Su Miao, who was standing in the center of the block, with a shocked expression. I don't want to die. 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 Shen Yan squatted beside him and shivered. She was really frightened. It took a long time for the Mina to react. It patted Shen Yan's shoulder with its wings. It's okay. Your Highness killed everyone. Shen Yan continued to tremble. Yi Yunji came back to her senses. But what Bago said was strange no matter how she heard it. Su Miao glanced at the remaining corpses on the ground and threw a few small fireballs to completely turn them into ashes to prevent the breeding of new viruses. Many corpses were already in a charred state, and the fireball turned directly into ashes as soon as it fell. After almost 5 minutes, the magma on the ground began to slowly solidify. Su Miao left this high-temperature area. Gu Yinong was extremely nervous. Su Miao, are you okay? Chief of Staff Li Xiao was also extremely nervous. Fine, Su Miao said. She kept a distance from the two of them, thinking that Gu Yinong and Li Xiao were going to pursue the matter of destroying the shelter. The entire shelter was almost sent to the sky just now. Fortunately, there was no ill intention on their part. That's good. Gu Yinong was relieved. If something happens to the prophet Su Miao in Yanshan Sanctuary, It will be difficult to atone for his sin by shooting him 10 times or 100 times. I have ordered the 4th and 5th floors of the shelter to be sealed off. I will arrange for someone to send you back first, and we will handle the rest, Gu Yinong said. We will find the remaining members and give you an explanation. Su Miao nodded. She wanted to leave here quickly. The 6th floor of Yanshan shelter. A young man wearing a hat walked into a tavern. In the tavern, the 200-pound fat man was still sleeping soundly on the table, seemingly unaffected by the aftermath of the battle just now. As for the other guests, almost all of them left. I dropped something, Song Pu said to the sleepy boss. He walked around the tavern and went to the private room to erase all unnecessary traces and smells. I found it. I almost thought I was going to lose it. Song Pu waved his hand and left the tavern. Back on the street, he went to a small pancake shop and spent a lot of points to buy a pancake. While eating, he turned into a dark alley and entered a very remote grocery store. It's past business hours, said the middle-aged boss who makes wood carvings. Through the dim light, you can see that the boss's wood carving skills are not generally bad. The characters carved out are terrible and somewhat restrained. This is not an art that ordinary people can appreciate. Boss, Si Ming is dead. Song Pu sat down and took a wooden sculpture and started playing with it. He wanted to kill Su Miao and launched the plan in advance. As a result, he died and Su Miao was still alive. A good death. Si Ming is relieved. The woodcarving boss stopped what he was doing. What's the specific situation? Song Pu said. I don't know. Although I hacked into the defense system on the 4th and 5th floors of the shelter. When I wanted to call it, I found that all the related monitoring systems had been destroyed. So I don't know what Siming ordered. Was he killed by Su Miao or Gu Yinong? The woodcarving boss said. Gu Yinong does not have the strength to kill Yi Dashin in such a short period of time. Song Pu looked shocked. You mean Si Ming was killed by Su Miao? The elimination method. A method taught in elementary school. The woodcarving boss said. It doesn't matter if Yi Dashin is killed. The good-natured cannibals like to spread the bacteria and attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. I really thought he was a biological mother. Song Pu felt like he was being choked. After a while, he asked, Boss, what should we do next? Without Siming's control, those capable people may completely lose control. Let them lose control, and they can get relief. The woodcarving owner said lightly. In addition, you shouldn't come here at this time. Coming here will only expose me. Song Pu's expression changed again and again. I can't. I have erased all traces, and the shelter's monitoring system has not been restored yet. The woodcarving boss took out 2 wooden figures from under the counter. Take them with you, and do what you need to do. Song Pu looked at the 2 strange-looking wooden figures and said, Yes. The grocery store door is closed. The middle-aged boss picked up the unfinished wood carving again and murmured to himself. In the Doomsday world, everyone is suffering. Only by destroying them together can everyone be freed and happy. The witch's heart is not cruel enough. What a pity! 178. Chapter 177 Sustainable Magic Barrier. Chapter 177 Sustainable Magic Barrier. Wait! Stand still. Su Miao held the sycamore wood staff and looked at Yunjiao, Shen Yan, and Ba Gu. The 2 of them and Yiba Gu stood there, wondering what Su Miao was going to do. Su Miao used the sycamore wood staff. 2 big water polo and 1 small water polo wrapped up Yunjiao, Shen Yan, and Ba Gu respectively. In an instant, all the dust on their bodies was absorbed by the water polo, and the water polo became very turbid. Su Miao blinked. How long had it been since Yunjiao and Shen Yan took a shower? Dirtier than Mina. Terrible. However, this is not the point. The main thing is that Su Miao is worried that they will be infected with the bacteria, which will make the situation serious. Although Su Miao would habitually maintain the magic of covering the whole body with magic power, it would be very scary if he forgot it and accidentally breathed in the bacteria. Yi Yunjiao and Shen Yan were a little nervous when they were suddenly wrapped in a big water ball, and then saw that the big water ball turned dark and turbid. Fortunately, this time did not last long. Su Miao gently moved the sycamore wood staff, and the dark water ball wrapping Yi Yunjiao, Shen Yan, and Ba Gu separated and condensed together. Fortunately, there are no dangerous blue fungi in this dark water ball. They are not infected. Shen Yan was frightened again, only affected by duty. She stood firm. Yi Yunjiao looked at the dark and turbid water polo and asked, What is this? Su Miao hesitated to speak, then raised his hand to wrap the turbid water ball with a purple fireball. and in a moment burned the water ball and the stains inside into basic particles. What should I say about the fact that they haven't showered for many days? It's better not to say it, Mina said. This is the dirt on your body. Yi Yunjia's face turned red. She didn't mean to ask, but it was impossible to ask again. What a shame. Shen felt like she was going to be petrified. After confirming that there were no problems, Su Miao, Yi Yunjiao, Shen and Bagel returned to ZD Community on the 12th floor of the shelter, under the escort of a team of soldiers. Drink a glass of water first. Su Miao took out several paper cups from the magic space and dropped a small water ball into each paper cup. Seeing the water and the paper cup, Yi Yunju and Shen were a little confused. They remembered clearly that they did not see paper cups when they entered. However, thinking of what happened on the 4th floor of the shelter, the two of them didn't ask anything. Water is so precious, Yi Yunji said quickly. Su Miao first picked up a glass and took a sip. It's okay. This is for you. Drink it. At the same time, the Mina has flown to the table, holding a cup of it in front of it, which looks delicious. Affected by the high temperature of Su Miao's purple fireball, the two of them were indeed very thirsty. Thanks! Yi Yunju and Shen were not polite. After drinking the water from the cup, their eyes lit up. When water enters the body, it seems that pure energy fills the whole body. The fatigue and hidden injuries accumulated in the body are healed in a few seconds. This water tastes really good. Thank you. The two thanked each other again. You're welcome, Su Miao said. I won't go out for the time being. You can go back and rest. I will come back to you if anything happens. Good. Yi Yunju and Shen walked out. They really needed a good rest. In fact, Yi Yunju and Shen were mentally prepared when they accepted this protection mission. However, they didn't expect that the difficulty they had to face would be so high. The cannibal leader, who was hiding in the Yanshan sanctuary and had committed numerous crimes, was killed without telling anyone. And he almost spread strange blue bacteria to destroy the entire sanctuary. It is so difficult to successfully survive another day in the apocalypse. On the 4th and 5th floors of the shelter, Brigade Commander Gu Yinong and Chief of Staff Li Xiao are presiding over the rescue of survivors and the elimination of possible residual bacteria. Brigadier, there is no invasion of the bacteria on the 5th floor. All the bacteria on the 4th floor were affected by the high temperature, and no residue was found. Experts from the medical department, wearing protective clothing, came over to report. He led people to gradually detect the area from the area far away from the battlefield to the central area of the battlefield, and confirmed this result. It's just that the tragic scene of the remaining corpses is too horrifying. Those people who are infected by the fungus will scratch their bodies involuntarily. Even if their bodies are dripping with blood, they will not stop unless they are completely dead. This is really not a torture that ordinary people can bear. Not only that, when these people infected by the fungus died, their bodies were burned by the high temperature, and even partially burned to char, causing them to lose the last bit of dignity as human beings. Good. Gu Yinong breathed a sigh of relief. If this fungus were to spread, the shelter would be destroyed, and the consequences would be unimaginable. You disinfect them a few more times, Gu Yinong added. In addition, the 4th and 5th floors are temporarily blocked. Everyone involved in this rescue operation must be quarantined and observed, including me. Li Xiao glanced at Gu Yinong. Where is the prophet Su Miao? Didn't the brigade commander forget it? On second thought, without Su Miao bringing out such a terrifying purple fireball, Yanshan Sanctuary would have been destroyed. Moreover, judging from the way Su Miao dealt with Yi Yunjiao, Shen and Ba Ge afterwards, Su Miao should have thought of all the possibilities they thought of. Please continue to clear it, just in case something happens, Gu Yinong told experts from the medical department. Brigadier, please don't worry. The medical department experts turned around and left to continue participating in the rescue. Here, a soldier came to Chief of Staff Li Xiao with a form. Li Xiao glanced at the form, and his expression darkened. Lao Gu, take a look. Gu Yinong took the form, glanced at it, and his expression became very heavy. The table shows the statistical casualty data. On the 4th floor of the shelter, more than 6,000 people died in the disaster, and many were missing. On the 5th floor of the shelter, 356 people were killed by falling rocks, and 1,135 were injured. The losses of defense robots, drones, buildings, materials, etc. have not yet been calculated. Gu Yinong clenched his fists. Too many people had died. Those beasts in the room Su Miao was silent for a while, and then took out the Basic Magic Enchantment Study Guide and Complete Solutions to Exercises that she had collected in Yangshan Collection. Looking at this textbook on magic enchantments, Su Miao felt like she had forgotten something. Correct. After killing the cannibal, there is no explosive equipment. No, not this. Su Miao reviewed the battle in her mind. The cannibal leader Edashin encountered this time was covered in bacteria and could survive without blood. Being able to control bacteria, release gravity fields, and atomize them is simply inhuman. Facing such an enemy is actually very dangerous, especially when Edashin broke through her multiple layers of magic barriers in the blink of an eye after being atomized. It was scary to think about it. If Edashin had used this attack technique at the beginning, Su Miao would have no better solution except throwing a purple fireball. This directly exposed Su Miao's shortcomings. That is, without the purple fireball as the finale, her attack protection methods are too few and too weak. We must develop more attack magic. We don't know what kind of perverted ability users we will encounter in the future. Stars bloom. Su Miao casually threw one in the room, making the room shiny and beautiful. I really don't understand the purpose of this magic. Is it really used to adjust the atmosphere? Su Miao took out her magic notes from the magic space. The notes record the various magics she has researched during this period, based on the small fireball. The research ones include blue small fireball, purple small fireball, big fireball, blue big fireball, purple big fireball, flame spear, blue flame spear, and purple flame spear, based on the small water polo. The research ones include large water polo, ice spike, and ice arrow, based on the magic space array. The following researched out methods include magic barrier and magic covering the whole body. What you can master through blood magic are resurrection of the undead, bleeding, blood crystallization, blood sacrifice, magic draining, and death core. Speaking of which, except for the resurrection of the undead and the bleeding, she seemed to have never used the magic of blood crystallization, blood sacrifice, magic extraction, and death core. For example, the death core can extract the broken souls of people who died after experiencing endless pain and gather them into a death container, which can be used as the core of the undead staff to increase the power of related spells. She remembered wanting to experiment, but never did. Blood sacrifice directly sacrifices 30% of the blood in the target's body, allowing the target to gain stronger combat effectiveness. The duration is determined by the target's vitality. Magic drain is the process of draining the target's blood into the magic power needed by the caster. Su Miao looked at the magic spells recorded in the notes, and fell into deep thought. It seems that the blood control ability awakened by King Dashi is somewhat similar to these magics. I wonder if it is related to blood magic. Sure enough, blood magic is a scourge. If you have the chance, you must find it back, and never fall into the hands of dangerous people. In addition to the above magic, the rest are various magic runes and magic circles learned from potion science. Magic arrays include separation magic array, extraction magic array, fusion magic array, etc. These are all related to refining magic potions. The new magic arrays developed based on this include accelerating magic arrays, bursting magic arrays, focusing magic arrays, and other amplifying magic arrays. These are applied to various types of offensive magic. We can continue to study this aspect. Su Miao wrote notes in her notes. Now, only the stars are left to bloom. She has not yet developed any new attack magic from the Starlight Bloom magic. Maybe Starlight Bloom will be a breakthrough. Su Miao took notes, and decided to spend more time researching on Starlight Blooming. But she had just experienced a big battle, and she needed to take a break. Let's read. Basic Magic Enchantment Study Guide and Complete Solutions to Exercises. First, Su Miao opened the title page and read a sentence written on the title page. Boundary is a special space that cuts an area in the form of a magic circle and forms an energy shield within a limited area. It has the functions of entrapment, defense, rebound attack, etc. Different effects. Skipping the table of contents, Su Miao turned to Chapter 1, Basic Runes and Principles. Su Miao noticed that there were several more magic runes in the book, and mentioned the arrangement of the magic runes. Different combinations of magic runes would produce different effects. Looking at these contents, Su Miao unfolded the magic circle that released the Starlight Bloom, and looked at the runes on the magic circle with some enlightenment. She stretched out her hand, preparing to fine-tune the magic runes on the Starlight Blooming magic array. Only halfway through, Su Miao sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It's going to explode. The starling, who was sleeping with his eyes closed in the living room, was even more furious. Dissipate. Su Miao immediately dispelled the magic circle, still feeling terrified. It was really too dangerous just now. However, the experiment just demonstrated two things. The magic of starlight bloom is very perfect, and it is far from being as simple as adjusting the atmosphere on the surface. Its essence is extremely dangerous. Maybe next time she could try again and inject enough magic into it to experiment. When similar experiments failed in the past, it must have been because not enough magic power was injected into it. With a new research direction, Su Miao's mood became much better. She read on. The core of the magic circle lies in energy, and the core of the magic barrier lies in energy. With enough energy to maintain, the magic circle and magic barrier will continue to operate. Therefore, finding sustainable energy sources has been a core issue in magic enchantment research. We noticed that life appeared on some planets that should not have existed, and it flourished because a world tree was planted on the planet. World tree solidifies carbon dioxide for the planet through photosynthesis, provides oxygen, purifies the air, and forms an atmosphere suitable for the reproduction of life, thereby improving the environment of the entire world. We establish a basic magic model based on this phenomenon. We can regard the world tree as the basic energy source, and the atmosphere as the magic barrier. Then we can know that the entire magic barrier uses the world tree as the energy center to combine the planet's geothermal heat and starlight energy. The energy is integrated to form a sustainable balance of energy. Although we don't have world tree saplings and can't build such a magic barrier with sustainable energy, we can build a magic barrier with relatively sustainable energy and minimize energy loss. Su Miao understood the meaning of the magic book. However, she did not have any of the various energy materials mentioned in the book that were needed to create magic circles and generate magic barriers. It's the end of the world. Where to find the material mentioned in the book, let alone sustainably? This is a difficult question. I don't have a world tree, but I can grow a lot of mutant trees. Can you try it instead? Su Miao thought this way. According to the theory mentioned in the book, everything has magic power, including flowers, plants, and trees. The only material she can provide is to add some growth potion to the mutant tree seeds to make them grow quickly. When the mutant tree grows rapidly, can it provide enough energy to the magic circle that maintains the magic barrier to achieve a sustainable effect? Even as the mutant tree continues to grow and expand, the magic barrier covered by the mutant tree can continue to expand. Su Miao opened the magic notebook and recorded all of this. After leaving Yanshan shelter in a few days, she could give it a try. Now all that's needed is the relevant magic circle. Su Miao turned to the next page and saw several cases of magic circles that generated sustainable enchantments. There are double monthly tickets these days. Please come more. There will be an update on the 3rd. 179. Chapter 178. Su Miao realizes. Chapter 178. Su Miao realizes. It's daybreak? How can there be any concept of dawn in the underground city? Su Miao looked at her phone. It was 7 a.m., and it was time to get up. After washing, Su Miao came to the living room and found that Mina was already jumping around, waiting for breakfast. Your Highness, what's for breakfast? Scones, Su Miao said. All the burritos and other things stored in the magic space have been eaten. If you want to eat fresh, you have to bake it yourself. The way to make scones is very simple. Just take a little flour, add some corn flour, salt, water, mix it into a dough. Then spread it into a pancake. Sprinkle a little sesame seeds, and roll the big fireball on the upper and lower layers of the pancake, and it's done. Because magic is used, this should be called magic scones. Su Miao blinked and thought like this. All right. Give one to Starling, one to yourself, and a glass of water for today's breakfast. Thank you, Your Highness. At first, Starling was a little disappointed when he saw the pancakes. After only one bite, Starling became excited. Maybe this pancake was baked with magic. It was very crispy and delicious. After breakfast, Su Miao found Yi Yunjie and Shen Yan. Go to the 6th library. Good. Yi Yunjie said nothing, and together with Shen Yan, began to lead the way for Su Miao. After watching Basic Magical Enchantment Study Guide and Complete Solutions to Exercises for several hours last night, Su Miao gained a lot of insights. But her current knowledge of magic was too little, which caused her to encounter many questions while reading. In this case, the best way is to find relevant magic books and read them, hoping to get some inspiration from them to solve these problems. Therefore, Su Miao decided to continue looking for the magic book. She will try to be more efficient this time to prevent herself from being targeted by dangerous people again. Having killed all the dangerous cannibal leaders last night, there shouldn't be any more strange things coming out. As for the sealed 5th floor of the shelter, there is one less library to go to, so there is no problem. 5 minutes later, several people arrived at the 6th library. No gain in the 6th library. Then, there is the 7th library, where there is a book. Is black magic really existing? The book was borrowed? Su Miao came to the front desk and asked nervously. It is really difficult to communicate with strangers. The book was obviously still there when I searched it yesterday. Why was it borrowed? Su Miao asked. Can you tell me who borrowed it? The aunt at the front desk shook her head. Sorry, I can't. Su Miao blinked her eyes and fell into deep thought. At this time, Yi Yunju came over and asked, Is this book important? Su Miao shook her head. It's not important. I just want to take a look and see if there's anything I want to know in it. Yi Yunju took out her ID. Check who borrowed it. When the aunt at the front desk saw the ID, her expression changed and she immediately became extremely respectful. Please wait a moment. I will check it right away. A few minutes later, the aunt took out the borrowing record and turned to one of the pages. I found it. It's a folklorist living in District 711. His name is King Su Jiao. Yi Yunjia took a photo of the record and recorded it. We will arrange for someone to consult you later. Su Miao nodded. Okay. Then, Su Miao went to the 8th, 9th, and 10th libraries, but found nothing. Now, only the 11th and 12th libraries are left. There is a copy of Tao and Magic in the 11th library. Hopefully this will inspire her. Please swipe your card to enter. In front of the 11th library, the very beautiful defense robot saw someone coming and said politely. Su Miao took out her ID card and swiped it. Permissions met. Please come in. The defense robot helped open the door. Are they with you? Su Miao said. Yes. The defense robot said. Please. Compared with the defense robots encountered above, the ones on the 11th floor feel more intelligent. Su Miao, Yi Yunju, Shen Yan, and Bago entered the 11th library of the refuge. The entire library was a spiral structure filled with books from bottom to top. It looked very spectacular. There are many silent little robots flying around in the air inside the library. Some robots are cleaning dust. Some are sorting books. And some are patrolling to prevent possible mosquitoes and ants from damaging the books. Su Miao took a closer look. In addition to books, there were also some extremely precious scientific papers. In a sense, what is stored here is the crystallization of the wisdom of human civilization, which is extremely important. Coming to the computer, Su Miao searched for the location of Tao and Magic, S area, Mysterious area, 33rd floor. The bookshelf has 33 floors. How high is it? Su Miao raised her head and glanced at the dome of the big library, feeling a little confused. Do I need to consult the robot in the library to help take down the book? Yi Yunjiao noticed the content of Su Miao's search and left immediately to apply for an anti-gravity flight device. The so-called anti-gravity flying device is a large disc just big enough for one person to stand on. When a person stands on it and presses the remote control, he can control himself to rise, fall, left, right, forward, and backward. This is the normal configuration of the library. However, after completing the formalities and renting the anti-gravity flying device, Yi Yunjiao saw that Bago had already taken down the book for Su Miao. Yi Yunjiao looked at the anti-gravity flying device following behind her, and then at the flying Mina, feeling a little embarrassed. What's this? Su Miao looked at the big disc brought back by Yi Yunjiao and asked curiously. The anti-gravity flying device is specially equipped for this library. You can fly by standing on it. Yi Yunjiao stood on the device and flew, for a while, giving a demonstration to Su Miao. So there is such a good thing. Su Miao suddenly realized. She was just curious about how to get the books in the library when the bookshelves were so high. But she didn't expect this. Although people who come can ask the small robots working in the library for help. People who come to the library will definitely want to look around in case they need anything. Seeing this anti-gravity flying device, Su Miao understood. Speaking of which, this anti-gravity flying device has been seen in the news before the end of the world. A major general and an old man mentioned it. What anti-gravity flight device? It is a controllable electromagnetic levitation device. By controlling the strength of the electromagnetic field, the height of the magnetic levitation can be controlled. It will take many years for our country to develop an anti-gravity flying device. These words were still fresh in Su Miao's memory. Unexpectedly, the country has not only researched it long ago, but also put it into formal application. This is outrageous. I already have Tao and magic, so there's no problem in reading other books first. Su Miao controlled the anti-gravity flying device and looked at the rows of bookshelves. She saw many books that were roughly understandable, and also saw many books and papers that were more terrifying than the heavenly books. Martial Arts District? Tai Chi Flow. This book. Su Miao approached the bookshelf and took down Tai Chi Heart Flow. She practices Tai Chi swordsmanship and Tai Chi boxing on a daily basis. But the related moves and breathing techniques are all downloaded from the internet. Even after practicing for several months, Su Miao has not touched the essence of him. That is to say, by adding some magic when using the moves to increase their power, they can barely make up for the shortcomings. Without magic, she is just a rookie whose sword speed is slightly faster than ordinary people. Su Miao opened Tai Chi Flow. It not only introduces Tai Chi sword, and breathing methods, but also a set of mysterious mental methods. There is a mixture of things. Born at advance of heaven and earth. Lonely and lonely. Independent and unchanging. Moving around without peril. Which can be the mother of the world. I don't know its name. The name is Tao, which means great, which is Tai Chi born from strength. It is called Tai Chi. The essence of Tao is mysterious and empty. The movement of Tao is a repeated cycle. Being and non-being are mutually reinforcing. Only when there is opposition can there be righteousness. Only when there is weakness can there be strength. Everything is born of existence and non-being. The same is called Tai Chi. The opposite is the movement of Tao. And the weak is the use of Tao. Everything in the world is born from existence. And existence is born from nothingness. Reading the words in the book, Su Miao felt that she had understood. However, when I turned to the next page, I seemed to have forgotten everything. Su Miao continued reading. The moves in the book seemed very simple, but after in-depth study, they seemed endless and extremely profound. In a daze, Su Miao felt that she had realized something again, probably enlightened. There is something wrong with this book. Su Miao closed the book and decided to borrow it to study more. If time does not allow, she can print it so that she can continue studying even if she leaves Yanshan Sanctuary. Her intuition told her that this book, Tai Chi Flow, would be of great help to her magic. Su Miao continued to read. There were a lot of martial arts secrets on the bookshelves here, many of which she had never heard of before. And there were even some Taoist techniques. Out of curiosity about cultivating immortals, Su Miao took down a few books and read them. Unexpectedly, the beginnings of these books all contained a very serious sentence. Studying this book will not lead to immortality. Su Miao silently put the book back on the bookshelf. There was no way. She just couldn't understand the words in Tai Chi Flow, let alone these incomprehensible scriptures. These books should be read by professionals. Su Miao stood on the anti-gravity flying device and continued to visit the 11th library. When she came to the military zone, she made new discoveries. The making and production of atomic bombs. The making and production of hydrogen bombs. The making and production of neutron bombs. DF-99 ballistic missile instructions. TNGF-41 space base. Weapon instructions. Research on drone combat methods from swarm to locust plague anti-interference drones. These? Su Miao looked at these instructions and took a deep breath. She suddenly felt that the so-called ability users were too weak. If the group of ability users really encountered such an attack, there would be no other result besides destruction. Right? Is this the legendary fear of insufficient firepower? Su Miao seemed to understand a little. Scared. Noticing the danger of books in this area, Su Miao stopped visiting. The books in the 11th library are so exciting. How dangerous are the books in the more heavily guarded 12th library? Su Miao didn't dare to continue imagining it. She felt that it would not be strange to see instructions on how to blow up the moon and how to blow up the earth. Su Miao returned to the reading area. Returned the anti-gravity flying device to Yunjiao. Found a table to sit down. And started reading. Tao and magic. The Tao can be Tao. But it is not Tao. The name can be named. But it is not named. The nameless beginning of heaven and earth. The name of the mother of all things. Therefore, there is always no desire to observe its wonder. There is always desire to observe its pleasure. These two have the same origin and are different. The name is the same as the mysterious. The mysterious is the mysterious. The door to all mysteries. The Tao Te Ching Chapter 1. Tao gives birth to 1. Gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. And 3 gives rise to all things. All things carry yin and hold yang. And the qi is in harmony. What people hate is that they are lonely and widowed. But the princes think they are praised. Old things may be damaged but benefited. Or it may be beneficial to others. But I will teach them as well. Those who are strong will not die. And I will be my godfather. Magic is also a kind of Tao. Taoism can be magic. And magic can also be Taoism. Any very advanced science and technology looks like magic at first glance. Science can be magic. I don't know why. But when looking at this book, Su Miao remembered part of the content in Tai Chi Flow, and some of the magic theories mentioned in Potion Science. Su Miao was immersed in the book, and in a trance, she saw an old Taoist with gray hair and childlike face glance at her and smile kindly. The old Taoist pointed forward, and all things came and went in just a moment. The old Taoist opened his palms and saw the stars shining in the galaxy and the universe. Seeing this magnificent scene, Su Miao subconsciously threw out a starlight bloom. In an instant, the old Tao disappeared, and an extremely mysterious sphere appeared in front of him. Yin and Yang were generated and mixed into one, becoming the Tao. Su Miao looked at the ball curiously and stretched out her hand to touch it. I saw something again in a trance. Suddenly, a voice came, like the voice of a beautiful girl. Su Miao. Su Miao. Su Miao opened her eyes and saw clearly that the beautiful girl calling her was Yinju. I was sleeping? Those things I just saw. Su Miao recalled it carefully, feeling a little embarrassed. The content in Tao and Magic was so boring that she fell asleep while reading it. However, although he didn't understand anything, Tai Chi Flow and Tao and Magic gave Su Miao a new understanding and special inspiration. Now, she is very confident to develop a sustainable magic barrier. I want to borrow these 2 books. Su Miao took out her identity card. Okay. The cute ponytail girl at the front desk took Su Miao's ID card and swiped it on the side to confirm the permissions, and then filled in the title of the book and the borrowing time in the book in handwriting mode. Please sign here. Su Miao wrote her name after the form. Ah, your name is so nice. My name is Pei Xiaomu. The cute girl with a single ponytail handed 2 books to Su Miao. The books in the 11th library are original and very precious. Please take care of these books. Su Miao said. Yes, I can. Your name is also very nice. Huh? Su Miao was suddenly a little surprised. Normally, she would be very nervous when seeing strangers, let alone speak naturally. But this girl unexpectedly gave her a natural and friendly feeling. Taking another closer look, Su Miao felt that this girl was very strong. Pei Xiaomu. She remembered this name. 180. Chapter 179 The Real Purpose. Chapter 179 The Real Purpose. Su Miao left library number 11 with Tao and Magic and Tai Chi Flow, and returned to ZD Community. Not long after Su Miao left, folklorist Su Jiaowang swiped his card and came to the 11th library. Hello. I want to borrow a book. Tao and Magic. Pei Xiaomu searched it and said, Sorry. This book has been borrowed. King Su Jiao looked surprised. Can I ask who borrowed the book? Pei Xiaomu shook his head. Sorry. You don't have enough authority. King Su Jiao sighed. That's it. There seemed to be infinite regret in his voice, which was very contagious. He stretched out his hand and said like a teacher, Classmate, give me the record of borrowing books. Pei Xiaomu put down the book in his hand and tilted his head to look at King Su Jiao. In an instant, King Su Jiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Ah! He screamed, his eyes bleeding, turned around and fled out of the library. During the escape, a wooden sculpture fell from King Su Jiao to the ground. The wooden sculpture turned crookedly and stared at Pei Xiaomu behind the library desk. In a trance, Pei Xiaomu seemed to be on a beach covered with thunderclouds. The wind was howling in front of him, and the waves were raging. In the surging waves, a huge deep-sea monster that made people look endlessly stunned emerged from the water. Thousands of eyeballs turned and focused. A lonely girl with a ponytail on the beach. Swallowed by me. You will become the master of the deep sea. The monster in the deep sea was whispering, and countless tentacles stretched out to attack Pei Xiaomu. Pei Xiaomu looked at the deep sea monster and pressed down gracefully. The golden beam fell from the void, penetrated the dark clouds, and penetrated the deep sea monster. The deep sea monster ignited with blazing golden flames and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The illusion is shattered. On the marble floor tiles of the library, there was a strange wooden sculpture burning with golden flames. which was burned to ashes in a few seconds. Outside the 11th library, King Su Zhao, who had just escaped a few steps, screamed in pain. His body also burned with golden flames. Interestingly, his body and clothes were not damaged at all. When the golden wooden sculpture burned to ashes, King Su Zhao fell straight to the ground like an empty SHL without a soul. In the library, Pei Xiaomi looked at the ashes on the ground thoughtfully. A sweeping robot passed by and swept up the ashes. Pei Xiaomi remained seated throughout the entire process, not even making a move to stand up. Are there any masters? In the grocery store, the woodcarving boss paused his carving work and looked puzzled. The 11th library. Librarian. That little girl? She's so cute. But I didn't expect you to be the 6th child. I hope you can bring happiness to everyone. The woodcarving boss continued to carve the wood in his hands. In his eyes, everyone is the same. Everyone is struggling in the apocalyptic world, suffering, unable to obtain happiness. And they are all pitiful people. But it doesn't matter. The plan to make everyone happy is about to succeed. The body outside the 11th library was discovered by a passing drone. A few minutes later, the folklorist's body was loaded into the car and taken to where he belonged. His death was like an episode, insignificant to the entire sanctuary, because following the death of Master Seemingly, many ability users who drank special animal transformation potions began to lose control. At the beginning, these beast turn ability users only had body heat and felt a little weak. They didn't pay much attention to it. After 1 or 2 mutations, they understood that this was a sign of evolution, and they were even happy about it. Who knew that this time it was not true evolution, but mutation out of control, causing them to transform into mutated monsters. The key point is that this is not an ordinary mutated monster, but a monster that has a certain IQ and cannot suppress the instinct to kill in its heart. The disaster started without warning. Most of these people hide at home when they feel like evolving. So, in a moment of madness, the first people to be killed were their relatives, friends and family members. Looking at the bodies of their relatives, friends and family members, they completely lost control. Killed? Ah! Help! There's a monster! Damn the orcs! I said they are all sick and must be eliminated. I was bitten and I feel so cold. Someone come and save me! They are infected and must be eliminated. From the 1st floor to the 10th floor of Yanshan Sanctuary, there were out-of-control beast turn ability users killing people everywhere. And there was blood, flames, and gunfire everywhere. Someone with powerful abilities arrived, and they immediately ran away. If soldiers arrive with heavy firepower, they will still flee. Gu Yinong and Li Xiao, who were in isolation on the 4th floor of the shelter, looked at the crazy beast turn ability person who appeared in the neighborhood and took action forcefully, facing other powerful ability users. These crazy beast turn ability users could probably escape, but when they provoked Gu Yinong, the outcome was doomed. The killing intent in Gu Yinong's body almost solidified, and he caught up with a crazy beast turn ability user in an instant. With one punch, the opponent's heart exploded, causing blood to fly. The frantic beast turn ability user just fell to the ground, dying beyond hope. A few minutes later, looking at the corpses here, Gu Yinong's face was very ugly. The infected person has appeared again. In order to better identify people with abilities, officials have made preliminary definitions and classifications based on the characteristics of people with abilities. All those who awaken special abilities in the apocalypse are collectively called ability users. There are 3 categories of espers: those who maintain human form, those who possess some animal characteristics, and out-of-control mutant monsters. Among them, some people with abilities that have some animal characteristics will become crazy and lose control during the mutation process. After they become crazy and lose control, they will attack anyone indiscriminately, and even eat people. People who are harmed by them will go crazy and lose control, gain extremely powerful power in a very short period of time, and die in a very short period of time. The situation is similar to that of pre-apocalyptic rabies. Therefore, such people with crazy and out-of-control animal transformation abilities are classified as infected. Chief of Staff Li Xiao came over and said, "According to the investigation, it was Seemingly Dashin who developed the infected virus. We don't know to what extent he spread these viruses. It should be after Master Seemingly was killed that the infected began to lose control. We have to find a way to deal with the infected people." There are about 30,000 people with the ability to transform into animals in Yanshan Sanctuary, which is a very large number. In addition, Yang Shanji has nearly 110,000 people with the ability to transform into beasts. According to the investigation report provided by the Ministry of Security, they have definite evidence that a large number of viruses were spread into Yangshanji. This was an unimaginable disaster. The top priority is a comprehensive encirclement and suppression to ensure the safety of ordinary residents, Gu Yinong said. In addition, let the Ministry of Medicine find a way to detect infected people as soon as possible and control all latent infected people. Li Xiao shook his head. Brigade Commander, this is not the end of the world. Even if the medical department finds a way, we don't have enough supplies. Gu Yinong was suffocated. How could he not know such a thing? He said, any method that can be used in the shelter can be used. No more people can die. Otherwise Yangshan shelter will fall into unimaginable chaos. Those cannibals lurking in the dark will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to take action. No one knows what kind of monsters will be born among these cannibals, Gu Yinong said. Priority is given to dealing with these infected people, and the rest will be dealt with later. ZD Community. Su Miao is studying. Basic Magic Enchantment Study Tutorial and Complete Solutions to Exercises. After reading Tao and Magic and Tai Chi Flow, she felt that her mind was full of ideas on how to generate sustainable magic words, and she couldn't wait to experiment. Now, Su Miao recorded all these ideas in the magic notebook so that they would not be missed during the experiment. Suddenly, a shrill siren sounded outside. Su Miao frowned and looked out the door. Yi Yunju and Shen Yan rushed over immediately. There are infected people outside the community. Who is infected? Su Miao asked doubtfully. After coming to Yangshan's sanctuary, she had a certain understanding of the proper nouns of Doomsday. But there were still many more she was still learning. Shen Yan trembled and said, it can be understood that people with abilities are infected with rabies virus. But the virus they are actually infected with is 10,000 times more terrible than rabies virus. How could things happen by such a coincidence? Su Miao was afraid. She picked up the sycamore with staff at hand. Let's go out and take a look. Her intuition told her that she was being targeted in Yangshan shelter. Therefore, the best way is to kill all these people before they expand the disaster. Those infected people will attack anyone they meet indiscriminately after going crazy. At the same time, they will run away when they see someone stronger than them. They are very dangerous. Yi Yunjio's expression changed. The infected after going crazy are very dangerous. When fighting them, the first thing to make sure is that you will not be injured. Otherwise, people who are scratched, bitten, or injured may become new infected persons. Still wanting to say something, Su Miao had already walked out of the door. She couldn't even react. Yi Yunji was numb. Su Qixin from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs specially told him to protect Su Miao and try not to let Su Miao do it herself. Yi Yunji didn't understand the meaning of this sentence before, but she understood it after the battle last night. Su Miao! Yi Yunji quickly chased after him. Not long after leaving the house, Yi Yunji saw Shen Yan squatting on the ground and shivering, as well as the infected corpses lying on the ground in front of her. Su Miao didn't know what was going on. She didn't even leave ZD Community. When she came to the main road of the community, she was besieged by more than 20 crazy infected people. It was just because the energy fluctuations emanating from Su Miao were so weak that the infected people misunderstood him. They rushed over at high speed. But Su Miao instantly pierced their heads with an ice arrow. For safety reasons, Su Miao threw a small purple fireball at these corpses to turn them all into ashes, so that viruses and other things would not be left behind. Have you seen any infected people? A team of fully armed ability users rushed to the scene and looked at Su Miao, Yi Yunju and Shen Yan and asked. Su Miao maintained a cold expression and did not answer. Mina said, Quack! Are you asking about the ashes on the ground? What they said is gone. The ability user armed team looked at the ashes on the ground with shocked expressions. Just now, they received a signal for help from here and rushed over immediately. Because this is ZD Community. Apart from the family members of some big shots, the people who live the most are scientists. In the end times, every scientist will be extremely valuable. Without the scientist, the shelter does not know how much damage it will bear. For this reason, the ability users stationed in this community are also the best among the best. However, when they arrived, they had all died in front of the gate, and the battle scene was extremely tragic. They can break through the defense line one after another and reach the 12th floor of the shelter. And they can kill the ability users stationed in ZD Community. How terrifying are these infected people? Seeing such a scene, they felt desperate and prayed that nothing would happen in the community. But no one expected what they would see after rushing into the community. All the infected were burned to ashes. Great! Let's go to rescue other places. And 10 people will be left here to rebuild and protect. The leader of the capable person said. Good. Yi Yunji responded. ZD community is safe. The streets outside the community have also become quiet. Seeing so many powerful ability users in the shelter, Su Miao gave up the idea of going out, believing that they could handle it on their own. If you really go out, you will inevitably meet more strangers. In case there are people with malicious intentions hiding among them, she will be nervous and scared. And this is not a wilderness, so she cannot be allowed to throw purple fireballs freely. It is most taboo to restrain yourself when fighting. If you are not careful, no matter how strong you are, you may overturn your car. In addition, for some reason, Su Miao felt that these infected people were coming for her. Maybe they were not, but I hoped it was best not to do so. In an unknown corner of Yanshan shelter, Song Pu, a young man wearing a hat, was looking at the surveillance camera with an excited smile on his face. The boss is really amazing. Just by making random arrangements and calculations, their plan has made unprecedented progress. You have to protect innocent people even if you sacrifice yourself. These soldiers are so admirable even in the end of the world. Looking at the soldiers who died under the attack of the crazy infected, Sung Pu sincerely expressed his respect. If ordinary people were not protected, these warriors would not be killed at all. He looked at the central surveillance. The ability user carrying the wooden sculpture had successfully entered the Yangshan Sanctuary Control Center. According to the original plan, 2 people were supposed to carry out this mission. But King Su Zhao had an accident while carrying out another mission. Fortunately, the last step of the plan was successful. Song Pu smiled. Political Commissar Zhu Dan Sheng was seriously injured and comatose, and was hospitalized. Brigadier Gu Yinong and Chief of Staff Li Xiao were isolated on the 4th and 5th floors underground. Wu Ren, the security department, was extremely busy because of the crazy infected people. The remaining Chu Shifeng from the medical department, Yu Lian from the biology department, and Su Qixin from the municipal affairs department have their own responsibilities. No one would have thought that their target was the control center. Right? Encrypted data starts to be transmitted. Do you want to receive it? Take over. A data reception progress bar begins to appear on the screen. When the progress bar reaches 100%, the various killer weapons stored in Yanshan shelter will be controlled by them. And everyone's life and death will be controlled by them. 181. Chapter 180 Progress Bar 100. Chapter 180 Progress Bar 100%. Mr. Ganpu, please take care of these children again. On the 6th floor of the shelter, Tan Xianlin, the principal and director of the orphanage, expressed his gratitude to Ganpu, the grocery store owner who took care of the children. It's not hard. Not hard at all. I'm very happy to be with these children. Ganpu looked at the children gathered in the courtyard and said distressfully, unless the Doomsday comes, their lives will definitely be happy. Principal Tan Xianlin looked at the children playing in the yard and said, yes, Uncle Ganpu. She said that my parents are dead. Can I still see my parents? Suddenly, a little girl with a single ponytail ran over crying, hugged Ganpu's thigh and asked while crying. Ganpu took out a clean handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the little girl's tears. He touched the little girl's head and said, it can. It can definitely be done. Everyone can. But you have to live happily, so that you can. Mom and Dad saw it. The little girl listened with half understanding. Ganpu fumbled around again and took out an exquisite and small wooden sculpture of a soldier and sent it out. This is for you. Looking at the wooden sculptures of soldiers and men, the little girl immediately stopped crying and said, thank you, Uncle Ganpu. Principal Tan Xianlin looked at this scene and said, you'd better comfort me. I really have nothing to do. Ganpu said, Principal, you are so humble. Don't you take good care of so many children? Tan Xianlin said, actually, I didn't do much. It's everyone's credit. Ganpu said, with a principal like you here, I believe they will all be happy. Tan Xianlin said, I hope fewer people will die this time. Just as he said this, some more children who had lost their parents were sent here. Judging from the condition of these children, their mental state is very bad. But there are already quite a few children in the yard, and the crying and noise never stop. And there are even fights. The worst part is some severely traumatized children who say some shocking things and make the already chaotic yard even more chaotic. Stop crying. Your parents will not be resurrected if you continue to cry. They have been torn to pieces by those monsters. There was a kind little girl comforting a crying little boy. As a result, as soon as these words came out, the little boy's cry became louder. and the children around him also cried together. Several teachers responsible for managing the children suddenly felt like a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. They could only continue to comfort each other one by one. After comforting these children, seeing the arrival of the new children, the little girl turned around and said like a little adult, "Why are you crying so sadly? Are you like us, who have no parents?" The new children looked at the little girl and burst into tears. The teacher who is among the children feels like his eardrums are bursting and his lifespan is shortened by many years for no reason. It is worth mentioning that the child who asked the grocery store owner Gon Poo for help was also stimulated by this little girl. The apocalypse didn't break them, but this little girl did. Principal Tan Xianlin had a splitting headache. He wished he could faint immediately and asked the higher authorities to send another principal to take over his duties. Gon Poo patted his old friend on the shoulder and said, "Leave this place to me. I'll tell fairy tales to the children." Tan Xianlin said, "Mr. Gon Poo, I'm in trouble." Gon Poo walked up to the little girl and asked, "Kid, what's your name?" The little girl said, "Lin Jiujiu." Gon Poo said, "Do you have any dreams? For example, a hero who saves everyone?" The little girl shook her head. "I want to become a Vitality Girl idol, bring joy and happiness to everyone, and make everyone like me." Gon Poo touched the little girl's head. "What a great dream. You will succeed." The little girl looked firm. "Thank you, Uncle Wei," Gon Poo said. "Next, I will tell you a story. Do you have a way to get everyone to pay attention?" The little girl thought for a second and then assumed a standard little idol pose. "Everyone, look here. Uncle Monster is going to tell a story. Children who don't come to listen to the story will be torn apart by the monsters outside." This is really not an ordinary full of energy. Gon Poo looked at the little girl with a smile on his face. He clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, sit down. I will tell you a story. As a reward for listening to the story, the principal will prepare delicious food for everyone. This is a story about a brave man defeating the devil. A long time ago, there was a kingdom. One day, a brave man was born in this kingdom. After a hard fight, the brave man successfully killed the devil, saved the world, and brought victory, joy, and happiness to everyone in the world." Listening to the thrilling story, until the moment of the ending, many children seemed to be brave men who defeated the devil, with sweet smiles on their faces, and fell asleep unknowingly. Even some of the teachers taking care of the children took advantage of this rare opportunity to relax and fell asleep. Principal Tan Xianlin said, "Mr. Gon Poo, I'm really in trouble for you this time." "No trouble." Gon Poo waved his hand. And suddenly he noticed that the little girl named Lin Jiujiu was still energetic and seemed to be thinking about something. "Uncle Wei, there is something wrong with the story you just told," Lin Jiujiu said with a frown. Gon Poo knelt down and made a hissing gesture. "You are so smart. But don't say it. As long as you don't expose me, I will give this to you." Like magic, he pulled out an exquisite wooden sculpture of a beautiful girl idol. Lin Jiujiu looked at the wood carvings and his eyes were deeply attracted. "Okay. Deal. Make a deal." Gon Poo delivered the wood carving figure to Lin Jiujiu. Lin Jiujiu couldn't put it down holding the handicraft. The world is finally quiet. Fortunately, I went to the tavern last time and got a few pieces from the fat man. Yanshan Refuge Control Center. 5 ability users from the Special Forces team of the Ministry of Security arrived here. The defense robots in front of the control center are all there. But these defense robots are all paralyzed. "Who?" The 5 ability users quickly stepped forward. But the door to the control center was tightly closed, and they were unable to violently destroy it. "Report immediately." "What?" Wu Ren, the head of the security department, who is almost as busy as a muggle, received the report and almost exploded. "Wait a minute." Wu Ren immediately contacted the brigade commander Gu Yinong, who was clearing infected people on the 4th and 5th floors of the shelter. Got the news. At this moment, he could no longer continue to be isolated in place. If he continued to be isolated, the entire Yanshan refuge would be in danger. Gu Yinong immediately went to the control center. With the defense robot paralyzed, only the secret key he held could safely open the door to the control center. 100%. In the room, Song Poo looked at the progress bar of receiving 100% and stood up from his chair happily. He pulled out the USB key and put it in his pocket, then whistled. After so many days of hard work, the stuff finally arrived. I have to say that it is very impressive that Yanshan Sanctuary can persist for so long in front of the world's top hackers like him. The next step is to wait for the storm to end and hand the USB key to the boss. If nothing else, the boss should be helping to take care of the children. As for him, Sung Poo glanced at the ability user in the center of the screen who was assisting in completing the task, and said calmly, "Your sacrifice is valuable." He turned off the surveillance, cut off contact, and erased all traces that might remain. At this time, Gu Enong arrived at the control center. He took out the secret key and prepared to open the door. But the door opened directly. The ability user who invaded the control center was dumbfounded when he saw the person outside the door. He had never seen such a battle before. Brigadier Gu Enong and the special forces of the Ministry of Security were waiting outside to greet him. "Brigadier!" Before he could react, he was beaten to death by Gu Enong. "Brigadier! Found a USB flash drive." An ability user from the Special Forces team of the Ministry of Security checked the USB flash drive on the portable computer. After a minute, his expression changed. "Brigadier, it is the various secret keys and top-secret files that control the center." Gu Enong glanced at the unconscious ability user on the ground and said, "I leave it to you to investigate and find out who is behind the scenes." "Yes," said a member of the Special Forces of the Ministry of Security. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed, and an extremely huge abyss appeared in front of him. Something seemed to be awakening in the abyss. Gu Enong frowned. 5 members of the Special Forces gathered behind Gu Enong and looked warily into the abyss. Something in the abyss seemed to be calling them to move towards the abyss. Facing the call of the abyss, the 2 members of the Special Forces team walked forward uncontrollably. "Kill!" At the extremely critical moment, Gu Enong shouted. His murderous intent was released. The abyss exploded, and the illusion was shattered. When everything in front of him returned to normal, the brain of the ability user who had been beaten to death had cracked like a bursting watermelon, with red and white splatters all over the floor. He was so dead that he could no longer die. The corpse was ignited with bloody flames. The bloody flames lasted for a few seconds and then dissipated, but nothing seemed to be burned. Gu Enong said, "The security department will conduct a comprehensive investigation into this matter and be sure to find the hackers hiding in the shelter." Wu Ren said, "Yes." Last time, hackers hacked into the intelligence systems on the 4th and 5th floors of the shelter, paralyzing the elevators, surveillance cameras, drones, and intelligent robots, and directly triggered the cannibal crisis. Unexpectedly, only 1 day had passed, and the hacker took action again, targeting the control center of Yanshan Sanctuary. Gu Enong thought of what political commissars Wu Dansheng said, and his expression became more serious. In the villa, Su Miao is reading Tai Chi Flow. Now it is time to practice swordsmanship. She is learning the swordsmanship in Tai Chi Heart Flow, although there are many things he doesn't understand. Su Miao can use magic to make adjustments to perfectly follow the cat and the tiger. The only problem at the moment is that Tai Chi Flow is the same as Tao and magic. She knows all the words written in it, but after reading it through, questions such as who am I, where am I, and what should I do will arise. After the practice, Su Miao felt like she had learned it but remembered nothing. This is outrageous. "Su Miao, choose your phone from the medical department is here." Outside the door, Yi Yunji knocked on the door and said, "Eh?" Su Miao opened the door, took a step back, and kept a certain distance from the head of the shelter's medical department. At this time, there are crazy infected people raging everywhere in the shelter. Many people are injured, and the hospitals on all floors will become extremely busy. How can the head of the medical department have time to visit here? It's just that Su Miao didn't sense any malice from Chu Shifeng. So let's take a look at the situation first. Chu Shifeng was carrying a briefcase. Judging from the style of the briefcase, the contents inside did not seem to be documents. He didn't talk nonsense and directly stated his intention. "Su Miao, I'm sorry to bother you at this time, but the situation is very critical and I have to come. I want to know if you have the ability to heal. If so, I would like to ask you to help with treatment. The political commissar is in very bad shape." Su Miao said. "Okay, take me to see it. I can't guarantee the treatment." Chu Shifeng was very excited. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much," Yi Yunji said. "I'll call someone." Su Miao shook her head. "No need. The ability users in the shelter are struggling to save themselves from the crazy infected people, so it would not be good to let them escort them again. Ahem. I still have some strength. As long as I'm here, there won't be any problems." Chu Shifeng from the medical department coughed twice and said. Yi Yunjiao glanced at Chu Shifeng suspiciously. Is the person in charge of the medical department very strong? She really doesn't know this. Mina flew onto Xinyan's shoulder. And Xinyan was startled again. Several people immediately set off and walked towards the large hospital on the 12th floor. Political commissars with Dansheng lived there. Not far from ZD community. 6 lurking mad infected people emerged from the darkness. The 6 crazy infected people locked onto Su Miao as soon as they appeared. The intense malice is suffocating. I come! Chu Shifeng took a step forward. He opened the briefcase, took out a reagent bottle from it, pulled out the stopper, and scattered the medicine in the reagent bottle into the air. In an instant, the madly infected people who had rushed halfway fell to the ground collectively. Dong dong dong. Very neat and uniform. Chu Shifeng explained. This is a drug specifically for infected people. If infected people breathe the air containing the drug, their cerebellum will be paralyzed. The team of ability users, who were mopping up the mad infected people, came over upon hearing the sound. They skillfully shot and reshot the mad infected people who fell on the ground, then dragged them all away and dealt with them centrally. Su Miao took a few more glances at Chu Shifeng's briefcase. Chu Shifeng said, when this is over, I will give you some. Su Miao nodded. She was indeed interested in these potions. 10 minutes later, Su Miao followed Chu Shifeng to the hospital. After tedious verification, Chu Shifeng took Su Miao to the sterile ward where political commissars with Dansheng was placed. At this time, a doctor came out of the ward. She looked at Chu Shifeng in surprise. Dean Chu, didn't you just go in? Chu Shifeng's expression changed, and he immediately rushed to the ward. Su Miao followed into the ward. I saw another, Chu Shifeng, standing in the ward. He was holding a syringe and was about to inject the unconscious political commissars with Dansheng. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I don't want to see the political commissar continue to suffer. Chu Shifeng, holding the syringe, said sadly. Didn't you notice? The political commissar is attacked by nightmares every day, and he is about to collapse.